Ethnic group. There is no other ethnic group that has our same genetic makeup. We have our own unique culture, our own unique history, and basically, we've been talking about. First of all, I think we've been talking about the anti-blackness that exists among many of the folks in the diaspora. We've been talking about how we were sold out by Africans, and we've also been talking about this kind of weird thing of like tethering, particularly with Africans, but also with other people from the diaspora who immigrate to the U.S., how they try to tether themselves onto us, how they claim our identity, sometimes even claiming our history. And I've seen this so many times. It's so weird. I'm going to tell a story just to kind of make it more concrete. So years ago, I lived in Ghana, and I met somebody in Ghana, did some work for me when I was doing business out there. Did some work for me. And fast forward years, I think this was earlier this year, or maybe last year. Fast forward, this guy moved to the U.S., gets married to a white woman. I think he's up in the New York area. And we haven't really talked since, we had connected in Ghana. So then I get a ping. I get a ping on my phone. And apparently I'm following him on Medium. And he wrote this article about Black Lives Matter. And when I read the article, he was talking about how his people built this country and how his people were enslaved here and all of this kind of stuff. And I'm like, nigga, I literally saw you before you had ever set eyes on America. I knew you in Ghana. Now, how all of a sudden you me? Because that's not true. You're not descendant of the people who built this country, who were enslaved in this country. So that's a personal example. But we've been talking about that kind of weird tethering. This thing of you're going to be me and you're going to be you, but I can't be you, right? Because I can't be. I don't even know what his ethnicity is, but let's say he's Gan. That's an ethnicity in Ghana. I can't be Gan, but you can move over here and now all of a sudden claim to be me and claim that my ancestors who built this country are now your ancestors, even though you weren't here. So it's just like that kind of thing is what we're talking about in this space. And people have different perspectives. We're reparationists, so we're always bringing it back to reparations. And one of the reasons why I think this conversation is important is because there is a need to delineate. And this is legal. There's a need for a legal distinction, and it's already happening in places like California, and it's going to continue to happen. So I know there was a bit of an odd or reset because I'm tired and I need to get up and go to work, but I hope that was helpful. We're going to go with Boulder, who's next in queue. And we're looking for mods, so if you want to mod up, you want us to mod you up, let us know. We only going to mod up people we know, because this is not, I didn't start the room. I know the person that started the room, and she kind of asked me to hold it down, and she asked me to make sure that, we were keeping it on code. So thank you for your question, Mr. French. We'll get to you, but first we're going to go to Boulder, then Ty, or Nara's here, and she's a mod, so she can jump in whenever. I'm going to mod the Boogie up, if you don't mind. And then we got Star, we got you, Mr. French. So Boulder, go ahead.
What's poppin'? I fuck with Jimmy already, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm black, and that's just what it is. I think we spend too much time as melanated people, like, having these conversations. It just is what it is. For example, like he mentioned England and shit like that, right? So no one's sitting here talking about why don't Americans just want to be from England? You know what I'm saying? It's like because they wanted to be in America, they wanted to have their own shit. So it's like we asking, why don't black people basically want to be African? It's like because we want our own shit. We're different. They don't fuck with us over there. We don't really fuck with them over there. And there's nothing wrong with that shit. If you look back in time, like you look into the history of everything, yeah, we got some of the same DNA in us as they got. But if they got their own shit going and we got our own shit going, and they inventing stuff over there and doing their shit, and then we inventing stuff and doing our stuff over here, just let it be what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because when you want to look back into everything, we're all from quote unquote the supercontinent Pangea. So we all African. So we're gonna have these conversations with everybody. Like why don't the Swedish people want to be African when in reality, if you look back a million years ago, they was African too. You know what I'm saying? But it's only like black people, I feel like, that we have these conversations instead of just building up wherever you at. We build over here, they build over there, and then we could be allies with them the same way that America is allies with London. I mean, they had their beefs at one point. Now they fuck with each other, and that's just where it need to be.
Yeah, but let me just explain something because I agree with what you said, but I just want to make sure we understand why they like the premise of them fucking with each other, as you put it. It's because they're all on code. And what that code means is, their economic hegemony across the globe. When they were fighting each other, it was because the American colonials wanted that autonomy, and they really wanted the autonomy to expand into the West and take up more land that the British have forged treaties with the natives to sort of forbid that. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm just a little tired, but I'm just speaking to the fact that these people they fuck with each other because they're on code. It's not because they're just all white or because it's not a social thing for them. It's a political economic thing for them. Now, if any of these people would get off code, and if there's the danger of them fucking up the other party's money or resources or economies or whatever, then you best believe they're gonna be back at war. And I think, and this is where I just want to build on what you said, brother, because this is where I think us as Black Americans, this is where we need to get to. We need to stop just trying to be, I know we're nice people, we're loving people, but at some point we got to be political people. And we got to think about economics. We got to think about socio, political, economic power. And we're not going to get it if we just, we want to kumbaya with everybody, even when these people's interests are opposite of ours, and even when they're undermining us. And this kind of goes back to China. I don't even know if she's still here, but China was talking about, oh, I just like them and people from different places. Like, fuck all of that shit. If you are a black melanated person in America and your ideologies are by default undermining me as a Black American, then you are not my friend. I don't want to know about none of that stuff. You are off code and you need to be dealt with. And when I say that, I'm talking about politically. You need to be dealt with. That threat needs to be neutralized. Now, if you want to come over here and build, then you also need to bring something to the table. You're not going to come over here and just eat off our plate and not bring anything. I want us to get in that mindset because I think we misconstrue the relationship Europeans have with each other. They're not just on code about race. It's not just they use race as a unifying force, but what they're really on code about is their economic and political hegemony. And anytime anybody threatens that among that group, they're gonna go to war with you. So thank you for that, brother Boulder. Great insight, Ty.
Real quick, bro. I agree
Yeah,
with you because that's really what Malcolm X was talking about when he was saying we need to have our own stuff. We need to have our own banks, our own schools, our own businesses, and all that stuff. And then they put us together or whatever, and then we kind of lost, our momentum with that. If we have our own businesses, create our own banks, and do that, then we don't have to keep having these conversations about, oh, we're gonna go back to Africa, all this other stuff. We could just be who we are.
And you got to understand too. See that whole conversation of back to Africa and come back to your home. You don't see no one on the diaspora of Africa telling Jamaicans to come back to Africa. You don't see them telling none of the Trinidadians to come back to Africa. But for some reason, right? And it's really, really weird that we are the ones who are centered in telling us to come back to Africa, come back to your home, and it's not working for us, right? We've tried all of that, right? So what we are going to do is buckle down here, get on code, get rid of all the bullshit, right? Because what we're doing right now, all these conversations that we've been having on Clubhouse for the past 2 years that I've been on this app has woke up a lot of shit, right? This is what is considered cleaning house, right? All the time you hear black people say, oh, we got to clean out, can't go around cleaning out other people's backyard till you clean out your own backyard. We're cleaning out our backyard. right? We're cleaning it the fuck out, right? We're getting rid of everything. All of the nuances of everything that hinders us, we're getting rid of it. And that's what we're doing. And what's happening is you see that the survival tactics of the other ethnicities is realizing that, holy shit, this shit ain't gonna work on them no more. All of the talking points that they use against us is just to put them in a better foothold for themselves. None of it helps us, and it hasn't. What relationships do we have that are better with them? None. And this is not saying that there is vitriol against the Africans or the Caribbean. It's just telling them straight up in their face, like, yo, your mothers and fathers misled you into believing a relationship between us that's not true. And they raise their children in a way, because those are the people who we're having problems with on this app. It is not the mothers and fathers, it is the children, right? Because the mothers and fathers were quiet. They were quiet the whole time saying, hey, black power, the whole time fooling us so that way they can get their roots rooted here and then raise their children and say, yo, don't mess with them blacks. Let's stay away from them black Americans. Don't mess with them. And now you have their children that are sitting up here telling us that we can't own our own shit. They're telling us we can't own our. They feel excluded. That is the fear. The fear is their fear of being excluded from a culture that they've been taught to believe that they were this whole time. And that's not our problem. You have to deal that with your parents. Your parents have done that to you, and you need to have those conversations with your parents. I'm talking to the Africans in the diaspora and the Caribbean. We got love for y'all, man, but right now, y'all in our way. Y'all doing a lot of fuck shit that's getting in our way, and we just waking this shit up, man, and we getting our shit back together. Period. And I'm done speaking.
Well said, bro. Well said. Well said. Yeah, it's nation building time. That was the rallying cry. Brother Coach, you're our resident historian. When was that? Was that 1973 when they had that big black expo where they brought all the black people together? It was a pan Black American experience where they came together, and the rallying cry was nation building time. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, I'm just going back a little bit further in the 50s. I think you brought awareness to the brother of our ethnic lineage out of Michigan, Diggs. Actually was advocating like funds on this like Pan African, with what I mean. When Garvey came here after Cali Guy House was falsely incarcerated. By the way, there is a petition going around. A letter was sent to President Biden to pardon her. So yeah, it was a culmination of all of that led up to that, and it was all done through manipulation of our ethnic lineage. From the Shirley Chisholm, She's Not Us, brought the gender divide, like. Yeah, so like Doug just said, and you, Rain, and everybody else on the stage, we're aware that we made an error and we're correcting it. And like Doug just said, and we cleaning fucking house. Speak my piece.
Well said, bro. I was looking for that, but I actually even found some information that demonstrates that the first Black Expo was in 1895 in Atlanta. I didn't even know that. I was talking about because I had seen this brother a few weeks ago. They had this thing at Howard University, and he's a Pan African. But that conference he had, I think it was in I forget the name of the city. Anyway, I'm sorry. But it was in the early 70s, and that's where Black Americans came together, and their rallying cry is nation building time. And I feel like we're in another sort of era where that's happening culturally. Black Americans across the country, partly because of conversations like this and other outlets on social media, we're waking up to a lot of stuff that we were asleep to. Particularly when it comes to this identification as Black. We see other people as Black, so we just assume that they think like us, that they have the same interests as us. Now we realize that we got some enemies in our midst. And I'm going to put it that frankly. It's not to say that we need to treat all of them like an enemy if they're not us. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that you have people in our midst who are whether some intentionally, maybe some unintentionally, who are undermining us, who are hurting us as a people, because they move in ways that supports and perpetuates white supremacy. And Brother Thug, you were right, because that was passed down to them from their parents. Their parents helped to indoctrinate them with anti-black ideas. And if you want to understand what that looks like, just read through the chat. And see what's really interesting about that is that when I was growing up, my parents told me that, they share with me that, some people are not going to like you because you're black. And there are some white parents, because this is what they were talking about, because we didn't grow up around a lot of Africans or even Caribbeans. They said there are some white parents who teach their children hate. And so when we get all of this information from Africans telling us what their parents told them, as that gets woken up, to me is no different than the white supremacists who teach their children hate. And we have to pay attention. Like, this kind of goes back to China, because I think China is a typical free woman. She got all of this love in her heart. She's open. She's welcoming, but we can't be welcoming to all of these people. Some of these people were taught hate. Some of these people are here to undermine us. They've told us what they're.
Yeah.
Hold on for a second, China. They have been telling us who they are. Look at the chat. I know that some of these people are trolls, but some of these people are just telling you what they really think and how they really feel, and you got to pay attention. They had a room on Twitter back in January. There were 30,000 people, and you heard all of these, mainly Nigerians, because I think that was right after that Twitter ban was lifted. All these Nigerians were coming off their mic saying, "We're not in America for you. We're here to get money." This sounded just like colonizers talking about how they get talking about how they get hired for jobs and HR, and they don't hire Black Americans, calling us lazy when these motherfuckers left their failed homelands and now they're over here eating off our hard work. Had a nerve to call us lazy. These people have a pejorative term for us, akata, and they're going to try to tell you, "Oh, it doesn't mean this." That's bullshit. We know what it means, y'all. It's time for us to pay attention. You got to call the spade the spade. I don't give a damn. Don't worry about what they, and another thing, they do is that they use the same white supremacist tactics. Like this thing of whenever a Black person says something, all you got to do is just turn it to some kind of negative thing, and everybody is expected to believe you. You know how the white people do, the white and I say so people, like they did with Kyrie Irving. He shared a link. Now all of a sudden they say, "Oh, well, you're anti-Semitic and you're spewing and all of this kind of nonsense." This is the same thing a lot of these melanated people, these so-called black people, do to us. We call out their bullshit. We call out the problems that we have with immigration policy. We call out their anti-blackness, and then they say we're xenophobic. Well, fuck that. We're going to call the spade because, as Brother Thug said, it's time for us to clean house. With that being said, I want to move. Hold on, China. Yeah, hold on, China. We're gonna move the mic around. I know I've spoken a lot. We're gonna move the mic to Ty. Ty, would you like to add to the conversation?
Man, I'm about to hop in the shower, bro. It took too long, but appreciate listening to y'all as much as I could, and we'll have to catch this another time, right?
All right, bro. You can stick around. You can come back. Mr. French, and moderators, y'all feel free to jump in there, but we can move on to Mr. French. Okay, everybody's getting ready for work. So, Mr. French, if you're not there, Star, would you like to add to the conversation?
I'm here. Sorry. First, I want to say thank you for letting me be on this platform. It means a lot. First of all, I'm an African. I do hear a lot of you speak, and for educational purposes, I actually learn from a lot of you. I can hear the frustration and anger coming from so many of you, which is really important because I know in as much as the things that I'm hearing and the things that I keep, the anger and frustration that is coming from you and everybody else. First, I want to really kind of focus on the part of the hate side of things. When it comes to hate, even within the Africans, not just because of you guys, even within the Africans. When you see Nigeria, because I heard you talking about Nigerians, they're the number one people in Africa. They hate majority of the nations in Africa. It's not just Americans. And second, when it comes to about the cleaning house situation that the other brother was talking about, I don't think on my side I could be wrong, but for me, the same problem that you are facing, majority of you are facing or have faced in the past, most of us have faced that as well between the black people. It's not just I've worked in places where a brother looked at me and just say, "I don't like you." Why? Because you're an African. So these things are just it's been happening. And for me, like I always say, I always like to educate people. You can hate me for no reason because the same way how you're trying to get make ends meet, I'm doing the same thing. So there's no need for me to hate you. I always love my people, but I feel like this idea of hate or who this person not trying to be black or we're in your way, I feel like that is all the wrong concept. Now, have you had that experience before with other black people or other Africans? Absolutely, yes. I'm not disagreeing to any of the experience that any one of you have had in the past, but these things happen in every culture. And as far as we're Africans, some of us are raised completely different from everybody else. The Nigerians are completely different from now, mind you, in Nigeria alone has about 36 nationalities. The Nigerians, they're not just Nigerian. Their actual names wasn't even Nigerians. It was that name in general was colonized by the English people. So that nation alone has about 36 nationalities inside of it. So you're not gonna find every one of them to be the same. And I feel like, respectfully, for some of us that are coming from that end, we've learned a lot. We respect most of you. I think we interact just like that. But it's sad to hear these anger and frustration coming from majority of us. Like, man, I'm sorry, but guys, I really don't think eh, the blacks from Africa are the ones in your way. Your people, the brothers out here, most of the brothers and sisters out here are in each other's way. We don't want to
Hold
see the
on,
next
hold
person
on, hold
exceed,
on, hold
succeed.
on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
No,
finish.
no, bro. You're gonna no.
I,
You're
I
gonna
will
you're gonna
let you.
No,
pause. You're
no,
gonna
you gotta
Yeah,
pause.
we
stop.
gotta unpack that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
Yeah,
gonna pause.
I
yeah.
promise I'm gonna
Pause.
let you talk. I promise. I'm moving around, y'all. I'm getting ready to get on a plane. I might not even make my plane. That's how much I'm into this conversation. But what I'm saying to you, particularly friends, who much of what you said early, I agreed on. Um, the problem is that I heard you at the end, which is what I typically hear, right? The blame on black people. And I don't know how long many of you have been here, but I have been here for a very long time saying we could never be the same if you assume that the fault for what you are suffering has to do with black people, right? And I understand how, on a continent of 1.3 billion black people, the supposedly the cradle of civilization, Africa is supposed to be the cradle of civilization. So according to the what theory is that?
Out of
The theory
Africa.
of
Out,
evolution, all the theories, right? Africa, the continent, is the cradle of civilization. So imagine the shock for the black people in America who were sold into slavery, stolen into slavery, whatever story you need to tell for your story to work, just tell it. Imagine the shock for those people. right? To imagine that people that come from a continent named Africa is some bullshit. If y'all been here a long time, y'all know I've been calling that some bullshit for a long time. That's the reason why I abstain and actually have an adverse reaction to the label of African American, right? Because I understand the label of African, Africa, like all of these labels have nothing to do with the people that occupy or inhabit that land. Just don't. That's why I've never been an African American. My aunties, my grandma, before she died, we don't subscribe to that. We don't. And we know we have African ancestry, or at least I do. I'm going to speak for myself right now. I know I'm roots African and European and indigenous. I have grandparents on the Dawes Rolls. I had a whole fight on this stage, on this very stage earlier, with a woman who really thought this was time to dismiss the consequence, the contribution, and the existence of African ancestry people in this country. Now, anybody that knows me knows we're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. Because we ain't African. But what we are is American. You know why? Because we built America. So in this room that I've been in for several hours, I have watched people in the chat say, oh, white people don't think you're American. You're not really American. This isn't your country. We didn't come here because of you.
Word.
I've been here a long time, not just today, but many days, because I love Black people.
Word.
So what I'm saying is, right, is that the arguments that we're having in this space have to do with the fact that people that benefit from what costs us deeply, irrevocably, think they have the right to tell us who we are. Side with white people who have suggested that our identity only has value through its connection to a continent that they named, even though the people that come here from that continent do not name themselves that because they know it's some white people shit. And we are done with that. And you making fun of us, you deciding that we're delusional, you picking apart the reasons why we suggest that's ludicrous is more of a problem for you than it is for us if you ain't us. And that's just a fact. Because we are the conscience of the planet. Not for nothing, you guys say what you want in the chat. But we have been the conscious of the planet. And if we become conscious enough to understand that our bleeding, suffering, and dying for anyone other than ourselves does not serve us, and you still decide that you are in a position to disrespect us, you have put yourself in a very bad position. And I'm talking not to my people right now. I'm talking to the people I love in spite of the fact that they are not our people. Don't do it. Pick the right side of history.
And I jump in, Mr.
Well,
Miss Lady.
hold on,
Oh,
King.
yeah,
That
hold
was
on. We
that was
gotta
a
we gotta
great,
unpack that.
great
We gotta
excerpt
unpack
of
that thing about
bullshit.
him saying we in each other's
Rex,
way.
mute your mic.
Manage your energy wisely, Black people. Because one thing about us, you can say what you want about us. But what you can't say is that what we decide doesn't impact the earth. No one can ever say that. So don't help us decide that you are a problem for us. Don't do it. It doesn't help you. I don't care what school you went to. That's it.
It don't matter what school you went to. Clearly, you're drunk.
Okay, so can I? Okay, so to the person that's to the African that
Do they
said that.
have a queue going on or what,
Hold on,
bro? Because
King.
I'm trying to get up in here, man. I've been here for a minute, bro. Come on, you gotta show me some love, shit.
Wait. Hold on, bro. I'm moving you to the audience because you know what? I actually called on you earlier. You weren't there, so I don't know whether you were asleep. But you can't interrupt the stage. This is an important conversation. We'll bring you back up, bro. But you're gonna have to have some decorum, brother Thug. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So, to the person, to the African that said that Black Americans are in their own way, right? First of all, let's deal with Africa, right? All right, Africa. Let's go back to 1615, right? The recorded date on when they said the transatlantic slave trade began, right? 1615, right? Africa had something going on at that time, right? That was the betrayal of its own people by selling us to the European, right? Specifically the Nigerian, right? So we have a history of the Africans selling us out to the European, right? In droves, right? By the thousands, if not millions, right? So at 1615, we landed here in the United States. And for 500 years, we've managed, right? Not getting each other's way, we've managed to stop white people from feeding our babies to alligators for sport, right? We stopped them from doing that, right?
Amen.
Okay, we've stopped them from doing that. And then now, since we've been here, we've managed to exist behind enemy lines around the most treacherous regime the planet has ever seen, right? That we exist because we fought for everything that we have to be able to enjoy it, right? We get to enjoy it even with the enemy that has sold us, tortured us. We still get to enjoy all of the spoils of what this country has because we fought for a piece of it. So now we got 500 years later, you see us, Black Americans, the most copied people on the planet. I don't see nobody trying to run around here trying to be a Nigerian. I don't see nobody in China trying to be a Jamaican. I don't see nobody in Austria trying to be a Congolese. But I do see them trying to emulate the Black American. Every four corners of this earth tries to copy us. But we have Africans for 500 years in their own countries, dominated by their own people, somehow have a problem fixing their own problems. But you're telling us we're in our way? Why is it that 500 years later, your countries are fucked? And don't blame it on the white man because you are all in power. You are all in control. So if you have your own Nigerians, right? Let's take the Nigerian used to be President Goodluck, right? Picture that, right? He's got a last name by the name Goodluck, right? This guy Goodluck could be in bed with Americans, right? He could be having some European influence in his country. But none of you have tried to remove this bastard. So you flee and run here. And then you want to run here and tell us we're in our own way. But your own countries are fucked by your own people. So how are we in our way, but you're running from your countries to get here. And I'm done speaking.
Yeah, let me let me piggyback off of that. Mr. French, and I
Yes.
say that respectfully. You sound like a
And
colonizer. Hold on, mute your mic, bro. We're gonna give you an
yeah,
opportunity to
sure.
respond. Just mute your mic for a second because you need to hear this. You sound like a colonizer. Do not come into Black American spaces, and I'm just going to be very forthright with what I'm about to say. Do not come into our spaces assuming that you know better than us what the issue is. We have for 2 years had these conversations. We've done the research. I actually went to Nigeria in May and I saw Badagry with my own eyes. The places where they sold that they called the slave coast, where they had slave factories. I learned from the Africans how exactly we got here. Do not, sir, come into our spaces. And I'm saying this respectfully, but I am going to be forthright, trying to tell us what the problem is. We are intellectual enough to diagnose the problem for ourselves. And what we are saying is that the way you all are moving in our spaces is a problem. And do not conflate what we're talking about with some kind of, first of all, Black Americans don't hate anybody, because if we did, you wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have fought for that. If you
Is that
did,
what I'm doing?
you wouldn't be in our HBCUs. If we did, you wouldn't be allowed to participate in our culture and cosplay us. The
Is
issue
that
is
what
that
I'm doing?
you all are coming over here, and the way you are moving shows that you are aligned with white supremacy.
Mm.
We're not in your countries identifying as you, speaking on your behalf, disrespecting you, creating ethnic slurs for you. We're not doing that shit. So let's not pretend like you're not a problem. And I'm not talking about you as an individual. I'm talking about the way Black immigrants are moving in this country, particularly Africans, because it seems like you all are the ones that are the most asinine. And
Mm.
you have this arrogance and this like thing where you're thinking you just got here and you took a plane over here and you made an oath, and you filled out some paperwork and maybe you paid some money, and now you got just as much of a say in Black American as descendants of slaves, and that's completely asinine. That's a colonizer mindset. Y'all need to take a moment and really just understand what is going on here, because I think you guys are going to be blindsided. You don't understand how we're getting on code.
I think the question is, who is y'all?
I'm talking about the Black immigrants. China, if you could, ma'am, if you could just mute your mic, because I'm having this conversation with Mr. French specifically, but I'm hoping that this could help wake up the room. Do not be a colonizer. Stop coming over here acting like you know better than us. Just because I don't know why you all think that. Because as Brother Doug put so eloquently, if y'all had it, if you had something to teach us, you would have been able to do something in your own country. Then maybe we would sit down and listen to you and say, okay, well, but y'all can't get it together in your own country. And then you want to come over here and tell us we're our biggest problem and to not focus on you when you're entering our politics and you're doing things to undermine us, when your mindsets are aligned with white supremacy, calling us akatas and lazy and all of this nonsense, all of this telling us this is not our country, but your ass immigrated here and naturalized here, and you wore that American citizenship like a badge when you haven't shed not one drop of blood for this nation. You haven't done anything here. You haven't built shit. You haven't done anything to make this nation more free. We built this country, literally. We fought to keep this country together. We fought for all of the rights that you have to enjoy. Show us some goddamn respect and stop acting like some goddamn colonizers. And I'm being emphatic, I'm being passionate, because y'all need a wake-up call. I don't know if any of the other moderators want to jump in there.
May
But
I when you're done?
yeah, if no other moderator want to go, then you can go, Mr. French.
Okay. And listen, I'm really I do really appreciate every one of you on here, because for me this is educational. I mean, we may argue, we may have our differences, but I do appreciate the knowledge, especially with you and everybody else that is throwing a little idea into it. But I may, if I may also add up to this, I'm not offended by anything like this. Against what you experience in Ghana or Nigeria that impact me, or nothing anybody else that is going through right now, or maybe history wise. I'm not a historian. I don't really know much that much, but at the same time, I really want to say, it's funny how when you say we haven't, like, the Africans, because let me speak in general, the Africans haven't contribute towards building this country or doing anything in this country. But if you look at, as far as whoever was speaking about history, those Africans that were sold to the white man, those were the same Africans that started building this country. So yes, you are an American, absolutely. You were born and raised here, absolutely. You are an American, but you're also failing to realize that those people that were sold, those were the people that shed blood in this country. Those were Africans. They wasn't
But why do you
Americans. They
speak
were
about
not.
them as if
Let
they're
me let
not
me
our
finish.
people,
Let
though?
me finish.
So
Let me
I'm gonna
finish.
let
They
you
were.
finish. I'm gonna let
May
you
I? May
finish.
I? May I? May I?
I'm gonna let you finish, but wait, because you are speaking about them as if they aren't our people.
Right. Like we don't know them.
Like we don't know them.
I'm trying to figure out
They
how you
aren't
going.
our great grandparents, our great great grandparents. Like, it's very strange when we have these conversations and you actually give these lessons and speak about them as if we
are
don't
going
know them.
to have a respectful conversation, I expect you to
No,
give
but
me
you're
some
but you're
time
being
as well.
hold
Thank you.
on, Mr. French. Let me speak to this brother because you're
Yeah,
trying my patience.
wake it up.
You're trying my patience. You sound like a fucking colonizer. You don't get to tell us about who our ancestors were. We know them by name. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the kind of stuff you all do that is super problematic. You sound like a colonizer. You read about our ancestors in some book. We know them by name. We know who they were. We know what they went through. You can't tell us shit about who our people are. Just stop it. That's disrespectful,
They
sir. You
separate
don't.
the whole. We were severed from Africa. Our ancestors was when they got up on that boat, when they walked around that circle 5 times, saying that they'll never remember where they come from. The ties were severed. So don't come back now talking about those of your ancestors, the ones that you sold, your ancestors sold into slavery, trying to link yourself to us, because we're not the same. Don't do that.
Mark, and when you get a chance. Yeah, I got you. Who was that? Who was that? I'm sorry. OG. Right. Oh yeah, for sure. And
Still waiting to go, Mark.
Yeah, we got you, King. I'm gonna put you back in queue, bro. We were calling on you earlier, so just hold tight. I just want to make sure, and it's not really just for Mr. French, because we get this a lot in these colonized minds. Like, how do you feel like you could come over here and tell us what it is when y'all sold us out? We ceased to be African. You have to understand that the people who built this country are a very specific group of people who were mixed with other people, who were mixed in with other people. The history that you think you know about us is not, you can't tell us our history. When I said that you all have not made a contribution, I'm speaking to you new niggas. You post 1965. I'm coming over here on a plane, and I went to the American consulate in my country to get a. We're talking about you people. You haven't done shit. You haven't sacrificed anything. You haven't shed any blood. You haven't done nothing. You have done nothing but come over here and leech off of us. And I'm going to say this because this is what I think the issue is. I'm going to use an analogy. I'm going to use an analogy of someone who works really hard to develop wealth, and the difference between the mindset of them and their children. You can read all of these stories. Madame C.J. Walker is a great example. She was a woman who got it up out the mud, and she started in St. Louis. That's where I'm from. She started as a washerwoman and became the first Black woman millionaire in this country through her hair care products. She got it out the mud. Now, when she passed all of that wealth down to her daughter, who did not know the struggle. And her daughter, she had these lavish, y'all know her name. I forget the daughter's name, but she had all those lavish parties, was always, she was in the cream of Black society, all up in Harlem during the Harlem Renaissance, and, with the center of attention. And she squandered all of that wealth because she didn't respect it. She didn't understand what it took to accumulate that wealth. She didn't know the sacrifice. And I feel like this is how you knew
Madam
niggas.
C.J. Walker. I just wanted to say you're talking about Madam C.J. Walker's daughter.
Yeah, her daughter. What was her name? I can't remember her name.
I don't know the daughter's name, but I knew her mother. That's all.
Yeah, y'all go look up that story. I forget her name, but it's some cool documentaries if you care to know. But she wasted all of that, and and obviously we're talking about this is she basically when the Great Depression hit, she lost all of her wealth. And this is how I feel like a lot of these Africans and these Caribbeans in this chat speaking reckless and disrespectful. They're just like that daughter. They have not done anything to create the opportunities that they have and the privileges that they have in this country. They didn't do anything, so they don't care. And there's a Bible verse that says, "Do not throw your pearls before swine, because they would trample them under feet, and then they would turn and rend you." And y'all looking a lot like swine right now, because there was a lot of bloodshed for you all to be here. You don't respect it, and this is why you come up on these stages with this fuck shit, trying to tell us who our ancestors are, as if you know better than us. No, sir, y'all haven't contributed anything, and this is a part of the problem. You all have not come over here and decided intentionally to build with Black America. What you have done is that you come over here, you benefited from all of the sacrifice, and then you've thrown your lot with the white supremacists, and this is what we're calling out.
Mark, can you add me in the queue?
Yeah, we're gonna add you to the queue. We're gonna move on from Mr. French because it's too early for this, and I got to start getting ready for work. So let me see. I don't know.
You want to let King let King go because he the one that you missed before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, King, go right ahead.
Yo, Mark, I didn't appreciate you going me for asking you a question, brother. I be hosting my own spaces on this room on this app too, right? I'm trying to build with you. I'll ask a question because I wanted to stay in quorum. I didn't want to break your queue. I know exactly how this shit works. So I just wanted to clear that up. I wasn't being contentious. But although I've been sitting here patiently waiting to drop some jewels, we need to divest from everybody. If immigrants come to this country, you check in with us. Period. We the reason why you here. We the reason why you got opportunity. You've been riding our wave. We ain't got to be African. We got our own identity. We got our own culture. We our own people. We got 2,500 intellectual properties, and we can stand on our own. We show the world who we are, what we are, and we magnificent. Everybody want to imitate us. Eat off our plate. We need our own identity. The delineation has to start now. They have to check in. They got to show us that they are ally, not an enemy. Because how the fuck I look like being a proud American when I'm a second-class citizen, or being a proud African when you discarded my ancestors? If my ancestors weren't good enough for you, why the fuck should I even support you now? How they look like for me paying homage to the people that created me, that died, that been hung? My cousin is Medgar Evers, okay? So when these people come here and they got this arrogance and they tell us who we not, I don't even fuck with them. But I'm gonna land.
Thank you for that, bro. And my apologies. I was in the heat of the moment because we were at a critical point in the conversation. So my apologies for, as Black Americans, how we reactionary. So no, hopefully it's no love lost. Thank you for that contribution, brother. We're gonna move on to hold on, Star. Hold on, Legend. Star hasn't gone yet, and I want to give her a chance. We came to her before, but she wasn't there. Okay, so we're gonna go with let's go with some ladies first. I like to let the ladies go first. Got Penny and your piece, and then we're gonna go to Legend, Mike, Inuki, Rock, and then we'll do it like that.
Okay, I want to mention I don't have a penis, and I'm also a lady, but thank you. I'm just saying.
Thanks for letting me share this space, and thanks for creating this space that speaks so deeply into my listening. We can't have these conversations with everybody because everybody's not aware, or everybody is not astute enough to even take in the depth of what you're talking about. And I wanted to just offer from a different perspective. I am a American descendant of slaves who currently lives in Germany. And I travel all over Europe. And there are Africans all over Europe. I mean, I've seen them in Finland, in like way up north where you wouldn't expect to. But here in Europe, in order for me to travel with um, uh, with any kind of dignity of sorts, I have to play up my American black because if I don't, they think I'm African and they treat me differently. And so I'm always first and foremost American black. And so many people here in Europe understand the difference in the culture, but they understand the difference in the culture, but to just look at me on the streets, like if I'm in Latvia and I'm a singer, so after I do a show, I might go to the hotel bar and have a glass of wine just to bring my adrenaline down so I can go to sleep. And so, what do you think they think I am as a single black woman sitting at a bar in Latvia at a hotel? They automatically think I'm like a Ugandan prostitute or something like that. So I have to play up my black American so that everybody knows that I'm not that. And then everybody can relax. But that's my personal experience living here in Europe. And so I don't understand how Africans come to America and put themselves above us when they know, even here in Europe, you know, it's not that way. So thanks for letting me share.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you for saying that. Thank you so much for saying that. I just want to say very quickly, I hear you, sis, right? And that's why when we were speaking earlier, because I hear this often when we're having these conversations, they're like, oh, the reason why, people all over the world respect Black American people is because of American exceptionalism, right? They'll say, oh, we have access. It's kind of like how people think Black men have access to patriarchy, right? There are a lot of people that think, even though in the chat all day long, people have been like, well, white people don't think you're American, so you're not. But at the same time, American exceptionalism is being attributed to the way we're treated around the world, right? And so, yeah, that's the truth. The truth is that Black American people are lit. They influence a lot of the world. When people know you're Black American in other parts of the world, they say, oh, that's a Black girl, but she's American. She's an American. And I would say even in Africa, right? Because Blackness is not the priority in Africa. Blackness only becomes the priority even for Africans when they have to live amongst white people where society has structured whiteness as the winner, right? So then it's like, oh, okay, now I understand I'm African and I have read books, of very well-placed and educated African people who have been very open about saying, I didn't even have to consider that I was the only Black person in the room until I came to Europe or America, where the majority of the people are white, right? And so I think what Black Americans are saying in all of these conversations is that we don't want to be you because we can't be you. Your understanding and purview in the world is totally unrelated to our understanding and how we live our lives. And when you come to America, right, the only attachment to us comes through the fact that you aren't attached to anything else, right? You're only Black because white people said so, which is the reason why when you go in the chats of many of these rooms, you will see person after person say, well, white people don't say you're American. Can you imagine being people, black people, coming from what we understand as Americanness, as life, as our experience, as the fruits of our labor? Can you imagine us being people that can only be American if white people say so?
So glad you pointed out the fact that about Mark, about the cosplaying. And it's very difficult to see that unless you are in these different territories. But I guarantee you, every European country and every European village has their own hip hop, and they dress like us, they talk like us. Everything that was born out of our struggle. And I've been here a long time too, especially Raina. I was born 2 weeks before the civil rights laws passed in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is across from Kentucky, which is the line between the North and the South. And so I've watched all these years. My whole life has been about the struggle for our people. And it's not a bad thing that we are culturally different, but it is a fact that we are culturally different, and we know who we are. And thank you guys so much for saying these things.
No, Penny, you are correct. And I think I've seen you on a few stages. I know you're a singer. I know you live in Europe. I know you're a beautiful Black woman. I know that we are making impressions everywhere we are, in Europe, in Africa, like everywhere. Like, I know fully who we are. And so I think that's the reason why these stages exist, because people actually think, because we have sort of been the subject of the most consequential and sophisticated white supremacy on the planet, that we don't know who we are. We don't understand how we have impacted the world. And because we have been so open rather, and inclusive, because the sophisticated system under which we operate has convinced us that our value is through our ability to connect with the color of our skin and be in community with other people that share that color, even though color has nothing to do with what unites people. Nothing. Color does not unite people. Nowhere. If color united people, Africa would be a superpower. But it's not, because that's not what unites people. What unites people is common interests, beliefs, common values, and we have literally been all around the world feeling our way through some shit that was designed to make us confused. But we could never be confused because literally we have set the tone. I don't know how that happened, right? We can talk about how that happened, but we have set the tone. So we can't afford confusion. So here we are in these rooms where people are telling us, oh, you hate Africa, you hate Africans. How, Sway? Pan-Africanism is our brain trust. How?
And I think that's the issue right now. That's the crux. They will, how you just said that eloquent and broke it down. They will come in here and say, why do you guys hate us? And we're like, wait, what are you? Did you not listen to what I just said? And that becomes the issue as far as these conversations. I didn't see the
BT,
room.
but who hated who first though?
Well, they
That's what
sold us,
they
brother. We
Facts.
were
Facts.
sold.
so we didn't hate. We never been taught to hate. That was not how we were brought up over here, bro. Like anybody was raised when I was raised, bro. We was taught to. We gave, man. We did songs. We did moves. We even through our own shit up to our fucking knees. We were still doing things to help other people, bro, because we understood what it
Hey,
felt
someone
like to
mute
be
Thug.
oppressed,
But
and
but
nobody
really
gives a
quick,
fuck.
gentlemen, Rock, to your point, right? I want to point this out because somebody just pointed it out to me the other day, and it was actually the first time I had even considered it. And I have been thinking about it nonstop ever since, right? So we, Black Americans, the creators of democracy as the world understands it, our oppression, like we don't have to like reiterate what we are, what we have meant. We don't have to do that. It's just we have proof of concept. We don't have to keep doing that. Look it up. Read a book. Any of you that are confused, do your Googles, right? But in spite of that, right, here we find ourselves. And somebody pointed out to me about the 80s, right? We are the world. Remember, we are the world. We are the children. This was the same time we were watching these stupid ass commercials on TV that don't even really represent what's going on in Africa with the children, with the flies and 31 cents a day or whatever cents it was, right? We come from a propaganda campaign, right? So when you think about that, when you think about we are the world, when you think about, these notions that we have been given about how poor and disparaged, Black people on the continent are and poor people all over the world are, when you think about the timing of it, right? The truth is, at that time, Black American people, after all the shit we've been through and all the shit we built, we're having drugs poured into our neighborhoods by the CIA, our government, right? We were in the middle of the crack epidemic, which destroyed a lot of shit for us. Behind so many other campaigns to destroy shit. But that was like the juggernaut. So now we are the world. So Bon Jovi, Michael Jackson, all of our wealthy representations of Black excellence. That's when she first started building her schools in Africa. Like literally, that was essentially a distraction because the government was doing what it always does to Black people here. And that was a campaign to make not only white people, but Black people feel better about the fact that they had first world problems. It was a distraction away from the fact that the suffering in Africa ain't all the suffering. It ain't. Y'all motherfuckers have created suffering everywhere in the world and you don't want to deal with it here. You want to be the charitable, good white people. So you want to be we are the world. You don't want to talk about what you're doing to your own people. So you want to remind them that they're lucky that their problems are first world problems. Even though their problems are devastating their families, their communities. But no, we are the world. People are starving in Africa. Like we don't have bad water here. Like we haven't always had bad systems here. Like people haven't always been starving here. But you niggas are lucky that you were slaves here, and I've actually heard people on this app. I've actually heard African people on this app saying that slavery was the best thing that ever happened to Black American people because they got to be American. Because they built this country that everybody covets.
I've heard it. I've heard it many a time.
Colonizers.
Literally saying, "You guys, we got left behind. You guys are the ones. You should be happy." I'm like, what in the? This is sick and twisted.
It is sick. It is sick. The disrespect is sick. The idea that we're all the same when we clearly aren't is sick. The idea that we should forego the fact that we have our own very personal issues with America because everybody gets to be Black in America is sick. And anybody who considers themselves Black, who understands how whiteness works, who is coming here to be alleviated from some effect of whiteness in another part of the world, and looks at us and says, the only reason why you don't see this the way I see this is because you're lazy. You are sick. You are fucked up. You, your mama, your daddy, the news reports they watched, everything that made you think that it's okay to take that position against us in this country is sick.
Thank you for that, Raina. I think the next person we had in queue was Your Peace. Your Peace, welcome to the stage, man. Okay, Your Peace, are you there? Going once, going twice. All right, so now, so Legend was being a little bit rude to my sister Raina with his PTR. So I'm going to bump up Brother Rock ahead of him in the queue. Brother Rock, go right ahead.
I'm good. I'm listening now. Most of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm good. Hey, Penny.
Thank you for that, brother. I see Brother Unapologetic, Brother BT, Inukwi. We're going to let you rock. Inukwi.
Hi, you guys. Thank you. My name is Inuki. You said it right the first time.
Inukwi, my bad.
You're good. I like the fact that you guys are really like diving deep into why Africans need to know that we are not we're not just some lazy bums sitting around, not appreciating what we have, because we do. The problem is that we are still trying to create our own lane, because every time we create our own lane, it gets taken from us. You guys think that we've created our own lane because we have hip hop, we have jazz, we've dominated the sports and blah blah blah. But
Is she one of us?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so so even though we have made our lanes in these categories that I've just mentioned, even though we've made our lanes in those are not our lanes at, like, in a sense of, do we own, as far as ownership. So as far as talking about us like as if we should be grateful, we are grateful. You're not seeing that picture. You're only seeing what you've heard through the grapevine of what we are like, and you're only getting what they're allowing you to see. They're allowing you to see that we be murdering people. Black men be murdering people. Black men be doing this and this and that, raping people and blah blah blah. And black women over here, we just be shaking our ass and having babies. That's what they're allowing you to see. Like, they ain't nothing over here. They don't be doing shit. They just be over here robbing people and shaking their ass and having babies. And that's literally what I hear all the time from Africans when they come over here. And that's literally why they just sit up there and they have an attitude with you when you're trying to have a conversation. Like most of the time, whenever I have a conversation with someone that's from Africa, they talk to me with an attitude. And I'm like, what is the attitude for? Like, it's not that serious. But it's serious to them because they think that maybe I'm talking to them in a way of where I'm trying to what is it? Like trying to get over on them or whatever. But no, if you were to sit here and have some understanding of what I'm trying to say to you, and instead of come to me straight just with attitude all the time, then maybe we can actually build a connection. Now, don't get me wrong, not every African person I know is like that, but I've came across throughout my whole entire life. I've been living here all my life. I'm 33 years old, and I've came across some rude African women and rude African men. And some of these African men, they just assume that you're just gonna bow down and have their babies for you. And I guess I don't know what type of women they deal with over in Africa, but they look at us like as if we are supposed to be just shaking our ass for them and cooking. And we don't. That's not American mindset for us. That's not American Black woman mindset. So I think the reason why Black Americans do not want to be African Americans is because the disconnect that we have with them. And yeah, of course they sold us over. Ghana, Nigeria, all those places they sold us over. Cool, but I think it has something to do with the fact of everyone has a misconstrued view of each other. We have a misconstrued view of Africa because even to this day, even though we have smartphones in our hands, even though most of us probably in this room has a YouTube account, we still look at Africa as a terrible place when really it's not. All you gotta do is just go on YouTube and watch videos of how they're booming over there. You know what I'm saying? They're not going crazy. The other way around, when it comes down to like when Americans come over to Africa, they treat Black Americans like we have all the money in the world. No, some of us are barely making it trying to get over there, but they try to scam and scheme to get as much money as you can from us, and we're just not banking like that. We're barely making it here. Most of us are barely making it here. So I say all of that to say is that I think the relationship between us American Blacks and Africans is just a very wool over the eyes type of view, and we just need to, like, in order for us to come to an understanding, and in order for us to start communicating better, we just need to start speaking to each other more and do more research on each other. Because I'm gonna tell you, there, like I said, you can go. It's an easy type in the search bar on YouTube, and you can sit there and watch how people are living over there, how African Americans are going over there to Africa and they're integrating themselves in their society, and it's working for them. How you know there's an African man that's literally going to different types of countries that has Africanoid people in those countries, like Pakistan and Arabia and all that stuff, Saudi Arabia and all that. They're going to all those different villages that have African people there, just exposing them, just literally just saying, hey, there's African people here in Saudi Arabia, there's African people here in Pakistan. Like, if all you got to do is just look those people up and see that there's African people everywhere, and all we got to do is just build that communication and build that trust with each other, and then it will be a powerful no one can break that. Once we get communication to everybody, then it's going to be like everyone's going to be on one accord, everybody's going to understand, but it's going to take some time.
Inuki, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Inuki?
let me respond to that.
Well, let me respond to that too, because I'm actually someone who spent a lot of time on the continent. So I know Africa, quote unquote, but specifically places like Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, Ivory Coast, South Africa, Kenya. Those are all places I've laid eyes on. And I want to push back a little bit because um, anyone who spends time in Africa, especially in a place like Nigeria, you can see why they're trying to leave.
things don't work necessarily well there.
Mark, your connection bad, man.
My connection bad. Okay, let me
Yeah, you hear a
let
lot of weird sound.
okay, yeah, I'll come back to it. I'll come back and speak on what Danuki said. I think
That's
who's
fine.
that brother? There we
I'll
go.
tag team and jump in there. You can tap me in right now. So
Yeah, tap in, bro.
the thing is, the nuclear, it's what you said. It makes sense, but unfortunately, I'm afraid it's a delusion of grandeur. And we have to understand who we're dealing with, and that everybody can't go, and everybody does not want the same things that Black Americans want. So when you say, we gotta do this, unite, et cetera, et cetera. No, Black Americans need to unite because we can get on the same page before the whole diaspora can, specifically the continent, and that just shows because they're still drenched in their tribalism, and they still booty clap and work for white supremacy on the continent and when they come over here. So, I mean, I love what you said as far as uh, being hopeful thinking, but as a matter of fact, it's just not going to happen. And that's one of my issues, and one of the reasons I try to educate our people so much to understand we are not the same, and we will never be the same. And to try to get everyone on one accord from the continent is asinine, and because it's futile. It would take us another 400 years. I'm not lying to you. I'm really versed in this stuff. So, I mean, while it sounds good, it just isn't the main focus for us. You even have, and they won't tell you this. You got to really be versed to know. There's actually a secret beef, for lack of a better word, between the Africans on the continent and the ones here. They don't even appreciate what the Africans who come to this country do, how they act. I mean, I've got clips and documents of them having rooms with hundreds of Africans saying, why do the people who lead the continent think they're better than us? Why won't they come back? The greatest minds, some of the greatest minds of the continent are fleeing to America and Europe and never going back, but just sending a $50 remittance and acting like they've done something. So, I mean, but instead of using that wealth they're acquiring and knowledge and education to go and try to fight the corruption and fix the motherland, they're more happy content becoming a UK person or an American and just living their best life.
And
So we have to go ahead.
And BT, that time what she's talking about, that shit is done. Black America, we in a different mind space now. It's us first. It ain't everybody else though. You didn't get that piece of us, you missed the fucking boat, because that's not where Black America is now. We're delineating, man. We understand the game, and once we understand it, nobody plays the fucking game better than us. And we understand where we are now and what we're doing. So it's a new day, and we're trying to wake everybody up, everybody to the point of what we have to do. And that's where we at now. So that coming around trying to fix the people, fuck, hell no, we done with that shit.
Hey, can I speak? Hey, this on, can I speak? First and foremost, man, fuck Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's been fuck founders of Black Americans forever. In fact, on the continent of Africa, if you ain't a part of that ethnic group, it's fuck everybody anyway. So xenophobia and tribalism existed before the white man got there. It existed before the Arabs got there, before the Arab slave trade, which predates the transatlantic slave trade. So it seems to always be a problem when founders of Black Americans own their ethnic group. We are a different ethnic group. We are 2, 3, 4, 500 years removed from the continent of Africa. That's even if our ancestors came from that motherfucking continent. But you notice they always want us to leave here, go there to stimulate their fucking economy. Even the mission statement of the African Union says so. It don't even mention us. And then even with the Caribbean, we can't join CARICOM and NARC. And when you read the mission statements of both, they don't say shit about founders Black Americans. We don't have a problem with other ethnic groups owning their ethnicity, but it seems to be a problem when when we own our shit, right? And then when you look at the cultures and the belief of African ethnic groups, founders Black Americans don't practice FGM. We don't run around this motherfucking clipping clits and shit, sewing up pussies. We don't do child bride fucking it like in Somalia. We don't force feed little girls to get them as big as possible before they get married. We don't do dowries and shit. where a fucking cow is acceptable to marry our motherfucking daughters and shit. So when we have these, and then we don't do cannibalism. We're not around this motherfucker as a part of our practice, eating each other and shit. So, but then you notice when you have this conversation with them, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them, they start talking about like crime only exists amongst founders Black Americans. Crime exists every fucking where, amongst all other ethnic groups, right? And then they want to talk about the worst of us. Like, motherfucker, have you looked at your shit? And then it would ideally when we was pushing when founders Black Americans was pushing Pan Africans late 1800s, early 1900s, up until the 1990s, right? We extended the olive branch that they talk about today. We did it. We tried. You got the Kennedy Airlift, where Kenyan students were, it was advocated for Kenyan students to come over. And this is in the 50s by Martin Luther King and other prominent Black civil rights leaders. And one of the Kenyan students that benefited from that ended up being Barack Obama's fucking father. Then you got the Apartheid Act of 1986, where Reagan vetoed legislation supporting to challenge apartheid. And a Black congressman led the charge to overturn said ruling. So, and then you could go all the way back with Marcus Garvey. He failed in Jamaica, the Caribbean, before he got here. And then when he got here, we propped that shit the fuck up. So when you have this, and then when you notice a lot of the Caribbeans, they'll say, well, they'll bring up Kwame Couture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, or other Caribbeans. But you notice all of those names are pre-civil rights. They can't bring up not one post-civil. You see what I'm saying? And then you can't forget about the Haitian caucus. Now, why would a group of people who belong to the Congressional Black Caucus delineate, come up with the House of Haiti Caucus in May 18, 2021, which is another example of delineation, to only advocate for Haiti and Haitian citizens while being elected officials here in America? When the Congressional Black Caucus mission statement says African Americans and other marginalized groups. So when you look at it from the political landscape, we're the last group to delineate. So why the fuck is there a problem when y'all have always delineated specifically at the political landscape? So when I say fuck Africans, I'm talking about at the political landscape in particular. That way, can't nobody that's me being objective. Can't nobody get emotional. Because I can continue to bring a plethora of receipts that proves that Foundation Black Americans was the last to delineate. And I'm gonna land my plane here. Somebody alluded to the example that I'm about to make.
Fuck Black Americans, pussy.
I got you, your mama. So all I'm saying is this: if you look in a neighborhood, a house, each house represents each Black ethnic group, right? So the Foundation Black America house has a fire in its living room, just like every other melanated group. Founders Black Americans have been historically the only group to walk outside their house while their fires in their living room and try to put the fire out in other ethnic groups' living room. No one has reciprocated said advocacy, no other ethnic group. It's about time Founders Black Americans focus on the fire that's in our living room, and all the other ethnic groups focus on their shit. And then when we start making, when we sit back and see that they have made a concerted effort to at least try to practice Pan-Africanism, or at least try to stop delineating, then we can have that conversation. But until then, man, fuck Africa. Because it's always been fuck Foundation of Black Americans at the political landscape. And I'll challenge any one of you motherfuckers on that.
Thank you so much for that. I just want to quickly chime in and respond to Nuki because I want to make sure she hears what I have to say. But first, I don't want to make any brash assumptions. Nuki, have you ever been to the continent?
No.
Okay. So yeah, like I do think that like sometimes as Black Americans, we over romanticize the continent. I spent significant time there, and I'm telling you, it's interesting because myself and I know other Black Americans who have like spent more. I know people that spent way more time than me. People who are older than me. People who went back when it was a whole different context, back in the 70s and 80s. And one consensus that we've all arrived to is that is not our home. It's almost like you go there with kind of like this, you know, there's a spectrum of Pan-African thought. Like I've never identified as an African, but obviously being a person of African descent, you know, I've always had ideas about Africa. I've always wanted to experience Africa. And I was really excited to go. And when I remember the first time I got to Ghana, the first thing I did when I had a chance when I called home and I said, yo, like everybody's black, everybody on the billboards are black, everybody, it was just super exciting and super charging for me as a black person to see that. But over time, I quickly realized that, like, no, we're not the same. And as far as people living really well, yeah, you do have some people living really well, but that's not the majority of people. And even the people who are living really well still have to deal with the broken systems, particularly in a place like Nigeria. They have to deal with the broken systems. They have to deal with the undeveloped infrastructure. As someone who is working there as a part of a corporation, as a manager, I had to deal with the broken educational system. I had to deal with, it was just a lot that you have to deal with. So I just wanted to kind of push back a little bit because there is a reason why people are leaving the continent. And also, lastly, what I'll say is that I didn't realize I was Black American until I spent time in Africa, because over there, they make it very clear who's who. They make it very clear, which ethnic group is which ethnic group and all of that kind of stuff. And, spending a lot of time over there, especially being enmeshed in the culture to a certain extent, you start to see like, yo, like you can't just, this whole blackness doesn't apply in this context. And I think that's a lot of what we miss. And this is why when we have these people who come from the continent, they come over here, we have a misunderstanding about how they see the world. Because culturally, blackness is more than just our skin color. It's a way of being, it's a culture, it's a way of relating to other people who look like us. But for them, blackness is just the skin color. They define themselves by their ethnicity. And this is where we get it wrong, because we assume that they're black like us, and they're not. They're their ethnic group. And I think it's important that we remember that, so that we're not in situations where we're confused. They don't see us as being like them. They already delineated, as we already pointed out in this room. So we got to be careful, because politically speaking, going back to unapologetics, and I promise I'm going to land here, politically speaking, it's dangerous when you assume that just because somebody looks like you, that their political interests are aligned with yours. And we have gotten ourselves into a bit of a pickle because we've been so welcoming and so open, but these people aren't necessarily aligned with us. And as a group, I would say they are not aligned with us. They're aligned with their own interests. This is why we're having this conversation, because they have no intention of coming over here and building with us. Their intention is to come over here and make money for themselves and send it back home. And with that, I'll land.
Right. So, and real quickly, just to say that, it's often been told to Black Americans that we need to clean up our own backyard, right? So that's what we're doing. For the past 2 years that we've been on this app, right, it's been woken up about what we need to do. And we're cleaning house. We're no longer allowing you to click the black box, right? Be who you are. If you're Nigerian, put Nigerian on your application, right? Don't stop clicking black. Right? Don't click that no more. Click the ethnicity that you are, so that way we can understand and know where these tangibles are going, right? Because in essence, you're misrepresenting who the actual Black people are. The actual Black people in this country are us, Black Americans, right? You have your own ethnicity. Own it. We're owning ours. And by owning ours, we're cleaning house. We're stopping all of these tethers from using our identity to gain access and kick us out of what we have, our ancestors have fought and died for. And I'm done speaking.
And it's funny what Thug just said. Check your own box before anybody say, "Well, we can't." Block 9 on the census, right? It has it to where you can write out the country you're from, of your ethnic group. But they don't do that. And I've been in spaces, held rooms where they flat out said, they depending on what they need, is what they check. They literally admitted it. And then I've been in spaces where Africans have said, no, they wouldn't sign off on financial Black Americans getting reparations. So again, I don't hear Africans saying, hey, Jamaicans or anybody from the Caribbean, hey, you should come back to Africa and stimulate our economy. You don't hear that shit. And then when we do have these conversations and you come forth with the scholarship, you notice a lot of them, they double talk, they babble, they flights be long as fuck, and they be saying absolutely nothing. I asked one guy the other day, he was from Ghana. He brought up, I said, well, why can't financial Black Americans join the African Union? He said, they agreed to let you join. I said, but did they let us join? No, but they agreed to let you join. Motherfucker, that's not letting us join. You see, it's like talking to them is pointless. A lot of them is talking to them is pointless. because they talk around shit. It's like they don't make sense when we have these conversations. And in the comments, I don't know if he's African, but he says Marcus Garvey. I didn't say anything about the FBI sabotaging Marcus Garvey. I said he failed before he got here. I said he failed. Pan-Africanism failed in the Caribbean before he got here. And then once he got here, yeah, they have COINTELPRO, which were the precursors, meritorious manumission to COINTELPRO. That's 1710. So that sabotaged anything for melanated people here in America. But you guess what? While he was here, he was telling black people to go back to Africa. But when he was deported, he didn't go back to Liberia. He went to England. And he died in destitute. So he didn't even practice what the fuck he preached before he died. So when you come forth, like again, I'll say this, I'll ask this question now. Kennedy Airlift, Apartheid Act of 1986, the Nationalization Act of 1965, which is the precursor to DACA and DREAM. Where's the reciprocation from other melanated countries or people at the political landscape as we have seen from Foundation Black America historically? Why has that never been reciprocated? And for those who trolling in the comments, I'll say this, and I'll land my plane here, but I really am curious, can anybody that's not an FBA answer that question? At one point in time, all I needed was 2 quarters and a dime to feed your whole family for a week.
Can I respond? Just wanted to make sure everybody wanted to.
Yeah, you go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead.
So, yeah, it did sound like what I said was, oh, I just want everybody to have peace and everybody come together and we are the world type shit. No, that I was just basically saying, trying to wake it up so where you guys can actually see that they are asking for not only just for Americans, but people in Canada, people in Australia, people in the Caribbean. They are asking that. I follow a bunch of African people who understands what the dynamics between the African diaspora and all the black people around the world and how we need to bridge that gap. That's what I was speaking on. I understand you guys saying fuck
Are you
fuck
asking them to
Africa.
come back home?
Yeah, they're asking them to come back home or saying, hey, come on over here to invest.
I mean,
Come
come
over
home
here
to
and buy
stay.
land. Come over
Right.
here and
Africans
but
sold us to slavery,
hold on,
bro. You
But,
forgot?
hold on,
let me
Rashid.
finish what I'm saying.
And I want to ask you a question.
And
Go
I'll
ahead.
just be
Yeah.
quiet once I'm finished. But what I'm saying is this, you know, there is a campaign going on in Africa saying that we all need to be on one accord. And yes, we do need to fix the problems in our own backyard, of course. Like that's never gonna stop. That's never gonna
That should be
be a
first.
non-issue. But the problem is, I think that we have as Black Americans that we don't we get so stuck on our
She
own
can't
shit
use
where
that
we
right
can
That's
there.
all we got time for
Ooh,
now.
She
we.
can't use
That's
that.
all we got
Well,
time
yeah,
for.
hold
We ain't
on.
got time for
Hold
nobody
on.
else.
Let her
Sorry.
land. Let her land, y'all. Let her land.
He said we, fam.
She
Yeah,
just did say that.
Inuki, did you land? Okay, I want to say.
No, I didn't land, but it's okay. I'll just be quiet because it
Oh,
seems
who
like
is
I'm
we
saying
and
the wrong
Nuki?
Okay,
shit.
hold
I
on, y'all. Hold on,
And
y'all. Hold on, y'all.
I'm
Know,
not
I
trying to get
know.
everybody riled up. I'm
No,
not trying to
Inuki,
do that. I just
hold on. Look, you know how we are. We get excited, but it's no love lost. So just be patient with us. I just have a question for you because, you're not the first person I've asked this question to. This question comes up every single time I hear this thing about us going and invest. Us sort of the narrative that Africa is welcoming us to come back and invest. My whole thing is that you got 2 million Africans here. Why haven't they tried to bridge the gap here? Why haven't they come and said, okay, we want to be your backup. You know what I'm saying? Not even on some like, just purely, like altruistic stuff, but just on some, okay, hey, like, let's try to work together. Let's try to do something here. It always involves Black Americans going there and investing a land that we don't know, with people that we don't know, people who we are not a part of, in a place where the infrastructure isn't conducive to really building anything in a way that's easy. You got to have a lot of capital, and you got to have a lot of grit and determination. So to me, it's a strange. To me, it's to be really frank. To me, it's like a scam. It seems like a scam. It's like we're gonna come over here, we're gonna extract resources, we're gonna ignore you over here in your country, send all of this stuff back home, but then under the guise of trying to unite with you, we want to invite you to come and build our homeland. Like, do you understand where I'm coming from, Inuki? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I'm in complete agreement with every last one of y'all. I'm just bringing a different perspective. That's all. I'm just looking at it in a different islands. I look at it as what you're saying. Yes, you guys have every right to feel the way you feel about that, about them coming over here and they go to our schools and they're able to open up businesses, blah blah blah. But that is all that's all premeditated by who we all know who premeditated that. Because from what I understand, some of my African friends, when they were getting their citizenship, they said they sat and watched a whole movie or a documentary about black people. When they were getting their citizenship, they sat there and watched a whole documentary about black people.
One
So
movie?
yeah, they said it was like a 2-hour movie of them watching about how you need to stay away from black people and they're scammers over here and blah blah blah. They're literally being programmed before they even. That's why I said there's a wool. There's a wool like thing put between our faces, so we can't even understand or see each other, and that's why we're not communicating.
Hey,
That
ma'am,
was
which
my
came
original
first?
point.
Ma'am,
So
which
I'm
one
not.
came
So no.
first? Question.
Hold
Which
on.
one? Hold on, hold on.
Wait.
Which came? Hold on,
Let
hold
me
on.
Well,
just
go
say
go.
this.
Cause
Go
she's
ahead, and
babbling.
then we'll let you go.
No, I'm not babbling. I'm just trying to get y'all to understand where I'm coming from because I understand it. I understand what y'all talking about. I've lived there all my life, so I know that y'all be like, okay, y'all coming over here and y'all not even helping us out with the community. You see, we got the hood over here. Why don't you come over here and build up the hood with us, or why don't you come over here and invest with us? I know Africans that's actually doing it, but they don't get no play because why? They rather be looked upon as being like people just rather just look at it like, okay, that was an American person that did that, instead of just really diving deep and asking this person, where'd you
Ma'am,
come
all
from?
black people don't live in the hood.
So
When we talk about
I
building,
know
I got
that,
you.
bro.
I got you.
I don't live in
Can
the
I finish?
hood either. Like, calm
I
down.
got you.
Finish
So
what I
when
gotta
we say,
say.
when we say,
Let me
when we
finish what I
say,
gotta say though, because you keep
Bro,
on
you
getting
ain't
ma'am,
got
you're
defensive.
shit.
You're
You
getting on my
babbling.
just gotta
nerves.
roll with
You're
something with
starting to
that
get
You're
on my
shit,
starting to get
nerves
on
bro.
my
right now.
nerves.
You
You're
ain't got
babbling.
nothing, man.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
not
family. All right,
babbling,
family.
goddamn it.
Calm
I gotta
down.
finish what
Calm
I
down,
had to
family.
say,
And
bro.
Inuki, take a deep breath, ma'am. It's okay.
Like, I
Let's
sat
just.
up here and was quiet for every last one of y'all. After I had said my
Ma'am,
thing, I
go
was
ahead.
literally quiet.
I got you, but now you're babbling. Go ahead.
Now y'all want to sit here and keep on interrupting me when I'm trying to speak.
Go ahead.
Like, where's the respect?
Go
So
ahead.
at the end of the day, I am gonna go ahead. Just be quiet. At the end of the day, I
Wait,
understand what y'all saying. My thing is that I'm bringing a new perspective to the situation because you guys have African, African and Black Americans in the same sentence. There could be a bridge gap. I understand we got our own shit we gotta deal with over here, and maybe we can actually talk to them to actually start investing more over here. That's definitely a possibility. That's what I'm saying.
Got you.
Because
So
at the
anyway,
end of the day, hold on, because I'm not going to land my plane until you be quiet.
ma'am,
you ain't gonna
we
land no
are.
plane on this stage thinking you running the thing because you don't. We was having a wonderful conversation. You don't come up in here and demand nothing. Go ahead,
So
Aaron.
everything that she said, people pointed out. Renee, I pointed out. Renee pointed out. Mark pointed out. Everything that we said. This is how they talk. She refers to we, us, like we're one group, and she has a different flag in her PTR, right? I said they babble. They always want us to go to their country and stimulate their economy. She says, well, I'm trying to bring a new perspective. No, you're bringing an old perspective. We highlighted the fact that historically they always want us to align ourselves with them where it benefits them. This is what she's talking about. And then I myself sit at the political landscape, right? I'm not talking about a group of organization or a person that's doing X, Y, Z. Then she says, well, y'all want us to come here to the hood and stimulate the hood. When we say black, I got you. All black people don't live in the hood. Why is it when we say come build us, a lot of times they always say the hood, the hood, the hood, the hood, right? And I was going to ask her this question because she said they were programmed to think this way as though it's mythificized as to why they practice xenophobia and tribalism. My question to her or any African was, which came first, xenophobia, tribalism, and or the transatlantic slave trade or the Arab slave trade? Because last time I checked, xenophobic tribalism existed before Rome got there. Rome got to North Africa. It existed prior to the Arab slave trade. It existed prior to the transatlantic slave trade. This is why it only took a couple of white people to take over the whole fucking continent. South Africa, 60 white men in 1652 took over all of South Africa. The only way that's possible is because they're not monolithic. That's it. So when they say, well, this was put in their minds and blah, 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 it existed long before they encountered non-African motherfuckers. And it's still going on today. And all they do is perpetuate what already existed. But Foundation Black Americans has extended that olive branch, even went to the country of the continent of Africa, tried to help out fighting wars that was happening on the continent of Africa, right? When have they come here in large mass or at the political landscape and reciprocated the same advocacy? When? I'm still waiting for one of them not to babble and specifically answer that question without talking about an individual doing it or an organization. I'm talking about the political landscape. They can't do it.
Because they're not our political friends. They're not our political allies. Actually, collectively, they postured as our political enemies. And this is what we're trying to wake up here. And I just want to just kind of throw it out to the room that what we're saying is not about being xenophobic. It's not about hate. You know, I do think that's a lot of projecting. We are the current generation. We are the ones that are holding it down for the people who are coming after us. And what we are calling out is a pattern of undermining from certain groups of people who immigrate to this country and look like us. There's so many receipts. There's so many instances on both a macro political level, but even on an individual level. And this is why we're having this conversation. So I just wanted to throw that out there. The topic of the room: why don't African Americans want to be African? This is a spinoff room, and what we're talking, and we are speaking to the title. It's black. Most of us, all of us, monitor Black Americans, and what we're really calling out is the nonsense. And we're sort of, pointing to the need for delineation. We are in the dispensation of reparations, the second Reconstruction for our people, and as we proceed. First, we got to clean house, as Brother Thug put it. We got to clean house. We got to clean our own backyard. We got to start calling some stuff out. We got to start naming what is what and who is who. So that's what we're doing in this space. I see we have some more folks. We got Sister Net on the stage. We had a bit of a queue. Sharik Rashid has joined us. Alex has joined us.
And
So,
Mark, you can bring that lady back up if she wants to speak, but she has got that whole demanding, that nasty attitude. We're not doing that.
I think she left though, so I think we're good. Thanks for that, sis. And Sarek, I don't know if I'm saying your name right.
Mark, after that, can I ask a question?
Yeah, we got you, brother, Mr. French. We're gonna just put a bookmark on that question. So, Sarek, did you go? Because you've been in and out. I don't know if you had a chance to go. Oh, you're in the matrix.
You're in a deep matrix. You can't even hear it clear.
All right, so we're gonna go with Sister Net, Brother Rashid, Brother Alex, and then Brother Mr. French. You can ask your question.
Good morning, y'all. Thanks for bringing me up, Mark. I appreciate it. This is a great room. Sorry I missed it. I really don't have much to add because I came up to speak to what she was saying, but unapologetic. Covered it very, very well. So I'll yield for now. Thank you.
All right.
Name is Net.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Rashid.
Yes. Yeah, man. Everything about apologetic touch, he actually telling the truth, man. We've been tricked to think that we come from Africa. We never came from Africa, man. Africa's not our friend, man, because they side with the white supremacy, side with the enemy. When they come over here, they here to replace us and take over our spot. They don't socialize with us when they come over here. And I'm tired we being told to go back to Africa and all that. Nah, this is our land and we belong here. And we are indigenous to this land. And I am tired of that, man. And the day, we got to build, like Doug Boogie said, we got to visit our backyard. We got to look out for our own. We can't be helping everybody economy. Everybody is already benefiting off us now. We got to stop looking to help everybody else. We got to take care of our own power. Nobody else not helping us. Why are we going around trying to go over to Africa and get their comedy up. Come on now. That's we're being used like guinea pig, bro. Wake the hell up. These Africans don't give a damn about us. They don't give a fuck about us. We gotta worry about us. Foundation of Black American. We gotta worry about us. We are in a crisis mode right now. We worry about trying to help other people. Man, get the hell fuck Africa. I say it too. Fuck Africa. They don't give a damn about us. And I'm saying, I don't care who get mad. I don't mean getting nobody there. I'm just being honest. We got to look out for ourselves. Look out for our own Black Foundation of Black Americans. Because we've been conditioned to think they want us to think. And we got to help everybody. We got to start looking out for ourselves and clean our backyard and straighten our problem. Because we got a lot of problems we got to straighten out. Because we worry about going over to motherland, help them build their economy up. Nah, man, we got to help ourselves. It start with us first. We got to look out for us. Stop trying to look out to help other people that ain't gonna give a damn about you. They don't give a damn. They are here to replace us, to take your spot. They're not here to bear with you. I'm just being honest. They're not here to bear with us. All these Africans that's over here, they look out for their own people. They're not looking out for us. Where are they doing? They're being told not to fuck with us anyway. And plus, they was told they sold us to slavery. Be honest with you. They ain't care. They don't give a fuck. They look at you like you ain't no good. You lazy bomb. They look at us like we ain't no good. All we do is scare people and rob people. In the day, fuck them. I say my own eye. Fuck Africa. That's all I'm saying. And look out for us and build our own foundation of America and prosper from that. And I pass my mic.
Here's the
Wait, can I
difference.
jump in? Go ahead.
Real quick, my brother, my oldest brother, lived in Sierra Leone for many years. He had 5 children there. Because of situations, he ended up moving back to America. Although the children were already grown up, they went to college in America. They are African Americans. They are fully acclimated to America, and they are my nieces and nephews. And my one niece got her PhD in psychiatric medicine from Cal State something. And I asked her at the beginning of the pandemic what was what was she going to do next? And she says, "Well, I am going to work with the immigrant children." And I understood that. Plus, she's my niece, but I understood that because she is an immigrant. Even though she's in my family, she's still an immigrant. And I understood her taking that position in the same way your vice president looks out for her own people, but that's a horse of another color. But I say that to say I am Black American. My nieces and nephews are African American. And there is a big difference. There's a cultural difference. Even though we're in the same family, culturally, we're completely different. Thank you, Elaine.
So can
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
I address something real quick? Just real quick.
Yes,
People
ma'am.
in
Go
the
ahead.
chat, they constantly and repeatedly keep saying that we need to focus on the true enemy, which is white supremacy. We need to take our grievances to America. They're the true issue. And this is what happens when you have a number of people that come from an environment where race consciousness hasn't been activated. They're unaware that we've been fighting this shit for several hundred years. And that fight is what made it possible for them to come over here and to be able to contribute to this. So telling us to do something we've already been doing with such might and such confidence is really comical to me, because that goes to show that you're completely unaware of the Black American plight and what we represent and what we're all about. We are the ones that's been fighting this and dealing with this and successful to an extent that you are able to come here and live off of it. You are able to look at us, and then they keep bringing up this hood shit. Oh, criminals, we're killing each other. And that's that whole white racist thought frame and way of thinking. If they were actually to take the time to understand, again, Black American and Black America, they would know that a substantial amount of us are not criminals. Majority of us are not baby mamas. The Black on Black crime impacts a small a small sector of the population. Stop comparing a small sector of the Black American population to an entire continent of fucking I just name one word to describe the entire continent of Africa in terms of what's happening to the people and the dehumanizing that's going on by other fellow Africans. Like people say, y'all want to talk about Black Americans and how we're living and what's going on with us, and you're using a small, a small sector to define that. But when we talk about Africa, why is it that you move and migrate to America instead of going to another part of Africa? Because at every which way you turn, the shit is the same. Whereas in Black America, we don't live like that. Majority of us, we don't go to slums every which way we turn. That's not how we live. And we're definitely first world. We're not all criminals. We're not all baby mamas. And we have always, it's innate in us, it's inherent in us to fight and deal with white racism. And that includes the white racist thoughts that come from you all as well. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
And let me just add this, because
Watch too much YouTube.
yeah, and just to add, just like a little bit of scholarship, and I put the receipts at the top. You got to do a little digging. If you dig enough through the article, because they're linked to links, you can actually go to the original source, which is the Department of Justice, and they did a study over a 10-year period. I forget the time frame, but it showed that less than 1% of Black people commit a violent crime in any given year over that 10-year period. So we're talking about less than 1% of 40 million people commit violent crimes in any given year, according to the Department of Justice, over a 10-year period that they studied. So we understand that whole trope about Black violence is a part of the white supremacist strategy, because what white supremacy does is that it puts a microscope on issues in our communities, and it uses the media apparatus to create a narrative as if that is the majority of people. And we know it's not. Black people, I'm talking about real Black people, most of us know that's not true. We know that that's like propaganda. But you have these colonizers who look like us, who are coming over here, and they're trying to use that propaganda to excuse their anti-Blackness. And for me, that's what it is. And I'm using this very specific language because I believe we gotta call out what they're doing for what it is. They are colonizers. We got to get over this mindset, oh, they're Black and they're no. These people are coming over here to benefit. They're coming over here to extract resources. They don't give a damn about you. And they're more than willing to use anti-Black tropes in order to further their own agenda. That's not everybody, but it's the majority of y'all. At least the ones I've experienced in this country. Even the ones that are nice. I have so many like friends, especially when I really didn't understand a lot of these things. I would have these African friends, and I felt like, okay, well, we can connect because I've spent a lot of time on the continent. Usually, I've connected with folks, whether it's through work or through whatever social situation. Letting them know, yeah, I've visited the continent. We'll kind of connect on that, and it'll be cool. But there's always this point where their anti-Blackness comes out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they sound just like white supremacists. I think we got to pay attention to that. And I'm not saying that they think like that because of their ethnicity or their race. They think like that because they are here to assimilate to the American construct. They're here to assimilate to the culture of anti-Blackness and white supremacy.
And they think,
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
And when you get done, I had a question for you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm done.
And they think they better than us. When they come over here, they think they better than us. Well,
Not only that,
they think they better than us. They think they smarter than us. All that. When they come over here,
Can I ask a question?
But hold on,
and
no,
then
I just said I had a question.
that debunks that. And we have information that debunks that. And to the people that are saying that other Africans do migrate to other African countries, that's another point I'm making. You all go to other places to extract the resources of that country rather than to contribute. You never migrate in an effort to build and you never take the time to stay and build in your own country. You go to other countries, you extract resources, you hoard it to yourself and your families, and you do nothing to contribute back to the overarching community in which you relocated to. It's all take, gimme. That's it. I'm done.
Hey, Mark, and so you said you've lived on the continent of Africa, right? So, y'all, we've all heard Africans say, well, our country is fairly new. It wasn't founded until 1960 or 1970. It's new. It's young, blah, blah, blah. But over there, we've also heard them say, well, a lot of them say their tribe, they see their tribe as a country. They don't acknowledge the white man-made borders of said country. We've all heard them say that, right? So if they stay consistent with what they're saying, if your tribe is a country and you don't acknowledge these white, like Nigeria was named by a white woman, if you don't acknowledge these white man-made borders of your country, then your ethnic group, i.e. nation, is older than the white man's country where the white men or white women have named your country. So if you really think about it, then your country is older than the country you're saying that you belong to. And I find that odd because I've gotten into arguments when they be like, well, some will say, well, my country wasn't founded until 1960, the white man's version, right? But then they'll say, well, my ethnic group is, we don't see our ethnic group, we see as a nation. Like I heard a lot of Nigerians say that, Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, so on and so forth. And I'm like, does that not predate the transatlantic slave trade? Does that, if we go off that logic, don't that nation predate the Arab slave trade? It's like they never stay consistent in what they say. And if you really think about it, even if we acknowledge the fact that, okay, these white man-made countries were started in the 60s and 50s and 40s, right? We were fighting civil rights in the same time frame. America was moving from overt racism to covert racism, which happened in the 1970s. This is the memorandum. You can see this in the memorandum of record written to Richard Nixon by Moynihan. 1970. He suggests, page 7, first sentence, America must start exhibiting benign neglect towards foundational Black Americans because they were martyring the Black Panthers and other pro-Black leaders. And then it was coined in 1977. So this was America's attempt to do what the Europeans had done throughout centuries, create a buffer class between the subjugated and those in power. That's what they did with colonialism as they moved to imperialism. And here's why I'm bringing all this up, y'all. I don't know how many times I didn't heard them say, well, I don't have any familiarity with racism because the person that's subjugating us looks like me. There aren't a lot of white people in our country. I'm like, well, hold up. Imperialism and colonialism is the Europeans' version of racism on the continent of Africa. Apartheid was South Africa's white people's version of racism. Jim Crow is America's version of racism, right? And I'm like, and then they still didn't get it. So I was like, let me help you out. Colonialism is when they put someone in power that looks like the conquering nation. Imperialism is when they put someone in power that looks like the conquered. The correlation between the two is the intent the objective to continue to exploit the people and the resources. This is why you don't have a familiarity, air quotes, don't have a familiarity with racism, all while still being subjugated by the same white racist motherfuckers. And then not only are you being subjugated, but you perpetuate the same shit when you come here to America, even with the slave trade. Then when you come here to America by delineating from us and getting involved in our politics to harm foundational Black Americans, all while trying to leech tether off of us. This is why foundational Black Americans don't want to call ourselves African nothing.
Well,
we ain't the same.
You make a good point, but I mean, the thing is that.
Well, hold on, Monty. We have some other people that have been waiting.
I wanted to respond directly to his point.
Okay, well, just hold off, just because we've been we've been going back and forth for a while. So I want to let Alex go, and then when you go, you can submit and then respond to Unapologetic as well. Alex, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can hear you.
I have some questions actually first. Because the feeling I get most often whenever I'm in these rooms where African is being discussed, and from the African American perspective, especially when it comes to rooms that advocate for ADOS and FBAs and so on, one trend is that first they look at history in the past and they try to generalize the African experience. They try to project modern identities back to the past to justify their agendas of division. What I mean by that is when someone says African sold us to slavery, there was no African, right? The identities that resulted in the dynamics back then that resulted from one tribe selling another tribe and so on have nothing to do with our modern identities, what Africa is concerned and what African American is concerned, which means that some of you guys have ancestors who are or who were part or belong to tribes who sold people, and some of you have ancestors
who belonged to tribes who were sold. And it's the same in the continent. So when you look in the past and try to project this modern identity back then to justify the division, it's just that, an attempt to divide.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's unpack that, because you're talking to somebody who has done a lot of research on this.
Yeah.
And let me first say this. You all divided when you came over. First of all, we were first divided when Africans sold us out. And these were Africans. We understand that there were different ethnic groups. So I'm not really understanding why you're trying to, like as if those groups weren't African. The Yoruba were African. The Igbo were African. The Asante were African. The Fanti were African. The Gan were African. These are African people who sold us. We know who they are.
They did that's wrong. They never back
but
then,
hold on, because I'm coming. I'm coming.
They never identified as Africans.
Hold on, Alex, because you're talking semantics. But I just named for you very specific ethnic groups.
But they were not African. That's what I'm saying.
Alex, mute your mic for a second, because you want to argue semantics. I just named the specific groups. So that shows you that when we say Africans, just like we say Europeans brought us. It wasn't every European, right? The people from Slovenia weren't engaged in the slave trade. The people from Latvia weren't engaged in the slave trade, but the British, the Dutch, the Danish were, and they were all Europeans. So let's not play that semantics game. I just want to first hold on. I'm coming. I first wanted to point out that the first point of division was when you all sold us out hundreds of years ago. Now, yes, to your point, some of us do have lineage of some of the groups that sold us, but also you cannot have that conversation without talking about the groups of people who were wholly displaced and genocided because of the slave trade. We also have the blood in our veins of the people who no longer exist on the continent because of the slave trade. There were an estimated 10 to 12 million people sold out for 300 years.
Can you give me 1 minute now, please?
No.
1 minute.
Let me land my plane. I'm gonna let you go because I want to break this down for you. And I implore you to listen with your ears. I implore you to listen to understand so that you can understand why, because I'm going somewhere with this. Okay? So you all always want to talk about how we might have lineage, which you don't know because you don't know who our ancestors are, or people who sold us. But a lot of our lineage are the people who were displaced because it was systematic. The people who lived along the coast, those ethnic groups that had those relationships with the Europeans, those were the people that were going into the interior and kidnapping people and ransacking and having wars with different groups and selling them out. So our lineage also includes those people who no longer exist. And we cannot talk about one without talking about the other. This is also, hold on, Alex, because this is where I'm going. When we were put on those ships, we were sold out for umbrellas and beads and alcohol and Ankara, all of that stuff, right? We were sold out for that, for the weapons and the gunpowder and the cannons, so y'all could fight each other. We had to forge a new identity and a new culture where we had to let go of all of that tribal, all of that, that ethnic conflict, and we had to come together as one. And the culture that developed, the culture that we forged from that is a culture that really respects freedom, that loves all Black people, no matter where they are. So while we were forging that culture, and while our ancestors were fighting for their freedom in the Civil War, your leaders on the continent were selling out their own people. Like the Yoruba did. I think that treaty was 1862, the secession of Lagos, where those leaders sold out the industry in Yoruba land, and they sold out all of that stuff to the British for a pension. And even when we talk about in 1807, when the British forbade the slave trade, it was the Africans who were writing the British Parliament, imploring them to not stop it. As a matter of fact, it was the British who had to make them stop it. Today, you still have these ethnic conflicts. Today, Nigeria, the same place that was known as being the slave coast between Nigeria and Benin, is still the epicenter of human trafficking and kidnappings and ritual killings. And those same dynamics were in place during the slave trade. So the reason why we call that out is because when you all come over here and you start and you play these games, we understand spiritually that was probably what our ancestors were experiencing. This thing when you come over here and you want to denigrate us as a whole ethnic group and create a slur for us as an ethnic group. This is why we're calling it out. So no, sir, that's not. Don't get up on the stage and pretend like we don't understand the slave trade, because we do. And the problem here is that we moved our ancestors, whether or not they were involved, they moved past it and they created a whole new culture. And you all are still hanging on to the fundamental elements that got us here in the first place. And let me land with this. The reason we got here because Africans sold us, and those same dynamics, the uneven trade relationship you have with the West, where you are a source of raw materials and you give that away in exchange for finished goods, which is why you always have to devalue your currency. You're this place that has all of these natural resources, but you're importing everything. You're still engaged in that, horrible trade relationship with the West. You're still exporting some of your best and brightest, and you're still aligning ideologically with white supremacy because you love white things. You love white products. You love white education. You love white values. That's how we got here in the first place. Alex, did you want to respond to that?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
I
you
have a
that you gave
question
me a
real quick,
minute
Mark.
because I really
I'm sorry,
thought
go ahead.
I will never get the chance to talk. This is the point. First point, you said not every African, I'm using semantics, and the Europeans also, when we say Europeans, not every European. The point is just that this identity was already carved, so to say. Europeans were already Europeans as opposed to us. And just to continue, I belong to the Ambundu people of Angola. The dynamic was no different. What happened was when the Portuguese came in the Congolese coast, they weaponized the Congolese elite. So as a result, I don't want to go into details, but the largest group who were sold into slavery were the Ambundu people. That's why Brazil is as filled with people as it is, as filled with black people as it is. Most of them are ethnically from Angola and so on. But once you start reading into history, you get to understand what actually really played out, right? There is this Congolese king who wrote letters to Portugal repeatedly to point out that because there was legal and illegal sellings. In the beginning, when the European came, they traded, right? They traded with the kingdoms they found. I'm talking on the Angolan context. I cannot talk about Northwest Africa as a whole, but to my history, when they came, they weaponized the elite, the rulers, and they traded people, right? The elite
Wait,
of the
hold on. Let me
too many
hold on a
males were
second.
being sold.
Hold on,
And there was a lack
on.
of male
Hold on,
people.
Alex.
Let me just land
Alex.
once, at least one.
No, this is a discourse. I want to understand, what do you mean by they weaponized the elite? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Will you allow me to respond now?
Yeah, if you want to answer the question, I just want to make sure
When I
I'm
say
following what you're
weaponized,
saying.
by weaponized, what do I mean by weaponized elite? The Congo Kingdom and the Ndongo Kingdom, like the Ndongo was a subsidiary state, right? There are many other kingdoms around Congo that were subsidiary to the Congo. That was a system that was growing organically. We had our disputes. Sometimes some kingdoms were receding from the, let's call federation, whatever. We were receding, right? They don't want to be under the Congo dominion, right? When the Europeans came, the Congo was fragile in the sense that there were a lot of civil wars. Many kingdoms were receding from that contraption that they were creating, and Congo was weak. So what they did is, in the moment they came, they saw, okay, there is this system. They are like at the top. They have all these sub-kingdoms, so to say. What they did was as soon as the Portuguese came, the Congolese king converted to Christianism. He was baptized. You see, the idea was, okay, I don't want to lose my dominion. I don't want my kingdom isn't tumult. So they had this powerful weapon.
He's talking about
And that's what I mean by weaponizing. They studied the social dynamics of the place. They studied the hierarchies, and they use divide and conquer. This is where the term comes from. They study how it works, who they respect, which kingdom is placed higher, and they then use that against the people they find there.
I literally spoke to that already, fam. You ain't saying nothing that has not already been said.
What? Yeah, okay. But my point was, from the beginning, you cannot then look to the past and then bring modern dynamics, modern identities, go to the past and then project it there just to make an argument. This is what I'm arguing against. Because when you say it, Africans, that's not how it played out. We did not see us as Africans.
Bro, this is what I'm having an issue
black.
with.
It translates to black.
Look, I get it. I get your point, but this
as Africans.
This is what I have an issue with. This passive language that you're using, and this is why I asked you, what do you mean by they weaponize the elite? You know what? You just use passive language that just basically took the onus off of Africans to protect the realm. No. Hold on. I'm coming.
Don't they do it to yourself
You took the onus off of Africans to protect the realm and to engage in diplomacy, understanding that, you got to be smart, you got to be strategic. You took all of the onus off of them, and you infantilized them. You made it. You made it. Hold on, Alex, because I'm coming, because I hear this a lot. Like, we've heard this all before, Alex. You're not bringing anything significant to the conversation. You're doing what Africans tend to do when we have these conversations, which is basically put all of the onus on the Europeans, as if Africans were just these infantile, weak, dumb. And I don't believe that the ancestors were that. I believe that they were greedy and corrupt.
Yes,
and you cannot pretend like they were divided and conquered because they were practicing tribalism.
They were easy to divide and conquer because they
were humans. And this is my point. And this is my point, Alex. Let me land here, because this is my point. And you all are coming over here and you're bringing that same mindset. And this is a part of the problem. No, hold on, Alex, because you're gonna hear this, because you need to. All of y'all need to hear this. Those I'm talking to the Africans specifically. You have that same mindset of being easily duped, but not because you're dumb, but because you have all of this tribalism. It's easy to pit one against the other because you have that mindset. That's why, according to at least somebody in the room, this is why you can be showed a video disparaging Black Americans and just run with it. It's easy. Because you still have that in your cultures. And this is why we're not the same.
So Mark, technically, Mark, hold on, Alex. Mark, they were, dude. All the white man did was come in and perpetuate what already existed.
What was already going on, right?
Now.
But it's not everywhere. That's what I'm saying. Not all of Africa
so Alex, over on the continent of Africa, hey, Alex, in your country, are each ethnic groups, are they fighting over resources?
No, this is the point.
What? Listen. Are you telling me in your country, what tribe do you belong to?
I am Ambundu. In Angola, such a thing as tribalism.
Hold on, stop. You notice you said you belong to, hold on. What's the name of your tribe?
I am Angolan. I am Ambundu.
Right, and that's inside Angola, right? The country Angola, correct?
Yes.
Right. Do you see other people from the other tribes? Do you see them as the same as your tribe?
Yes. This is why
all of y'all are one big ass tribe. Then why is there different names?
Yes, I said not the entire. That's why I was you.
Okay, let me hold on before you get to babbling, man. Stop, Alex, stop, man, because y'all babble. Stop. I'm going to ask you yes or no questions. The other tribes, Alex, stop. The other tribes, Alex. The other tribes. The fact that there are other tribes with a different name proves that you do not see each other as one.
What? Germany has different tribes. What is your point?
What the fuck is you? Listen, man. Here in America, right? The largest ethnic group in America. Stop. Now you just contradicted yourself. You walk right into it and contradicted yourself, and you don't even know what the fuck you just did, Alex. Here in America, listen, here in America, the largest white ethnic group is German Americans. Then there's an Italian American caucus. White ethnic groups have their own caucus here in America. But the one thing that they do that y'all motherfuckers don't do is they don't put nothing above the needs of their race, white. On the continent of Africa, y'all don't see yourselves as black until y'all get here and try to tether yourselves against us with us.
Ambundu means black. I just told you
Got
that
you.
translates
So
to
what's
black.
the tribe? So what's the other tribes' names? What's the other tribes' names?
There are Kikongo tribes, there are the Chokwe, there are the
Thank you.
Ngangelas, there are many
Keep going.
tribes in Angola.
Got you.
It's just
So
their
at the
ethnic
political
group.
landscape, hold on. At the political landscape in your country, are each tribes advocating for resources for their group? Yes or no?
What do you mean? We are Angolans. The agenda is national.
In your country, Alex, in your country, all those tribes that you just named, at the political landscape, I'm gonna ask you this question again. Stop it. I'm gonna ask you a question again because y'all babble a lot.
Ethnic lines, for example, in
Hold on,
Ethiopia.
fam.
It's not
But
everywhere.
it's not just an ethnic group in your country. Those are political groups in your country as well. So I'm actually, you're not talking to people who don't know their shit, bruh. So in your country, at the political landscape, those ethnic slash political groups, hold on, stop, Alex. At those ethnic groups slash political groups in your country, are they not fighting, advocating, promoting, fighting against each other for resources for their political groups? Yes or no?
We are not fighting. There is no fight
Okay,
in
man.
Angola.
All right, so there's no cannibalism
So can
going
I
on there.
rephrase the question?
So there's no, hold on, last question. Is there cannibalism going on in it? Hold on, fam. Is there cannibalism going on in Angola right now?
What is wrong?
Is there cannibalism going on? Yes or no?
Bro, where did you get cannibalism, bro?
Hold on, stop. In Angola, man, just answer the motherfucking question. I'm asking you yes or no questions.
It's funny though. No, but
there's no, listen, man. Is there cannibalism, Alex, is there cannibalism going on in Angola right now?
No, but why though?
You heard what he said, right? Y'all heard what he said, right? He said no.
Yeah.
It's on you, Nat.
Where did you get cannibalism?
All right, Sister Net, I think she wanted to ask a question.
What is going on?
So I was going to rephrase the question to Alex. So I think Alex was trying to articulate the point that within Angola, there are a number of different groups. Yes, can you just very briefly answer? Are they different ethnic groups in Angola? Yes or no?
Yes.
But within those ethnic groups, are they advocating for resources for lineage or ethnic specific? And or are they advocating for resources because you said it's for national? So is it a combination of, although they are asking for things that are ethnic specific, they are also asking for things that are national specific? That's yes or no?
No, this is the thing. The let's say.
So is it national?
Let's say if
or
you belong
ethnic
to an ethnic
specific?
group, can I respond?
I just let me rephrase. Is it ethnic or national?
All agendas, the economic agenda of my country is goes under the economic line, a national level, so to say. Like if you belong to an ethnic group and you are in province X and the resources are mostly coming from this province, the government writes that this province this jurisdiction will get X% of the revenue of the resources. So this is how you write laws under the national lines and not ethnic based, you know? It's just like, okay, most of it is coming from this province, it will get X% of the resources. This is how we write. Also, because the main dispute, at least in the context of Angola, was about capitalism versus communism, right? And then at one point, the communist side won the civil war. We fought like 30 years of civil war. So you have to study the different geopolitics on different African countries, understand how they roll. It's not everywhere the same. Not everyone has this very tribal or whatever. It's not everywhere the same. The continent has 50 plus countries. Like to paint everyone as the same is it's ignorant. And if you go to do your research, most enslaved Africans from the slave trade were Ambundu. They were like the first group, the number one group, because the Portuguese were the one trading with the British, trading with the Spanish. They were taking many people from the Congos, from Angola. That was the place that came the most. After later in the 1700s, That's when they started taking more from Northwest Africa.
May I
So
ask a
Mike,
question?
I have one final question for Alex. One final question. So you mentioned, if I understood you correctly, there are multiple ethnic groups in Angola. Each of those ethnic groups, apparently, for the most part, probably live separate from the other group. They develop and produce resources. The government says, okay, this group produce this, so that they get this amount. That group produce this, they get that. Are there ever any conflict amongst the various different ethnic groups because of competition? Is there competition amongst them groups in which they begin to be in conflict?
No.
So you're saying to me that despite human nature, that in a country,
Not despite, you see, you are looking for what you are trying, the same.
no. What I'm trying to say is, because it everywhere, I say human nature,
Yeah,
human
yeah.
nature. If one group is not getting access to resources that they need to survive for their ethnicity, are you saying that they're just going to be humble in that space and not attempt to compete with the other ethnic group that is producing and have access to the resources? Are you saying that that's
let
not
me just
happening?
let me just tell you why the social dynamics matter. The government in my country, the capital, the people there are so intermixed that there is no, like, the people in government are pretty much from every group. They can trace from everywhere. So the government itself, the capital, is very mixed. That was a result of the war as well. People were dislocating from the interior of the country to the capital to escape the civil war. And this civil war lasted for 37 years. So the social dynamics matter. You cannot drive these lines. Angolans are very nationalistic. Like, we see ourselves more as Angolans, right? Maybe, just maybe, because the largest group, and like by a margin, are mostly Mbundus, right? It's like close to 70% Mbundu. But the people in the other minority groups, you can call it, so just what the percentage is concerned. All of us, we see us under our identity, and Southern Africa as a whole defeated imperialism together. Like, if you look at Zimbabwe, the history of Zimbabwe, Namibia, when we look what was going on in South Africa with apartheid and shit, most of the southern countries inclined toward communism. So that was almost like a collective effort. We fought wars. Like, when you listen to people like Mugabe, or when you listen about the Angolan communist revolution, etc., we just roll different. It's not like the same thing. So to look at the continent, that's why I keep saying, to look at the continent and then try to project your perspective that is not based in knowledge. You don't study each country in Africa.
In that
50
part.
plus is whatever.
Can I ask Alex a question?
I have a question.
Okay, y'all, hold on for a second. Just hold on for 1 second, because Alex, I just want to clear some things up, because you, again, we've had a lot of these conversations, and you've done what a lot of people do in these conversations, which is kind of interject things that aren't being said. No one on this stage said that all of Africa is the same. What I am saying, and I'll speak for myself, is that in order to displace and ship off 10 to 12 million people, and those are just the ones that actually were put on those ships. We're not even talking about all of the ones that were genocided through the wars and the raids and the kidnappings and all of those things, where people didn't actually make it on those ships. In order to make that happen, there has to be certain things in place. And when you study the slave trade across the board, what you find in place are these tribal wars and these conflicts and this instability. And we have to remember that, because they kept really good records, right? We have to remember that they were buying arms from the Europeans to capture, it wasn't just to capture other Africans. It was for imperialistic reasons, and it was to dominate other groups. And one of the default, or one of the consequences of that were people being shipped off into slavery. You cannot,
Okay,
sir.
how many
Hold on, Alex.
anti-colonial
Hold on,
wars do you
sir.
know?
Hold on, Alex. Hold on, Alex. You cannot gloss over that
and pretend like that did not happen. Excuse
I
me,
never
sir.
did.
Yeah, but I'm. This is not just for you; it's for the whole room. You cannot gloss over that and pretend like that didn't happen, and pretend like the first point of genocide wasn't, at least against our ancestors, was not at the hands of Africans, because it was. Now, that's not to say that we're not going to hold the Europeans accountable for their chattel, for their vile chattel slavery, and for and how they, and their racism, and their exploitation of our labor to create wealth for themselves. Oh yeah, we coming from that check, but we also haven't forgotten about Africa. So I really, what I was pushing back on is this thing of, it's really not that complicated. We understand the instability, and the dynamics. We understand the trade dynamics. We understand how this happened. So
Can you answer to my question, brother?
What was your question, sir?
What about the several times that is recorded history that these same tribes that at some point fought against each other joined forces to fight colonialism? How many of these wars do you know, and how many of them are you interested?
You know what? It doesn't matter, because to me that's
okay.
like that's like a white.
Okay.
Hold on. Just let me explain to you why that doesn't matter. Because you all say these things as if these people were fighting the Europeans, but for us, no, they were fighting to protect themselves, because over time, because you have to remember, there was a timeline for the slave trade that spanned it over 3 centuries. So over time, as they depopulated their region, as you had the socio-political environment became more unstable, they became vulnerable to domination by the Europeans. So they were fighting against that. That's not a, you don't get a cookie for that. You know what I'm saying?
That's just wrong though. Like,
no, it's not. It's not. Just like,
let me just finish.
Okay, no, hold on. Just let me say,
You don't like the truth.
because this is where I wanted to land. To me, that sounds just like white people. They created a whole apparatus where they systematically exploited our labor for hundreds of years, and did it through force. They had forced labor camps. I don't use that plantation nonsense. No, these were forced labor camps where our ancestors were forced to work at the threat of violence. This took place in America for hundreds of years, throughout the Americas for hundreds of years. So, just because you have some abolitionists who were also racist, by the way, many of them, just because you have some abolitionists who, fought for, emancipation or whatever, that doesn't take the society at large off the hook. Because if that wasn't embedded in the culture of that society, there would be no need for abolitionists. Just like if you all weren't practicing this type of tribalism that led to you all warring with each other and selling other Africans out, there would be no need for you all to come together to try to fight against the Europeans.
But
you don't get the scapegoat.
That can be said of African Americans owning slaves as well. Like, this is the same. It's not like
now here you go. So since
looked at their kings.
Hold on. Hold on. You're not going to do that shit, because you're not going to compare. First of all, there was those who had slaves for profit. There was a very small percentage of people. The majority of people who were buying enslaved people were buying their family members. Sir, you're not going to compare that. You're not going to do this false parallel thing where you compare that with the millions of people that were sold out for the continent and the other millions that were killed in the process. No, sir.
No, millions were kidnapped. Some few were sold.
No, they were not. No, sir. No, that's not true. And I'm going to post a link at the top here. That is false. And the records show that is false. No,
can't prove nothing.
You can't prove nothing. You know what, sir? Listen. There is a resource that I would like for you to look up. It's called Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. This is the problem with these conversations, because you guys don't like facts. Now, the thing about the slave trade is that the slave trade fostered the advent of modern business practices such as accounting. So there were records kept of the trade. There were records kept of the things that we were exchanged for. And the vast majority of people, this was a trade relationship. It wasn't these Europeans didn't just come in and start kidnapping all of these people. Maybe they
never said that.
Some of that happened toward the end after you had already been weakened, which is why you started to have some of these groups resist. But for the vast majority of the slave trade, it was a relationship that they had with these African coastal nation states that were willing participants going
But this
in,
is not how I
warring.
learned my history, brother. This
But
is not how I
listen, can
learned
I
my
chime
history.
in?
May I have a
Can I,
question?
wait, let me
This
chime in. I just want to make one thing. Mark, thank you for all of that. But let's make there were according to my studies, there were some African nations that did not want to be complicit and participate. But what the Europeans, along with other African nations that were complicit, what they would do is they would weaken those nations to the point where, in order for them to survive or have or to even exist, they were forced, their hand was forced. There were some
divide and
nations.
conquer.
Stop. This is not only, but the point Mark is making is, although some of those nations did exist, according to what we've learned, an overwhelming majority were complicit. But then those that majority had a negative impact on the minority, and then voila, here it is. So I just wanted to point out, not that I was not to go against what either you are saying. I'm just saying that there are two truths, and what within that truth, one side seems to be heavier than the other in terms of most appear to have been complicit, whereas that minority that weren't, their hand was forced and they were, and this is what happened.
Right,
Mark,
and that's and
Mark,
that's and that's
Mark,
and that was the
what do
bigger
you know
point.
about
Hold
the
on, Alex. Hold
Quanta
on, Alex,
Wars?
because what Alex said, this is what I was pushing back against. Alex was saying that the majority of people were kidnapped, and I'm assuming he's talking about kidnappings by Europeans. I should have tried to tease that out a little bit more. But there is a lot of research that shows that there were 5 predominant means by which people were sold off. The number one was warfare. It was different groups warring with each other, and yeah, the Europeans pitted them against each other through the trade because they were trading weaponry and armor. But you cannot let Africans off the hook. We're not going to let you do that, Alex. We're not going to let you sit up here and try to make this false parallel with what was going on
I
here in the
never
United
did.
States.
I never
I have a
did.
question.
I never
Oh,
did
but
at any point.
Williams, did you want to go and ask
Yes,
a question?
yes. I'd like to know, the different groups were warring, and then the one group was taken over and sold into the slave trade. Did they keep documentation of the different groups that might have been wiped out and sold into slavery, so that it's like a list of groups that we can possibly look at to see, for our history?
Can you
So
repeat that question? I apologize.
just like we know that it was different groups that sold groups into slavery, but is there any ledger of the groups that was like wiped out and sold into slavery? Are there any names of those groups that were actually sold into slavery?
Yes, there's a lot of information. I actually packed that away in the crate because we did a room on this, Mark. I don't know if you recall when we did the room about a year ago this time, or was it earlier this year? I don't remember,
Now, I
but
think it was February, Black History
yeah.
Month.
Yeah. So I packed that away. So I can call, I can't recall the exact nations specifically. Maybe some people on the stage. I think Alex gave the names of some. So Alex is still on the stage and he can probably answer for some, or at least from Angola. But yes, that information is available, and there are some sites that I can bring up if you give me a minute, where I was able to get a lot of my resources from and books.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Alex, real quick. You said that your tribe, Umbundu, means black. So what would the names of the other tribes mean then?
The Mbundu suffix translates to black or person who is black. I don't know much of the other of the meaning of the other tribes. My mother is Bakongo, so my mother is Bakongo, but my father is Mbundu. Because of the history of Angola and how long colonialism perdured in Angola, many of us, especially in the capital, like in the coastal cities, right? Most of us don't speak native languages, but as you go to the interior provinces, is where the people are culturally more linked to the past. So I personally I speak Portuguese and English and other languages. I am learning Kimbundu now, but that's it.
So is Ubuntu, was it created as a response to colonialism?
No, that's just
so you were calling yourselves a name meaning black before you encountered white people?
Yes, that it means people, like person who is black.
But how could you no wait. How can you consider yourself black before you encounter people who are not black?
What do you mean by that? Their skin is black. So you are trying to tell me. Wait, you are trying to.
No, I'm not trying to tell you anything.
That we have no. You are trying to tell me that people could only describe their skin tone as black or something else if they encounter.
I'm saying
the opposite.
I'm saying that would be the only reason to.
No, that's just you don't know. You don't know. I personally don't know because I don't speak the language, right? I'll give you another example.
It's just a logical conclusion for me.
It's not really like. Let me tell you
So you don't speak the language that your tribe is named in?
What?
You don't speak the language that your tribe is named in?
No, I don't speak the language because I grew culturally. I am culturally more Rwandan. This is what I like to say.
Okay, so so you grew up elsewhere.
I grew up in Luanda. It's the capital of Angola. I'm not. It's like as I said, the coastal line are less.
Rwanda is the capital of Angola?
Luanda.
Luanda, okay.
The coastal cities are more, they were heavily colonized, right? Like the Portuguese stood there for like 400 years. Our independence war was, the Portuguese were the first to come in the continent and the last to leave. So you can think of how much of existential crisis sometimes some of us in the coastal cities find ourselves in. So it's not, I just grew culturally in the coast. That's it. Doesn't mean that I'm not interested. I am learning Kimbundu, but that's my experience, right? I cannot talk about everyone's experience.
You're relearning your indigenous culture.
Yes, I'm relearning Kimbundu. Okay. I know history, but
I understand that.
Yeah. Why are you calling me an idiot? This foundational African. What do you mean idiot? If you cannot argue, don't call me names.
He's calling himself, he wants to be us. He's calling himself a foundational African, copying off of foundational Black American, so he's probably not worth your energy.
Yeah, he's a troll.
So what's happening, Alex, is you in good faith remained on stage, you held your ground, and you engaged in conversation. Those on the outside feel that we're being hostile towards you. And I don't think our intent was to be hostile towards you. It's just that we're very passionate about the topic. And since they just want to be in the chat saying ignorant things rather coming to the stage like you, they're going to knock you and us in the same way. But I thank you for your patience and your tolerance and for you sharing what you did. We may not be in agreement. We may have different understandings of the history, but I do appreciate your submission and you sitting up here and being willing to have the conversation. That's a start.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add this. Hold on a second. I just want to add this to you, Alex. I hope I was a little bit hostile because you know what you did when you first got on the stage, I maybe it could be a teachable moment for you because I don't know if you intended this, but you kind of got up on this stage and you made a lot of assumptions about what we know and what we don't know. And this happens to us a lot in our spaces. People come in and they try to, they assume that we don't understand exactly how we got here. And that's unfinished business that we have between us as peoples. You know what I'm saying? Like we have not had this conversation enough. So I hope going forward that when you enter these type of spaces that you're not making assumptions and you tread a little carefully. Because I feel some kind of way, to be honest, and I don't think you're here, Alex, in the U.S., but I feel some kind of way about what I see happening in these type of dynamics, because someone who does understand to a certain extent, I'm not going to call myself an expert, but I've done enough research to understand the macro dynamics of what was going on, and I'm seeing the same thing today. This tribalism. We were even on a call once, I think it was a Twitter space, and a Ghanaian guy came into the space, and he said, "You know what you all are experiencing is the same thing that Africans do in Africa." He said, he was Ghana, so he's from Accra, and he was saying, you have people come from Ashanti land, and they relocate to Accra, and they start talking shit about the local people. They have this hyper focus on whatever they perceive as negative going on in the communities, and then they want to characterize that whole group based on those negative things. And he was saying, like, they do that because it's a part of that tribal type of mindset. So when you have people in this chat just regurgitating white supremacist talking points, and when we have these experiences, and when you connect that to what was happening with the slave trade, and when you connect that to what's going on and what's contributing to instability on a continent, I feel some kind of way about how y'all move. And that's why and I just want to implore you, I want to thank you for engaging in the conversation, but I also want to implore you that in the future, you kind of tread a little bit lightly with this. Don't assume that we don't understand, because I see very clearly what's going on. And I don't like it, to be honest. I don't like it for what's happening here, the disrespect, and the compounding of the harm that was already created by white supremacy, having other black people come over here and add to that. I just think is horrible. But I also don't like what's going on the continent, because you got a place like Ghana where they were known as the Gold Coast. Present day Ghana was known as the Gold Coast because that's where the Europeans were going. That's where they were known for trading that. Now, instead of those resources being controlled by Ghanaians and being used to help develop Ghana for Ghanaians, guess what the company is called that controls the gold? Is Anglo Gold Ashanti. Ashanti is at the end, Anglo is in the front, and it's being controlled by the Europeans and the South Africans, and that's largely due to this goofy tribalism, because you all don't seem to understand how to come together for a greater purpose. You don't understand how to put aside your ethnicities and put, at least for the sake of fighting white supremacy, putting your race first and getting those foreigners out of your countries and getting back control of your resources. So anyway, there's some other folks on the stage. I don't know if the moderators want to jump in here, but we got Armani was trying to go. Leon is new to the stage. The organizer, I know he wanted to contribute. Williams probably wants to contribute again as well. We got Chris. I'm sorry, we got Rodney too. Rodney has been here. He hasn't contributed. Rodney, did you want to go? All right, maybe he's out.
Yeah, I go ahead. Yeah, let me go ahead, man. I just was hearing everything. I was listening to everything what everybody was saying. Man, I'm gonna just say it like this, man. This shit is fucking pathetic. Jesus, it's pathetic. It's so pathetic. Out of everything that you all guys have said, I may say otherwise, and it just seemed like, what are y'all not understanding? Like, what do you not? What do you not get? Not saying this shit or whatever just to be saying it. You see everybody in the comments saying that, well, African Americans is not doing nothing but spilling out nothing but hate with Africans. What? So out of everything that everybody said, that's the first thing you go to. I'm gonna just say it like this. I'm just talking to the African Americans right now, guys. It just seemed like that we're on our own, man. It just seemed like in this world we are on our own. And it seemed like every day, day by day, these motherfuckers want to sit here and try to plot to extinct us, man. Just think about it. Look how many folks or whatever that's not even around. Like I was researching other folks or whatever that I knew nothing about. I'm like, damn, that's sad, man. These folks ain't nobody that looks like them around today. And it kind of seemed like these folks are trying to do that shit to us. They smile in our face, but then you turn around and you're saying stuff about us. And then you try to minimize stuff that Black Americans have done for this country. They minimize. When you say, well, I don't know nothing about Martin Luther King or Martin Luther or whatever. When you say something, if I'm saying whatever, I'm showing nothing but disrespect. That means that, okay, well, I don't give a damn. So I don't know why you're telling me that. This is what's going on with some of these Africans, man. And I don't understand what they don't realize. I don't understand, and I don't think they're dumb. They're not dumb at all, dude. They know what the fuck they're doing. They're not stupid. Hey, I tell you what, guys. Just like we created stuff in this country, they have the same ability to do it over there. I'm sorry, I don't give a damn what they're talking about. They have the same ability to do it over there. But the thing is, they're too tribal. You're too tribal. You're too xenophobic. You don't want to work with each other. You don't want to work with each other. But then you got the nerves to sit here and come to us and then talk about us at the same time. How does this work? Hey guys, these conversations are it's starting to get very pathetic. Very pathetic. Hell, not one time have I heard a person come on the phone and say, they come on bike and say, I understand what's going on. I get it. I want to learn more. Damn, I'm ready for you to say that. This shit is crazy, man. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all because I gotta walk in and start work. This shit is just crazy. I land there, guys. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, bro. Yeah, we all working. But this is an important conversation because, and I don't really have these conversations so much because I see what's going on. And honestly, I think it's a spiritual thing. I want to make sure our people are good and we understand and see very clearly what's going on here. And no, this is not about hate. I do feel like that's a projection, of some sort, because this is not about hate. This is about calling problematic stuff out. Now, if we hated you, we would be killing you in the streets. We would be in your countries, making it hard for you to live there to where you have to flee. We would be doing things like that. So, just like they try to tell us, well, we're focusing on the wrong thing. You all coming in here talking about this is about hate. You're focused on the wrong thing. The real hate is whatever that got you fleeing from your country and whatever that has you unable to create success and opportunities in your homelands. That's the real source of hate for you. What we're talking about here is not even really about you. It's about us because we are so loving, because we are so accepting. A lot of us are blinded by your blackness. And this is what we're trying to wake up in this space. This is why I think the title of the room is great. Why don't African Americans want to be African? I think that to a large extent, that's something, I'm not going to say is relatively new, but I think there was a time in America, in Black society, where we wanted to rock with, even if we didn't identify as African, we respected Africa and we just saw them as Black. And we also saw them as equally impacted or victimized by white supremacy. But now that we're getting to know y'all up close from our interactions with you all here in our country, and now that we really starting to unpack and examine the history, what we're realizing is that you guys have this long tradition of aligning yourselves with white supremacy for financial gain, or for economic gain, or for power and resources. And this is what we got to wake up to, Black people. This is a power game. This is politics. We can't be on some kumbaya. I mean, yeah, I'm not advocating, violence against anybody. I'm not advocating mistreating anybody. I want to make that clear. I think if you know some cool folks, you don't have a problem with them, they're African or whatever, that's fine. But that's not what we're talking about. Let's take the conversation up a notch. And let's talk about the political ramifications for having people who are identifying as us, who are trying to speak on our behalf, but have all of this contempt for us. And let's not forget that this is how we got here in the first place. This is what we're trying to wake up in this space. No, this is not about hate. This is about waking some stuff up for our people so that we can protect ourselves. Thank you so much, Brother Rodney. Leon, you are next in the queue. Would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I have some questions for Alex. Number one, I heard when you all had your discourse going back and forth, he says that correct me. You said that the Ashanti, the Ga, I don't know if you said the Ewe, the Hassa tribe, or you said that they aren't African. I wanted to know, what did you mean by that? That's for Alex. If you still there,
Alex, are
Alex.
you still there? Alex?
Hello, can you repeat the question?
All right. So you and Mark were going back and forth, and he starts to mention 7 major West African groups, tribes, and you stated that those tribes weren't African. What did you mean by that?
I meant that they didn't identify as African.
You're saying that they don't identify as African?
I said that they didn't identify as Africans.
Okay, so those tribal groups that are in Africa, they themselves don't identify themselves as African.
They didn't. They didn't.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing. So what do they identify themselves as?
As their tribal identity.
Okay, and where does that tribal identity derive from? If not Africa.
This is weird. It's the same as in Europe. You have Bavarians, for example, in Germany, right? You have Bavarians and so on. Before Germany was united in one thing, you had multiple ethnic group here. Even you in Europe, right? Europeans aren't necessarily all the same thing. Europe is just like an umbrella term for all of them. But
No,
Europe,
well, the
European identity was forged way before. I'm just saying that Africa as an identity was forged gradually.
So you meant that in a semantical way.
Right. He was arguing
No, it's not really.
Africa.
200 years,
Africa,
300,
like
400 years
Africa
ago, if you go to Angola and you talk to Mbundu people, he will not say, I am African. He will say, I am Mbundu. That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. That's the point where I'm trying to the point where I'm trying to make. I just wanted that clarified, that the reason you're saying this, that these groups didn't identify themselves as African, is because of the universal term of what African is. They identify themselves by their tribal names. That's what you were saying.
Yes, but it's one of the reasons of our division, and we acknowledge that as such, and we understand that towards the future we'll be smarter if we united instead of pushing more divisive agendas amongst ourselves. I'm with you in the critique of tribalism. We all hate tribalism in Africa because tribalism makes it easier for external powers to play with the political sphere in the continent. So we agree on that. It's not like we Africans are like, yeah, tribalism is great. I mean, I cannot speak for everyone, but anyone with an actual brain knows that it will be much better if we are united. But that unity.
So let me ask you this question, because this is what I'm calling out, Alex, and this is why I got quite passionate, because how I see you all move here is tribal. You know, you move here in a way that's kind of like you're posturing as if we're some other tribe that you need to dominate. I mean, because even the kind of language you all use. Let me use a specific example. When they had Africa had a takeover day at Howard University, like even that kind of language, even some of the stuff we hear in these chats, we're taking over. It reeks of tribalism. So if you all if you understand that tribalism is a problem, why are you bringing it to us?
What do you mean you? First of all, it's not like when
I'm talking about Africans, like in general. Why is this? And whether you're Nigerian,
in general, that's the problem. You are generalizing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because generally, but hold on. The reason I'm generalizing is because generally you all are acting in ways that reeks of tribalism. You all, not you all specifically, but Nigerians, but even other West Africans in America. You have an ethnic slur for us. You developed that. You came over here. You separated yourselves from us. You're practicing the same thing that you're doing over there on the continent. So if you all
would you find it fair
if you see tribalism as bad, and I know you're not here and you're not probably a part, we don't get a lot of Angolan immigrants here, but just speaking generally about Africa, because that tribalism thing is an issue on the continent. Why are you bringing those same practices over here if you all think if there's some sort of consensus
We
that
also
they're not in
hate
the right direction?
tribalism. We also hate tribalism.
Then why are you bringing it over here? And why
Why you
are
asking
African
we
parents
or you?
telling
It's not like
why?
every African embraces it. This is the thing I'm trying to say. Like it's like saying, for example, if I see a behavioral pattern, right, in some African Americans, and then it's the same mistake that some of us commit when we generalize the Black experience or try to summarize it on some event or some people who misbehave, right? It's the same mistake. Tribalism thrives on that. You pick one characteristic, you look at something that is negative of one group, and then you project that to the entire group.
Alex,
That's wrong.
hold on, because let me use a very specific example. This word akata. There is a critical mass of immigrants in this country who are Black, who understand exactly what that word means, understand the connotation, and they use it as an ethnic slur. So this is what we're talking about. This is not like we just saw, it's just not like this. I'm talking about a very specific thing because it has a very specific, it speaks to something very specific. There is a critical mass. There's enough people who understand what this word means and the connotation of it that speaks to something deeper. So it's not, you
So
can't just
you have to
pretend like,
attach the
you
you have to
can't just
attack the
pretend like this is,
specificity, brother. You have to
huh?
attack the specificity. You said the specific. You have to attack the specificity because if you say it's a word, I'm not even like as Angolan. I'm not familiar with the word. I'm pretty sure that half of the country, not even half, more than half, don't know the
I'm
word
talking
or
about
the meaning.
immigrants who are coming. Listen to my question, Alex. There are immigrants coming over here and they're bringing tribalism with them. So I'm pushing back on your idea. This is where this question all started. You said that you all recognize that it's a problem and you hate tribalism, and you spoke very generally. And so I'm speaking very generally about Black immigrants who come over here and practice tribalism. Does that make
But
sense to you,
the
Alex?
example you gave is specific. You see, you are mixing
No, it's not.
specificity with
No, it's
No, no,
not.
no.
generalization. I
Can,
mean,
can
the
I? Can
word.
I?
I mean, the example you gave, like with the word, is
Actually, I was
specific.
next in the queue.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, let's
I'll
just
go
move
specific.
on
after
because
you.
I don't think you're not, you don't want to really have that conversation because the
No.
simple. You made a general comment about you all hating tribalism generally in Africa and you see it as a problem. My
I
question was,
condemn the
why are you
word
bringing it over
akata.
here?
If that's a
So,
derogatory word, I condemn it. Like it's
well,
simple. I
no,
But
know the
again,
that
word.
wasn't the
you
question.
spoke in general. You weren't speaking about yourself. That's the thing. Is like you want to
Yeah,
be specific or general when it suits you, and that doesn't make for good conversation. Can I go ahead jump in, Mark?
yeah, go ahead, the
I
organizer.
had a
All
question
right,
for
thank
you.
you. So I want to speak to the title specifically regarding why don't African Americans quote. I'm going to put quotes there because that's not what I am. Want to be African. And I'm going to no, we're not Africans, and I'm going to offer an allegory to as an example of what I'm trying to say. So a cake is made up of mostly flour, butter, eggs, sugar, vegetable oil, a dash of vanilla extract, a little bit of baking soda, and some salt. If all of those ingredients are not a part of what you mix together very vigorously and preheat the oven to 350 degrees and bake for 45 minutes, it's not a cake. Black Americans are a cake. We are a admixture of many different ethnicities baked in the heat of chattel slavery and came out the other side a different product. Africans are just the flour. The flour makes up the most of a cake. You use mostly flour. It's very light. It's far less of the other ingredients in a cake, especially the salt and the baking soda and the vanilla and the extract. That's the European in us, right? But that butter and that sugar, like those things matter. If you don't add those things, it's not a cake. And if you don't have those things, you're not a cake, meaning you're not Black. You're African. So go be the flour and stop expecting us to go to go back to being the flower. We're not the flower. We are the cake. I land.
Thank you for that, the organizer. Williams, you have the mic.
That was a very nice analogy, by the way. Got the cake.
Thank you. If you check my Twitter, I got it up on my Twitter and my Instagram.
I'd like to say, I'm not gonna lie. I have been proud of being African, of thinking that I was African. I've learned, you know, to listen more closely to what my grandmother and what my people was telling me. And I also learned that I'm indigenous to America as well. However, I knew that we were sold into slavery by our people. But you just ignore it and everything because it hurts so bad. But and I forgive them. I mean, because I can't have clean hands if I don't allow others to clean their hands. However, the whole scenario is very hurtful. It's painful. It's scarring to me. It scarred my heirs, and I just want to pick up. I just want to be able to pick up from here and move forward. I just hate that it happened that way, but things have to happen for other things to happen. And with that, I pass.
I just want to say one thing. Historically speaking, for Black Americans, moral suasion has never gotten us anything. Turning the other cheek has done nothing but get our jaw broken. Please understand, we do not have to hate other groups, but we cannot be forgiving of a group that's still looking to be predatory towards us. We just cannot. Moral suasion may make you feel good, but it does not produce any tangibles that get us anywhere further than where we need to be. I
No,
appreciate the love,
no,
but
I
let's stay vigilant. Let's stay vigilant. Let's stay vigilant. We
I
ain't
think
got the hate.
we
We ain't
need to
got the
work on our
advocate.
family. I
Huh?
feel we need to work on our heirs. That's what I feel. Because that we, like I said,
Okay, moral suasion. Look up how Blacks in America, historically speaking, have always attempted to apply a moral suasion attitude towards our condition and towards those that are looking to oppress, dehumanize, and bottom cast us. It ain't got us nowhere. We happy, we singing joy and feeling love, and them in Memphis is coming at us with anger, hate, and anything that they couldn't do to help demolish us. Please let's stay focused. We can be emotional to some extent, but not when it interferes with our progress and the uplifting and preserving of our lineage. I'm
that
done.
I agree 100%. I'm going to say this. I agree 100% with you, Sister Nat. I also agree with you, Williams, about forget. Like I don't think hating anybody or holding any kind of resentment against people is particularly helpful or is going to move us anywhere. But as far as doing this kumbaya thing, I don't think we should hold anything against them, but we should look at it for what it is and understand how to protect ourselves. We have to understand that everybody that's skin folk ain't kin folk. So when we got these people that are in these positions, trying to, represent us, we got to start asking the question, where your family from? You know what I'm saying? We have to be vigilant and understand that everybody that is, looking like us is not here for us. And it is what it is. So
it
let's not be naive and think that, just because you're black, you have the interests of black folks in mind. I mean, that even goes for our own people, but it especially goes for people who aren't of our lineage because they are removed from it. And again, like I always say, some of these people are descendants of the people who sold us out in the first place. And some of these people are bringing that same tribalistic mindset that did not work for them on the continent. They're bringing it over here. Williams, did you
Can
want
I
to?
ask a question?
so I
Did you want? Sorry, Lou.
Was that Williams or?
I have a question as well.
Okay. So let's let Miss Penny go, then Ron.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ask a question. If anybody noticed, I'm sure you guys have, because this is such Black intellect in this room, and I'm very proud of the people that are in this room and the education that you have. But some things are subliminally cast upon us. I don't think some people in this room, most people in this room, probably don't watch the traditional news, because we've been knowing that we've been on that's some bullshit for a long time. But what I've noticed is, even with the reporters and the people that are the anchors of the news programs, even though they speak like us because they probably are first generation, I've noticed that there's been an influx of African people that are descendants of direct Africans in our media. All of a sudden, the girl from the White House press thing, uh, well, I guess she's Haitian. And then there's Joy Reid and all these other people that I've looked into, and they're not very that far from their African lineage. And I was just wondering, it just appeared to me that they're being replaced by us in terms of who is in the narrative, or who gets to deal with the narrative. Has anybody else noticed that a lot?
Hello, I'm on
Absolutely,
stage.
yes.
Yes. You don't understand how the game is being played in terms of the elite people being placed in positions to, quote, oversee us.
Oh, I get that.
Well, if you get that, then that's the problem. I mean, we're not doing the work as a collective that we need to do, which is our genealogy. We need to be digging into our family's history. We need to be telling our stories. But to the room, I don't consider myself an African American. And if you look at my PTR, that's just that moniker alone have significant ramifications. Namely, your nation of origin is the continent. What tribe on the continent? Who the hell knows? But according to the elite system of global racialism, they have predetermined that to be labeled with the moniker of Black or African American, that is your nation of origin. So I believe others have spoken, and I don't know if it's been spoken of in this room, but there's an agenda 2063. At this point, all the games, all the fuckery will be over. Because if you don't claim your family status, your bloodlines, and do the work, then this has already been predetermined. They play chess while some people are playing checkers. I've landed. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And
You're most welcome, Sister Angela.
And everyone, please have a good day.
You do the same. Next, we have DJ. Ron. Go ahead, Ron.
Oh, I thought you said DJ. Is the person that has the lineage from Angola still here? No.
Yeah, he's there.
I think Alex still
Alex, are
listening.
you willing to accept more questions?
I don't have questions. I'm just listening.
Yeah, no. So what I was gonna say is, I believe you when you say you don't understand or haven't heard or used Akata. I think Akata is very, because people think Africa is a country, right? Africa is a continent. It's really big.
No one on the stage believes that. I hope your comment is for others in the room.
No. I'm on y'all side. I have a question for him. So I think I've heard Akata come from Nigerians largely, some Ghanaians. I haven't heard it come from any other Africans. But the question that I do have for you is, did your parents, when you were growing up, say negative things about African Americans or Black Americans? Don't hang with them. They are like, because I look at that as the same thing. You might not have used the specific word, but I think that you missed the point, right? That there is a sentiment toward African Americans. Um, and I think that you were trying to like miss that. Does that make sense?
I remember hearing about that dictator that you guys had over there. Well, I learned about that in school when I was in school.
What dictator are you talking about?
I am not. For some reason, the name will not come to. I'm sure people in this room know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because it was in our books.
Massa Musa?
No, it's not. Well, I know that Baby Doc was equated to Haiti, but this was relatively, recent history. That
General
there was
Butt Naked.
probably. I have to look it. I'll look it up.
I was not saying that there is. You ask if in Angola it's not like African Americans is like a topic in Angola the way you asked. It's not. We don't really have any sort of negative sentiment over anybody. Like the exchange. Let me give you a perspective. Angola had yearly a friendship day, so to say. We celebrate that every year, like a friendship day between Angola and Brazil. So if there is a diaspora that we are more like in touch with, is with Afro Brazilians, right? And this also is is the result of language. It facilitates the engagement and so on. That's all. But to ask like if we have an opinion, we consume American media, and you have to understand that media shapes opinions, and it can do wrong on both ways. And we know who owns the media, and we know their intention. So if we understand, if we come from that perspective, we'll understand that our opinions are not always ours, are based on the interests of those controlling what information we consume. So you cannot have harmful feelings towards anyone if you understand that. And I know there are African Americans who understand that, and there are Africans who understand that, and there are those who don't. And that's like the confusion mostly comes from those who don't and don't care to understand. Like the people in Africa who have bad opinions. I'm not talking about Angola because, as I said, it's not even a topic. Like we are more connected to other African diaspora, but it's because of language. But as to like other corners of the continent who might have these feelings or these opinions, it's just the same. Very often, this come from the information that they consume and the fact that they are ignorant to that information. And it's one can say the same of African Americans and their views of Africa. When some people think that a continent is a country, or all these opinions are shaped by the media you consume. And this is something that we are all trying to destroy, at least people who have the intention to see us united, but not united in being the same people, united in our differences, right? Those who have that intention on both sides judge the media, right? They know that some people who have these ignorant opinions were misinformed. And that's all I have to say.
I agree with you. With the term you wanted to just say is this called selective programming. And we are very, very aware of how, I'm going to say it, the Jews, no.
Oh, God, yeah.
control the media, and they create narratives and cause people to rise up against one another. And maybe you're right. Maybe the overwhelming majority of people want to remain in their ignorance, while a small minority of people, maybe like a room like this, is a microcosm of the those who wish to be informed versus the overwhelming majority of people who are outside of this room who prefer to just stay and wallow in their ignorance. So I would agree with you on that statement, Alex.
All right, thank you
Alex,
for.
do you mind if I ask? I just want to ask Alex one question. Alex, have you ever been to the U.S. and or Brazil?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I won't ask my follow-up.
I got a question for you, Alex. Similar to Ron's question, did your parents ever tell you any sort of negative thing about any other ethnic group in your home country?
I mean, there are beefs, like, but it has become, as I say, Luanda is like a merging pot of ethnic groups, so to say, where everyone is there. It's just everyone intermixes in some way. So we have specific jokes, but that's it, you know. And I guess I can only speak. I'm talking from my experience, right? We have 30 years of civil war. One thing you learn from war is that war is fucked up, and the main dispute was ideological, but of course the different ideologies were taking a tribalistic course until the fall of the Soviet Union, at least in our context. Then you had different groups aligning to different ideologies. Like there were divides. Like if you are Ambundu, you can be more on the capitalist side than you are on the socialist. On the socialist side. So at the end of the day, Ambundu killed Ambundu because of that ideological war that these empires injected in the country, so to say. Like our division were more on those lines, which the dynamic today is more like we discuss more ideology. But when it comes to like tribal separation, it's not really severe. We make jokes. Like the way some like you can notice how a southerner speak Portuguese, like they have an accent because of the language, and how a northerner, like you can notice that, and we joke about it. This is the thing I can say. But obviously there are also negative remarks, right? But I personally believe that, especially when it comes to coexistence, if you cannot joke about stereotypes, you are being excluded. At least this is my perspective, and I think that's a mature way of engaging in our reality. Because if I make a joke about everyone, every group in the country, but then leave one out because it's too sensitive, this is what sparks division. That's my perspective. Everyone, if you are supposed to joke, then you have to joke about everyone. And I'm saying this because even yesterday there was like an episode in which I guess a singer, a famous singer in Angola, she always, whenever she sings, there is a music that then she makes a joke, and then she said like Bakongo men are so complicated, something like that. And then the internet, in the internet, there was like a mob coming to her, and then everyone was like, relax, relax. We joke about everyone, right? And if we can joke about everyone, we can joke about you guys too. And since they are like a minority in the country, they have a more sensitive reaction. And I guess that's just typical of minorities everywhere. One can understand to some extent why minorities react more sensitively to some things, but it is what it is. At least in my opinion, if you can joke, you have to joke about everyone. And that's not tribalism. That's, I call it healthy tribalism, whatever. But if you engage with people, you will exist with people, and that happens.
So,
Right, Alex.
well, hold on a second. One second, Ron. Alex, I want you to look at that chat. And I want you to understand that these people aren't joking about, or if they are joking, what they're joking about is a 400-year history of genocide. And what they're doing is that they're using white supremacist tropes and narratives as a way to denigrate us. And those same white supremacist tropes and narratives were used to develop policies to oppress us and even kill us. There was
That's wrong.
there was a moment in this country where black violence, and this is I'm talking about the public lynchings, was a ritual. It was a social caste ritual meant to send a very specific message. It included the cutting off of body parts. It included parties and picnics. There are even postcards. You can Google this. There are even postcards that were created to commemorate the ritual killings of black people. So for us, when we hear certain things or certain stereotypes, there's no laughing matter. This shit is just not funny because what you're making fun of is genocide, whether you know it or not, whether you understand the history or not. And we're not having that shit. I'm sorry, we're
Brother,
not.
your question had the context. You are now
Yeah, no, no, no.
contextualizing my
I'm
answer.
not even
You asked
really.
me
I'm
about my
just, but,
country, and now you
but
are
hold up, Alex. I just not really about
correlating
you.
it with the American
This is not
Not
really
fair.
about you. I'm just building on what you said to prove a point. Because if they're bringing that, because what I heard from you is that in Africa or in Angola, you have this thing where you guys joke with stereotypes, and I don't know whether some of these Africans are bringing that over, like that mindset over here. But what I am saying is that in the U.S. context, we don't find that shit funny because
Can
it's
I ask a
connected.
question, Mark?
You can wait till I'm finished, and I'm sure I'm happy to hear your question. Let me make this point. What I am saying is that in the American context, that shit is not funny because it has been literally weaponized against us. It's a part of white supremacist propaganda. It's no laughing matter. People actually shed blood, and they continue to shed blood because of these stereotypes. Like Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old kid who was playing with a toy gun in the park and was shot down. That him getting shot down and all these other black men and women who are being killed by the police, that's not just happening just because the police don't like us. That goes back to a very specific context, and it involves these anti-black narratives of us being criminals and lazy and all of this other nonsense. There were a whole apparatus of laws and policies that were created that were deemed justified through these false narratives. So when you got other black people in the chat regurgitating that shit, it's just not funny.
It isn't. I agree. You can address them. I agree with you.
Yeah, and I
guess
am.
my
This
issue
is this
is
is
the
this is.
generalization.
But hold on, Alex. Hold on, Alex. This is exactly what I'm doing. This is really not about you. I'm just building on what you said. That I'm calling out the BS. This is why we're having this conversation. And this is why Black Americans, we don't want to be associated with, why would we want to be associated with these kind of people that are doing this kind of thing? Because guess what? I lived for years in Africa, and never would I go over to the continent in any of the countries that I set foot in, and it's been more than one. Never would I go over there and and go with some white supremacist talking points and tropes, and then put that on the people. So, this is why we understand what that means. So when we see black people that are so invested in false propaganda narratives about us because it makes them feel better about the failures they fled from in their countries, at least that's the way I see it. Because they have some sort of inferiority complex or whatever their issue is. It's a turnoff. It doesn't make them, it doesn't, as a matter of fact, Africans who have immigrated to the United States, those from Nigeria, they're called Japas. Those people have ruined your brand because we're seeing all of this vitriol and all of this hate and all of this foolishness. And we're like, wait a minute. First of all, aren't these the same people that sold us out in the first place? And second of all, like, why would we want to be associated with that? That's backwards. We created a lane for you to come over here and escape whatever you have going on in your country. You haven't created not one goddamn lane for us for anything, not even on the continent. As a matter of fact, you all want to come over, these Pan-Africans and some of these Africans want to try to tell us we need to go over there and invest and build up your country while you flee from it. So how do y'all think we should feel about that? It doesn't endear us to you all as Africans. It makes us look at y'all like, why would we want to be associated with that nonsense? It's foolishness, and we know what you got going on in your countries. Y'all not fooling us. You're not. This idea. I'm gonna land here. This idea that the North Star for a country like Nigeria, which has the largest black population in the world, the North Star for your people is that you immigrate to the US and to the USA and you become successful, quote unquote, or a doctor or whatever. That this idea that is your North Star as a people is not the flex that you think it is. To me, it's very weird and it's laughable. Your North Star should be to build a strong black nation so that black people all over the world can be proud, and that to a certain extent, black people all over the world will have a backup. But instead, y'all are fleeing and bragging about being doctors in America. You don't have enough doctors at home, and people are dying. You're fleeing, and no one respects black people. This is why you get black people getting kicked around in China and in the Ukraine. You got Chinese people who have the temerity to go to the continent and abuse you in your own homelands.
Brother, you are describing problems. I guess the
Alex,
people have to
Alex,
talk on
can
the
I say
perspective
something
of
right quick?
solutions.
Alex,
And
can I say
we are
something?
aware of
No,
problems.
we already know what the solution is, Alex, because I don't think you really understand where the perspective we're coming from. We are reparationists. The solution for us is delineation, because we've been carrying the banner for blackness globally. We have been the ones that have allowed for the world to afford some respect to blackness, starting with W.E.B. Du Bois with the Paris Exposition.
What does the
Can
reparation
I say
issue has to do with
can
the
I say
presence of
can I say
Africans?
something
Can
right
you
quick?
explain that,
I just got
Marcus?
Well, what
I,
it has to do, hold
I
on,
never
your
understand that
piece.
part.
What it has to do with reparations is that our people need to wake up. This is not really for Africans. We already
Yes,
know
yes,
what
I
your
agree.
hold on, Alex. Hold on, Alex. We already know what your position is. It's in the chat. Is our black brothers and sisters who cannot see past race and they just we're all the same. Let's just all unite. No. Why would we unite with the people who have the nerve to make fun of our genocide in our country that they fled to, when their country is a shit show, right?
Are you not exaggerating the
excuse me.
negatives?
Can I speak? Can I speak because this is like let me
No,
say what.
no, sir. You can wait your turn. There are other people ahead of you.
Okay, put me on the line. Is that okay?
Mr. French wanted to ask a question, and I need to actually jump on the call. So, one of Ned, I don't know who's
I
like.
will appreciate you not to jump on the call right now because I really want to
Well, I
say
would. Well,
something.
you're not paying me no
I'm
salary, so I
definitely
so
I'm
I so
definitely
I would
before
appreciate
you.
you
I'm definitely
having
before
some
you. Okay.
patience. If you got
You,
to say
you,
something to me, you can wait till
but
I get
Matt,
back.
you can't say something and just run. Why are you trying to run? I
I'm
want to
not running,
address
sir.
you.
I didn't flee my country. I don't run. I'm jumping on a call for
Okay,
work.
can I respond to what you said?
Yo, chill out. You're like fifth.
Oh my God.
You can
Okay.
respond when I come back
But
around
I do
11
really want
o'clock.
to address you though, Matt.
Sister Net, did you who's here? The general.
Net is here. Net is
Okay.
here. I don't know if any of the other Mars are here. I'll hold it down until you come back.
Please don't
Appreciate
run.
that. I'll be
Don't
back
run,
around
man.
11.
So, did anyone else have anything in the queue? Dude, I know you want to
Yeah.
speak to Mark. Mark is going to be going for a minute. Do you have anything else that you like to contribute to the conversation?
Who are you asking that to?
Ron, were you next up in queue?
I don't know if I was next, but I know I was in the
Yes.
queue. Oh. Yeah. No, so what I was going to say is to Alex again, and I hate to focus so much on him, but he seems to be the African representative today. Um, it all sounds like peaches and cream and peace and love, and we don't talk shit and this and that, and that's fine. And I'm not going to have my foot on his neck because I don't know much about Angola. If he was Nigerian, it would be a lot different because I know the motherfuckers talk shit all day, every day. You can just go down the clubhouse rooms and see it. But when it comes to like your upbringing, I'll use myself as an example. My parents talked hella shit about white people, right? Whitey this, honky that, whitey this, honky that, right? And I just want people to be honest about what their parents and their upbringing, said. And so I think the question was, were we ever a topic of conversation to them? And I find it, I don't know, maybe I don't know if I'm like looking over my shoulder or whatever, but like for him to say like, yo, we never talk, I just don't know if I believe that. But if he says it, then cool.
My parents never talk like one
So
thing,
so
one
I
word
think
about African American.
I think though, if you worry at this point on Clubhouse, most people understand that Clubhouse is like a reality show on the audio app, right? So, and the thing is, this guy Alex from Angola is really speaking. Is really speaking some real knowledge, and most people chose to listen to be defensive instead of listening to understand. It's actually giving a very vital information.
Real
So
quick,
that,
can I
so
ask
that
where you're from? Can I ask where
hold
you're
on, hold
from?
on. Can
No,
I finish?
I'm
You
not.
see, when you
I
were
just want to know.
speaking, I didn't interrupt you.
I'm not.
So can
I'm
you just
asking for
respect
clarification
yourself?
where you're
Can I
from.
finish, and then you can ask your question? I'm
Where you?
not being confronted. I'm actually feeling good today. If not, you guys know how I come. But I really, and you guys, you have to sometimes just listen to understand. The problem is this, right? You want people to hear you out, hear your cries, see from your perspective. But you guys don't give a fuck about other people's perspective. You cannot eat your cake and have it. He's telling you how many years of war in Angola and things of that nature, and you guys basically don't give no fuck. So why do you want people
So
to give
I
a
gotta
fuck?
stop you. No, no, no,
Oh
no,
my
no.
god.
Wait, stop y'all, stop y'all, stop y'all. It's not that nobody don't give two F's about what's happening and what other people are going through. The purpose of this room and what we're trying to drive home is that we, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, ADOS freedmen, we have our own lineage, our own ethnicity, and we are not African American.
Are
That's
we
it.
we're
We're not
not
African.
arguing?
Nate,
Hold on, but we're not arguing with. Look, let me tell you guys what. So maybe, I don't want you guys to take offense on this, right? Just take it as reality, right? This is the reality.
Bro, we don't care.
African immigrant in America, right? When we come here, right, we are focused on getting our life, our family members
That's the problem.
better. Listen. It's the bitter truth, right? Now we're not going out here
Why do
saying
we give a fuck,
we're
dog?
not going out here saying like
Why
fuck African American, or we're not doing that. Look, I only vote for African American. I don't even give a fuck if his policy is bad. I don't care. That's who I vote for.
That's the problem, bro.
But
And that's
no,
the
well,
problem.
give him a
can I
chance to
finish?
finish up then.
Damn,
We're
let me
gonna give
finish.
wait, stop.
Oh my god.
Listen, we're gonna give him the opportunity to land. And after he lands, Rock, if you want, you
I
can
was
go.
gonna ask a question before when he's
Thank
done,
you. Let me
please.
finish. You ask your
Wait,
question. I'm not going nowhere. I'm a boss. I don't work for people. People work for me, so I'm not going nowhere. I'm here.
that's irrelevant. We're gonna
Okay.
allow you to land your plane,
Okay.
and then
Thank you.
someone has to rebuttal
Let
to
me
what
land my
you
plane.
said. We're
Thank you.
gonna allow for rebuttals to what you say, and then we're gonna move the queue along very quickly.
Thank you. So when I say this, right, I only vote for African American. I have a non-profit that I only is specifically specialized for African American in America. And when I go to Africa, I do for my people too. I don't have hatred on you. People are coming here and talk my shit. It's a fucking audio app. My best friends are African American. The coaches that I play for, Isaiah Thomas, Reggie Tees, all of it, the African American. Ask them about me. They'll tell you the fuck I am. I do for the community. You think I have hatred on you guys? You think I don't? You guys talk about what Martin Luther King did. Do you know what Nelson Mandela did? We fought, like we understand what happened in the past. We're not happy about it. But you guys want to give us your ass to kiss every fucking time on this app. You want to talk shit, talk about shit show, this, that. Okay, if you want to talk shit about us, you want.
Okay, I had to mute you because now you're becoming emotional and radical, and you're cussing
How is
people
that
out. And
emotional when it's facts?
You are
we're trying
really
to have a
you do
conversation
not need
and
to
to
be
share
this
the.
loud. You do not need to be this emotional. You're doing a lot.
And you know what
I'm not
happens when you
emotional.
know what
It's two different.
happens
I am
when you get
passionate.
loud.
I'm not.
Wait. You know what happens when you get loud and get disrespectful. Now
Okay, but
don't
I'm
make me
not.
drop you. Don't make me
Okay,
drop
no.
you.
I'm saying this now. I'm saying this. I want you guys to understand. I'm not emotional. I'm just passionate. Two different things, right? And when I'm
Not
saying
replacing the word with
passionate,
the word.
you see what these people doing. This is why I get how I get. When you guys, can you just let's have the conversation. Be an adult. I don't want to name call. Normally, I'm feeling good today. I swear to God. Ask about me
What
around.
African nation you from, man? You never answered that
Like
question.
the thing is
Yeah,
this.
I asked
So
him and he
so
didn't.
so for me to land, let me land. We don't have no
It's
hatred.
Nigeria.
Answer the
I
question,
guarantee
We
bro.
don't
it's
have
Nigeria.
Answer the
hatred for you
question.
people. For the last time, we don't have no hatred.
It's
We
Nigeria.
we don't have no hatred. We came here. We understand what you people went through, your forefathers. But I also want you guys to understand something. This is the bitter truth. Your
Hey,
ancestors,
is
they
your
are
name
our
Ola?
own uncle.
Is your
Your
name
ancestors are
is
our
your name
father. Your
Ola?
ancestors are our brothers.
Is your name Ola, the scamming Nigerian that got
Can the
called out on this other?
gentleman
Hey,
land,
I wanted
please?
to.
We're all learning here. Can he
Hold on,
land?
hold on.
They
Is
knocked
this
him
the
off.
is his original name Ola, the scamming Nigerian that was routinely called out on this app? Is that your name?
I don't know. It doesn't matter, but somebody sent it to the goo, and thank
I
you. Did anybody want to respond to any of
I
that
said
that he had to
It ain't
say?
just a
Ned,
bunch of
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
just
bullshit.
want to
respond.
ask a
Why would
question.
you?
That's
Why
all.
Wait,
would you not
one
say
mic,
what?
please. One mic. I
I just
sent
want to
him.
ask a
I
It's
question.
so
sent him to the
weird.
goo. I sent him to the goo because he's not going to sit up here and tell and make claim to my ancestors and say that they were theirs and
Thank
that's
you.
his uncle, his brothers, and all that. We're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, that is
I
highly
just
disrespectful.
And we're not
And
gonna
Ron, if you
ask you
don't
to
like it, you can go
times
to
where
the
you're
goo
from and
too.
you're not gonna tell
Hey
us. Like
yo,
what?
Ron, if you
family, in
don't
case
get
y'all
you don't
didn't
run
know,
the
that was
room, Ron.
Nigerian troll Ola, the failed basketball player Ola, ran around the app calling people Akatas. That's who that was. That was the troll
We
Akata,
know, yeah.
Ola. So just in case anybody
If you
didn't
know that
understand who
shit,
that
Ron, then
was.
why we want to listen to some bullshit then, bro? That's a waste of
okay.
fucking ear
Also,
time.
I didn't know who he was. I was giving him the opportunity to land because I knew that we was going to all tag in and inform his ass in Black American way in which we do. Since he's no longer on the stage and we've known that he's a troll, me personally, I
Let's
know
move
don't
on.
need to address him. Everything he said is just babble. Unless someone else wants to address with a broader audience, while what he said was BS in terms of them migrating here, wanting to take care of their families, but, and we're not understanding, but, thumb.
I got it.
I don't know if
I can take
anybody's
that.
going to address that.
I can take
You know
that.
what I wanna point
I can
out?
take that.
Yeah.
And one more
Nigerians are
thing, if I can
always
add right quick,
yeah. Okay, go
my
ahead.
thing is this right here. When they love to say that, but these were warring villages. These people didn't even get along with each other. So what you won't do is sit up here and say that your uncle, sister, brother, and cousin, came over here and they related, and that's how we all one. We're not gonna do that because if we was all one, you wouldn't have did what you did. That way, their ancestors would have did what they did. And if they wanted to make it right, they had 1,001 times that they could have made it right. Because the only thing they had to do was tell them white folks over there, you ain't extracting nothing else from over here until you start treating Foundation of Black Americans better than what you do. It's a lot of ways that their government could have gotten together and made things happen and move for us over here. But they didn't. So we're not going to claim that we ancestors and friends and cousins now. I land.
And he said it. He said he comes here. Okay, a lot of us are talking historical facts from the political landscape. Usually, when one of them speak, is I, me, mine. I'm doing this. We don't see that at that level of advocacy. We don't see that level of promotion of Pan Africanism from them as a collective or as a bigger group at the political landscape. And when we have these conversations, those of us who come, the Founders of Black Americans, who come with the scholarship, right, we're showing groups of them being anti-foundational Black American, groups of them not practicing Pan-Africanism, and their commentary in opposition is either insulary and or anecdotal. They just babble. Then they don't even hear, they delineate when they say, well, I come here to get to make money to send back home to my family, but you segregate yourself from us here in large numbers. It don't register to them. Why? Because in their own failed third world countries, amongst their ethnic groups, they delineate from other ethnic groups. It's like it's ingrained in them to do that. So if you don't see yourself as having anything in common with other ethnic groups within your white man's man-made borders, then why the fuck would you see? Why would we think you would have anything in common with us? That's the art. I've been asking this question now the third or fourth time. Anybody that's from the continent of Africa, if you delineate from other ethnic groups within your own country's borders, why on earth should finest Black Americans think or believe or assume that you would think that you have anything in common with us? Especially if we migrated in mass numbers to an African nation, it would be the same. Y'all would delineate from us. It would be the same. It would be the civil wars that y'all engulfed in right now and throughout here. It would be the same shit. What would be any different? Because we would be a different ethnic group.
I think there's some confusion, but there's a little confusion in this because we talk about ethnic groups, which is valid. We talk about race, which is a social construct. My thing, I guess my point is like a lot of the speakers up here have said some great valid things, but I don't think it. I think it's to their own biasness. And one of the things I want to point out is the fact that every ethnic group on the planet has, at one point in time and in history, has had this same delineation against another ethnic group. I know the title of the room is the whole Black American versus the African thing, which is a valid statement. I think, I don't. Unfortunately, some forms I put American, and then some forms I have to do what I have to do, just because of the nature of what it is. It's shocking to me because I've been to 7 countries on the African continent, and I notice some different things, but I don't want to speak to the anecdotal evidence. I mean, there is one country in Africa that was never colonized by Europeans.
They was colonized by Italy.
Who?
Actually,
who was colonized by
Ethiopia?
Ethiopia was not. They used Italy weapons against France.
So the first Italian war between them, Italy won. In the second war, they managed to defeat them and expel them out of Ethiopia. Got to do your research, fam.
Okay, so if the nation is older, and the nation won, then
how many Italian wars? So are you familiar? Are you aware that there were 2? Italy won the first one. They occupied Ethiopia. Then Ethiopia expelled them in the second one. You aware of that, right?
Receipts.
Yep, 1887 to 1889. Well, the first war was October 1935 to February 1937. Then the second war was...
Won the first one? Who won the first Italian war between Ethiopia and Italy? Who won the first one?
The Italians won the first one in 1895, then 1896. Then the Ethiopians won.
Winning a war doesn't mean colonization, right?
Well, are you talking to me or are you talking to him?
No, I'm just saying generally. The fact that you win a war doesn't mean you colonize the people. Just FYI.
Well, yeah. So I understand that point.
Hold on. Look at the
so
year.
What war has been won and the people didn't take over that area? Explain that, please.
Well, I mean, if you win a war,
that's for the guy who said just because you won the war don't mean that you colonized. So I'm asking him, the whole purpose of war is to take over a certain area. So tell me the area that the war was won, that the people did not occupy that place that they just took over. I'll wait.
When you win a war and you successfully defend your borders, the attacker, the person advances and loses, they didn't conquer your territory.
DJ, you know these wars are another example of Pan-Africanism, where Foundation of Black Americans went there to fight, even though they were told they are not allowed to.
I mean, humans been fighting. Humans have been fighting
No.
wars
What I'm saying is,
forever. So you're saying this
African.
particular war was a Pan-American war?
No. I said it's another. Many of this. Here's an example where foundational Black Americans literally were perpetuating Pan Africans. They went to Africa to fight on behalf of Africa or Africans against a Europe. In this case, against a European power. When can you tell us a story where Africans, whether it be slavery, Jim Crow, or any time, in a mass exodus, came here and aligned themselves with foundational Black Americans to reciprocate the same level of advocacy, the same level of Pan-Africans? When?
I cannot. I will add to the fact that I don't. Do you? I mean, all right.
The two words go. Come on. You got it. You can
during
do
the
it.
time
You got this.
during the time of Jim Crow laws, what African country or African nation was able to provide support? Was able to survive support?
Okay, so during the Civil Rights Movement, right? Mind you, during the Civil Rights Movement, we're fighting for human rights here in America, for founders Black Americans. And at the political landscape, Black civil rights leaders went to Kennedy and advocated for the Kennedy airlift. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the Kennedy airlift? 1959. What is the Kennedy airlift? While you're looking it up, I'll go ahead and tell everybody. So everybody, this is where America, one being Martin Luther King, advocated for $100,000, starting out with initially for Kenyan students to come here to America to go to college, to get an American education, right? One of those students who benefited from that program was Barack Obama's father.
Correct.
So again, where has that been duplicated where has that been reciprocated by non-FBA melanated people? Because that's two examples I've given. On this, since I've been in this room, I've given a multitude of examples where it's been one-sided.
He asked you a question.
At the political landscape.
I'm asking you what nation. I hear your examples. I'm asking you what nation on Africa politically was able to would be in a position to offer any assistance in America. Like what nation?
We were
Citizens,
hold on.
hold on. See, this is the bad faith argument that we hear from willfully ignorant. I don't know if he's a foundational Black American, but if he is willfully ignorant people, I'll say that, right? I just gave an example of a group of foundational Black American people who were being subjugated with overt racism, and they still managed to practice Pan-Africanism. America didn't America didn't redefine racism from overt to covert until the 1970s. So when they were advocating on behalf of those said Kenyan students, a Black man still couldn't walk on the same sidewalk as a white person. The fuck is you talking about?
And y'all saying, "Oh, we can't do it. We're so poor." Like,
no, it's not poverty though. We were
I'm not saying we're so poor.
Hey, Alex, stop talking.
Look, I'm not sitting here saying that African countries, the 53 that are on the continent, are so poor they can't do this.
It's 55. They added Morocco in 2016.
I'm off by two.
It's now 55.
I'm off by two. I can but what I'm saying is there have been situations where I don't know of any country that would have been able to even do anything. I mean, I just watched.
You just tried to tell us to eat, and I debunked that. So let's use your role now.
It's not even debunking that.
Stop. So let's use the country that you was initially talking about, Ethiopia.
Okay, Ethiopia. What about it?
I'm answering your question. Okay, so you say Ethiopia was never conquered. Okay, it was never colonized. Okay, I proved that was wrong, but we'll run with it. So Ethiopia. When has Ethiopia done it? Did Ethiopia come to the aid of founders Black Americans during the Civil Rights Movement? Did they advocate against Jim Crow at any point in time? Huh? You see, when we have these conversations, especially in a room like this, You're not talking to a room full of people who don't know their shit. They
I'm not
scholarship.
saying I am not saying that you don't know your shit. I'm not saying that you don't have knowledge of stuff. I'm
No, but
asking.
what everybody is saying we're angry. We're not. People are actually coming off the mic with scholarship. People aren't babbling. People are coming with anecdotal rhetoric or insular commentary. People are coming with historical facts to include what's happening today.
Why you don't want to ask my question then?
Can we
Alex,
can we break this down to a very simple level? I'm 58 years old. Since I can remember on television, we've always been fed and programmed those commercials with the little kids with the flies flying around them eating dirt and please donate to Africa. I wanted to ask them, do you have any commercials over there with us being shot dead in the streets and collecting money to help us in America?
I do want to. I didn't see any when I was over there. I do want to point out that between the last 5 years, well, the last 6 years, 2017 to 2022, when it comes to police involved shootings where police are killing civilians, okay, white people that are Caucasian are the ones that are killed the most. I know
I'm not
that the
going to get you.
narrative.
Hold on. Hey, DJ,
Lord.
hold on. Stop, DJ. I'm not letting
Okay.
you get off that spot. You asked
Okay,
about a
cool.
country.
Get on.
Stop. You asked about a country that was in position to do anything for founders Black Americans, and I'm running with your rationale, not mine. Ethiopia. Since they were, in your words, they were never colonized. So why? There's the country right there, Ethiopia. And then the richest country on the continent of Africa is Nigeria. When has Nigeria advocated on behalf of founders of Black Americans? Everybody.
When has
I'm
Nigeria ever not been in a civil war, though?
Stop, DJ. Hold on. I'm going to give you some more scholarship. Hold on, DJ.
Hold on. Let's get on
Stop,
Nigeria.
DJ.
Let's start on Nigeria.
Stop.
When has Nigeria hasn't
I got
had
you.
political
So the
instability?
richest country, everybody stop. The richest country on the continent of Africa is Nigeria, right? So
It's also got the largest deposit of uranium.
I got you.
And they don't have nuclear weapons either.
Okay, so look, DJ, you about to learn. Which country did America get the uranium from to build the first nuclear bomb? Which African country? You see, you don't even have the range to partake in this conversation, but yet you're eager to come off the mic.
What do you mean? I have knowledge.
Which African nation did they get most of the uranium for the first nuclear bomb?
I would assume they got it from Nigeria because Nigeria has the largest
Congo. The Congo.
Which is another political instability country. The Congo can't do anything though.
Stop. You said Nigeria.
I wouldn't go to the Congo.
DJ, stop it. You just said Nigeria. It's the Congo. And that's when America became an international superpower. Now, what is the significance? Here's something else that is the equivalent of the nuclear bomb. In 1884, what weaponry of mass destruction was created? And this is the year of the beginning of the Berlin Conference. So do you know what the Berlin Conference is? And do you know what weapon of mass destruction that was created in 1884, which gave white people the weaponry to fight on the continent of Africa? And prior to 1884, they had the superior weaponry, the Africans. Now, why am I bringing up that date? Why did I bring up that year? And what is the weaponry I'm talking about? You still there?
What Africans are you talking about? The white?
I mean, I'm talking to DJ.
I'm still here looking
I'm talking about the kind of African. Hold on, DJ, keep it simple. You're looking it up? Is that what you're saying?
Looking it up. I'm looking it up right now.
It's called the Gatling gun. It's called the Gatling gun, the machine gun, right? So prior to that, they had muskets, the Europeans, right? So
correct.
I don't know if you've ever fired a musket. It takes a long time to load.
It does. I fired a musket. I have two.
So you know how long it takes to load that mother, and then it's not accurate at all, right? Now imagine having bows and arrows. Imagine having bows and arrows and spears. Of that time, that was the superior weaponry, and they still were defeated. Why? Here's what I'm getting to. The Africans were defeated because of xenophobia and tribalism. That's why it's never, historically on that continent, it's never taken a, prior to the nuclear bomb, prior to the creation of the Gatling gun of 1884, prior to the Berlin Conference, where Europeans literally sat at a table and carved up fucking Africa. The reason why they were able to take over that motherfucking continent was because of xenophobia and tribalism. They came in and saw a way to conquer this country because of something that already existed.
So who invented the Gatling gun?
Oh my motherfucking.
Hey,
So
hey, look,
listen,
I'm not finna sit up. I'm not finna sit up here
no,
and act like I'm
DJ,
trolling, and I'm not. But I'm asking
DJ,
because my knowledge is that Richard Gatling invented the Gatling gun, who's an American. But if I heard you correctly, it seemed as if you were saying that the Gatling gun was invented in Africa.
No, nigga, are you
That's not
slow
what he
or
said. Wait,
retarded? I said that.
Okay, did I have you? Did I misheard incorrectly?
Nigga,
Can
you
y'all
just
hear me?
retarded.
Can y'all
My
hear
bad,
me?
Nat.
Now
My
you want
bad,
to
Nat.
attack
My
the
bad.
character
Yeah,
So
like,
mother.
listen, DJ,
wow.
DJ,
What?
DJ, we're gonna move on. And the reason why I think to sum
Okay,
up
that's cool.
part of what Un is trying to elevate, and I'm gonna try and sum up. I'm not doing everything, Un, so I'm not gonna speak for you. But I just want to say one of the things you're trying to articulate to DJ is that what he's trying to say is despite the fact that blacks in America were a bottom caste going through our own civil rights, engaging in a war that has been going on for several hundred years, we still found it in our soul to be Pan-African and consider the plight of what was happening to other black people across the world. We dedicated our services, we advocated for, and we did things for. You mentioned that other African countries couldn't do it because they were constantly in war amongst themselves, whether it was civil war or that they were economically depressed. What he's saying is we had similar, but we still found it. And when you brought up Ethiopia, you went numb, you still never answered the question, and you're saying, so your argument, I'm not saying it's your whole argument, but you putting forth the idea that other African nations and countries did not have the bandwidth and or the capability to even consider what was happening to Black Americans. What he's saying is Black Americans could be viewed in the same light, but yet we did that shit and it wasn't reciprocated. And then for those countries that have access to resources, they plundered it away. They didn't invest in themselves, let alone invest outside of their country. And then those same individuals are migrating to this country because they still haven't been able to get right at home and taking advantage of what we were able to do with damn near nothing. So that's where I think he was trying to elevate. That's part of
You
it.
said it a lot nicer than I was about to say it. Trust me.
And that's
But that,
thank you.
but
So
that's a false analogy though, because
it's not a false analogy.
the continent was not.
Unless you can say and you can provide data that
I'm
states
trying.
that
Trying.
states that there are any particular countries in the continent of Africa that had a situation that was comparable to Black Americans that either came forward for, then how is it false analogy? What
You
makes
know,
this analogy false?
can I? Sister, can I go?
Can you do it in 60 seconds or less?
I'll try.
Please.
It
I'll
all
give you
goes.
I give you 2 minutes.
Hey,
You have
DJ,
okay.
Net saved you,
I'll
DJ.
start right now.
I
You
want you
have
to
to
know that.
study again. Start by studying the history of the continent, in the sense that what he's saying or what he's trying to say when he says no African country was actually capable of aiding to the African American cause was the fact that we were, as a continent, we were under colonial rule. It's not only civil, right? It's not like we had under
Hold on,
civil
Net.
wars.
Hold on.
You see, you
This
gave
month,
me 2 minutes. You gave me
Net.
2 minutes. You
Hey,
gave me 2
Alex, hold
minutes.
on.
Let me land. You
Before you
gave me 2
became under
minutes.
colonial rule,
Can I ever?
hold on, Alex, stop, man, because you babble and you don't know what the fuck
No,
you
you are not
talking about.
allowing me to finish.
Everything that I was talking about
You will
predated the
not let me
colonial rule
speak.
that you fucking talking about.
You will not let me
Listen, man,
speak.
hold on,
You will not let me speak.
when the
You
colonial
are
rule that you're
just
speaking of,
interrupting
before
me.
they took, stop it, Alex,
This is
stop it.
not a
Before they
conversation.
took over, Alex, stop it.
You are
Before
doing
they took over
monologue, brother. This is monologue.
Alex, shut the fuck up. Before they took over the continent of Africa, right? Y'all had the superior weaponry and was still conquered. They didn't get the fucking nuclear bomb until the 1900s. So when they first invaded the continent of Africa, how the fuck do you get defeated? You got the superior weaponry, home field
We
advantage,
didn't have any
and the
superior.
fucking
What do you mean? We
numbers.
didn't.
Stop it.
We
Hey, Alex,
didn't.
shut the fuck up. Y'all had the superior weaponry, home field advantage, right?
Hey, what
And, hold
superior
on. And
fucking
y'all had
weapons
the
did
numbers.
Africa
Stop it.
have?
Alex, stop it.
We
Stop it.
didn't.
Hey, look, everybody, they had the numbers. How the fuck do you get conquered?
What
Xenophobia and
superior
Guns.
fucking
tribalism.
weapons?
What you I just
The
outlined how you
Gatling
had the
gun was
superior.
invented in America. So what superior fucking
They
weapons did
used, hey,
Africa have?
DJ, they used, no, I didn't say that, everybody, hold on. DJ, you a dumb motherfucker too. I didn't say Africans had the Gatling
What
gun. I said
superior
that,
weapons
listen,
did
DJ,
Africa
DJ,
have
DJ, I'm telling you
during
right now. I
colonialism?
told,
What
hold on, man.
superior
Hey,
weapons?
both of y'all, hold on, both of y'all shut up. I said arrows, bows, and spears was the superior weaponry of the day. Prior to the Gatling gun, the
Get the
white man
fuck
creates
out
the
of here.
gun.
They had
I got
weapons.
you.
They
Stop it,
had
man.
fire. They
Like,
had
stop it, stop it.
cannons. They had
Stop it,
cannons.
stop it, stop it. So then, hold on. So then, listen. When they created the Gatling gun was the most devastating weapon on the battlefield. It changed history. The fuck is you talking about? So what I'm
It was
saying is,
created in America during the
I know,
Civil
DJ,
War.
that's what I'm trying to
But
tell you. When the Gatling gun was created, they used the Gatling
when
gun,
they were
right?
colonizing Africa in the 17 and 1800s, the Europeans had
Without the Gatling
firearms.
gun, everybody, without the Gatling gun,
The
Britain does not
Africans
conquer the
had
Zoo.
bows and
Hey
weapons.
man,
What are you talking
can I
about?
get a green
The
bean? Can I
British
get a green
conquered
bean?
China.
Can I get a
They
green
got
bean?
fucking
Hey,
firearms.
hey, DJ, man, get out the way. Without the Gatling gun,
just DJ, just let him finish, and then we'll let
We
you go
had the
after.
superior weapon.
listen,
Please,
research
Papa,
the history.
please.
Hold on. Listen, research history. Without the
Wow.
Gatling gun,
Wow.
Britain does not defeat the Zulu nation. This is why I'm bringing it up. This dummy thought I said that the Africans came up with the Gatling gun and used the Gatling gun. I'm saying that the Europeans used the Gatling gun against the Africans. Prior to the Gatling gun, right? When they first invaded the continent, when they first invaded the continent of Africa, Africans had home field advantage. They had the sheer numbers on their side, and they had the superior weaponry. He even admitted that a musket. He even admitted that a musket it takes a long time to load and it's not accurate. So a bow and arrow of that time,
Rifling barrel.
stop
You
it.
have
That
no.
time, stop it. That time, hey man, stop it, bro.
Damn, DJ,
That
I was
time,
nice
So
enough to let you
listen,
back up. So I'll let. Hold on. So
Go
DJ,
ahead.
I'll let you back up, but let's let Unapologetic finish, and then you can go ahead. Go ahead,
thank you.
Unapologetic.
Good. I'm glad you're here because I was coming off mic to say, y'all, I apologize that I'm failing in Mark because I'm actually taking care of something at work. But Sister Girl Goddess, you gonna hold it down. So my bad.
I appreciate it. That's all I'm saying. At no point in time was I saying Africans had the Gatling gun. I was saying the Gatling gun was created and used against Africans, right? But prior to the Gatling gun being created, yes, they did have cannons, but the musket, it was not accurate and it took a longer time to load. And the superior weaponry of the day was the spear, the bow and arrow, hell, even the motherfucking what's that called? The slingshot. Even the slingshot was of the time was the superior weaponry on a battlefield. You were more
That's just
mobile.
false, brother. That's
You were
just
more
wrong.
mobile. Stop it. You were more mobile and you were more deadly. Meaning, for every shot that you fired with a musket, you could get off 3, 4, 5 arrows. So how do you get taken the fuck over and you got the numbers, you got home field advantage, and you got the superior weaponry? It's a xenophobia and tribalism is how y'all motherfuckers got taken over. And y'all still practice that same shit today.
But when you say that them selling off all their people also made them weak along with that.
Oh,
exactly.
There's a few.
When they sold all their people off, then they didn't have the numbers, right?
Exactly. And all of that came under what? The xenophobia. If they would have banded together and my enemy is my friend, it's not even enough bodies in Europe to take over the continent of Africa.
They had fire. They had cannon. If you got cannons, if you have cannons and muskets, with your firearms, you can do a lot more damage than you can with bows and arrows. You have a longer range where you can attack people. And you got to remember, the Europeans have been at war since the whole country started. They've been fighting since the 1600s. So they had more military experience. They had more military experience.
So why was Britain? Hold on. Why was Britain losing in the Zulu nation prior to the Gatling gun? That literally changed that whole war. The fuck is you talking about?
The Zulu nation is way in South Africa, right?
Is that not on the continent of Africa, idiot? Didn't I just say South Africa?
First of all, stop character attacking me, bro, because you don't know me and I don't know
Nigga,
you.
you sound dumb.
Here,
You're not
nigga,
adding nothing of value to this conversation.
Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all.
Dumb, man. I ain't gonna lie, you sound dumb.
All right, y'all.
First of all, the
okay, so let's hold on. So it's I'm trying to keep the recordings, and it's already been 11 hours since I've done this room. I'm already tired. So let's just go ahead and let everybody finish. Let's just go ahead and let everybody finish like their thought process. That way we can get like a good submission of y'all. So who is it that was next? So everybody was speaking, but now nobody wants to speak. I can end it now.
No,
No,
my
no,
bad.
I want to
I didn't
speak.
mean
I
to
just want
cuss
to
on
ask
you.
a quick question.
Oh no, you're
Just a quick
fine.
question.
Unapologetic, I already know what to offer. Good conversations and a little bit of cursing every now and then. So it's your T.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to. I mean, personally, I really don't see why we have these conversations all the time, but I just wanted to ask a quick question. Can
Yeah, it's
Unapologetic just
Clubhouse. It's
explain
always
to
gonna
us
be all the
how?
time because we're always gonna
That's
make reply
fine.
rooms. As long as
That's
y'all
fine.
keep making stupid rooms, we're gonna reply.
That's
I'm never
fine. I
gonna
just
stop.
wanted to ask how a slingshot trumps a cannon in warfare. That's all I just wanted to know. Because he said superior power.
You said
So
what you say?
how does a slingshot or spear trump a cannon in warfare?
Right. And did you hear what I see? Y'all don't. I could say
No,
we
no,
when
because
we
that's
have
what
these
you
conversations.
said.
Hold on, fam. Listen. We can say a whole when we have these conversations, right? Some of y'all, I can say a whole paragraph and y'all focus on the sentence. Now, I'm a combat veteran. I did 2 tours in a war zone, right? So I've shot a musket. I shot a gun from a musket all the way to a 50 cal. The time how throughout history, as they perfected weaponry, right? It was how many rounds can you get down range, and how fast can your soldier reload, right? The time it takes to load a musket, I can hit you at least with a bow and arrow, a spear. If 3 of us throw a spear at you, while you're once you fire that shot, you got 5 to 10 seconds before you can reload on a battlefield, right? You're dead.
What war were you in?
DJ, stop it. I'm talking to him.
Wait, hold on.
So hold on, T. The reason why, hold on, T. You're talking about a cannon. That's for long range. That is the equivalent of today's artillery. When they were fighting on the continent of Africa, it was more so guerrilla tactics, right? Motherfuckers wasn't always standing in front of each other in a single file line and killing each other. No. It was guerrilla tactics, right? So up close and personal encounters, this is why they put a bayonet at the end of guns, for up close and personal encounters. So if we are inside of your artillery, a gun that you're shooting like a musket that's not accurate, it can go left, it can go right, it's not accurate. The shit you see in the movies is not true. You could be dead center in front of a person and fire, and that motherfucker hit somebody on the left or the right side of you. You should go try and shoot a musket to see what I'm talking about. So with that being said, if I'm up close and personal and I shoot you with a bow, I can get more shots off. We can get more shots off than after that first shot. Y'all motherfuckers got to reload. By that time, we'd have got so many arrows down range. You're dead.
Wait, but hold on, sir. You're talking
So
about
to
bows
answer
and
your
arrows,
question,
but those
hold on, stop,
those
T.
don't go in close
T.
combat.
I'm
That
trying to
doesn't
answer
work in
your
close
question.
combat.
T. Stop.
You're the
I'm
veteran here.
answering. So everybody, he asked a specific question about the cannons. I said the muskets, right? Because the cannons, once you get inside the range of the artillery, right, the devastation that it can do, it decreases. So if they're fighting guerrilla tactics, how you gonna shoot downrange your artillery? Now we're doing close quarters guerrilla tactic fighting. I can get more arrows downrange on you than you can with your muskets. That's the answer. And don't take my word for it. Just go research the Zulu War between Britain. And what changed, because Britain was losing, they was getting tore out the frame. What changed the direction of that war? It was the Gatling gun.
You also have to account that the Zulu nation was a nation that went to war, and they had different tactics in fighting a war. You're talking about fighting. One of the things you're forgetting to put in is that the Britons had a doctrine of military, of how they set up their military formations and stuff like that. So when you're fighting someone, that there's a difference in fighting a trained army versus a non-trained army of civilians, like that don't know the difference in movements and stuff.
The
So I've
tactics
been to
that you're
2
speaking
tours
of,
just like you, and
the
you know
Europeans have used.
exactly the
Hold on.
difference.
The same tactics
You
that
know
you're
the
talking of,
difference in
the
tactics,
same
bro.
tactics that you're speaking of did not work in the Haitian Revolution of 1804. The guerrilla tactics that you saw the Haitians use in Haiti are the same guerrilla tactics that you saw being used on the continent of Africa. Like I said, one reason they use other African tribes to fight the Africans that they ended up conquering, and then they enslaved the African tribes that they used, and they did the same thing with the fucking Indians. Nigga, this is why I say you're not
On the British
familiar.
Empire, they're
Listen,
smart. They
this is
conquered
what
the
I'm saying. The
Chinese.
same
They
everybody.
conquered the Chinese
I
without.
got you,
They conquered the Chinese
Stop
without
it.
superior
Everybody,
firepower
so the same
because
tactics,
they
DJ.
use
if
drugs.
you look at the French and Indian
They're
War, right?
good at
DJ.
Hey, DJ,
exploiting their
stop.
weakness.
Everybody,
DJ.
if y'all look at the French and Indian War, if y'all look at how they went on the continent of Africa and did the same, the Indians had the same tribalistic and xenophobic rhetoric, and they were conquered the same way. Europeans stopped using those battlefield tactics as of prior to right around World War One. That's when you started seeing trench warfare. Nigga, do your motherfucking research before you talk to me, nigga.
First of all, I ain't a nigga. Stop saying nigga. Like what's up, bro? Like we can meet. We can meet, bro. We can meet.
Now
We can
we can
squad.
meet.
We can
Oh my
meet and square
God.
this up.
You can't ask to meet while crying. You sound like Arsenio Hall in that movie where he was crying about his brother. Who's next?
Well, I wanted to weigh in just a little bit
In Harlem Nights.
on the weapons, right? Like the musket is an inferior weapon on battlefield grounds in Africa. Like so many things go into the way you strategize, and one of those things is going to be movement. Your ability to move with muskets, especially considering how many pieces of ammunition you would need, and them weighing you down. The fact that they don't operate as well when they're dirty, they don't operate as well when they get wet. They give up your position if you have them loaded because they rattle. So it would be an inferior weapon compared to people who have this home court advantage, know the terrain, know how they would want to move, which ways they can set up ambushes, and which ways they can set up flanks. So it would be an inferior weapon in that battlefield. It was suited for people who thought they were doing something called a gentleman's war, where they met face to face. They took steps toward each other. They had drummers. They had this strange sense of war is supposed to be this spectator sport with families on one side or the other watching as you took a step, took a shot, knelt down, and then someone behind you fired.
And Justin, isn't that tactic similar to how the Romans fought with the phalanx, but they used shields, right? Stand in single file line, shoulder to shoulder, a rows behind you. It's the same. They just graduated from shields and spears, white men I'm talking about. Same line formations, right? Your flanks and all that shit. They just incorporated muskets. It's the same. They dropped the shields, the spears, and put up muskets. It's the same shit. That didn't change. They even fought that way during the Civil War. We didn't see the way they fought until World War One. This is the first time you see trench warfare. And in World War II, battle lines, trench warfare, guerrilla tactics. They then started incorporating guerrilla tactics that were used even with the Cimarrons, the way they was tearing the European Union soldiers out the frame on the East Coast, Southeast Coast in Florida. They were using guerrilla tactics. That gentleman's war bullshit, they was getting tore out the fucking frame. Even Andrew Jackson said, y'all see me down here to kill Indians in Florida. All I see is a bunch of Negroes. But for some reason, on the continent of Africa, man, if they were monolithic, it wasn't even enough bodies in Europe to take over Africa if they were fucking monolithic. How does a foreign power with an inferior force in numbers to include in numbers and inadequate weaponry take over a whole fucking continent, if not for xenophobia and tribalism? They use other African tribes to get the lay of the land. They use other to weaken the ranks, and then they took over both. They did the same thing with the fucking Indians.
Does anybody have a response to that?
Hey, they also did it with what's the name? Damn, I had it in my Tanzania. Did they do it with them too as well? It was the exact same thing.
Yes, that's why I'm
Exact
giving you the
same
history.
thing. It was them too, and they no longer around.
They did not. Now today it's called demarkalization. You come in through humanitarian efforts to take over. The same shit. They say foreign aid. No country that has received foreign aid from a air quote superior force or a foreign nation ever became. They never became self-sufficient, independent, because the justification for them to oppress you is to say, we're here to help you. Today it's called demarkalization. It's not the same thing as the Marshall Plan, nor the Dodge Plan that you saw after World War World War II. The Marshall Plan is how they rebuilt Europe. It's literally reparations to all five components. If you look up all five components of reparations, that's literally what the Marshall and Dodge Plan is. But then when you look at the foreign aid concept where they give it to these third world countries, it's missing components that you see existing in the Marshall Plan and the Dodge Plan. So the Marshall and the Dawes Plan, the intent was for self-sufficiency. The foreign aid policy is not. They give them enough to where they still need them. And then this explains when the momentum, when nationalism first came on the scene. They went from that, when nationalism first came on the scene, this is when Europeans felt compelled to move from colonialism to imperialism. Just research it. I'm not pulling this shit out of my ass. So yes, they use the same tactics. They just redefine it. There's similar components to what they've always done. White people don't reinvent the wheel, man. They just redefine what's already worked.
Amen.
Okay, well, anybody like to follow up with that? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and make my last submission. I'll end the room.
The only thing I like to say, if people would accept the truth for what it is, we can get past all of this. Stop being in denial. Stop projecting. Stop blaming Black Americans. It's okay to do a self-assessment. It hurts. We know. I'm done.
Big facts. Anybody else? Okay, nobody has a last submission. Barry, King, Justin, Colt, you guys recently came on stage. Okay, I see a lot of people are asking me to keep the room open, y'all. I've been in this room forever. I want to finish. Who said that?
I got something to say right quick.
Noir Queen. I just wanted to say this was a great room. I came in around 4 something this morning. This is a wonderful room. For the most part, especially Mark and then came in, just kind of educating people, and we were, giving us, everybody was giving their side and their point of view. I don't know what just happened with the DT guy and all that, with the arguing back and forth, but for the most part, it's been a great tennis match. The room. So I just wanted to let you know you had a really good room tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Concur. Great room. Great opportunity to speak and listen to knowledge. Thank you for having it.
Yeah, I got one thing to say. Unapologetic, bro. I appreciate the information. Where can I look this up on, bro?
You just gotta read, my brother. We got a lot of put a lot of books in your back channel where you can get started reading.
Yeah, I want to read. I want to read where he coming from, cause he was just spitting straight knowledge, like shit.
Oh, unapologetic.
Yeah.
I promise you, he ain't made it up. He probably busy. Give him a minute.
Yeah, there's certain things that you.
And I'd like to follow up with the information about the groups of people that was displaced in the slave trade, the ones that got dispersed from the continent.
Benita, I'll send you some links in the back channel, and if I forget, just feel free to hit me up. But I'll send you some links where you can do the research on that.
Gratitude. Thanks for the room.
Anyone else? King, Justin, Cole, Ramel.
Peace, y'all. I just wanted to add, might as well throw my 2 cents in there. That this general idea that as Black people are searching for their identity, that they don't want to be African, it might overgeneralize what's going on. I think what's actually happening is you have people for the first time. Okay, maybe not the first time. This movement really started in the 70s, where people were just aggressively seeking information regarding regarding their history, right? And being over here in America, there's going to be some different there's going to be different information that we have access to compared to any other. That's just how countries work. Depending on what country, depending on what state you're in, you have different access to information. So I think there's a combination of misinformation being put out during this time where Black people are seeking their identity. Absolutely, I think information is being intentionally put out, right? Because I'm sure you all have spoken to Black people or African Americans who can give you scholars, they can give you books, they can give you whatever information you're looking for to back up their claim. You know, it's not like they're just making these basis claims just off of YouTube, at least not all of them, by the way, right? And so where I have found myself is there's nothing wrong with being African. Personally, I practice a African spirituality, but known as the Kemetic spirituality. But I believe that the ideas of Kemet and the culture of Kemet doesn't originate in East Africa. I believe that it came from the Americas, but you know, that's not a hill that I die on. It's just how I believe history unfolded since the ancient Kemetics attribute their knowledge to coming from Tahuti, or who is known as Quasi-Koto in Native America. So, I don't think that people have something against Africans. If you know history, you should understand that this recent approximately 2,000 years, the contributions to civilization was clearly made by Africans. I think what we're more accurately disputing is what happened prior to those 2,000 years. Were phenotypically Black people, were they over in America? Were they in South America? Were they in China? You know, it's not a difficult question to answer. So, and you know, just to land with this, that we know that starting with the melanated woman, she has the oldest genetics on this planet. She has the oldest phenotype on this planet. Next comes the melanated man. So is it outrageous to think that maybe we did influence these other cultures across the world, and then the lighter gene spread within the last 10 to 20,000 years, and now we have what we have today? I think it's entirely possible. So I just think everybody should keep an open mind when they're receiving these sources and information.
Just real quick before you close the room, am I pronouncing it right? How is it, Kalania?
It's Kalina. So
Kalina, I'm sorry.
This is Tiggy. This is my real name in African.
No, I know. I figured that when I heard your voice.
So I would do my real name.
All right. Just real quick, Ramal, I appreciate you bringing that there. And that's going to need to be a whole nother room. But I think where people fail to realize, I just want to address this to the room, that all melanated people that look, I'm going to use air quotes, African, are not of the same species of man. So those people that are in Central and West Africa are not of the same species of those that are in Papua New Guinea and in Australia, et cetera, et cetera. So we got to stop flattening and assuming that all hominids come from the same species when that's just not true. Although it's true that nature didn't strike more than once, when from that initial root, there's a number of different, what are we up to, 7 or 8 different species of men that all of us descend from either those species, like those that are the Cro-Magnon and Grimaldi and Neanderthal, you know, they all have some sort of relation, but they're different. Again, those of us from Papua New Guinea, Australia and Central and West Africa are different. We got East Africa, we got South Africa. We're not all the same. So when you say that perhaps maybe, you know, I know there's a whole idea of people getting their life and everything from the Americas versus Northeast Africa and all of that. Are these even the same species of people? But with that, I'll land, and that could just be a whole nother room that we can unpack together.
I mean, we could if you need somebody to keep the room open, I'll volunteer. If you want to, you know,
it hasn't been a full hour yet. I'm trying to keep the replays on. Because when I make these rooms, Africans like to say I'm saying in these rooms and I'm going to slit their throat and all kind of crazy stuff. So when I do create my rooms, I want to keep the replays on. But I'm just saying, like, if when nobody was replying to you, that's why I was like, I'll in the room if nobody has any submissions. So if y'all want to keep on going, y'all can. It hasn't been an hour since I announced that.
I mean, we get. I could keep slaughtering them if they want to step up to the plate to get slaughtered.
Somebody wanted to know where you got your information from on, and I told him that you'd be for him to gather his books and start reading them, because that's what you do, you read. But he wanted to know specifically the information that you were giving him. Where did you get it from?
Right. It's called research, right? So from books, articles, from going online, scholarly articles. You see what I'm saying? It's like, how if I didn't read it somewhere, if I didn't research it, how do I even formulate what I've shared in a sentence? How would I have even been able to pull that out my ass?
Well, I told him you didn't make it up. So
you know what I'm saying? Who don't know? Okay, and if you think about it, everything that I said, I got you, T. So everything that I said, right? You can go look up 1884 Gatling gun, Berlin Conference. I literally gave the breadcrumbs for people to go look up. And I do that specifically for those who be like, where your research? When was the Gatling gun created? 1884. When did the Berlin Conference start? 1884. Why was there a Berlin Conference? See, you pull on that thread and then it takes you somewhere. But people who are willfully ignorant, their brains don't operate like that. You see what I'm saying? So, and then how did the Zulu, what happened during the Zulu War with Britain? Who was winning that first, and what changed the trajectory of that war? It wasn't just the Gatling gun. It was also a bullet that they came up with, a bigger, heavier bullet that's more accustomed to today's AK-47 bullet, the way it tumbled in the air. See, the AK-47, it doesn't spiral through the air. It tumbles. It does more damage when it hits your body because it's tumbling into your body, whereas a 587, bullets are going straight and it's spiraling. So the bullet that they came up with as they fired through what is now today considered a rifle, because there was a gun between the Gatling gun and the musket, and it fired a bigger caliber bullet, and it went through the shields of the Zulu. How the fuck would I know that if I didn't do no research?
I tried to tell him.
Or shoot a gun.
So
but you notice I'm the one being asked for resources, right? But those who, in opposition to what the founders of Black Americans are saying, they're not coming with no scholarship. They're not coming with no research. They're not coming with no site or no resources. Ain't nobody asking them to provide shit. Most of them came off the mic with anecdotal and insulary commentary, which is typically what we hear in these conversations. Because the scholarship would, if they tried to come with scholarship, it would depose what they're saying.
So what is the deal with all the people coming for scholarships in terms of going to university in America, and they don't even possess the skill to research? Like, what are they, is it a wasted opportunity? Or, you know what I mean? Because if you come over here to get an education, you should have one, but it doesn't seem like it,
Yeah, but Penny, now we're talking about...
It's just a way to have ties to America. That's all it is. Because sometimes, they get these visas, to go to school or whatever. As long as they're in school, they can stay. That's what's going on with a lot of them.
And now we're talking about immigration. But now we're talking, not Penny, now you're getting in... Penny, now you're getting into immigration and also hyper-selectivity. You don't see... the hyper-selectivity is when America goes to these countries and they recruit the best and brightest. So they literally got to win a lottery. They're not just giving out lottery ticket to anybody. They literally got to win a lottery to come here, to go to school or to work. You see what I'm saying? So if I want to be an expat, I just got to apply for a job and go to a country, and I'll become an expat in said country. Whereas they are applying for a lottery to come here and live and go to work and go to school. They're not recruiting. They're recruiting the best and brightest for that.
I get that part of it, but there are also people of means, of not just African, but other people, but we're talking about Africa right now, that are able to send their children over here. Just send them. Tell them to go find their fortune.
I guarantee you that
their
percentage.
way.
the percentage of those who can do that, that percentage is a lot smaller than those who are trying to get the lottery to come here. You ain't never heard of Africa. Well, my family sent me here. No, they said they came over here so they could send money back because their family is poor.
That's true. I'm talking to you from Germany right now. There's a great deal of Africans here, and there's a lot of segregation within the African communities here. The Ethiopians have their area, the Nigerians have their area, the Ghanaians have their area, and none of those areas blend or mix in with regular German culture.
And that's not just Germany. Go to Inc. See, they think you ain't trapped because you're a founder of Black America. Somebody said in the motherfucking comments, African, I think it's African something, African Foundational African. He said earlier in the comments, most Black founders Americans ain't never been on a plane. Motherfucker, this is the stupid shit that we got to hear.
Yeah, what
when
is
you
that?
go to England, the country England itself delineates the Black ethnic groups politically. Jamaican, Nigerian, or African, they delineate them intentionally. And here's another thing. Britain just stopped paying its slave owner estates in 2015. So from 1837,
they did.
Listen to the dates, everybody, for those who want a receipt. All you gotta do is look this shit the fuck up by the date. Britain's reparations, 1837. Up until 2015, 40,000 slave owner estates from 1837 to now. And I guarantee you the Queen of England was one of them. But the names are sealed. So you know the royal family was getting reparations. So the taxes that Africans, when they go to England, or the former colonies that pay tribute to England, because the money that's being paid to the slave owner states, the money was a part of the country's governmental budget. It came out of the governmental budget. So when you pay taxes to England, you are literally paying slave owner states tax reparations. Now, how many African nations pay tribute or allow England to exploit the resource?
Well, tomorrow morning, I fly to Bulgaria. Next week, I go to Kazakhstan. I'm going to take a personal survey on how many Africans I see in those particular places and see, because I was up top of Finland, and I was like, how did you guys get all the way up here? You know what I mean? Like up in the Arctic Circle. So, you know, a lot of people have dispersed a lot of different ways. And like you said, even the other Africans, the Moroccans, the Somalians, the Northeastern Arab Africans, you know, have dispersed, and they're everywhere.
So, but my thing is this: if they're so great, if their country is so great, why are they fleeing? Why so many of them fleeing?
Hello.
Why as bad as founders? So they'll say, well, founders Black Americans fled to Liberia. So did 3,178 Caribbean. You can't hold, so some left. Okay, we have expats today, but there's been no mass exodus of foundational Black Americans fleeing America to go nowhere. But there seems to be a lot of them fleeing Africa to go to America, to all these European nations. But y'all so great. Your country is so great, but you fleeing to send money back home for what? Why? What is the reason why you're fleeing to send money back home for? What's the reason? Then they're gonna say, well, our country is young. Well, when your country was getting its independence, air quotes, because you don't need control the currency in your motherfucking country, so you don't have independence. So when y'all was getting your man-made, because then they'll also say, well, that's not our country, that was given to us. So don't give me that shit. We were fighting overt racism here in America. And yet we still didn't flee in mass exodus. So you can dismiss me with that bullshit. And then we play a black. You want to talk about colonialism, imperialism? Here in America, we play a black tax. We play all that shit. But we still put up a fight. Y'all motherfuckers just seem, y'all have the numbers, Y'all have it's your land. There was some ethnocide committed to your wall, but it wasn't total ethnocide like it has been to Foundation of Black Americans. And yet y'all still flee, and yet y'all still sit here and have vitriol for Foundation of Black Americans. And we're the last group to delineate. Y'all have always delineated.
They want to take a taxi to the finish line and hop out and run across. We've been fighting for a long time. You got to get in line.
Yeah.
Get behind us. We go first.
These some badass roots to detach from.
And everybody, the wealth that is the wealth that Foundation of Black Americans hold of America is $4.6 trillion. That exceeds the total GDP of all 55 African nations combined. If you combine all of the 28 countries in the Caribbean, I think it's 28. If you combine the total 28 countries in the Caribbean, we exceed their GDP, and we're behind enemy lines.
Well, that's because we are in enemy lines. Isn't that why we have that GDP?
No, we are behind enemy lines. They're exploiting the resource that's beneath their feet, whereas here in America, we are the resource, and we're still putting up a fight.
I mean, so us having that GDP, don't we have that GDP based on America's capacity to take other people's resources?
No,
because America doesn't
here's
get
why.
Okay.
2 words. No, because of benign neglect. So, Ramil, tell us a time when Foundation Black Americans as a group, what's the decade, what's the year, what's the legislation where Foundation of Black Americans were incentivized by the United States government in monetary, it could be monetary or it could be legislation tangibles. When?
Shit, never.
Thank you. That's why I said benign neglect. So the $4.6 trillion, all the Black communities that Foundation of Black Americans built, the Black Wall Street, Rosewoods, and Omaha, Nebraska, all of them, right? Wilmington, Wilmington, North Carolina, all of them, right? Chicago, New York, Harlem, all that shit, right? We were told, you go live over there in that swampland, that shit, we don't want it. And we turned shit to sugar with no incentivization from the United States government, and definitely not after 1870, after 1878, when Rutherford B. Hayes passed Posse Comitatus, where the federal troops can no longer come into states without on the behest of the governor. So this is how Reconstruction was able to come to fruition. Union soldiers, and they also oppressed and harassed and tormented Black people as well. But and the Ku Klux Klan that was created the same year the slavery ended. And the Ku Klux Klan by itself did not stop Reconstruction. You see what I'm saying? Jim Crow supersede. It's not about the Ku Klux Klan, because Jim Crow, regardless if they're a Ku Klux Klan member or not, Jim Crow is where all white people benefit from white privilege. And here comes the Dred Scott ruling, which predates the end of slavery. This is where you get the term scot-free from. There's no law that can be passed to protect a Black life a white man must honor. That's still in fruition today. The 14th Amendment did not repeal that Supreme Court ruling. Why? Because a dog still has more federal protections than Black people. The Welfare Act for Animals of 1965 validates that.
You don't believe
in the next
ask
3
Mike.
subsequent, huh?
I said, if they don't believe you, tell them to ask Mike Vick.
Right, but look up the Welfare Act of 1965. The Welfare Act for Animals of 1965, specifically for animals. There's no legislation coming out of the Civil Rights Movement specifically says Negro, African American, freedmen, nothing.
And that's months after the Civil Rights Act was passed.
Only time you see something specific, the last and only times you see something specifically for Foundation of Black Americans is the 1866 treaty, and it specifically says freedmen. But on that treaty, it also has the Dow's Roll, which is where you get your $5 Indians.
Everybody everybody is gotten over. We put everybody on our back, and they get more than we do.
Well, can I ask you this, on? Um, uh, I found my great great grandfather Ed Neal's name on the Freedmen, Cherokee Freedmen rolls. Does that give me access to anything within the Cherokee Nation, or are they marginalizing us as well?
Yeah, but you got to keep. Don't forget, it does. But in the 1866 treaty, it said, Cherokee Indians were slave owners too, and part of that treaty, they had to give up. They had to give up their slaves. But then it also says descendants of freedmen, your former slaves, will get all tangibles that Cherokee Nation gets. Now, let's not forget, 2 years ago, $31 billion, one of many reparation packages that Indians have gotten, 574 tribes got $31 billion from the United States government and was awarded I think it was 5 nations, one being Cherokee, half of Oklahoma from the Supreme Court ruling. So if you could trace that documentation, um, I don't know what you're going to get, because they don't get reparations neither. The black ones, I'm saying, the black Indians, they don't get reparations.
Well,
They quick to say, well,
I
we
know
can
who
trace.
does, though. I know who
No,
does,
the
though.
red Indians, but the pretendians are
No,
quick to say, we can trace our lineage. But yeah,
the
where's your
black
reparations
ones.
at?
The black ones in Connecticut, Foxwoods, that
They're getting
casino is owned
tangibles.
by.
They're getting tangibles.
That's owned by black people. You know who's a
Are
Pequot
they
Indian?
getting reparations?
They got casinos, Foxwood casinos up in
Okay, they got a
Connecticut, and
casino, but are they
they
getting
have
reparations?
mansions back
They
in
get
them
reparations.
woods. Yeah, they're up in there. You know who's a Pequot Indian? Is Jeffrey Osborne, and they
Are they
look like
getting?
us.
I got a friend that's Jeffrey Osborne's cousin. They not getting the reparations check.
Oh, well, I know they are up there in the woods, because I was at Foxwoods and I met one in the High
But are
Rollers
they
now.
getting a reparations check?
I don't know. They getting them. They getting
Here's why I
those.
asked this question. An Indian on this app earlier this year, he was reluctant to share it at first because, just like with the Jews, they're told not to talk about how much money they get. And I got him to say, he said he gets between $600 and $1,000 reparations check from birth to the day he died.
I did notice that the heads, the leaders, because I was paying attention and asking questions. I did notice that the leaders were actually red Indians. They weren't black Indians.
This was a red Indian. He looked just as white as Elizabeth Warren. So what I'm saying is, yeah, they may get the casinos and all like that. Okay, cool. But do they get? See, the pretendians will say, "Well, we can trace our lineage." Then when you ask them, "Do you get reparations? Or do you have any ties to a casino? Do you have any land?" No.
Well, I know they got some folks looking like us that live in the woods up there in Connecticut. Because I was like, somebody said, "Well, I'm gonna run down to the house for a minute, and I'll be back." And I looked outside, and it wasn't nothing but trees and forest. So I was
Is
like,
that an
"Where are the black
exception?
people
Is that
coming
an
from up here in
exception?
these woods?"
Those who get in Kentucky, right? Those black Indians you're talking about, are they exceptions or are they the rule?
That's in Connecticut. They are the exceptions, because I didn't even
Right.
know they was up there.
But do
Well, they're
exceptions?
not the okay, but this what I'm
But do
talking about. It's
exceptions
not an
exceed the rule?
exception. It's a large amount. Let's be very clear.
But
Lookership will have you messed up. Melanin does not detect relationship or lineage, and we got to get out that mindset.
right, but what she's talking about, Ty, what I'm trying to ask her is, because we can bring up one or two stories. Does those exceptions exceed the rule?
Well,
They did not.
everything
For
turns
me,
into a
I was
geological
shocked to see that,
organism.
because I didn't
Well,
know
I'm
anything
not.
about that.
Here's the thing. So the Eastern Woodland people were moved all over. There's a Trail of Tears before the Trail of Tears. That happened damn near 50 years before it. And we don't talk about that enough. Now, right now, it's being Africanized as well. What they're calling it is the slave migration, where they're saying that slaves were walked through west, right? But they don't talk about this in no history. And there's actually documented pictures and everything of this Virginia to westward walk, right? And then you also see the walk of the Eastern Woodlands in the Oklahoma. But until we openly do our own genealogies and
Wait. I want to look this up, Ty. You said
hold on,
there
I'm
was
here
a.
for you. Give me a second.
What happened, Ty?
She said, "Give her a second."
Give me a second. I'll actually get the document and put it in the back chat.
Okay.
Am I tripping or is everyone just quiet?
Yeah. So,
Okay,
Kalania.
I exaggerated the date. It was 10 years before the Trail of Tears. But here, I'll put the PTR of the picture up, and then I'll go ahead and pull up the link to the actual document here. This is the picture, and there's the reference in the bottom.
Fleming, while she was looking for her paperwork, did you want to go ahead and say something? Because we have about 17 minutes left of this room.
Oh yeah, I was just going to answer the title. Me personally, I don't particularly subscribe to the banter of me, and this is just my personal philosophy and opinion. I don't really subscribe to the banter that I'm outside. I don't subscribe to the banter of I'm a Israelite or a Native American. I know enough about my own family history, all the way past my great grandmother, to know that at least my family's name came from a slave master. That's as far as back as the patriarchal and matriarchal history of my family. Um, I'm planning on doing my own DNA testing to see where my ancestral lineage comes from. But again, like those of you that believe that you're Native American or Black Hebrew Israelite, I don't. That's your business. I'm not here to judge. It's just for me, my own personal opinion. I think for the most part, African Americans are of African descent. I just think that in theory, and this is my personal theory, I think that we've been robbed of our lineage, our language, our culture, to where we've come to a point to where in a vacuum we've adopted a lot of prominent cultures to have some sort of identity. And I think that's just what I'm seeing on Clubhouse. But again, this is just on my personal opinion from what I'm observing. So I just want to say that, and I'm gonna land.
So I like, I keep hearing people say that we have collected a bunch of other people's culture, and so as if we don't have a culture of our own. And I want to know, what part of our culture do you feel that comes from other places?
Well, for one, when I make these challenges, for example, a brother I spoke to said I'm a Hebrew. Now, I'm by religious faith, I'm Muslim, and I pray in a Semitic language. And so, with that being said, when I challenge someone that comes from or has adopted, in my opinion, a Semitic culture, in a sense, I ask them, "Do you speak Hebrew? Do you read in Hebrew?" As I have to read in Arabic. And so their answer is no. The Bible
No,
says
no, no. I'm
that's
not talking about what your argument towards them.
okay.
The last part of your statement, you said, I believe that our African Americans are Africans for the most part. You said that they have been deculturalized people, and so here in America, what you have observed was that we have accumulated pieces of culture from everyone else. That was your words.
Yeah, you
Actually, I
did
didn't
say
say.
that, and
Well,
we actually have, and we
I don't
actually
have.
have
I
the
didn't say.
language, and we also have
Okay. I didn't.
Tutnese. Tutnese is a dialogue of ourselves,
Can I
not
can
of
I
anybody else.
can I respond to what she said first?
Yeah,
First
but
and
I
foremost,
created the room and I was making an insertion as well. Okay, now you can go ahead and speak.
Well, first off, I didn't use the word accumulated. I said as black people historically, and as far as given the historical record of our ancestors, and as far as I'm concerned, black Americans from an ancestral point of view have been robbed of an original language, culture, because there are different tribes that were brought over here, and since the 13 colonies. And since then, we've had to acclimate to the society, and we had to adopt a language that's not originally of our own, which is English. This wasn't what my ancestors spoke. This wasn't an original language. And so, for me as a black man, how do I trace my lineage when I'm a hodgepodge of different cultures? Where can I trace it back to? I can trace it all the way
To
back to Mississippi.
America.
That's
Yeah,
right. You're
I could.
Black American.
Well, Fleming, you
Correct.
can chase it depending on who you
Beat
are.
ADOS,
It
nigga.
can go anywhere. You have to be willing to
Fact.
do
But
the work
I
for
want
your family.
When
I
I
want to
trace
trace
my
it
when
back
I trace
to 20,000
Well, it
Tracing
years.
ain't
your
about listen. It
family's
ain't about
lineage
Nobody.
tracing. You're gonna
is
have to
is
do what
is
you
just an
can.
extension. You have a lineage here. Even if you were to say, okay, I got a Irish ancestor, right? That ancestor of that Irish woman, yes, her lineage goes back there, but how are you an Irish person today?
and sometimes the records are because of the way they did the records. My great grandfather, Ed Neal, is on the Cherokee Freedmen rolls. But when I looked at the census, one of them in 1901 said that he was black. And then the next one said that it had an M, that he was
Is
mulatto.
mulatto. And
So,
here, Penny, that I want
yeah.
you
Then
to
it
do me
said
a
Negro.
favor. Penny, can you do me a favor? I'm gonna put a petition in the back channel in the room chat. This is what the Indians. I know a lot of people don't know it. Like people like Phoenix Moon, myself, Damon, etc. Been hollering about on here when we talk about the misclassified people. And unless we get them to tell the truth and cough up all our fucking records, we're going to stay in that loophole of them telling us who we are and us having to figure it out. But if we get all the records and we know all the truth of who we are, guess what? Then what they going to do with it? And you just going to be who you are. And some people are gonna find Africans. Some people gonna find Chinos. Other people gonna find Indians. Other people gonna find Europeans. You have to be okay with what you found and accept that those people came together no matter how the vagina and penis came together. They came together and created babies, and that made you wonderful, uniquely, amazingly, glorious, masterful you. And there's nothing wrong with that. And
That's
we
right.
have to learn that.
Mhm. And there's kitchen table conversations because, like I said, my great grandfather's on the Freedman rolls. His daughter was my great grandmother, who I knew as a child. I mean, I interacted with her actually, and she looks like a Native American, gray eyes, long salt and pepper braid, but it's talk in the family that her mother was white. So we don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Really. And even if we do the DNA testing and all that stuff, I mean, I did that. It didn't come up with any native, but I know my great grandfather's on the Cherokee Freedmen rolls. So in some cases, we don't know what the hell's going on. We just have to keep doing our research and, and just do due diligence with that, you know?
Yeah, I was. Someone said something about black people using other people's, trying to amalgamate themselves in other people's culture, and this is where, I wonder, where do people draw the line between a culture starting and a culture beginning? You see,
We make up everything. We make up everything, and everybody else cosplays us, like the gentleman said earlier.
right? Because I'm finding a lot of evidence, like I said before. Personally, I like the Kemetic philosophy, but I'm finding a lot of evidence of that over here. I'm from Chicago. The peregrine falcon is the Chicago state bird, and if anybody knows anything about the Kemetic sciences, that's a very as a matter of fact, I just moved home from Jersey, and the ibis bird which represents Tahuti. It's I saw an ibis bird in Jersey. So I did a whole research of where do ibis birds migrate from? Where do they come from? And they're all over here in North America. So I just wanted to highlight that whole culture thing. Like a lot of people they haven't gone far back enough to really annotate what culture belongs to what group specifically.
Can I ask an honest question?
Go ahead.
Why do African Americans? Why do they have to be African? Why can't they just be American? What's wrong with being American?
We're
They don't
not
respect
African.
it
We are American.
because they don't respect what it is. I think that a people are more than just their genetics, right? And then even if you go into genetics, we're mixed with a lot of different things. A lot of us have Native American ancestry and ancestry in many different places. But the only part that they find that many people who want us to just be African find important is the fact that we have a lot of black in us, a lot of African in us. But I think that a people are more than just their genetics, especially when a people like Black Americans have been strategically disassociated with their African cultures and forced to create our own culture, an amalgamation of many different cultures, plus our own kind of creative twist to it, to where not everyone wants to do it. So I think that I think is when I have a friend, she's African, and I don't want to be too insular with this example, but she basically says that Black Americans we're displaced Africans, and I always have to try to push back a little bit on her when she says that, because I think she says that because she wants to create a unity. She wants to sort of force a unity between Africans and Black Americans, and I don't think that we need to necessarily call ourselves African to do that. So I don't know. I think we should be able to be whoever we want to be, and if it's mutually beneficial to work with other groups, then we should be able to do that no matter what we call ourselves. And then that's the end of my spiel.
So to piggyback off of what you were saying as well, when Africans like to tell us displaced Africans, I always feel like it is a forced alliance that they want to create with us, but it still also feels a little slave tradery. Based on when you look at how they look at human beings, how they value human beings, and how they actually look at slavery as a more of a domestic thing, it just kind of feels like an ownership. Like when they say certain things like, oh, you look like you're this, I'm going to rename you. And certain little things like that. Displacement feels like I'm going to find an alliance with you and you can be an African. You're just not a full African. You're just not an African like me. And I don't think we realize the underlining tones of some of that rhetoric that they like to spew at us. But to also answer your question when you say, why can't we just be Americans? And why do we have to be Africans? The reason why we have to be Africans for some people, right? Like the people who created the room, the original room. It's because they're so ashamed and have some type of form of PTSD from the things that we've been dealing with in this country for centuries, to the point where what we are is not enough and they're constantly running away from it. It's kind of like post-traumatic stress. Instead of just being okay with who you are and aligning with everything that our ancestors have done, they've completely complied with white supremacy and now are looking at this continent that they have no connection to, know damn well they're never going to move there full time. And they feel like in order to be an ancient people, that's enough. And it's not something beautiful to be a hybrid Black. That is something that's far more into the future and that have created more things into the future. So that's why a lot of us don't want to just be American. It's just a form of PTSD. We feel like we have to be connected to something else to make us actually matter, because of flat Blackness, white supremacy, and just personal denial.
So associating yourself as African solve that, or is it just
No,
running away?
associating ourselves as African will only just keep us in limbo, because at the end of the day, mentally, we are so far ahead of the rest of the world, especially Africa. Me and my friend always say it's like we're talking to them in the future. We're just a little bit too different. And I just think this whole reach back to Africa just makes me feel like we're always looking behind us as opposed to in front of us and consistently moving forward in life. It just keeps us in limbo.
So here's where I'm confused, right? Because I feel like your history is important, right? And when it comes to Black Americans, our history, quite clearly, is not the last 400 years, right? We didn't pop up the last 400 years. So our history would be as far back as we can go to be able to see as far forward as we can see, right? And what I have found in from Black Americans is if they're not interested in anything Africa, they damn sure are not going. If they go past 400 years, great, but they're not going past 1,000 years, certainly, right? History is not just the last 400 years. The last 400 years probably represents not even 1% of the history that at least you can prove. So and I'm proud for all that we have contributed to this country in these last 400 years. My thing is, why do we? Well, some people, if they look to the African for history, they stop there and they don't realize that America has its own ancient history, and I'm not going to say they are at fault for that, but that does tend to happen. My thing is, both contributions, both on that side of the water and on this side of the water, has been brought to the world. You don't have America because America is built off of a Greco-Roman ideology. Greco-Roman ideology comes from East Africa. So it's like, I think that it's okay to pay a tribute to what we have brought to the world, but why not be able to see the balance or the beauty in terms of what other people like? If you say we have no connection to Africans, then that gets into the genetics question. I think the lady brought up earlier that we can't conflate different indigenous people across the world as having the same genetics, and I guess that's a conversation that needs to be had because that's news to me.
Brother,
Yeah, go ahead.
That's an excellent point you brought up because I said in the chat, the San people are the oldest group, human group.
Bro, background is so loud. I could barely hear you.
Sorry about that, I have my headphones on. All right. What I was saying, if you guys can hear me, I was saying the San people are the oldest human group on the planet. So it's really hard for anybody in this chat to say that they are not African genetically.
But African genetics is not a thing. That's not that word African. Like, it doesn't accurately describe what we're talking about because then it wouldn't. The timestamp on the age of the genetics, the term African wouldn't even fit. So this is why personally for me, do I have more? I have both I want to see the value in beauty and what Black Americans have done and what's unique to us. And then I also want to understand how I'm connected to these other people across the world. Like, if you don't feel any connection to the other people across the world, then that's you. Like, so be it. But I'm thinking globally. Like, my mind just thinks white supremacy thinks globally. So why can't I?
White supremacy thinks globally in terms of hate, but now that you're thinking globally, what does that do for you, Ramel? I hope you're not thinking globally in Kentucky.
No, it's just my perception of reality, right? I don't just limit it to understanding what my relevance is to the world in America, but my relevance is to the world.
But the issue is we're just waking up and becoming conscious of our relevance. So, I mean,
true.
What are you talking about?
Right.
So wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Most of us didn't even know a lot of the information we've discovered in the past, 3 years alone. Mm-hmm. So you thinking globally while I'm still trying to untrace all the things my family actually done because everything is erased. So you can think globally while the rest of us piece our actual history together that's been lied to us and erased. And the reason how they were able to erase it in the first place is because y'all looking towards a continent that y'all never gonna fully submerge yourselves into and move there. I'm at the point with, like I said, if y'all want to be African, go to Africa. Go to Africa while them people are dying to come here, and the rest of us will do what we gotta do. Period.
Right.
Well, everyone, if I could finish,
and to Ramal and to counter Ramal as well. I'm happy you woke that up, Kalai. We're just coming into a new consciousness, and and it's probably only 1 million of us even know about this shit out of the 35, 40 million. So for you to say that to everyone wants to pass go, and just skip all these steps that need to happen with educating our people and unlearning and go straight back to Africa. When Nas was talking about that years ago in Belly, okay? No, we got to fix our shit. We not running away like everyone else when everybody is running to our damn country. But you want us to run over there to a place that's corrupt as hell and we might get killed trying to fix. Like, make it make sense, man. And I'm not gonna do that and leave my people hanging and they ain't learned all this stuff because this is important.
Because you know what, BT,
So
the issue is that we don't study anthropology and study civilizations and human interactions with each other. Like sometimes when we talk, it's just kind of like I hear all these supposed to be scholarship people on this app that are so intelligent and know all this fucking history. And it's just like y'all are constantly leaving out anthropology. Nigga, the way y'all be thinking, it's kind of like if we were in a different day and a different time, we would be completely erased off the face of this fucking earth and in a fucking history book, which is a few fucking little trinkets to figure out who the fuck we were because y'all don't know how to stay solid in the shit you got and move forward with that. Y'all haven't even, especially black men, and y'all black men that want to be like these Hebrew Israelites, Kemet, all this other shit. I don't see y'all doing nothing to solidify y'all the shit y'all got here that was created by somebody else. But y'all worrying about a whole other like time and civilization like it matters. Like it's weird.
Can I counter something Ramon said? Can I counter something Ramon said that I believe needs to be countered?
If I could finish what I was saying. So everybody's a piece of the puzzle. Like, for example, if you're going to teach your children, are you going to teach your children Western allopathic medicine, or are you going to teach them holistic health? And if you are going to teach them holistic health, why and where you're deriving your information from? Personally, I think when it comes to re-educating ourselves, not only do we need the history and the anthropology, not only do we need the genealogy, but we also need the science, we need the spirituality, we need the proper perspective on reality. It's a whole bunch of things that need to be covered. Everyone has their specialty. I have my specialty in the spiritual science. I have my specialty in the holistic health, which I'm cultivating my skill in. It is very difficult to find indigenous practices in America where these things are recorded, talked about, and explained in depth. Right? I'm talking about spiritual science, like let's just spirituality, right? Like that realm within itself, which is important, is probably one of the most important things, in terms of how you govern yourself. It's difficult to find those practices that have been recorded and that you can learn from here in America. So what do? I look over to Africa and I say, okay, it was told that the oral tradition says that you all got this from the Americas, but I cannot find these same practices. I can't find it. I can't learn from about it here. So it's not about skipping over, because I feel like what you're doing is equally important, right? Just like you should feel like if someone can contribute something of value, they contribute something of value. But this notion that this notion that genealogy and what has happened in the last 400 years is all that matters, or to say that if you don't learn about, because I already have my genealogy back to the 1850s, right? But this notion that I cannot benefit or learn from what they've contributed over there and bring it back here, I don't understand why we feel like we have to limit ourselves in that capacity.
Can I counter what the first point he made?
While you weren't about Kemet, the rest of the world is doing things to push us out of politics. Go ahead, Nor.
Where was that spirituality when they were slave trading? I want to know.
Haitian Revolution.
Oh, we're Haitian?
I'm not saying we're Haitian. I'm saying if you're going to use an example to what benefited your people, you would go to the Haitian Revolution, right? And then you would say, okay, well, they tapped into voodoo to be able to free themselves. To this day,
they didn't free themselves. They didn't free themselves. What happened was, what reality was, they were able to push their oppressors out. And when their oppressors were coming back, they tried to rally up allies. And because they couldn't rally up those allies, they were forced to go into a contractual agreement for their freedom and pay it. Their freedom was a payday loan. That's all their freedom was. And second of all, right after that, they came to the States and became slave owners and overseers. Anybody else got something else? Because the room is almost about to end. Nora, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to counter what he was saying about like the fact that we only focus on the last 400 years. I think that's something that that's some rhetoric that goes around a lot. That's such a problematic thing. Most people in the world actually can't really trace back that far because the written records don't even go back farther than 400 years.
They assume that their people have been in whatever location that they're at that current time for 400 years, but in reality, they can probably barely trace back more than like 150, 200 years, and that's not just talking about Black Americans. That's talking about other races of people around the world. That's talking about white people too. Many of them can barely trace back before 400 years.
I
They
mean,
basically might
Africans, when
trace
it
back
comes to the
to Europe.
Arab slave trade.
They trace back to Europe, and then that's it. They'd be like, okay, well, I figure I'll get back to Europe, and that's 1700s. That's barely over 200 years. So I don't think we should feel so, ashamed because we can barely go back a few hundred years, and we know we went back to Africa. Most races on the planet, ethnicities, can barely trace back more than a few hundred years. We're nothing special.
Right. Nothing. I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you to feel bad for it.
No, that's not true. That's not true. They can't even get that far back. That's a damn lie. They know to their grandparents, maybe great grandparents, most of them. We not even talking about. We talking about 60, 70 years, not no few hundred.
I mean, I'm not sure what disagreement is, but I'm just saying most people can't go back more than a few hundred years. So if you can only go back your great grandparents, that's actually still part of the argument. It's still fitting to what I'm saying.
You talking about genealogy?
Yeah, genealogy. Most people still don't know where they were before a few hundred years.
No, my only point of contention was that they fake to us like they have all this culture and know all these things, but they can't even trace their shit back as far as us.
Well, who's they?
That's
I'm just talking about anyone that's not Black American.
Most of them can literally. When my homeboy, he was so just in awe when he saw that I had gotten back 1700s, and he's from Guyana, and he was like, "Bro, what the fuck? Like, damn! Like, he's like in the 40s. He doesn't know shit." So
you're agreeing with me then, because that's basically agreement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm saying
I thought you said most of them could. I thought you said they could go back. I think we're agreeing. It's just the timeline because you said a few hundred years, but I'm saying they can't even get that far. These niggas is getting 70 years.
Yeah, most
50,
of them
70.
can't even.
I mean, most of
most of Africans can't even trace their stuff unless you're like a Ethiopian or a Somali.
I'm not just talking about Black people though. Y'all talking about Africa. I'm just talking about people, any race of people on the planet can barely trace back that far. Not just Africa.
Wait. I'm confused.
No, I feel you, but I'm just keeping it African centered because that's the title.
Well, sure. Even though, okay, yeah, even though can't go back that far.
But no, you can do whatever. I was just adding them as well.
Wait, so you're saying African people, like if you're born in Africa, you can't trace back your lineage?
I'm saying a lot of them can't.
They assume. They'd be like, well, my great grandma was this or whatever, and then they just assume backwards. Well, the history of my country is this. Why do you think that's an assumption? From talking to him.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're having the conversation, and he's literally giving you an example. A lot of Africans can't trace their lineage back. They can't.
They can't. I know it. This is fact.
They just know that they've probably been in that country.
You know, everything triggers them because they got to keep this whole fucking Wakanda facade going on. Yeah,
I'm
girl.
Not triggered.
No, I mean, you're obviously
Let's not steal Wakanda now. Not too much on Wakanda. That's in America. There's 5 locations I know for a fact. I looked them up.
Okay, Ty. That's another room. Please.
I'm not triggered.
Please, Ty. Please, not today. Not this morning. I haven't had my matcha yet.
I'm just trying to be respectful of the opinions, right? I'm not triggered at all, and trying to get an understanding why there's an assumption that Africans can't trace back their lineage. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how did you guys get to that conclusion?
I have multiple African. I have a lot of African friends. I've talked to them about their family and their history. Most of them don't go back that far. They just say, well, my great grandfather was this, and I know he fought in some war, and they don't really go back any further than that. They just have, they just assume that they've been in that area that they're from for hundreds of years at least. They just assume.
Yeah. They literally don't know their lineage. And that's through multiple interactions and multiple conversations. They don't.
I trace my family back to the 1800s, and we have several people in my family that are on this and going back and finding out just to the 1800s, which is relatively new. However, so many people cannot, because there were so many conflicts in the census rolls. There were many blacks who passed as whites so they could fight in the war. I don't know if any of you are old enough to know who Steven Tyler is. Steven Tyler, his fifth great grandfather was black, but he passed as white so that he could fight with the Union Army or whatever as a drummer, which were very important back in those days. But so many of the censuses were so conflicting because people had to do so many things to survive, and it was confusing from back then. So that might be a reason why some people find roadblocks in their search for their lineage.
Some of the new people that just got on stage, Cold, Guapo, Supernova, Trey, y'all want to go ahead? I see more people are coming into the space, but I'm really trying to keep the replays on.
Yeah, I go ahead and speak.
You lost your replays a long time ago.
No, it's just, I know.
They're gone.
Somebody gonna speak?
Yeah, so to the title of the room, says why don't African Americans want to be African? That's because we're not African. We do have West African ancestry, but that doesn't make us African, right? Because we're not European either. We have European ancestry. That doesn't make us European. I don't know, I was talking to the other room trying to explain. I think school knows what this word means, encapsulation, right? So if you look at, I give an example of a cake, right? A cake is an encapsulation of its ingredients, which are sugar, butter, flour, eggs, etc. But a cake is not sugar solely. A cake is not eggs solely. It's an encapsulation of these things. So Black Americans are an encapsulation of Creole West African, which is very important because you can't go to a specific place in West Africa and say, these are where we got the Black Americans from. Like, no, we have Creole West African blood. That's one. Two, we have European blood and a small trace of Native American blood. We as Black Americans are a new group of people, right? We were created through tumultuous times, so be it, but we are a new group of people. If the transatlantic slave never happened, a slave trade never happened, most of these Africans would still be alive. If the trend that didn't happen for us, most Black Americans wouldn't be alive, right? We are a result of that traumatic event. But I'm very proud of my ancestry because I feel like, look at the great legion strides my people went through and they overcame. I want to read something that has to do with the genetics. Hold on, I posted in the chat so I can find it real quick. Okay, it says here, and also posted the link where you can go read the whole article. This is a scholarly article. It says, our results also indicate that the genetic architecture of African Americans, which is our people, is distinct from that of Africans. Let me read that one more time. Our results also indicate that the genetic architecture of Africans is distinct from that African Americans is distinct from that of Africans, and that the greatest source of potential genetic stratification bias in case-control studies of African Americans derive from the proportion of European ancestry. So our genetics, again, like I said earlier, this just proves it, our genetics cannot be found on the continent of Africa. Only a portion of our genetics can be found on the continent of Africa. So we're not Africans. I feel like Africans try to use that you don't know where you're from rhetoric as a kind of a control mechanism. Like, yeah, we're the real pure African. No, congratulations for being African, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't want to be number one in open defecation in the world. I would want to be the most important group of people in the world. I wouldn't want, like look at what happened with the Belgium and the Congo. The Africans had these resources the whole time. All they decided to do with them was pray to the trees. Like 10 Belgium came over there, King Leopold, and literally turned it into $1 billion industry. We can look at what the Shell gas company did in Nigeria. We can look at what happened in Sierra Leone. Like, this is not something to be proud of. it takes like they come up there with like 200 people and just take and colonize your whole country of hundreds of millions. That's not anything to be proud of. And I let my plane.
I want to take it to this.
If I can respond.
I came off mic first.
Yeah, go ahead, Colt.
All right, like I want to take it this route. Africans don't even want to be Africans. Africans don't call themselves African, and Africans scurry and run away from Africa. So what would even be the point of us like standing up proud? I'm an African. You don't even do it. You know what I'm saying? Africans don't even do it. As a matter of fact, there is barely, an African presence in the United States, like in the Western world, simply because Africans hide up under other cultures, mainly ours. So before an African will open their mouth up to like ask why we don't want to be African, I would like ask them the same thing. Why don't you want to be African? Why you want to be Black American? I land.
All right. I think the problem with the title itself.
Hello.
I think the problem with the title itself is that most people use the word African and think that African is an identity when it isn't, right?
Yes, it is.
Hold on, let me finish, please.
I'm African.
Africa is a continent, and this continent there's so many different ethnic groups, and each ethnic group has its own history, culture, traditions, tribes, and so forth. There's no an identity called African that unites the people that inhabit this continent, right? And I think that's a problem with a lot of people, that they think African is an identity, which it's not. There has never been any type of unity with the different ethnic groups in Africa. And even when it comes to the phenotypes of the different ethnic groups that inhabit this continent, we don't all look the same. We don't have the same cultures, we don't have the same language, we don't have the same history, right? For example, I'm a Somali myself, and my ethnicity or my ethnic group, we inhabit in the eastern part of East Africa, the continent of Africa, but the eastern part. And this part, there's so many different ethnic groups that cohabitate or border one another. And each ethnic group has their own history, culture, language. And even though we might have the same skin color, complexions, we don't consider ourselves to be one, right? We don't see each other like we're basically one big family. We don't identify with the skin color. We don't identify with the word African. And this has been the case throughout the continent of Africa for thousands of years. The skin color thing that I've seen, my fellow African American brothers or Black American brothers usually use the skin color as an identity, and rightfully so, because for them, that's all they have left when it comes to what they went through in their struggle, right? The African American community primarily come from the western part of the continent of Africa. And this area is inhabited by thousands of different type of ethnicities. Each ethnic group has their
we
own
don't need
cultures.
you to give us our history. We know our history, and then you
allow me to finish, sis.
Hold on a second.
Wait.
Hold on.
Let's have
Flower.
respect.
Flower.
Allow me to finish, and you can respond, Flower.
Flower.
Please. I have great respect for the African American community. If they want to identify with coming from the continent of Africa, they have the right to do so. If they do not want to identify,
What happened?
I don't know. And his ass was probably.
He was moved down.
Older. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just say this. Okay. I don't know how long. So I don't know if y'all know this, but this is Tiggy. And I kind of hope at least by now y'all know the type of rooms I like to conduct. If he's being respectful, we're going to let him speak, because we've been speaking on Africans as well tonight.
You got an East African forehead, not gonna lie.
Oh,
Hold on
that's
a second.
not my photo.
Why was I moved from the stage?
Did you remove him?
first of all, Mark Anthony modded me up this morning, right?
Okay,
And
we're not gonna interrupt the stage and the conversation because someone else modded you in my room while I was
oh,
away.
you're the okay. So you created the room. All right.
I created the room. Yeah. So this isn't like a ADOS type of room. Like it's a Black American room. There's Indigenous people on stage, ADOS, FBA, Freedmen, everybody. In my spaces, I tend to let people speak because just like him, we've been speaking on African history. If they're not being disrespectful, let's just have the conversation. Like I'm not triggered by what they're saying, and we shouldn't be either. Just keep the conversation going, and then we'll just get him back with once he's done.
Thank you, Kalini. I never want to be disrespectful to any type of group. And I have so much respect for the Black American community because I, as a Somali American, I wouldn't have the freedom and the lifestyle that I have in America without the African American struggles, right, of the civil rights and so forth. So I personally think the the different ethnic groups from Africa who migrated to America, I think they owe a lot of respect. They should give a lot of respect and recognition to the Black American community for what they did for all other type of all other people, of all other communities, whether they're from the continent of Africa, the Middle East, Asia, whatever, right? But when it comes to identity, the Black American community has their own unique identity that has to be recognized by other ethnic groups from the continent of Africa. We all have our own unique history, culture, language, everything, right? And I think we shouldn't group all of us as under the umbrella of this word called African. And the Black American community, they have their own culture. And just like Flower said, don't speak for us. I'm not trying to speak for you. And if I came off as if I was speaking for the African American community, I do apologize for that. But I think each and every one of us we all have our own identity that separates us from one another respectfully. And it's not a negative thing to be separated from one another, but it's a way for us to recognize and respect one another. And I land. Thank you, Colin.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Flower.
Here's the thing, Supernova. Like we know the history or whatever, right? And the thing about it is, you know, that's just the way a lot of us speak. You know, when we say, you know, Africans or whatever, we know it's a continent. It's got 54 countries or whatever. You know, we're not lumping y'all in because we know who's a part of the Atlantic slave trade. Y'all new to us. We don't even know y'all. You know, like when we met Somalians, I'm just gonna speak for myself. It was on this app. I had to look up what the hell a Somalian was. I mean, like I know about Ethiopians or whatever, you know, but a Somalian, no, y'all don't really have nothing to do with us. So that's why I kind of got a little triggered, you know, when you know, you got into the history and everything like that. When we say African, we ain't even thinking about y'all. Well, at least I'm not.
Well, Flower, the weird part about it is that the reason why I made the room was because they actually, the original room, they actually kicked me and a few other Black Americans down because they were actually starting. Now I'm starting to see the narrative of we are from East Africa because of this Hebrew Israelite identity, and I'm gonna have to make a room about them people too again, but they're so lost in the sauce. But yeah, that was one of their arguments, Flower, is our connection to East Africa because they are the real Jews and all these other things.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we're
and Kalani, just to point one thing out, there are
I want to ask Flower a question real quick. Wait, one second. Flower, you ever heard that song by Sade called Pearls?
What's the name of the song?
Pearls. That's the first time I heard of Somalia. It's a woman in Somalia.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? Yeah, that's when I first heard that song. Like they like getting on one. I'm like, man, I wonder where this place at. It's saying like I should be thankful.
You tell me that song about? Do Prince sing the song?
No, it's about Sade.
Sade.
Oh yeah. That's right. I remember that. Well, yeah. Well, You know,
That's the first time I ever heard of them people too. I didn't meet them to the app either, but I didn't know what that was. It just seemed like a really like a place where it's like
It's really foreign
she
to us.
said it hurts like brand new shoes, and
right, sure
I thought
did.
that was such
But
a
I forgot
profound
all about
statement.
that song, you know, and I mean, I didn't, even when she was singing it, I didn't. The word Somalia didn't even stand out to me. You know, but go ahead, Supernova.
No, I totally understand. There are a lot of trolls, a lot of Somali trolls on Clubhouse that go out of their way to disrespect the Black American community and different other ethnic groups within the African continent. And these trolls exist, I think, within every community. You will find bad apples, and I do sincerely apologize on behalf of my community, the Somali people all over the world. I do sincerely apologize to my Black American brothers and sisters for this troll for what this troll's been saying on Clubhouse and other different platforms. And I guarantee you there are always going to be good and bad apples in every community. It's just a human nature. So I personally condemn such behaviors. Thank you, Flower.
Okay, no problem. I
Can I answer that?
agree with you.
You was about to go again, Flower?
No. Go ahead.
I wanted to answer that question. Why don't African Americans want to be African, right? But we got to deal with this. First of all, where the name come from. You know what I'm saying? It's the last name of a white man, Scipio Africanus, that conquered. So that's where the name come from. So we can't be that. That's the last name of a white man that conquered. You know what I'm saying? Scipio Africanus, Amerigo Vespucci. So I would never consider myself an African. And then it's over 54 countries in Africa. So we could be any nation of people over there. It's a lot of different nations of people over there, different people. So I wouldn't pinpoint and say, oh, we're African or we like derived from the Africans. And when I feel like the Africans were the ones that sold the Hebrews into slavery. But I wouldn't consider myself.
I knew it. I know it's coming.
What? You can Google Scipio Africanus right now and find out that's where the word African came from.
Yeah, but then again, I just explained what an encapsulation is. It doesn't matter what you call the landmass. You still come. Our ancestors come from the west part of that landmass.
Listen, bro, we gotta listen.
You go to the Hooga place. It doesn't matter. We're talking about a specific landmass.
Bro, we gotta deal with nationality, bro. You see what I'm saying? We gotta deal with heritage.
Oh no.
So what you
we don't have to.
I understand. Listen, you're talking about a landmass, right? What is your heritage? What is your lineage? You see what I'm saying?
Okay, see, this is the thing, right? So I'm posting our actual genetics, right? Not even haplogroups, like our actual genetics. If you consider yourself a Hebrew, wait, let me finish. If you consider yourself a Hebrew, you're considering yourself a Hebrew based on belief, based on some type of tradition. There is no geneticist who's a Hebrew Israelite. You don't have scientists in your group. You don't have engineers in your group. You don't have people who are studying archaeologists in your group. It's a friend for people who are just making stuff up. Like, I mean, me, I live in Puerto Rico, bro. It is amazing to hear these people talk about Puerto Rico. If you came to Puerto Rico and said that dumbass shit, or you went to Colombia.
This is your opinion, bro. This is your opinion. You feel
no,
me?
it's not an no. It's not an opinion. You can't tell. Hold on, let me finish.
I want to deal with that first question you had.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you said what you basically was saying is you was trying to say that they basically making it up. But to find out who we are, there are curses in the Bible that only a certain people went through. You see what I'm saying? So only these certain people went through these curses. Only these people went through slavery on ships with yokes of iron upon their neck.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that real quick. For one, in the oldest transcript we have of Deuteronomy 28, that's not even in there. That's for one. For two, it says you will not be bought.
What book you reading out of, though, bro?
It said, hold on. It says in that next verse. Wait.
What book you reading out of?
You said what?
I said, what book you reading out of?
Deuteronomy 28. That's where you're talking about. Okay, let's just take the King James version, since y'all believe he's black. Right. Let's just take that, right? So in the next verse, it said, you will not be bought. That cannot be true. We were bought. There were literally slave auctions. We still have so that can't be true.
That's exactly
the thing about it is, let me finish. The thing about it is, again, like I just said, there aren't any true historians, archaeologists to know that all of these things happened already, right? Like you have to start believing more and more crazy stuff to prove your doctrine. Like I said, you would never ever go to South America. There are people. There are people in
You
Puerto
gotta
Rico
think,
who
bro.
still
You
are
going
walking.
off of theories.
Let me finish real quick. There are people who are still in Puerto Rico that speak are walking. There are people and there are tribes in Brazil still who are indigenous to Atlanta, a small portion of them. You would never go to them and tell them that they're Hebrews, bro.
What does that have
Like
to do with anything?
if you look
We
at the
talking about
Mexican,
bro.
wait,
Go ahead,
stop.
bro.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
give you
Go ahead, bro.
a history, actual history lesson from the people, not from a black man with a dream who had a dream in America telling you about people across the world from him. I'm telling you about that with the actual people who have an unbroken history, who have artifacts, who have archaeological history. Like for instance, look at the Mexican flag, right? The Mexican flag, that eagle that's on that Mexican flag, it stemmed directly from the Aztec god who had a dream from a demon. Be quiet, from a demon entity. This
Can you
have an unbroken
substantiate
history.
that?
Oh my God, whatever.
Can you
All right, bro.
So an
substantiate that?
ego
I hear you,
isn't
but I
just
want
Okay. I'll post it
so
in
I
the chat.
can't say
I want you to
ego today,
I'll
bro.
post it in the
So
chat. Hold on,
guapo.
I'll
I
post it in the
can't say
chat.
ego today.
Let me
I
ask you.
ain't really
Let me ask you a
Let's
question.
go ahead. Come on.
Once I post it in the chat, will that? Because I'm going to post it in the chat right now. Once I post that in the chat, will you change your idea about these people being Hebrews?
I mean, I'm trying to understand what's your whole
I want
point.
to ask you. Hold on, Trey. Can I ask you a question? Because I
What was your
completely.
point, though?
Hold on,
Go
Trey.
ahead,
Hold on. I got a question for Guapo because he said the eagle on the Mexican flag came from a demon, as if that same exact bird don't exist in my face today. Are you calling that bird?
So this is why you're not. You have to
definition?
listen. Ty, this is why you have to listen. I said it was a specific historical fact. So I mean a specific historical a date that this. I forgot. I'm gonna put it in the chat. So basically, it was a Aztec king, right? He had a dream, an entity, some demon entity talked to him, and it came and spoke to him. It was something with that's where that eagle comes from. It's specific to the Aztecs. It's just not just any random eagle. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't know
But
what
here's what I want to point out. This is why I wanted to go through all that. Because you just told this man that what he believed, based on what scholars he trusts told him, was correct, that he was wrong. Because your scholars have more tangible evidence. And then you tell me a story that doesn't match up to my unrelated reality. I live in a place where I see at least 3 eagles a day that look just like the one on that
again,
flag.
it wasn't
Slow
an
down, brother.
actual
I listen
eagle.
to you.
Oh my!
Stop, baby, please.
You're not even saying what I'm saying.
You're not allowing me to think my thought, to even understand what I'm trying to convey. I see the image on that flag is an exact replica of something I see in real life. Now, the story you gave is someone's interpretation of an event in their life with something I know to be a real tangible object. But they are not correlatable. There's never been a day I would call an eagle a satanic object or animal.
That's not what I said.
Listen,
what are you talking?
But that's what
Just read what I put in chat. Y'all can get them on there. Read what I put in chat, bro. Because you're not even arguing my point.
I just wanted my own opinion.
Guapo, let's let Ty finish. And then
Let me ask you a question real quick, though, Guapo. This is what I was trying to.
But I just wanted to convey my own opinion.
Wait, do y'all not hear?
I just wanted my own opinion. I just wanted my own.
Just let her finish, and then I'll let y'all rock.
So here's where I have a problem with a lot of this. People really have to pick a side, because if you're not going to take reality and tangible evidence and hold that with more weight than someone's secondhand account of how they interpreted it, then don't do that. But if you're going to hold the weight on the secondary account, do that for everybody. But however you're going to decide that, stop flipping and flopping. Because I can tell you that no matter what them niggas in Mexico claim that eagle was, I see an eagle every day. So I know it's a real bird. It's a bird. So whatever the fuck they thought the bird told them, the bird is a bird. It might have told them some shit, but it was a fucking bird. A bird that flies in the goddamn sky over my head and eats carcasses, okay? That's what the fuck they do.
Interesting.
Hey, listen, hey, Guapo, hey, Guapo, this is what I was trying to ask you, bro. Like, what was your point of making the point about the dollar bill with the eagle and stuff like that?
I pinned it at the top, y'all.
So it's not a dollar bill. This is a crazy thing, Tiggy. Like, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Like, can somebody go
No,
on
you're
mute?
fine. I'm confused. So I pinned the link at the top so you can.
Basically, what happened was Kalani was he discredited that brother's belief, right, and started pumping up the credibility of Latinos based on his fetish with Mesoamerican history. That's basically what it was.
Fetish with Mesoamerican history. So this is interesting, right? So listen, hold on, go on mute.
That's basically what it was. That brother couldn't be that brother couldn't be right because y'all heard the nations he mentioned. Oh, you never go to Brazil and say this. Oh, the Puerto Ricans this and the Mexican flag that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm on Puerto Rican Wi-Fi right now, bro.
You have a Mesoamerican fetish. You know what I'm saying? So that right, okay, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But that brother can be right. You know what I'm saying? That brother cannot be not right.
I was having a dialogue with somebody. Why are you jumping in? It's like, just keep on jumping in.
Because people trying to figure out what the fuck angle you coming from.
But wait, hold on, one mic. We gonna let Guapo explain what he's trying to say, Cole. I pinned the link.
I got you.
I pinned the link at the top. Go ahead, Cole.
Yeah.
But I mean, go ahead, Guapo. But I think Cole is right though.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, these people, right? A man had a dream, right? And they said what these 12 tribes are. They're using confirmation bias to try to prove what they already believe. But what I'm saying is, if you go to the people of that land, they have an unbroken history with the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incas and the Taínos. None of them, zero zilch, will ever claim to be Hebrew. This is an American point of view. You're trying to put what you believe on people.
Let me know when you finish, bro.
Bro, oh my fuck. Okay.
I just said a simple question. Let me know when you finish, cousin.
Yeah, you're gonna know when I'm finished when I say I land my plane. Like, you're not gonna understand what I'm saying. Like, this woman Ty just came off her mic and spoke for all this time, and she didn't even understand what I was saying. And that's why you won't understand me, because you keep interrupting me. An incomplete thought never makes sense. What I'm saying is, if you go to these people,
you, bro.
Yes, you were. Look at the definition of interrupted.
I actually interrupted you, bro.
Okay, well, don't do it again. So if you look at the history of these people, they have an unbroken history, bro. They have an unbroken history, especially the Brazilians from Africa, and also have an unbroken history from the natives that were in the land, right? And none of these people claim to be Hebrew. The only people who are claiming these people are Hebrew who are Black Americans who have never been to these places. That's why I say I actually live in Puerto Rico. I took Puerto Rican history in Puerto Rico, bro. All these things that I saw them talking about some in Arecibo. I've been in those cases in Arecibo. There's no Hebrew writers in there. These are all lies. They can get them off on you because you've never been here. You never actually talked to these people.
Can you substantiate that they lies?
Okay, so I have to go to Arecibo. Matter of fact,
let him land, Trey, so we can move.
I just substantiated that that the Mexicans have a direct unbroken lineage to the Aztecs that you don't have, and none of these people claim to be Hebrew. None of them. Zero zilch. I'll let my plane.
All right, now you saying that the Hispanics and the Mexicans don't? It's so-called Black people out here that don't know who they are, bro. A lot of people lost, bro. The real Jews not gonna know who they are until it's time where everybody gonna know who they are. That's the elect, the 44.4% of the people that's elect. They not gonna know who they are until, like, a lot of people gonna be lost. A lot of people supposed to get destroyed because everything is wicked and there's so much goofy shit going on that everything out of control. So, of course, the people, the lost sheep, not gonna know who they is because they still the lost sheep, bro. Just because they live over there don't mean they not the lost sheep, bro. It's been over 2,000 years ago the last time they dealt with their lineage, bro. How the hell they gonna know who they are, bro? That shit been erased. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know who the fuck they is, bro.
Hey, Trey, well, that's not true because they have oral history, written history that's older than 2,000 years. And again, let me ask you. So let me ask you one question, Trey. Who gave you the information that these people were the lost 10 tribes of Israel? Where did you get these? Where did you get these?
Now, let me tell you this. the curses that tie us into being who exactly them people is in the book. It say that that's how they're going to be able to identify us
So it
by
wasn't
the
a
curses
dream.
that we went through. Hold on, let me lay my plane, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we would know who we are, by the curses that we went through. That's how we identify ourselves today. We're still going through the same curses today. The same curses, the evil eye
So was it
towards
a
each
dream
other.
or not? That's what I want to know. Was
You
it a
said what?
dream? Did someone have a dream and then said that these people were the lost scattered tribes of Israel? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Did someone have a dream and said that these people are the lost tribe? Like, bro, they are the lost sheep.
Yes,
You know
No,
they're the
the
lost sheep, bro.
direct question that he asked you was, who told you that there were 12 tribes? That's the direct question. What is the
Bro,
direct answer?
it's in the scripture.
Who told you that?
That's not my direct
Hold
question.
on.
Is
You trying
who
to tell me who
told?
directly tying me to the 12 tribes?
No. This is my
Who
direct
told you
question,
that?
bro. Listen, real quick. My question is, who told you that the people in South America, North America, and the Caribbeans were certain tribes? Who had that dream? What was his name? You know his name?
Moses.
He said Moses?
He didn't expect you to have an answer.
Yeah,
Okay,
but that's
done.
where it came. But this is the thing. That's where
All
it
right,
came
I'm
from. A Hebrew Israelite had a dream, and from that dream, he interpolated that these people who he never met, never spoken to, know nothing about their history, are somehow the Hebrews. The fact that you think that their history only, dates back 2,000 years shows you know nothing about their history. And two, and this is a very important part, when it was a Spaniard, I forgot, Aureliano, when he came to South America, and he started at the northern tip and went all the way down to the Amazon River. Just him coming in contact with these natives wiped out 90% of them because of the diseases. But they didn't wipe out your ancestors. That's why they're like, even in Puerto Rico, there's no 100% Tainos here. They've been wiped out. So the fact that
Bro, I know your point, bro.
The fact that you still here, this proves that you are related to these people.
You said what? Bro, because listen, nothing that you said debunked anything that I ever that I just said when I was talking, bro. You just going off of theories and talking. You make it sound real good, but you talk a lot, bro. You're not showing no proof. You're not substantiating anything you're saying. You're just talking about Hispanics, talking about the Tainos, and you're not saying anything directly to what I'm talking about, bro. That what ties us and telling us who we are to this day, the curses that we go through. Talks about all the curses that we go through, how the Hebrews will have an evil eye towards each other, how the fathers will leave the homes, how we're gonna be getting killed, we're gonna be killing each other. You know what I'm saying? All this it's more curses.
That could apply to people all over the
Listen,
world.
hold up, bro. Can I finish talking, bro? It's a lot of different curses that would tie us exactly into this. And if you actually did some research, you would find this out, bro. That's all you gotta do. It's not hard. A lot of people don't understand this because a lot of people went to church their whole life, but they don't read the book, bro. They don't read the book. Just read the book. That's all you gotta do, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So if you read the book, but Trey, if you read the book, you would know these curses were already.
Okay, you guys, I'll wrap up this exchange and then let some of the people on stage talk, and then we'll come back to you.
Can I say one more thing though?
One more thing, and then I'll let Rasta go, and then we can do back to popcorn. Because
if you understand how prophecy works, bro, that's how prophecy works. In order for it to be a prophecy, it had to be said before it happened, bro. It's not going to be, it happened, or it happened, and then you're going to write it, bro. It's going to happen before they're going to write it before it happened, bro. Of course, they're prophesied. That's what it's called, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a prophecy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm done. I land my plane. All praises to the Most High.
May I speak? Can I add something? Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Rasta.
Hey, how are you? How everybody? I'll declare interest first of all. I'm from East Africa, Tanzania. I'm African. And I jump in because I heard the other speakers before these two were going back and forth about East Africa. Somebody said that there is people that claim that they make connection with East Africa. First of all, before I could add on to that, a lot of people don't. Somebody say something correct that even Africans in Africa, we don't know who we are. Okay, we wonder why there's so many tribes. and there is some story that is not been talked about. When you look, when the colonial came to Africa, there were people there that were speaking one language. People were communicating. They have their own language and people are talking. So the colonizers didn't like the fact that people are communicating. So what they did, one of the trick they did, is to move people, this group of people, to go mix with that group of people. They'll go to South Africa, for instance. They'll take a group of people in South Africa, they'll put to East Africa. They'll go to West Africa, they'll take people, they'll put to South Africa. They constantly mix people that that well they couldn't communicate it together. So out of that, language has been created, because language is just exchanging words from, they're borrowing words from these people, that people. So a lot of language has been created out of that. So the people that connecting, they connect themselves to East Africa, especially African American who connect themselves as a Hebrew from East Africa, because they connect through the language. They go to Hebrew to Hebraic language, and they connect words from to Swahili. There's a lot of words in Swahili connected to you could find a meaning from Hebraic language, and then they go to Swahili, you can find the same meanings. So they try to connect via languages. They try to find different tribe that do culture that has been described in the Bible, or the Hebrew people were doing back in those days. They go to these tribes and they try to find similarities, and they found the same similarities. For instance, the in Hebraic, when somebody died, the whole family or the whole clan, they will shave their head. And you if you come to East Africa, you're gonna find tribes that people do that to these days. The way they circumcise their kids. When you go to Hebraic people, you're gonna find that some tribes in Africa still doing those customs. So it's not that they connect themselves to East Africa just because they choose to. They go and dig down to these little tribes that their ways of living, and for years, and the culture and traditions, and the way they even marry their daughters, to if their daughter got a husband, the way the husband come and present themselves to the family. There's certain things that they found a lot of similarity to Bantus people in East Africa and Kenya and South Africa and Zimbabwe. And so by that's how they connect. They find themselves to connect themselves to these people in East Africa. So I just want to say that it's not just coincidence that people just I'm Hebrew, or well, we connected to East Africa. No, it's because there's a lot of tribes that have those customs. That's how they come across to that. And I'm from Tanzania, and I'm Bantu, so I thought maybe there's a need to come up here and say. And also Somalis, a lot of Somalis, I say most of Somalis do not even consider themselves Africans. They don't even like us Africans. They always by themselves, and they think they're Arabs. They don't even like the Ethiopians. So yeah, they might they even here in America. If you come, the Somalis stay by themselves. They stay where where its people are. They don't go to stay with anybody. Like they have their own communities. So I am with the people that African American who think Africa, they make connection with East Africa. I am with that, and I support that, and I encourage them to even go there, to travel, and I'm even try to help if I can help anybody to relocate to East Africa. Hey, let's do it, man.
Hey, fam, no.
Yeah. And if you
West Africa.
if you look, it doesn't matter. Whatever, this is what the other guys say. West Africa, that's fine, but you need to understand, Bantu people, they were running from West Africa. They were running down South Africa because they were getting captured. So you might it's how you feel, Black. If you feel like you connected with West Africa, it's how you feel. That's your soul. That's how your spirit tell you, and that's okay too.
That's a whole
Let
lot of
me
straight up shit.
No, that's good. You good. East Africa, West Africa, East Africa, South Africa. You're gonna find Jews over there. You're gonna find black Jews over there. Anywhere place you go in Africa, you're gonna find tribes.
Except
You're
for
gonna
that little
find
small tribe in Ethiopia, ain't nobody in East Africa claiming Jews, man. Like, stop. That's just Swedo as fuck.
what you say? I'm sorry.
So I said except for those beta Israels in Ethiopia, ain't nobody claiming to be Jews in East Africa like that. It's
Yeah,
not a over.
because it's a Bantu people. You need to understand. Do you know Swahili? You're gonna find a lot of Swahili words connecting to Hebraic. It has that connection. So until you learn, you find yourself to learn, and you gonna learn more stuff. But it's all good though.
Can you
What you think?
define? Can you define Hebrewic? Well, I've never heard of this word before. Are you trying to say Semitic languages? Because I've never heard of Hebrewic.
All I'm saying is there is a lot of similarities.
That
Oh,
Google
don't
them.
stop laughing, black man. I'm really serious though. Like you gonna find a lot of languages in Swahili connected to Hebrew, like meaning, and then you're gonna find people in Bantu. These tribes in a Bantu, you're gonna find that some tribes that still practice those customs, man. Like that's how these people that connect themselves to East Africa because of them tribes. Okay, so even in Africa too, there's some lost tribes. Like people find this connection by the custom that they're doing now, even though they don't do correct because it's being washed out. But people still practicing these customs. So man, all I'm saying is, man, we all one. You can disconnect yourself to it, but we all one. And I encourage African America to come to Africa, pick a spot, move in. You belong there too.
That's problematic, man. Like keep promoting us going to the continent, like because how? All right, so this is a Pan African view. Well, how does that benefit Black Americans in America? Like, is there going to be a mutual exchange where Africans come to help out Black Americans in America, like our major Black cities? If not, then what's the point in us going to Africa to a continent we don't have like any like family members in?
I didn't say there is a point. What I'm saying is, well, what the people that wanted to try to relocate it, they just want to go there, get a land. They want to be farming. They want to just they know there is the prophecy what's going to happen, so they try to it's just this is how you feel. If you feel you're not belonging to Africa, that's fine. If you feel you belong to Africa, there's a whole huge movement of people going there. They put their money together, they go there, buy land, they want to go be farmers, they want to connect that to to themselves, and it makes them feel good. And what's wrong with that? You know what I mean? Like, if you feel like you belong here, cool, bro. Just keep it up. But they
Rasta, I'm
actually,
sorry. I'm sorry. What part of Africa are you from?
I'm from Tanzania.
Okay, you're from Tanzania. Okay.
Yes,
And where are you located now?
I'm in the U.S.
Oh.
Wait, why don't you go there?
No, I'm actually back and forth, brother. I do farming over there. I come here, I work, I make my money. I go there, I hire people. We're doing farming. We're raising cattle. We do livestock. Like that's why I've been trying. I've been to this room that the people want to go to Africa. They want to relocate to Africa, and they're actually doing really well. They're from here. They're from America. The African American. They put their money together. They got a team. They're doing things, bro. Like I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, but it's a big movement, and they're actually pulling it together really well, and they will do it. It's gonna be big, but hey, they don't do it as individual. They do as a group. They got the whole thing, man. It's amazing. And don't get me. I'm not. This is in a good way. I'm even like I'm inspired by that. It's
That's
all
what
about economical, and it's all about them try to like a little kid to go have a place to raise their kids, to do certain things by themselves. They don't like the Chinese that come in Africa and taking over the continent. They're right here, struggling and try to work and pay bills and this and that, but they can actually pull together as a group, as a team. Bro, like you gotta be in their rooms and go to their like be in their WhatsApp groups and just
I'm
get
in those
together, man.
groups. I'm in those groups, and those people don't care about anything that is happening to us as an ethnicity group here in America. Those people are so disassociative to the point where they're just like mindless African wannabe bots at this point. There's nothing wrong with investing, but feeling that you need to go to Africa because you don't like the Chinese and what they're doing to Africa to raise your children, like that's kind of weird.
I know,
They
but
just
you see,
associated from their Black American ancestors. They just want to be African.
no, I
That's
don't think they wanna. I don't think they wanna be African, to
that's
be
weird to
honest, man.
a continent that and we're let's be frank, they're going to go back to West Africa. That's really weird to go back to a place where the last memory that your ancestral souls come from and what they remember is nothing but like heartache and pain and horrible rituals to make sure their spirits don't find their way back, and then y'all go there to like invest in it. Interesting.
No, I think. Well, first of all, like the way slavery was done in Africa, West Africa was a place where they all come, they put into the ship because it was close to Europe and America. But it was easy to cross on a sea with them ships because the ocean is not too far distance out. But slaves were coming from all over Africa, coming to West Africa. Slaves were captured from South Africa, was taken all the way to West Africa because that's where the market was close. The big market was Europe and America. So when people say that slaves were coming from West Africa, that I'm Ghanaian, I'm Nigerian. No, you could be shipped from there, but could be coming from Tanzania or from Zimbabwe or from South Africa. The market was booming in America for slavery, so people were getting captured all over. They would get shipped over there to West Africa, ready to be deported. So it is what it is. But I believe the lost tribes not only here in America, but the lost tribes also in Africa somewhere there. You just have to come and learn the culture and try to
But
find yourself
nobody's going
connection.
there though. It's weird.
Wait,
Now,
Tiggy.
what you say?
Hey,
I said
Tiggy.
nobody's going there though. Like it's like everybody's coming this way, but they want to send you back there. That's the same. That's that Pan Africanism shit we've been doing. It's always a one way street, right? But nobody. It's just weird, bro. Like y'all come to places that you have no skin in the game just to get the money to send back to your hometown, your country. But you just like boll weevils, just going all over the world just
Brother,
to make the money and
the
not
belly
really.
of the beast. The belly of the beast is hungry. America is hungry with the labor force. People are dying. People don't get make babies. People stay with cats and dogs as a pets. They don't want to make childrens and the belly of the beast need the slave. They need the new slaveries and they need the new labor. They need new young black labor. Africa,
You call
Yo,
they
y'all
yourself
take.
don't know
slave,
nothing about
okay?
no slaves,
I
bro.
know. I'm a slave to the system, my brother.
You
I
know,
came here. I work.
yeah,
I
but
pay bills.
being a slave
I'm
to the
not
system of today is different than the
Oh, the
slaves that we
replay's
were
on?
talking about. What the
okay.
fuck, bro?
The lead plays like this.
So y'all just scavengers, really. You
I,
run from place to
no,
place
I
to
think
make
the
you
word
can
you're
money.
call me.
looking for
No,
is
you can call
leeches,
me.
my
You can
brother.
call me all you want. It's fine.
The
I'm
leeches.
okay with that. I don't. I have a thick skin, my brother. Like all I'm saying is the
I'm not
system.
calling you anything. I'm calling facts, bro. Like, if
They
you
are
don't,
facts. You are
yes, I
right,
know. So, but
and
I'm
that's
just
what I'm
saying,
saying. And that's what I'm saying. The system need people because people are dying off. People are getting old.
who
They
told
need to
you
pay.
this?
Can I finish? They pay people
Who
on
told
social.
you this, though?
They pay older people on social security. They're getting older. There's no new generation to
What
come
the
in to
fuck?
work. So what I'm saying is the facts, brother. Like why they have immigration system to bring people here to work? Why they have all these work programs, visas, and all that?
Yo, can I interrupt you real quick, Rasta? Hey, Ty, you
Go ahead,
know
bro.
you wrong as hell for that PTR. You know you not copper colored,
What's
That
that?
man.
nigga ashy. The nigga is ashy. Like he didn't put no lotion on
Nah,
to try to make
Ty,
himself whiter. Like how you gonna try to like your skin by being ashy? Like that's crazy.
Ty said she copper colored and she got a petty on her head. Ty, stop that, man.
So I'm being real, man. Like, so I come here to work, my brother. You know, like I'm not trying to come here and take from nobody. They give me a visa to come.
But the fact that you coming to work, you're taking from somebody. It's just like if we did a real influx to your land
But I'm
and went
paying
in there and
taxes.
got all the
My taxes. I'm paying
taxes ain't
taxes,
got,
bro.
bro. Taxes
Black
ain't
people don't live
shit.
off of taxes, and we don't just survive off that. We have to, yeah.
I think you gotta fix the system, man.
So let me
They
ask
brought me
you,
here.
what? Oh, okay, you right. We gonna show you that we can do that too. Why
No,
don't you just
and that's fine. I didn't take from nobody. I work. They get my money out. They take my money. They pay to all the people that they retire from work. So here, brother. Like, I'm not trying to be negative, my brother. Like, I'm just trying to say, man, Africa is calling, man. If you don't see yourself there, fine,
so
stay here.
we don't.
Yeah, Africa always calls.
They're always. It's like
And
Man, you know, it's just
people are
because
making
it's
over
one
there.
sided, man. It's just been very one sided. Like
It's
if
now.
we go back to all throughout the history, Black Americans are the ones who created Pan Africanism, and yeah, Black Americans that helped out Ethiopia, who were not even really related to them people. We have Black Americans always advocated for the continent. We're just waiting for the continent to advocate for us. When our people, one thing that I heard that was actually really good that I think should happen, right? It probably never will. When our Black people are being killed in America by cops or in other other ways that we experience injustice, how come African countries don't try to boycott or do something to boycott the West or boycott America in order to show solidarity with Black people that are dying? We don't see them trying to do that.
what
We're
they
trying to
do.
do
They
some
put
kind
up
of trade.
they put up a
Um,
picture.
a picture.
They put
What
up
is
a
it?
picture and
The only thing that you don't understand, even Africa was colonized. The system Africans are
how
We
in.
you
know that.
figure we don't understand that, bro?
No,
We
I
know
know you.
that.
I know you're
We
not gonna
understand that.
understand because you don't
Hey,
want
you
to
see how they
understand. But if
talking?
Wait,
we,
we
What
already
do
know
we
that. That's
care though?
condescending. We know that. We understand that.
Yeah, very
That's we understand that.
condescending.
okay,
That's
but that
crazy.
one thing you need to understand too. In Africa, we have all resources. You know, our resources. We sell them for dime here. Okay,
Let,
in an international market because
let me,
they control the market. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with that?
I don't know. You
The market is
outnumbered, my
controlled by.
guy,
One
so
thing
we
too.
don't know what you run. You do what you do and you run. Hey, but check this out. So,
Brother, the whole world was colonized, man. Like, we all live in a system, brother. You
hey,
can't.
brother, let me ask you a question.
If
If
we
I
were to go
sent you
over there
through a
and build
door,
up Africa, we'll be
if I
called
sent you through a,
colonizers.
bro, if I sent you through a door and told you not to return, would you come back to my house?
What you say? Repeat
If I
again the
sent
question.
you out my door and told your ass never to return, would you come to my house? Would you come back to my house?
No, Rock. If I
Rasta, wacha
I made
kuongea
you
hapa.
walk around the dinner table and perform rituals to make sure that your soul could never come back, and then tell me you couldn't, or more, what's the kids game where you spin someone a billion times? If I spin you around a billion times and then make you confused and hopefully like you don't remember where you come from and then tell you to get out of my house, would you come back?
It's like this dude
No,
don't really. You sent us through a door called the door no
Who told you?
return, right?
Who told you to get away from your
Your
house?
people, the people in
Who
the
say?
place where you trying to get us.
Who say
Listen,
Rasta,
African?
listen.
wacha kuongea hapa. Wacha kuongea
that's
hapa.
his.
Who say African sold African American? No, nobody sold you.
What?
You are. Listen,
That's how we got
brother.
here, man.
That's the history. No. That's the history they tell you because they don't want you to connect yourself to Africa. I'm
No,
telling
that's
you.
No, no,
You
no,
are
no.
you are
Now you
taken
lying,
you are
bro.
taken by
Now you
force.
lying.
So you're
No,
saying that
Now you're lying, dude.
you are
Well,
You're
taken
literally
by
lying.
force. Listen,
No, taking my
Even in
voice by other
Africa,
Africans.
The
This man
colonial
lying.
was all over Africa. Okay, brother,
No,
I'm telling you, you are taken by force. I'm telling you that. You don't believe me.
taken by force by other African people, taken by force and then sold. That's what happened. My
No,
ancestors
you
were
are
snatched
taken
up.
by
This man lying about his.
colonizers, man.
No,
And
no,
So
they,
you know what
they
Africa
I
wasn't
think?
even.
listen.
Nah, bro,
They
Let me
took
Africa
you.
wasn't even
Listen, my brother,
colonized back then.
so
Africa,
brother, no,
it was a mutual
brother, no,
trade. They
brother,
traded for
no,
guns. They
no,
traded for umbrellas. They traded for
no,
other trinkets and
no,
stuff. And then they
nope,
used those guns to fight each other, capture more slaves, and sold
nope,
more of them. They didn't
nope.
get colonized to the Berlin Conference in the 1800s. Fact.
Those are manipulative things coming
so let me ask
and
you
This man
distorting
lying.
people.
how many Caucasian people came in and stole us? How many would you say?
First of all, Arabs started it.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you how many Arabs? Were
That
you
man lying about
outnumbered?
history.
Were you outnumbered? Was the Africans outnumbered by the people who came and just took us by force? Were you outnumbered?
Were there
They
just
didn't take us by force. He's lying about
No,
history.
I know
They
that,
were
bro.
taken
I'm
by
just
force,
asking
were
him.
there
bro.
were there
Bro,
So
human
if you
the Fulani are not African people who sold
listen,
slaves.
slavery,
Rasta,
slavery.
just 1 second, please, because you guys are both right. That at the beginning of the slave trade, the Africans sold Africans into what they would believe was indentured servitude, right? Because you have to understand that listen, back in those days before Shaka Zulu, which was right around the time the Europeans came,
You
when
still didn't
Africans
answer
went to
my
war.
question.
I'm about to answer. Bro. When Africans went to war with each other, they didn't even really kill each other. Like it was like that's not what they. So when they sold these Africans, they didn't know what was going to happen to them, right? Once they found out, there then was a rebellion of that, but it was already too late. The white people then start coming and taking. So both of these things are true, but the door was open because Africans
So
sold.
I ask you again, brother. Were they outnumbered? The ones who came and start taking,
Of
did they
course, they're out.
outnumber the
It's not
Africans?
about being outnumbered; it's about having more technology.
They
And
had
you know,
guns. They don't really matter.
They come with guns, bro. They come with guns, man.
They've
But
always
y'all
had
traded the
African or
guns.
not.
Y'all traded. They traded for the guns though. The
Hey, let me.
Africans traded for the guns. They was making their own
No, no,
guns.
no, 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 no.
I'm
We have
talking
our own
right now.
guns.
Hey, excuse me,
No, Africans actually did have
excuse
guns.
me.
Well, I might know your
Excuse,
history better. The
No,
Africans' history better
no.
than you,
right
man. They had
during our
guns.
slavery time, right? Did they have guns here too?
They had guns
no,
here and in Africa, bro.
The Africans
And
first
so,
came in
how is
contact with
America
Europeans.
today?
They did not have guns.
How
No,
is
that's not.
America today?
Africans did actually have guns. They traded for them, bro.
And
No,
not
no,
in
no.
America,
I
bro.
said when they first came in contact with the Europeans, how they gonna trade with them before they come in contact with them? So when they first came in contact with the Europeans, they didn't have guns. European had guns when they first came in contact with each other. The Europeans had guns and the Africans didn't. Then they started trading slaves for them. They started trading slaves for gunpowder and mirrors and all type of stuff. But their first contact, the Europeans were technologically advanced. They had better war machines. No question about it.
Oh yeah, of course. It was mutual. It was mutual for the majority of it.
Right.
No,
It's
that's
but
not
I'm saying,
true. That's
but we
not true.
can't
That's not true.
just say, Rasta, be quiet. We can't just say that the Europeans didn't come and steal because they did that too. Both of those things happened. But it was the Africans.
What kind of
selling their
weapons
own
did they have
people.
at the time? Was it muskets?
Muskets, and
So you
arquebus.
telling me that 1 million Africans with arrows will fall to a few thousands of people with muskets that got to reload and all this,
Well,
and they didn't have no war
No, they won't fight.
tactics. They didn't know the land. They didn't know the lay of the land.
They
They didn't
fought,
know no
man. They
war
fought.
tactics.
let's talk
They
historical
fought.
facts, bro. Hold on,
We
Rasta.
have a lot of. They fought, man. They fought, but they were
Rasta,
getting
you're from
defeated.
East Africa. Shut up. Listen, Rock. So like I think it was the
I won't
first
shut up.
European. Listen, the first Europeans that I remember, I was reading a story. Okay, so the Europeans, how they set up their battle, they were long range and they had armor, right? And the Africans had never seen guns, so they were running up on them. They had the armor. The armor, their spears were not going to pierce their armor. And when they ran up on them, they would just stay at long distance and shoot them. Like this,
Go read something about Maji War. If you read about Maji War, you understand. And look how many Africans died. People are fighting, man. People are fighting because listen, look, people are fighting to
Cowards.
try to put. Let me tell you, man, people are fighting to protect their family, to protect you from getting taken away.
No,
People
That
they
fought.
sold us
You don't
first. No,
understand,
no, no.
man. You don't
No,
understand if
bro.
you don't have a
I
heart to
know
understand.
African. I have
No, no,
African
no.
friends. They talk
Listen,
about how their
if you
family
don't
stole
have
slaves, bro.
if you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have a heart,
Like
if you're not
Rasta,
gonna put a
Are you
hurt,
telling me they lying?
Yeah, Rasta,
it,
bro, you're doing too much, bro. Bro,
You're making a
what happened
one-sided
was
story.
yeah, they made a deal with the
but yeah,
devil, and the devil. Wait, Rasta, be quiet. They made a deal with the devil, bro, and the devil came back to collect, nigga. So I don't think that they thought things were gonna get that bad, right? When they first did that, when they first sold the first Africans, I was just telling these people, they're prisoners of war. But they made a deal with the devil, and when he came to collect, they didn't have the money to pay. So now to this day, they're colonized by this white man, right? So-called white man. I don't like to call it the white man. That's a weak term. By the Europeans. So don't try to make it seem like the Europeans just came over there and just, Africa was a kumbaya and they just came over there and stole Africans, bro. That's not what happened.
They're
That
not
is
that
not what
powerful. They're
happened.
not God.
Yeah,
if you
exactly. They're
understand,
not, but they're just cunning. You have to. I mean, they're
if
cunning. The Africans are not. The
if you
Africans.
understand, if you understand African traditions, man, first of all, we don't sell people. It's a bad curse. I'm telling you that.
So Cinema said,
Understand?
bro, he lied.
Go ahead and understand African traditions
Oh
and,
my
and
goodness.
tribes, and if you get to understand that, you're gonna know that that's a lie. Has been put it out there
So
to
Africans are
make
lying
you
to
disconnect yourself.
me?
I'm telling you, man, it's a history written by the people that
So you
that
speak for
control the
all the
world.
whole
Hold on.
continent
Let
of
me
a
ask you a
billion
question.
people and over 1,000 different cultures. You speak for every single last one of them.
It's a
Let me ask you a
history
question.
written. It's a
There's
history
no race
written.
that has a unified like ideology or philosophy. You really saying Africans are a monolith and they
It's
all
a
do that?
history
That ain't
written
really.
to just to just make up lies, okay? To
Okay, so
disconnect you
Ghana. So
from
have you seen the
Africa.
video where Ghana apologized for it? It was like, damn, this is the door of no
Yeah, I was
return
just about
where we sold
to ask him
the
that.
Africans. I mean, sold our people. You saying they lying? You saying they all colluding with white people to lie?
Brother, it's a history written by the people who control the whole
Answer the
world.
question
We're
Okay?
directly though.
really
Are you
making
saying the
Africans
Ghanaians,
look
the door
bad,
return?
and I love it.
Are you
Even
saying
the
they're
Himotep
lying? Just say
tribe, they
yes
gonna
or no. You're
apologize as
saying the
Well,
well.
Ghanaians are
if Ghana accept, they need to apologize to all Africa, because that was the door over there. You know what? If they're
You're not
apologizing,
answering this
they are
question, bro.
pimping all of us. They are pimping all of us, man, from all the way,
I'm
because
scared
that
of
was
me.
the door, right? We get pimped, man, all over, from all over
Rasta.
Africa by
I
Ghana.
would respect this conversation more
If
if we would be
Ghana was
more.
the
So,
door, so people,
Stop,
Ghana was the middleman there.
stop talking. Can you
let's Kafir get in.
acknowledge
Yo,
your
yo,
rep?
we got some African
It's a
Americans
Somali
that
troll.
Okay.
don't want to be African American on the stage. So can we like hear from them too? Like
Wait,
Flower, do you identify as a Native American?
as who?
Does Flower identify as a Native American?
The Flowers a U.S. freedman. Black,
Okay,
I
okay.
haven't heard you be able to add much of anything. We're letting everybody speak. This room has been going on literally almost 12, 13 hours now.
Damn,
So we're just going. I know I was trying to end it, but then to
it
keep the
got lit.
replay. Yeah, to keep the replays at 12 hours, but I lost track of time. But yeah, there's been everybody that's been speaking. There's people, I mean, what you don't understand is that whether Flower thinks she's native or not, most of us don't identify with being African, because African is not a race, it's not my ethnicity, and it's not my nationality. I can be of Afro descent, but I am not an African.
You want to know something
Yeah,
crazy? Africa wasn't just started being called Africa about 400 years ago. Actually, if you really take into account Africa as a continent, like the term Africa comes from North Africa. In Tunisia, there was a tribe of people called the Afrikia, and they were called African, and they're not black people. Those are like light skinned, amazing people who, they look kind of almost Arab looking or something like that. Those people in North Africa. They were referred to as African. The Egyptians, they were referred to, Commissions, Egyptians, and then Ethiopia, and then the rest of the continent that wasn't referred. That would call something different, Al-Qiblan or something like that. So by the time they was taking us and selling black people into all these different countries, the continent wasn't even called Africa, like uniformly.
But that's kind of a non sequitur. It doesn't matter. It's just that we're talking about a
No, it's
landmass.
not a non sequitur. You know why it's not? Because that means that you can't correlate Africa to black. And you can't correlate Africa to black.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't correlate Africa to black. I do agree with that, but I'm just saying there is a landmass that we call Africa. That's an actual fact. So no matter if we call it the Ooga Booga land, or no matter if we call it Star Wars land, it's still talking about the same exact landmass. So it doesn't really matter the name of it, but like we talked about encapsulation earlier. That's what I'm saying. It's good to understand these words because then you won't be confused by these things. But I agree with Tiggy. Like, we are Afro descent. We're not no Africans. The Africans, Rasta, he talked about there's no slavery and they don't enslave each other, but the Libyans are literally enslaving the Somalis. The Ethiopians have enslaved the Somalis.
Damn, that's the first
That's
time
a bar.
Sorry, can I put in my
He
word
right
in,
though.
please?
Yeah, let's go. Let's get some. We have some new people on stage. You can go ahead. I don't know. I'm gonna say your name wrong.
Beauty. If I can put my words in,
her beauty.
Little brother, Ruster, because it is my little brother, and I wanna try to help him out. And I think you guys, you need to hear the truth. First of all, it's a beautiful morning. But I tell you one thing. I think your anger is misplaced. Nobody sold you nobody in Africa.
Lying.
Okay, you can say I'm lying, but are you telling me the evidence is that these
No,
people
you're asking the wrong question. Abidi, where do you come from? Which African country do you come from? And that's what I wanted to call out.
I told
Which
you this
African
is
country
Rasta,
do you
my
come from?
brother. I'm from Tanzania, and I tell you because you need to hear the truth.
So why are you speaking on Ghanaian issues and West African issues?
I'm not speaking Ghanaian issue. I'm telling you
What country you say? I didn't hear.
Can I speak,
He's
please?
from Tanzania. It's part of Southern Africa.
Can I speak?
That's not even nothing to do with West Africa.
Nothing.
Can I speak, please? And I think I've been hearing. I've been listening, and I want to tell you. A simple fact: the system could not allow any transaction. One, the European white took advantage of the trust the chief of Africa gave them, and they said all that shit that, okay, we're taking these guys, strong men, they're coming there, they're gonna be strong, they're gonna be good, and they're gonna come back. When the shackles were put around their neck, that's when this chief realized that was absolutely a trick. No one got nothing. If you tell me any chief got some money, you tell me how did their life change? Where did they put their money? The system was not working. Africa did not use the money at the time. They were doing a better trade. You telling me they paid them for what? The European we are using money. African we not using the money. Now you try to teach me how this transaction worked out. Nobody sold
they sold them for umbrellas. That's what they sold them for.
Hold on a minute. This is a story where white men always are trying to say their things because they know if they say their things, you guys are gonna be mad at Africans. And by the way, I'll tell you one thing. I couldn't give up. I don't know if I'm allowed to say hard words, but I couldn't give a damn if you guys want to come to Africa or not. No. But you know what? You are our brothers. Just for the simple fact that every time when we are put off, if I'm driving right in California and I'm put off, no, this motherfucker not gonna care about it whether I'm African or not. They're just gonna do exactly the same as if I'm African American. And I say you are our brothers. But you know what? We couldn't care less if you say, okay, you don't want to be Africans.
Okay,
and then you say
because you're not our brother.
Nobody come take your job. Nobody come take your job. We are professional. You want our profession. We come to help you. I'm a neuroscientist and I come to do things because you wanted me to. And I'm a citizen of the world. I travel in Europe. I travel to Africa. I go to China. I go everywhere. Whatever there's a research, I'm going to do it. I don't have to be in America for goddamn second. And you have a problem. You think every African is goddamn poor to the very core. I tell you, no. My clan has never been poor. We don't even have that word in my language. So we should respect each other. And I say one thing. Maybe you ask me, why am I not in Africa now? That would be a very interesting question. But I'll tell you why I'm not in Africa. Because you guys, your governments, have fucked up the whole continent.
Boy, shut up.
Max,
You
can I
started
get
the
in the
African
queue? Can I get
Charleston
in the
White.
queue? This is Steph. If I could get in the
He
queue,
said
this
Maybe
is
all that.
Steph.
we
Go
are
ahead,
African
baby.
because he sound like our
Did you
boy
say the
Charleston White.
African Charleston White?
Yeah, he's like our boy Charleston.
That's crazy.
Boy, shut up. He probably still talking right now. I muted his ass. Talking about your government. Nigga, shut the
Just
fuck
like Charleston White, that nigga was talking
up.
for an hour with the mute on.
Isn't it weird though how they sold us to them and then we have become the free labor that have helped them become what they are? And now you want to tell me about my government? Like
Right,
the
right.
irony.
That's weird as fuck.
Weirdos, you fucking weirdos. Don't get me started on you
Hey,
people.
Ziggy. So what he said was, what that
Yeah,
pretty
right.
much
Yeah,
was
right.
telling
But
us,
don't mute
what
my
he
mic.
pretty much
Don't mute
just
my
told
mic, lady.
us, shut
Don't
up,
mute my
sir.
mic.
Here,
What
I'm
he
Mike,
just
pretty
because you're
much
talking
just
about
told
our
us
government did
is
to you.
that they sold
Y'all
the
come here and
very
shop at the
people that
same
would
Fashion Nova
ultimately
that's gonna
fund their
end up on
demise.
your beach shores. Y'all love it. Shut up. You're no
Look,
better.
they pretty much just admitted that they sold the people who would ultimately fund their demise. And let them
Exactly.
tell it,
Literally in debt
they
with
sold
them.
their best and brightest because they ain't built shit like us
sorry,
yet.
nobody sold you. But if that makes you
You
happy, that's
ain't built
fine.
shit
Nobody sold
over
you. But if it
there
makes
like
you
we
happy, that's
have
good.
yet. What do you have to offer, sir? You clearly gave away your best resources and people over across the water because y'all ain't where we are. We done created all kind of shit. What y'all got to show? We still waiting. Y'all ain't even got soul food yet. If we the same people and this shit ain't American culture, then why y'all ain't got something equivalent of soul food? How y'all mad because we went to try y'all dishes and thought the shit was nasty and y'all offended because it offended our motherfucking palate? And then you sit on these apps, you scream and holler at us, you tell us how we ain't got no culture, we ain't got no history, well, we ain't got, while you force these white man ideologies down our throat. We supposed to take y'all the pillage of know-how when you let the motherfucking white man extract your greatest motherfucking resource, let you tell it, my black ass and everybody else black ass in the room, and we supposed to think you the pillar of scholarship. Let that sink right the fuck through the front door because it got to sink in, okay? I do not understand. What makes us think y'all smart? What on what basis are you putting forth the argument that y'all are smarter than us? When we have historically helped you from under the belly of this beast, get from under the belly of this beast, you go back to the motherfucker and make more deals with them every time we turn around. But never in history have you ever sent us help over here. Never, not once. I've never seen any African nation say, hey, get them Negroes this $5 million. Not once, never a fund, never a gift, not a gift certificate, not a wishbone or a well thought. You motherfuckers ain't shit. I'm tired of you stealing American heritage, culture, tradition, and ideology. With that, I've landed.
Can I speak,
Maybe you ain't
please?
given a
This
passport,
is Steph. I
yo.
want to get in the
Hold on,
queue
hold on.
Charleston
too.
White.
We're gonna
Can I
own
can I
we're
speak?
gonna yeah, go ahead who's asking. We're gonna open up the space. Thank you, Hobby whatever. Go ahead,
Can I go
Me?
next?
Oh,
This is Steph.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Steph. Go ahead next, Steph.
No, the gentleman can go. I
No,
can go
I
after.
said go go ahead next.
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm African as well, and at this point, it's really difficult to say. I think looking outside, like from I'm outside looking inside. I would say America, not just African American people in America, but America in general has this thing that they're rebellious and they like to go against the systems. We have no those guts, and maybe that's why we come over there. But America in general, I think you're privileged. Not every American, because I understand white privilege, but I think you're privileged because you can say this to the police, you can say this about the government. That's not a reality in some other parts of the world, specifically, let's say Africa. It's not a reality that we can actually defy the government, we can actually defy this. We can, but we don't choose, we choose not to for some strange reason. But what I feel that I see is most times African American think the world is against them. All of the world, not, and I never heard of this African versus African American thing until I came on Clubhouse. I have never had, personally, I'm speaking of my own experience, I have never had any biases against African American in my mind, in my head, not even in my community. I never heard negative stereotypes about African American people. Not until I joined Clubhouse when I was almost 30, and then I hear we are fighting. I never had any of those of these perspectives in my head. But we come here and we hear that, oh, Africans are doing this, Africans are doing that, Africans. When, if anything, I said this once, we look up to you. We like the culture that you guys produce, and we consume it very largely. If you come to Africa, if you actually visit Africa, you will see people are trying to speak like you, because it comes from a place of appreciation. But now we hear that we are taking your resources, and I'm surprised how that looks like. I think what the distinction between African American people and African people is that I don't know what's the political correct word in this context, because I know we have to say African American, but I know now that some people defy that name and say they are not African, they're just American. They're, there's so much going on with those definitions. The distinction between us and African American, between Africans and African Americans, is that I don't move with the mentality that the world is against me. And maybe that's what makes me succeed in some spaces. If I'm talking to a white person, I'm not looking for traces of racism, because maybe I wasn't brought up that way. Maybe I wasn't brought up to feel that the world is against me. I'm also a sexual minority. I move with the mentality that every time you do something to me, it's because I'm a sexual minority. Now, that could not be a fact, but sometimes I think that's the apparatus that African American are operating from, that Africans are against us, white people are against us, the Jewish are against us, the Indians are against us, the Asians are against us, because even when you go to Asia, you will find that they say, oh, Asians are doing this, Asians are doing that. No one is thinking of African American people all their lives. We have clean water to worry about. We have hospitals to worry about. We have bad government to worry about. We have corruption to worry about. So this is just for context. And to finish this, to finish my statement, I would like to urge anyone attending in these sessions on Clubhouse to know in their hearts of hearts and in their mind, this is not a collective African American or African perspective that is presented here. If you have a certain experience with an African American person here or an African person here, it's not a representation that the whole continent or the whole community of African American people in America feel that way. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to you real quick, and then I'll let the audience, not the audience, people on stage if they want to. First of all, we are privileged. And the reason why we are privileged is because our ancestors and our elders did what they needed to do to make sure of that, right? You really think that people during slavery time, Jim Crow era, civil rights were able to talk back at police officers? Are y'all educated or not? I thought y'all have all this education. I don't even need to go to historical facts with y'all. I could just literally go toe to toe with y'all with just plain logic. So you're right. I am very much so privileged because my elders did what they needed to do to swing from fucking trees to make sure I can put it and stick it to the man. The reason why you can't is because you don't take it seriously. I saw what you were doing during NSARS. Y'all were having DJs, liquor, and partying. Y'all didn't take that shit seriously until the massacre actually occurred. Y'all problem is nobody wants to actually be a martyr. Nobody's willing to die. And y'all are not willing to shed blood for actual reasons that would actually help y'all against white supremacy. Second of all, when we are speaking on Asians don't like us, and when we say Asians don't like Black people, the reason why we speak like that is because we're talking about our experience that we have in America. The fact that these minority groups, other minority groups, build in our communities while still not liking us. We have to worry about the comments they say. We have to worry about the racially profiling. And for you to deny that is really weird. And it's the weirdest type of gaslighting, because on the other hand, you want to tell me that we're all the same, right? So when we're saying things like that, we don't actually mean that people on the actual continent of Asia don't like us. We might say certain things because we see them kicking y'all asses out during things like COVID. So then we're putting two and two together. Like these people are inherently anti-black, anti-melanin, well, not anti-racist, but just racist. So that's why we say those type of things, because majority of the world is rooted in anti-black. You cannot tell me Asians don't like y'all. Not saying every single one, but as a culture, don't like y'all after what we saw them doing Africans during the pandemic. So y'all keep thinking that Americans think that we're the center of the universe and that we're speaking on the entire planet, when we're just really speaking on our own experiences in our own country. But because we're the center of your universe, you want to take that, internalize it, and then project it on us. If anybody else want to go ahead and add to that, they can.
No,
or they can make
can
their
I?
another.
Can you allow
Just
me?
We can, or we can go.
Americans are the center of our universe.
We can go to Steph.
As long as you don't mute me, I can go. Now maybe I was a little bit early.
I won't mute you as long as you just add something that makes sense.
Let me I will go slow.
No.
I thought it was Steph go.
We're gonna let Steph go. Sorry.
No, okay. I will try to be.
Well, no, because there's just like what 5 people, 4.
No, because I want to answer. I want to answer you about.
I know, but look, what I'm trying to say is there's like 4 new people on stage, and I know sometimes I hate when I have to wait a long time before I get to speak. So let's just let them go, and if they don't want to go or they just kind of want to popcorn with it, then we can popcorn. But let's let Steph go, and then once everybody goes, then we'll let you go. I'll let you rock out as long as.
I appreciate that, Queen. Peace and blessings to the room. Oh, I'm sorry. Is he still speaking?
Yeah, all right. No, we came back.
Yeah, he must think it's.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Steph. He thinks it's the African show. Go ahead, Steph.
Thank you again. Peace and blessings to the room. Here's the thing. Someone said something a few minutes ago that they're not African, but of African descent. Am I saying that correctly?
Oh, you're speaking of what I said earlier?
I don't know if it was you. I thought it was a gentleman, but nonetheless, what I think is interesting is that whenever I'm in these spaces, first I like to clarify with the brother saying, oh, this is not the sentiment. This is just like in these rooms on Clubhouse. No, what Clubhouse did was expose what was already there. Because I live in Oakland and have lived in Dallas, where there's a good population of people from the diaspora, all parts of Africa. And you don't hear these talking points in conversation. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and the lazy comments, and calling our men bullet bags, and shit like that. You would never, okay? You never hear these type of comments and this sentiment. But on Clubhouse, because it's an audio app, and a lot of people don't even have their real names or their real social media attached, they feel emboldened. So I think it highlighted what was already there, first of all. And I want to say that I find it really interesting that I rarely hear, I have heard it, but again, it's rarely hear any type of appreciation for you even being in this country due to the fight that our ancestors have made. I rarely hear that. And oftentimes they try to dispute it and give credit to their beloved white man. And I find that incredibly intriguing. But lastly, I'll say this. I don't understand what this possessiveness is with Black people in America. There's a possessiveness when Africans and even some Caribbeans, but majority Africans, when you're speaking about us not wanting to be labeled as African, there's this possessiveness as if you birthed us, and you have the right to ownership. And I don't know what that is. And again, like I said, I find it really, really intriguing, the lack of appreciation that even when we were systemically oppressed, we still fought for you to be here. And we just don't get any appreciation for that. And to the brother's comment, and as I land to the brother's comment about nobody never sold nobody. And first of all, nobody wasn't there. Nobody on this stage in this room was there. But history proves some points. Okay, the inner workings of those deals, I don't know. All I know is the end result, and you cannot refute that. Thank you for allowing me to share. I'm done speaking.
There are so many clans fought to keep Africans people to not be taken away to a Western world. There's so many clans, but they were defeated by guns, heavy guns. If you read African history, if you go to Africa, especially in Tanzania, there is Mkwawa. There's a guy named Mkwawa. He fought with his army. They fought. There's so many heroes. You guys don't know. Once you open your
East
mind,
Africa,
But like he
man.
said,
That's
you
East
hold on,
Africa.
let me get it done. Once you learn, see, the thing is, the history perspective is written the way it's written by the people who colonize all of us. If you go to Africa and try to find these heroes that will fight for African to not be taken away, you're gonna be blown away. I'm telling you. The thing is, you got your mind in one spot and it's not gonna be moved, and that's okay too.
Hello?
But like the brother said, you can't be mad after you did a deal with the snake and he turned around and bit you. Did a deal with the devil and he turned around and effed you.
No,
You
we were
can't be mad.
defeated,
You
man.
can't be mad at that. Like you
We were
can't be mad at that.
defeated. We were defeated.
Yeah,
Even
but
right now in
that's not
Africa, Africa
relevant.
is
You
still
East
Hello?
colonized.
Africa.
May I get in here,
Africa still
please?
colonized today. What's up with this East Africa? East Africa is Africa, brother. What are you talking
No, but
about
I'm
here?
saying
May,
we East African. Vast majority
can
of
I
us,
get in
probably
here?
99% of us are not
That's
East
fine,
African.
but let me
We
tell you
Western
something. Let me tell you
Central.
something about.
So
Can
that's
y'all
not
hear
Let me
me?
related
tell you
to
something
us.
about slavery. Let me tell you something about slavery. Let me tell you something.
I haven't spoken
Let
yet.
me get my point across. Let me tell you something about slavery. Slavery was started all the way.
So I find when sometimes you Africans come into our spaces, like when I ask y'all and like to like mute and I'm muting you, y'all don't respect it. And I just kind of hope that y'all would respect our space. Because the reason why we created this room was literally because every time we're in your spaces, we're not allowed to talk. We're pushed down to the audience, and it's always one-sided as hell. And I try to create these spaces so y'all can see who the real issues are in these conversations. So let's be respectful, because I could
Okay,
really
thank
get
you.
it. Yeah, thank you, because I could get
I'm
real ignorant.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
why
Mute your
you have
mics.
to
Mute
mute
your
me down?
mics.
What do
Mute
you
your
get to say? Okay,
mics.
I build you have
Mute
your
your
time.
mic.
Why do you have to mute me?
Mute
If you're
your
supposed to tell me.
mic. Y'all see what I'm talking about? Y'all see what I'm talking about? I believe it was Billy. Did you ask to speak?
Yes, I did, love. Thank
Okay,
you
go
so
ahead.
much. I've been in and out of this room this room's been over like open about 24 hours and y'all been cooking. And I've just been taking a little time to think about it, and I just keep on coming up with the same answer. We don't want to be African. It's not a matter of us not wanting to be, we're just not. We're just not. It's like maybe when you make a cake, right? And so the cake needs flour, it needs eggs, it needs milk, butter, if you're from the South, a whole lot of butter. And so maybe Africa is the flour, or maybe it's the eggs, but it's been so long. We're Americans. We're Americans down to our intangible soul, to the marrow of our bones. We're American. I went to Uganda, went to Ethiopia, And my friend said, did you get that feeling like you were home, da da da? And unfortunately, I had to say, no, I didn't get that feeling. And while it was beautiful and I understood it, I wasn't treated by the people like I thought that I was going to be. I was getting side-eyed and I was just being me. I wasn't, being loud or anything, just walking across the room and getting side-eyed. And, you never know what a person is thinking. But I didn't get that feeling like, welcome home, sister. It's been so long. I didn't. And so while I do respect the fact that a part of me came from Africa, I'm American. I know nothing of Africa. On my way there, there was an Asian guy, right? On my way there, the driver was Asian. He was from France. He had been in France since he was 3 years old. His parents were Asian. But he said, I'm French. He knew nothing of Asia. Nothing. Everything about him was French. From the music he listened to the food he ate, to the clothes he wore. We are American. And what really hurts me is while I don't despise anybody African, it hurts me to walk past someone or have a conversation with somebody from Africa and they're like, oh, Black Americans are so stupid, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, what? Why are you, if you feel that way about us, why are you chewing on the equity that we built here in America? Why are you getting fat off of the lambs that we fed? That part I'm really having a hard time understanding. Do we want to love where we came from? We're part of the soil, from where our ancestors made it. We have to really understand those of us who our ancestors are from Africa, because I believe we have ancestors from all over the world, but the fact that some of us, our ancestors are from Africa, and gosh darn it, we made it through all that bullshit. There are a lot of people who never came to exist, whether their blood lies in the soil of Africa or their bones are on the bottom of the sea, or their bones are somewhere, on American soil. We made it to here. The eggs and the sperm made it all the way to 2022. And there's no other way for me to say it other than we're just American, love. That's it, and that's all. I yield the mic.
Love the delivery. I agree. That was a mic drop. Thank you for that.
Can I ask a question to the previous speaker?
Yeah, go ahead. A few seconds.
Okay, so Billy and everyone else, if you can all tell me, who does America belongs to?
Anybody wants to answer this narcissistic answer?
I'm trying to figure out why that's relevant. But go ahead. Yeah, why is that relevant?
It's relevant because when we come to America,
to the Americans. It belongs to the Americans.
To your space. Yes, but when we come to America, it seems like we're coming to specifically your spaces. So the question is it only your country, that you get to keep and say you allow these people and you don't allow these people?
Can I answer that, please?
Go ahead.
I would say that respective of the history, right? Those who identify themselves as Black Americans and white Americans is their country and everybody else is immigrants, right? It's something called sweat equity, right? And no other group has actual sweat equity in this nation but Black Americans and very, very few other people, which are most likely white Americans, right? So that who the country belongs to, those who took part in building it, it's called ownership. You can only own something that you create.
Do you think that's practical in today's world? Like when we say Africa is ours and, we get to gatekeep, we don't want this or that. Do you think that's how it works in modern times?
Yeah. Every African is entitled to Africa. Y'all didn't. Y'all not. Y'all leaving everything and saying that y'all us. But nobody has a problem with Africa.
I think
Africa.
You don't understand one thing.
Don't cut me off.
We are still
nobody
in
has
Africa.
Africa claiming Africa, but the problem is Africa cannot seem to get the strength to protect what's theirs.
Yes, I can agree with that, but you have to understand it's a continent of, like, let's say, I don't know, 2 billion people, if I'm not mistaken. So majority of Africans are still in Africa. Not all of them are coming to America. I don't want to be American as well, because guess what? I have been there and I don't connect with the culture. Just like when you come here and you don't connect with the culture, it's not your home. Africa is not your home because
so
you
don't.
What
was the point of you asking the question if you felt as though you already had the answer, right? So you asked us the question, right? And then you gave an answer.
I asked because there is a feeling that
don't cut me off.
You
gave us a question.
I asked because there's a feeling that we come to your spaces.
You negated everything that I said, right? You're not from this country. I would say that in any nation, regardless if it's America, Mexico, any nation that has citizens who are nationally tied to that country, it is their country, irrespective of where the fuck you think that they fucking supposed to belong. Is their shit.
I think every African person in here would agree with me that we don't say you belong to Africa, and we don't say that you have to come back home. But we say that
we have literally heard that.
Let me tell you, you have, but if you and I stand beside each other, if we don't speak, no one can tell who is American and who is African.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, you can't.
Let me tell you.
Europe, when they go to Europe, they can tell, like they can actually tell a difference.
Despite what y'all think,
they're not that stupid
internationally, and a lot of us do, and we all come to the same conclusion. They can definitely tell the difference.
Then it's like, even Africa, right? Africa as a continent isn't ethnically homogenous. So how can we say that people can't tell the difference between us and y'all when y'all don't even look alike?
I'm speaking of complexion. I mean, you might look like West African.
Sir,
you might look like West African.
If my father was to go to South Africa, he would be labeled as a colored. If I was to go to West Africa, I would probably be labeled as a general West African because of my complexion. My younger sister will also be labeled as a colored, but we all come from brown-skinned people. We're not an ethnically homogenous group of people, so we do not all have the same skin complexion, even phenotype. But what I'm saying is, we know that we don't look like y'all. We know who our people is. We know that if we see another Black American, even in ourselves, regardless of their skin color, we know who we are.
You didn't get what I said. I don't think, yes, you can know who you are, and we have diversity. And that's the problem, I guess. You have not been to Africa, most of you. We don't look the same.
You're making an assumption, sir. Don't make assumptions. You just made an answer yourself.
Most of us have not been to the country. That's actually true.
I've been to Africa. Sorry, I've been.
Yes, but you have. But it's not everyone. It's not everyone who has been to Africa. Fine, you have been twice, but I live here.
But y'all just said that we're over there. But wait, your friend just said that we were over there. Constantly traveling, constantly buying land, creating all these towns. So which one is it?
I don't subscribe to those. I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to that belief.
Or do y'all just looking for ways to gaslight us based on white propaganda?
I don't subscribe. Let me tell you something.
Right?
I don't subscribe.
How are you dealing with the people that are currently colonizing your land? If you're Nigerian, Nigeria has a inappropriate amount of Lebanese in your country. Y'all have an inappropriate amount of Europeans in your country who basically control the economics and the infrastructure. Why do you not make groups about those people who is actually causing you harm and actually stopping you from progressing?
That's a bar.
First of all, I'm not from the West. I'm from the East, and we, in this context of this conversation, I don't see that in my country. I don't see what you're saying in my country.
Respectively, can I say this or not?
Why do East Africans have to speak on the behalf of West Africans?
Yeah, as an East African, because I do acknowledge that I'm a descendant of a West African, so I'm gonna say this as an East African, you have no place in this conversation.
That's like a Russian talking
What are we
about
talking
Ireland.
about?
Ireland
What are
and
we
British.
talking
Like, what are you
about?
doing?
When you say I have no place in this conversation, the question is, what are we talking about? Have I said that? Have I invalidated any of your experiences? Have I said that it's not a fact? I'm discussing facts. I'm not discussing whether who belongs where. I'm not discussing that.
Literally asked us who owns America, so that would say that who belongs where. So you literally started off your question.
Well, you're talking of Africans, and I am African, and the conversation evolved to be, oh, Africans are coming here, they're taking our places, they're taking opportunities. And I said it here that we don't move with the mentality that someone is after us, and that's why we are maybe more generally accepted into places.
Now,
but
let me
when
ask you a
you're
question.
dealing,
Let me ask you a question, right? So,
Yeah,
if you
and
have
then
a
we
group
have
of
to
people,
address that generally accepted into places because there's constant bans on Africans.
Like didn't the UAE just ban like 17 African countries?
Yes.
They
What are
didn't. They did. They
saying?
banned.
They speak in
Yeah.
delusion.
see what you're doing now. We are talking of the USA, United
can
States
I
of
ask my
America.
question, please?
No, your
What does
statement
UAE have
was
to do with
we
this?
don't think your statement was Africans don't think the world is out to get them, and that's why we are socially accepted.
I really don't like is right. So you're applying that we play victim, right? So let's just say, right, if you was to come to me and say, my people have experienced X, right, and X is being committed by, A, how would you feel and think if I was to deny you of your lived experiences to say that does not exist? And because I'm saying that, I'm telling you that you're expressing a problem that you're going through, that other people, the people who are doing these things, are not accepting you. You're being accepted by the people that is oppressing my people.
Listen, Johnny. I will say this to you. Oh, it wasn't Johnny. Okay, so whoever said that, I will say this to you. I agree. And I don't invalidate any of this. Is one thing I would never do. If you click my profile, you will see who I am, and I am not the one to invalidate your experience.
Sir, you said that you're readily accepted by the people who is oppressing my people. Let's stick on that. Why would you brag about being accepted by oppressors?
First of all, I never met oppressors.
And then on one hand, say that your government does this to us and you're privileged, and then on the other hand,
that
brag
wasn't
about
me. That was
brag
Rasta.
about being good slaves.
I don't remember hearing him say that though.
That was Rasta. That wasn't me. What I mean is, let me tell you something. I am a minority in my country as well. That being the case, I know the world is not going to be made up to my likings, and that's a fact. People are not always going to say, welcome Black people. The stereotypes, the racism is going to exist. This is 2022. You will have people who are being targeted for being Black in 2025, and you will see it on the news. Because it doesn't work like when you say, oh, now, but you have to survive within that system. Yes, you have to change it because it's not a good system, but you have to also not move with the mentality that every time someone speaks to you, it's because you're Black. Sometimes someone targets you, it's because you're Black. Let's say there is an actual crime that was committed, and I'm not saying Black people commit crimes. I'm just giving an example. Let's say there is an actual crime committed and someone is being arrested, and they're being difficult in that arrest. And they say, oh, Black people are being oppressed, but do you know the context of how this person is being arrested? So we don't move with the mentality that if I am arrested, let's say in Africa, it's because I'm Black. No, they're arresting me because I did.
That's why we say you're not Black, because you don't understand what comes with being Black in America and the history of being Black here. So when you do come here, you're looking at it as, what did this person do? What is the context? What is this? What is that? Did they do this? Did they do that? And we're looking at it from a way more deeper and insidious manner. And that's why a lot of us don't claim y'all as being Black. Well, the simple fact is that you'll have two people doing wrong, and there's supposed to be a justice system that's supposed to equally trial both of those people. We know automatically that majority of those white people that actually do crimes or harms, they either have the funds or the privilege to not even deal with the things that we would have to deal with being Black. And I don't think y'all understand that. And instead of y'all actually putting the historical context y'all have into the reality that we have and what we're saying, y'all would rather just sit there and just have this whole posh mentality when you look at life. But the moment something happens to you,
You're looking for us and trying to gaslight us to go out and march for you.
Sister
Prime
Kalana,
example. So in the state of Iowa, right, recently, a white man was released on bail after being caught on video sexually abusing a young black child. Now, explain to me how a motherfucker who's on video abusing a child get out on bail.
I would never defend that in any context.
But that's the reality that we're living in.
defend
That's
that.
what you're not understanding. That
And I
that's
don't
our reality.
dispute it. And I'm not disputing, and I'm not saying that you don't experience. I understand racism exists. Even if I don't come there, I can see it on TV. I can see it on representation. What I'm saying is sometimes it's not race. Sometimes, not all the times. Sometimes
It's always race because it is inherently in them. Do you not understand what America does? And this is why personally I don't want to be an ally with Africans, because y'all don't understand how deeply rooted white supremacy is. And the fact that y'all just come over here and act like it's not all the time and don't realize these people are inherently racist. These people are born to think that way. Some of them might be good people, but you push them hard enough, they will call you the N-word. They will show you what they're talking about. And we don't realize that their racism is also systematic. It's not just a fucking sheep walking around with a burned cross. Y'all don't understand these people. And I just kind of want to push this conversation further because like, I don't really want to sit here with a African telling me about racism in America.
Kalania, you might be right. Actually, you're right. But let me say this, and I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make light of it.
Y'all don't get these people. That's why your countries are the way they are. Y'all don't get them.
You are very right. So let me say this, and this is to just go back to what we were talking earlier. The fact that people don't understand how slavery was done in Africa, that's troublesome. People think Africans sold Africans. Okay, here's the thing. People were captured all over the continent.
So we're not going to
Ghana.
let you lie to us when we know
Okay,
history.
hold up, brother. Hold on. Hold your horses, man. So Ghana was a deportation spot for all these people were captured all over Africa. I know my heroes. I know the people who fought and they were defeated. There's a whole kind of clans. If you want to know a different clans of people that actually went and fought the colonial, the Arabs, all that. If you read African story, if you go to these tribes that they were fight, they put up a fight with bow and arrows, but they still got defeated by big guns. Then you're gonna think African sold African American. Okay.
The Europeans didn't have access to mass firearms during the time of pre-colonialism. So what are you talking about?
Hold your horse, brother. So if Ghana actually came clean to actually apologizes, Ghana was a getaway spot. It was a place all these people were captured all over Africa, brought to Ghana, and the ships would come over there, load the people, and then go bring them to all over the Western world. So if Ghana say they did it, it's because Ghana allowed its land to be a spot for it, a place for all these trades to be done. But in other places in Africa, especially South Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, there people fought to keep you in. And if you don't believe me, hold up, brother. If I can name one right now from my own country. There's a guy, hold on. Let me give you. There's a guy named Mkwawa. Go read Mkwawa. What happened to Mkwawa? He fought the Germans. Okay? Go read what happened to him. Those are heroes that you guys don't know of, but I know because I'm from there. I know they fought to keep this to keep the Africans in, to not be taken away. To go be sold.
Was he from one of the tribes that participated?
So if Ghana allow its land to be a place for all these bad deeds that will be done, Ghana apologized for it because Ghana was a middleman of it. Not all African tribes sold their own people. People fought and they got defeated. But you guys don't want to hear that because you think, oh, because we from Africa, they sold us. No, there's a tribesman in Africa fought for it. Okay, but we got defeated. So, hey, it's how you want to take it, but not all Africans sold Africans. Ghana, if Ghana allowed it, they need to apologize to whole all the tribes in Africa that its people have been taken away.
This is the problem, though, Rasta. The majority of the people that partook in the transatlantic slave trade are people that are ethnic groups or tribes that are in power to this day. They still receive economic benefit and sit atop other ethnic groups due to their participation in the transatlantic slave trade. So
Give me
this
one.
is what
Give
that
me one.
bullshit. The
Give me
Yoruba,
one.
the motherfucking Igbo, like with the Fula people. What do you mean? The majority of the presidents in the continent of Africa are of Fulani origin. What are you talking about?
Also, I find it hard for various countries to apologize for slavery when slavery is still prevalent in 2022.
If you look the history of South Africa, you know who fought the people who came to capture slaves over there, and he got defeated too. So if you read, there's a heroes in Africa fought for this. They fought for not to be taken
But
away.
are they fighting? Are they fighting?
Okay, but the
Are they
thing is,
fighting for
you don't want
slavery
to
that
hear
are
all
still
that. You
happening?
just want to hear. You don't want to hear all of that. That's the problem, because
We're
you do
talking about
not
Western
want to
countries.
learn. You do not want to hear. You do not want anything. Oh, you saw that African saw that. No, that's not
No,
true.
I said, but are they apologizing or doing something about Africa that is prevalent today? How can you apologize for slavery when you're still selling people today? Hello? Hello?
Black Lives Matter.
Slavery is still going on today. It's just that we all slave into the system has been put into place. So
Wait, is no one going to answer my question?
They can't respectfully. They're not going to answer it because they're aware of the things that's going on in
what
their
is the
continent.
question? What is the question? I didn't hear it.
The part where about Ghana, how can you apologize for slavery when there's slavery still going on and you're not doing anything on the behalf of what's going on right now? It just kind of feels like, to me, it's all just a tourist attraction. Like, it's just to use us. And it low-key feels like your oppressor friends that are white supremacists that you taught everything they know.
Ghana gotta apologize to even other Africans for allowing its land to be a spot for people to be taken away. They gotta apologize to me.
Well, y'all are the ones that taught white people everything they know. So y'all have to apologize not only to us, but yourselves. But my issue is, I don't feel like it's the apologies and the year of return. I don't feel like all that shit is genuine. I just kind of feel like y'all are just doing that for tourism type of thing, for us to invest in Africa, et cetera, et cetera. But like, how are y'all going to apologize to us when slavery is still going on in Africa?
The slave trade going on in America right now?
We're talking about, I'm asking with Africa. Don't give me a question with a question.
There is a system in place that's been put in place, and we all slave for it. So I don't know what else me to tell you.
So how can you apologize for one slavery while still continuing to do another?
How can you apologize while the whole system is slavery? We are in it.
So you're saying the entire system of Africa, the continent, is slavery.
Because all these leaders are not there to help people. They're there to help themselves. It's a whole
leaders.
And you want us to come to your country and deal with that shit all over again after you
wants us to solve their problem.
that I'm privileged from the work I've put in here.
No, you're not supposed to go. You can. It's your choice, man. You're not supposed to do anything.
We know even less about the system than people from the continent. So you want us to go navigate a system we don't really know anything about.
Nobody wants you. Nobody wants you to go. Nobody wants you to go. It's your choice.
But that's not
But
true.
it's your
Someone on
choice.
stage
That's actually
just
not
told us to
true.
do it. That's not true, though. Somebody on stage just told us to do it. Someone just
We
told us.
literally have
You don't
Pan-Africanists
have
come
to
here.
do it. It's a connection that you. It's how
Somebody
you
literally
feel.
just came. We weren't even talking about real estate, and someone literally just told us, like, I don't know how long ago, that we need to pick a place, find it, and build. Plenty of African Americans are doing it. Y'all should do it. We're waiting for we're the same. We're your brothers. So
Okay. So
y'all are like the
that
weirdest gaslighters. Y'all really act like white people. That's why we don't never stay off y'all asses.
So
yeah,
how can we be African,
you guys,
check this out, brother. How can we be African, right, when Africa is not a nation or even an ethnic identifier recognized by anybody on this planet, even most people in Africa, right? So what do you mean by why don't we want to be African?
You're not supposed to. You're not. Nobody forced you to be African. It's how you
You're
feel.
not answering
If
the
you don't,
question.
if you
So
no,
what
I'm
is
telling you,
so why
it's
are you here
nobody
then? What is the
forces
point of your
you.
discourse? And let me ask you a question. What is the point of you being here in your discourse? Because literally the title is about
I'm
people
discussing
wanting us to
because you
be
say
African,
Africans sold Africans. Africa did not
because that
sold
is a
African.
historical fact. Can
No,
prove it
that's
wrong
not
then.
facts.
Let me
That's
ask you a
not
question.
facts.
Let me ask
That's
you
a
a
fact.
question.
They
Is
told you that.
documented. It's
They
like
told you
well
No,
that.
it's a
documented.
fact.
It's
Yeah,
well
but
No.
at
documented.
the end of the day, I have Yoruba friends, I have Igbo friends, I have Ijaw friends, I have friends from Ethiopia, and we all understand the realities of the fucking, the history of the world. But the thing is, they don't go out their way to disrespect us. They don't go out their way to gaslight our experience. They acknowledge the facts and truth of what it is and accept it.
Nobody told you. Nobody said you should not be who you are. Nobody said you need to go be African. Nobody say nothing.
This is not
Nobody
the
forces
discussion
you to
for
do
you then,
anything.
because you have a different argument. This isn't the discussion for you then, because
It's
you're
fine. My
arguing a different
argument
point.
is Africa did not. I'm African. My argument is Africa did not sold you.
And
Okay,
I
you
was
were
just
taken
and the
away.
majority
You
is
were
your
ripped
Let
away
me
argument.
from
ask, let me
us.
ask him a question. Let me ask him a question. Hold on. Let me ask the question. Have you? Then I'm talking to the African guy. Have you ever heard of Cujo Lewis or Kazula? His name was Cujo Lewis. There's a book written about his narratives. Have you ever heard of him?
No, tell me, brother.
Well, see, a lot of things when a person says, you can tell about the information that they don't know, that they literally do not read. They do no research on it and they just get to talking. But it's well documented by one of the last slaves to get sent to America from Africa. His name is Cujo Lewis or Kazula. And he I think Zora Neale Hurston had the one that wrote the book, right? And he talks about how the Dahomey came and sacked his village, and the Dahomey tribe sold him to Europeans. They just did a movie about that tribe called the Woman King. And I forgot the name of that lady, but she starred in the Black American lady. She starred in it, right? But it's well documented. It's not even a
Viola
reason
Davis.
to Viola Davis. Yeah, that's right, Viola Davis. So it's really not even a debate. See, the thing is, man, to the African guy, you sitting up here with all this fervor, like you think it's a debate. Like, no, this is like widely known information. It's well documented how the Dahomey, how Cujo Lewis told them how the Dahomey came and sacked his village and sold him. They also have other Africans who are even proud that people sold us for like umbrellas and mirrors and like just frivolous things, right? So it's not really even a debate. The only reason you think it's a debate because of your ignorance, because you're not well read, you don't really do research. You really don't know what you're talking about. So you, from your ignorance, you think it's a debate, but it's not.
No, it's not
It's
a
just
debate, brother. Because I know I
no,
know
no,
my
no, no.
African
I'm just
history.
saying it's just
I know my heroes, man. I know the
I'm not
people who
even
fought.
going back and forth with you, man.
Okay,
It is what it is.
but I know
It's
the people
really
who
not
fought to
your
keep the people
sir.
in. I'm not
No.
debating. Chaka Zulu fought it.
You want
I
to
can
speak,
name it.
Sister Jolly?
Yes, I wanted to let him know. Okay, because let me just I can't assume that all people from the islands, maybe it's a different education there as far as, but I will say this here in America, not that our schools teach us this shit either. We research it. We got to know people in the community. They let us know everything. Sorry, y'all. Okay, they let us know everything that was going on, honestly. So for Rasta, I heard it out of the mouth of African people myself. We're not making this shit up. I don't even hate Africans. I have no hatred for African people. We're telling the truth. We're respecting the truth and we're respecting our ancestors by telling the truth of what happened to them. It don't
But do you
make no
know the
sense.
hero fought for slavery in Africa? Do you know the hero fought for not people to be
Don't
taken
tell
away?
me anything about a hero because the hero
But
they tell us is
they
in
got
Zinga.
defeated.
Where no, wait, no, sir. The hero they tell us is in Zinga, who sat on the back of her slave so that she's eye level with the white man who was trying to enslave our people. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not a hero to
Exactly.
me. It would have been
Th-
heroic if the people rose up and actually did something
They
to
actually
stop it.
did.
But
They
no,
did,
no,
but they got killed.
but sir, it's millions of people there. The continent is bigger than multiple continents combined. You want it to be Pan-African? Should have been Pan-African then. Because they sold all these people over here, and you want us to forget that for a bead, like the man said, for a mirror, for a fucking jar of sugar. Do you understand? They built huts with our blood, with cotton, with straw. They built huts that they use to go and worship in. This is in Benin, Africa. They built after they went to wars with the strongest people and they subdued the people and took them. They went to war with the strongest men. They killed them and then they subdued the people. They buried the corpse under a tree and called it sacred. I want you to understand. What you don't understand, sir, is that we're not stupid here. This came from the mouth of the African people. We are simply telling you what was told to us from them because everybody is not lying to us. See, a lot of people come over here because they know there's commerce. They could sell us fabric. They could sell us all types of shit as long as it's buddy and Pan-African bullshit going on. But there are other people who are more interested in educating us and telling us what's going on because it's just better if the truth is out there so everybody can accept it, understand it, and move accordingly. That's what
fine.
makes the most sense.
Okay, Jai.
But
So I'm gonna give you a scenario, okay, and I'll land from there. Just very quick, shortly. Okay. Um, Back in the days, way back, giants, people who strong, they got muscles, they're big, they're tall. Those were actually in the army to fight. Okay, they were the protectors of the communities. Okay, so I want you to just think for a minute. If when you go to Africa right now, most people are not very tall, very big, well built. When you come to America, you're gonna find those people here. Okay, so these were the army at that time. Okay, these are the people that actually were protecting the communities. All of them got subdued. They were taken away because of their physicality of their body. Strong, big, okay, tough. Those are the ones that got captured. So the people who left there, it was very small, very small, lean bodies, very short people.
Sorry.
So
I
what I'm
have
saying,
shit.
okay,
Please. I have
go ahead, brother Beauty, go ahead.
I have shit. You know what? Every time I try to speak, and if you are big enough, I call you Dada or Kalenia. If you're big enough, if you know that you have a point to prove, then do not mute me. Allow me to speak my mind. Every time I try to speak, you're muting me. Can I say something? And can I?
So yeah, I muted you, like I said in the back channels, that I muted you before because you were spewing nonsense and you were saying things that had nothing to do with the conversation and the topic. And then I was muting the entire stage because y'all refused to let me gain order. So now, if you want to, you can speak. But this ain't the type of space where you're going to be able to get on a soapbox and tell me what you think I'm doing, because Africans definitely do not give my people any type of space to speak on a stage. So you can speak, but you're definitely not going to like criticize me and my moderators.
With all due respect, I don't think I'm criticizing you anything, but you say I say some nonsense. Maybe if you can point out where that was.
I think that's besides the point. If you're going to speak, then you should go ahead and speak.
Arnold, I just want you to know that your friend literally, your friend literally stopped what you were saying, stopped your submission of what you were trying to say to get your point across, literally to go back in time and talk about the fact that we were muted. That man has no respect for you. He has no respect for any type of thing you have to say on this stage, and I just want to point that out.
Good observation.
All right.
Good observation.
Now, let me tell you something. African Americans, you never want to hear the truth. That's what it is. You want someone to come here to babysit you. I'm not one of a person who's gonna come and babysit you. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
I definitely don't want an African to babysit me. The last time I heard of an African babysitting Black Americans, she went to Walmart for 4 hours and all those babies burned alive, and then tried to run to Nigeria. And then we got her ass and brought her back. So yeah, I don't want you to babysit me.
You can shove that up whatever you want, but I
don't want you to babysit me. Just say what you gotta say, nigga.
Exactly. Then you should not mute me. That's my point. That's my point. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna hear the babysit you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Don't mute me. Listen to me, and accept it. It's gonna hurt, but it's gonna be.
So if you want to talk. Like I said, I don't need your soapbox.
All right, you mute me again. That's fine. Anyway, but let me try to be civil for once. And maybe you understand.
I'm glad you said let me try to be civil for once. Thank you.
Oh God, this is hilarious.
He knew he wasn't being civil. I'm telling y'all, this is African Charleston White, yo.
I'm glad he's acknowledging that he hasn't been civil, which is why he's been getting muted. But go ahead. Akachusta Stute de Chukawa White.
I don't know if he's mic or he's speaking behind the mic. Brother Beauty, we can't hear you. All right, so if I could get my point across, because I let him speak for a little bit, and you guys are muting him. I wish you could let him talk, but what I'm saying is, so all these big and giant people who were actually in the army to fight against the people who were coming to take Africans, they were all got captured. Okay, now the continent was wide open. That's why they move in and colonize the whole continent. The biggest and strong they were taken. So me, I do not believe Africans sold Africans, okay? And I think that's just a gimmick to try to make you not to connect to Africa, to try to make you fit.
You're not well read.
Let me finish, my brother. No, I read because I know my heroes that fought for this, man.
Yeah, your hero.
But
We're
you
talking
don't
about the
do
whole
much.
continent.
I do believe my hero fought to keep you in. The problem is they all got defeated. You don't want to know that, and you're not gonna learn that because you think I'm ignorant, and I'm thinking you're ignorant too.
Everybody got an opinion, nigga. Everybody got an opinion. We believe your ancestors sold ours. Next.
Fine then. Then you cannot change that.
Well, I don't think Tanzanians sold mine. I'm talking about the West Africans.
Well, actually, West Africa.
I'm talking about a document by Cujo Lewis. It's not a belief. It's just the narrative of Cujo Lewis. You know,
he was sold after slavery was illegal, won't it? Like, or not slavery, but the slave trade was illegal. Won't he the last? Yeah, it was the last one, right? The 1850s or 60s.
Landed in Mobile. They got Africa down right now. You know.
We all need to get back at Ghana's for allowing its land to be a spot for it.
They ain't the only place though, man. You know, Senegal, they got the Chez d'Esclaves. Chez d'Esclaves, that's French for house of slaves. For Senegal, they got I think it was an island right off the coast of Senegal that they used to basically hold slaves there in like these cells before France would come there and purchase them from the Africans. Chez d'Esclaves.
And do you realize that Ghana did make an apology, and then they proceeded to, from this gate of no return, say, "Hey, come over here and buy these $10,000 plane tickets and come visit and spend all this money with us, you know, and come see what the fuck we do to you." What kind of shit is that?
That's some raggedy ass shit. That's what it is.
Rhyme me, Nickies.
Raggedy as fuck.
But how can you trust the pimp? Because Ghana pimped all of us in Africa too.
What we saying? They're not the only ones though.
They're the only one because they allowed it.
Wait, one mic.
What you say,
one mic. Rasta, why do you think Ghana's a pimp? I hope all the Ghanaians are listening in the room.
Well, because because slaves would not just come from Ghana or from Nigeria by itself. They will come from all over Africa. They will get captured by force. If you come to my country, you're going to find a lot of heroes fought to keep you in. The problem is they got defeated. So once they got defeated, let me get my point across. Once they got defeated, y'all were taken to Ghana to the point of no return, okay? Ghana allows it. If Ghana allows it, that means they got something to say. Because they got in Africa, right?
Okay. So I never thought about it that way. Oh, okay. So other African countries were actually fighting.
Hold on, nigga. Let her finish speaking.
So other African countries were other African countries were actually fighting against it, while Ghana was the biggest pimp. So you're saying Ghana is like the worst country when it comes to like being Pan-Africans and African.
What I'm saying, yeah, you get that. Actually, you framed it very well. But I'm gonna put this way.
Oh, come on.
Okay, let me.
Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Can you keep your mic motherfucking off, man?
Charles, don't worry.
Rasta.
So what happened is slaves were all over Africa, okay? People are getting taken from South Africa, from East Africa, from Central Africa, from West Africa. They all were taken to the spot in Ghana, the point of no return, okay? But if you go to Africa, from South Africa to Ghana, like all these countries, slaves were taken away. There were hero fought for you not to be taken away. There's heroes.
So Rasta, can me and you one day partner? We'll make a room that says Congolese man speaks. Ghana was the issue with slavery.
That's fine. We can go for it. But what I can tell you, I tell you,
because we need to let this
But I tell you,
be exposed. And if other African countries are saying Ghanaians were like the main, like they're the problems, like
because
if the evil in the world, then we need to expose that.
Kalania, if you come to my country, there is a heroes fought against slavery, fought against colonials. They all got defeated. Okay, once they got defeated, its people were taken away. Okay, so if Ghana allow its land to be a place where all these people captured from all over Africa to be shipped from their own soil, and now they're apologizing for it, then they need to apologize to all Africans, all the heroes that fought
I don't
for it.
believe him.
Follow me back. We're gonna make that room. We're gonna make that room. Ghana needs to apologize to all Africans, including Black Americans. Follow me back. We're gonna make that room. I'm gonna let you lead it though.
No, we gotta get the flash.
Some type of proof.
Seriously, can I have my time? Because I was speaking off the mic. Can I have my time?
Go ahead, you African Italian.
I ain't African Italian.
Hold on, Tigger, you making that room today?
No.
Okay, when you going to make the room?
Look.
Probably tomorrow. I'm about to start my day. Yeah.
Look, African Americans, if you want to hear from a proper Black, a proper African, I think you should hear from Abiudi. Abiudi is a proper Black, a proper African. I will tell you the truth. I don't give a fuck about it. Pan-Africanism, I think, is a fraud. It's a shit. And I'm not going to follow that shit. Because it's going to fall down the drain anyway. What's the point? You hear I tell you, we don't hate you. We love you. And that's exactly the point. If you go to Tanzania, for example, or you go to Kenya, or you go to Ethiopia, you'll hear kids want to be you. That's a fact.
Say that again. I couldn't hear it. What was the last part you said?
Okay, I say this. If you go to Kenya, you go to Ethiopia, you go to Tanzania, or any other country, you'll hear kids want to be you.
Wait, you were in the Matrix. After you said, if I go to Tanzania or Kenya, what could happen? Say that one more time.
That's why I said they want to be you. And
okay.
If you want to say that, somehow these guys hate you, I think you're completely 100% out of touch. Because I don't think you understand. Seriously, African people love African Americans. If you can understand, you're a hip hop. Hold on. You're hip hop, you're a movie, whatever. Everybody's following you. Look, even I'm against that. I'm against that. Maybe I should be the one you can bring. I say no. To hell with the African American. We can have our Africa. I've said that. Whenever I've been, have had the time to speak to African people that say no, fuck that. African American, fuck it. But they don't. Why? They love you.
And they want to be us. Thank you for
Wow.
telling me that. I didn't know that.
Wow. This is like the third or fourth time I heard this on this app, which is crazy.
I don't know.
Hold on.
That is exactly the point. Now, you are coming to say they are wrong. Maybe you're on my side, because I think they're wrong too. I think you should be put at the pedestal that African people, kids, should be looking at you, African American, and thinking that somehow you are the people they can be.
Wait, you don't even have they want to be who? Say that again.
What did I say again?
Wait, who do they want to be? I'm sorry, what were you saying?
They want to be you, but I say no.
I just want to make sure I heard it a fifth time for the record. So when we say they're not gaslighting us.
No, let me tell you something. Don't mute my point. I have always campaigned to say no, don't be African Americans. And I'm sorry, what I'm gonna say, this is gonna hurt, but it's truth anyway. We ain't gonna have street of Dar es Salaam or Dodoma or anywhere selling drugs and having this biz, like shit you do shit in your neighborhoods. We're not gonna have these killings.
We do not do business with Takata.
Y'all doing that shit over there already?
Y'all doing it now.
Serious
What are you
right now,
talking
nigga?
about?
Oh, fuck out of here. Y'all over there killing each other. Are you seriously?
Wait, you say y'all don't? You say y'all don't have crime?
Oh my God, y'all be slaughtering the shit out of people over there. What the
Didn't
fuck
Nigeria
are you
just
talking about
kidnap
right
46 people?
I spent the truth.
A Nigerian man just cut up his wife the other day. I mean, what are you talking about?
Right. I'm like, are you kidding? So in one breath, in the same fucking breath, you say Africans are obsessed with us, and then you're gonna say some idiotic shit about they trying to copy us and our crime when y'all motherfuckers over there are savages? Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah,
let me get back to work. Fuck this nigga, man. Bye.
They the plug. Let me go. Boy said, I'm sorry, Romello. We don't do business with Takata. We don't do business with Takata, Romello.
Oh, you got up in New Jack City.
Yeah, Sugar Hill.
Oh, Sugar Hill, yeah.
Hold up. Let me just. You want to hear the truth or not?
We know the truth.
We know the truth, but everybody, look at the link I just posted.
They want to be you, but they don't know you. That's a fact. They want to be you. Every time, what you want to show them is about your movie, about your music, about your rap, or your whatever. That's what they want to. They want to be you, but they don't understand what is going on in the neighborhood.
I am Malcolm X. I am Malcolm X.
All right.
I am Malcolm X.
I want to tell you the truth. I don't have no problem with an African American, but at the same time, I tell you one thing. I couldn't care less if they don't like me anyway.
Charleston,
I'm there for you. I was there as a little kid when the Rodney King in California, here right in California, where he was fucking up and I was one of the people who were, as a kid from Africa. I was a child then, a teenager.
Bro, what the fuck just happened at the Gibraltar Strait with all those Africans?
Nah,
Ain't you French? Like, what are you talking about?
You don't understand. As a teenager, I was able to like in South Central, if you understand, in Compton.
What the fuck?
Then in my building, I did all my shit because of African American. I had nothing to do with it, but I had to fight.
Most black people live in either in the South. Most black people live on the coastal of the Gulf Coast and the East Coast. So like the continent shit doesn't reflect us as a majority.
Say again?
Majority of black Americans live east of the Mississippi and specifically in the South, Southeast, and Eastern regions on the coast, right? Saying you're from Compton doesn't reflect us in our,
you can be whatever you are from Nigeria, whatever you want. But I tell you, I live in Atherton sometimes, but I'm a citizen of the world. I travel the world. I go every country. It doesn't really matter whatever it is. In fact, in a year,
of course you do. Of course you do.
In America, I can guarantee you, but you cannot come and question me where I live. I live in Atherton.
And you just did yourself respectively, sir. You just did what you said other people are doing, right? We understand that the population of us that's portrayed in the media, California black people do get a lot of play, but you use that as an example to explain your experience in America when that's not the experience of most black Americans. So you have to come with something better.
If you say that, but I'm trying to tell you why you can probably to get out of this shit. I'm trying to say, okay, maybe if you can move from this end, maybe you're not gonna have this shit in first place.
Are you in America? Do you have insurance here? Maybe you should go to speech therapy because I don't know what the fuck you saying.
I got a question from him. It's real. So you said African people want to be like us, right? Now you are a African person, so you excluding yourself. So my question that I want to propose to you is: do you want to be like us as well?
No, I don't. And that's the point.
Okay, listen. Hold on.
Inky, hold on.
Listen. So tell me why you don't want to be like us, and why they want to be like us.
Yeah, that has been a problem. That is a problem. In fact, I've done research about that. There are so many African. In fact, 97% of African youth want to be like African Americans in Africa.
You say fact like Christopher Nolan.
That's what it is. That's the research. You can't lie.
All right. So go ahead and tell me the reason. Listen, go ahead and tell me the reason why you don't want to be like us.
Exactly. No, you should mute me then, because I'm gonna tell you why I don't want to be like you guys. Number one, you don't have a family and a clan connection. You have war with each other. You should be taking a fight to white, but you taking fight to yourself. You kill each other. You stay out there, right down on your ass. You know that they're going to work.
Let him finish, Max.
I'm be honest. You're not gonna take this right. I know, it's hard, but I said
no. No, we want to hear. No, y'all let him finish all of it because we know how to respond to this. We know it's hypocritical, but just I like to let them say dumb shit. Go ahead.
Look, I'm be honest. I'm not saying damn shit. I'm be honest. Dada. And I call you Dada because you don't understand that. It's Swahili word means sister. A respectful word. I'm not going to tell you any other thing. But I'll tell you one thing. The only reason that I can never aspire to be African American because African American have disappointed blackness. I don't want you to come from Africa. Maybe my little brother Rasta wants you to come to Africa, but I don't. Stay there. In fact, this motherfucker was, we had one motherfucker that came over. He was President Magufuli in Tanzania. Magufuli is a punk ass. But he was president. He was African American, little country to Africa in Tanzania. And I'm a Tanzanian. I don't want you there. Stay there where you are. That's fine. I couldn't care less. But can you just help us? Tell your motherfucking government not to interfere with any goddamn shit we're doing in our own goddamn fucking country. If you do that, I guarantee you, I will always be happy to speak with you. But if you say that, okay, now, why don't I want to be African? I love you. I love you guys. I love you guys. Seriously. I do. Honestly, to my heart. I love African Americans. But do I love the criminal gangs? This drug selling shit? The killing? The shooting? African Americans killing each other every goddamn motherfucking day. If you want to have fun, take a fight to what? Why you
Start
take
doing
a
that,
fight
and
to
we
If
can
he
that?
if
eat
he finished,
hotel
we going
I
down
am
this
Rwanda.
not gonna
long
take
monologue.
that because I don't want that to spill off to our countries. And I
Hotel
telling you,
Rwanda made black on black crime cool, I guess. I
no,
don't
yeah,
know.
Look
but you
at what
have
I
that
just
over
posted.
there.
Hold on, I gotta turn this mic off. Look at what I just posted at the top. This is what's
That's
going on.
funny,
They
Meg.
cutting each
That's
other like
funny.
necks off over there. This you can go to this link that I posted, and you're gonna see videos different like tribalism going on over there in your country.
Christopher Nolan. Why? Wow, I like it. It's actually was entertaining for me because we all know everything he said. You can times 1,000 over there, especially in Tanzania. So yeah.
But Tiki,
13,
he doesn't
13
demonize the
million.
French, right? He won't demonize the French for what happened on the Gibraltar Strait, though.
You know what I'm saying? They're comical. Like he don't want to be us, but in the same breath, all your children want to be us because of our culture. But yet we shoot each other, we kill each other, and then some. I can't remember all the stuff he was saying because he was just
But
blabbering, but it was still entertaining.
13 million of y'all make less than 60 cents per hour.
Cause you can't be told the truth. You hate the truth.
The
Hey,
truth. You
Kelania, can
said
I
you
say
hate
something? I
the
think
truth.
what he was trying to say, there is a deeper
Why?
connection
Because you think I hate the truth.
but there is a deeper connection that he's trying. I mean, he's saying there's a
He can
deeper
speak for
connection.
himself.
Okay, but I would say the same thing that he said. There's a deeper connection between people and people. People, African American people admire you in Africa. The culture, the music, the rap, the dance, everything, all the swags. Okay, there's a there's a deeper connection that if you don't want to associate yourself with that because you think African, South Africa, that's fine too. But what I'm saying is there's a deeper connection and it can be spiritual. I know what happened. Nobody likes that slavery was going on, but I can tell you that if you open your mind and read about African heroes who fought against slavery, man, it's gonna open up your mind, man.
That
I'll
still
tell you.
won't change my mind about the ones that sold us. So, like, what the fuck is your point?
No, my point
He's
is
trying to
just that.
separate himself because I don't know if
No,
everybody
my
that's
Hold
new in
on,
the room.
hold up.
my
Nobody
point
Everybody
sold
is
that's new in the
no
room.
one
Everybody
sold
that's hold
Kalania,
on.
no
Everybody
one
that's
sold.
Kalania. My point is exactly what Impress has just said. That's exactly point.
Mhm.
60 cents per day.
No
My
one
bad. Y'all
sold
make
you.
less than
Can
60
we stop
cents
this,
per
please?
day.
Can we stop this bullshit? No one
Put
sold.
put 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 a statistic up that says that.
No one
You
sold you.
definitely did. It was called a
Google
slave
it, my G.
trade, which means
Nah,
there were
you
buyers and
Show
there were
nobody
her.
arguing.
I
sellers.
asked you.
But it was a
The
slave
no,
trade.
no. Hold on.
Buyers
I
and sellers. It did exist. This is not to say that there were no heroes, that people didn't die trying to save their family. Africans still sold people. Those
But
are
you
asked
facts.
you
And
still
we're not
generalize
gonna
though. You
we're
no.
still
Hold
not
on.
going
generalize
Hold
that.
to
on.
we're
Hold on.
not
I
going
But
to
asked you. The
heal.
means
We
are.
but
can
you
never
generalize it.
unite
That's not true.
if
Then
You
we
we got
stay
generalize
General
that.
in
Butt Naked.
denial.
Then we got General
Ghana
Butt
sold it,
Naked up here talking about black on black crime and shit.
but Ghana sold Africans. We all
Those are
need to get
still
back at
Do you
Ghana.
see the
Africans.
list that
Like
I posted,
we're
Rasta?
not doing that. We're not doing that. Those are still
Well, you don't want to do that.
Africans.
You don't want to do that.
No, they're Africans. You have to be honest, and then we can actually move on
It's
to
okay,
healing and
Russ.
uniting. You can't
They
act
they
like
think
it never
Africa's a country.
happened,
It's okay.
or you can't exclude yourself. You need to be honest about it and then address it. You're in
But not
denial.
everybody in Africa sold
No,
slaves. So what do we do then?
without due respect,
We
Exactly.
that
know
was
that
painful.
already.
Do
People
you
people
put
got
That
killed,
that's
man.
That
that's
was
do
look.
they
painful.
You
put
don't have
money
to
in the
tell
pot?
us that. We know that
But
That was
already.
painful.
But
Charles,
people got killed trying to fight this, man. A lot of people lost lives trying to
What
protect
about
you,
Africans?
but they got defeated. So I don't know why you guys are African, South African. That's general, just general. That you generalize
Okay, let's
everything.
open it,
Nah,
Rasta.
that's
Let's
not
open it
true.
up because y'all are like really making this conversation become a sunken conversation by keep saying that like not all Africans sold, and we got that. I agreed with you. We're gonna create a room on how Ghana is the problem. Ghana are the pimps of all Black people, and they're the
You
reason
guys are
that
just
there's so much
exclusive.
anti.
Why do we have
Hold
to keep
on,
blaming people?
hold on. I'm giving an African man space, and I'm saying that what I learned from him today. Please be respectful to me in my room. It's peace to Black people today for the second. But I want to say, Rasta, you've definitely opened my eyes that other countries outside of the West, where their people were being stolen, and while they were fighting back, Ghana were the pimps that actually had the door of no return that everybody would that they would bring them to and then ship them out. And even though they tried to fight it, Ghana continued to do it. And then they also told us, the guys from Tanzania, which I appreciate them so much, it's definitely on my bucket list now, that Ghana is still pimping Black people to this day with their year of return and pretending like they apologize. And I've never looked at it that way. With those colorful things on
Why you
and those
hating on
big
Ghana
old
though?
gold chains looking like mafias.
Yeah,
Can I,
Ghana
can
Thank
I
you
say
to the
something real quick?
Tanzanian guys.
Can I say something real quick?
You're right.
So I feel like to conclude that
You can go
one
next,
specific,
Avati.
to conclude one specific country or one nation done it, I feel like it's just just picking, pretty much just picking on somebody. I feel like the slavery thing was across the board, more than just Africa. If you guys looked into the history, there were Syrian slaves during the Mansa Musa time in Africa. If you realize the world is about domination, whoever wins takes slaves. Whoever loses doesn't take slaves. If we know the history, the last couple hundred years, Africa was on the losing end. But if we look at the thousands of years, we were on the winning end. So it depends on what do you want to look at? Like, what part of history do you want to look at? Is every kingdom goes up and every kingdom goes down. There was a time ain't no slaves coming out of West Africa because Mansa Musa's time, there was a very rich, it was like a very powerful time for Africa. And then there's a time where the Europeans were very powerful. And what happened? They first defeated the Andalus. They defeated in Spain, and after they defeated the Muslims in Spain, they came straight to Africa. What did they do? The black Muslims that was running Spain, once they got defeated, what happened? People what they want to do is, when they say the person who won writes history, they wrote history and they said the Africans sold the slaves to us. Nah, you guys fucking broke them. You guys went to war for 200, 300 years to finally bring them to their knees. And then you sign deals saying we won't come to your area, but the other area we're going to take slaves. So they're making treaties with the same people that they defeated. So there's a long, long history in it. And depending on what part of Africa we're talking about, it has its own history because Africa is not a country, it's a continent. It's the second biggest continent. And the Ghana thing, let me tell you, I hear a lot of people going
Wait,
back.
Africa is not a country?
It's not a country, it's a continent.
I thought it was like the 54th country in the world.
No, it's 54 countries in Africa alone.
Oh my God, that's so crazy.
And who created who created those nations? Who
I didn't
created
agree
them?
with the creation of those nations. You know why? Because, for example, as a guy from Somalia in East Africa, my borders were much more than it is today. Why? Because the Europeans
Is it true
decided.
that dinosaurs were on the country of Africa before it became a continent?
If dinosaurs existed there, you'll find them in every continent. The thing is, at the end of the day, Africa is a blessed continent because of its resources. You know what I mean? And as long as you have something that other people don't, they're going to be greedy. They're going to be looking at you with a side eye, and they're going to be plotting. So this whole racism thing is a bunch of European countries that decided to agree on race. Hey, we're one race. Africa's one race. But then guess what? Africa didn't sit down and agree they're one race. You know what I mean? It's a huge continent. Everybody's doing their own thing. We had kings, we had queens, we had peasants, just like every other place. So guess what? When these people came and decided as a collective that they're one race, that's when they got the advantage because they thought they used their brain. Small ass Europe can't dominate big ass Africa. But if we're one race and these guys are one race, but they don't know about each other, they're not connected with each other, then what we could do is we could start systematically, through directions. So there's a lot of history about this. and I would suggest you not read it from the European perspective. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, that's my opinion. As far as the title goes, I disagree. Why don't African Americans want to be African? Actually, this is a different topic than what I was about to answer. African Americans, people in America, they have their own culture at this point. Some of them are indigenous to America. Some of them came like 450 years ago. So they're going to have their own culture, and they're going to be a little different than the ones back home in Africa. They're going to speak different. They're going to talk different. They have their own
Back home in
morals.
Africa, where? The continent or the country?
Man, this guy makes a lot of sense.
I'm talking about the continent because
Oh,
it applies to anywhere. You could say, let's say, for
you keep
example,
saying back home where in Africa, and I'm just
if I
like,
go back, I'm going to Somalia. My friend will go back to Nigeria.
oh,
My other friend will go to
Somalia, not
Senegal.
Africa, the country.
No. Don't separate it because Senegal is part of Africa. My friend's going back there. My other friend's
Okay,
from Nigeria.
Africa,
He's going to Nigeria. You go where you belong. That's it. Just like everywhere else in the world, you go where you belong. If I'm from Syria, I'm not going to go to Turkey or Iran and say, you know what I mean? I'm going to go to Syria. You know what I mean? That's the thing. So me personally, I'm from Somalia, but that doesn't apply to my friends. My friends are from Senegal. He's Fulani. There's another one. He's from Nigeria. There's another guy from Ethiopia, Eritrea. So it really comes down to where you belong. You just go back to where you belong and make it sense. Like I suggest any black person in America to find a country in Africa and invest. If the white people are moving to Africa at a high rate, if the Chinese are coming at a high rate, what's stopping the black people? Why are they told, hey, this is not for you? Whoop whoop whoop. No. Don't get hoodwinked. Don't get fooled. You know what
That's
I
why
mean?
you try to. That's why you try
Go where you
to.
belong, my friend.
That's why you trying to have them do, but they say they nah. Yeah, you guys saw that, man. We're not African. Nah.
I think I'm gonna let white people move there, and then when they create no Africans allowed, and I'll go that way. I don't have to go.
The colonial and
You
I'll call
shouldn't
you
build
dada.
your existence around what white people want or what don't want. You should go for what you want.
Let
First.
go Abasi.
Hold up, Dada colonial, I'll call
No,
you
it's
dada.
Abasi next.
No, I'm saying Dada colonial, I'll call you dada because it's
Abasi, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to say that.
I'm gonna be off with you. I'm just leaving. I wanted to say something before I leave.
If he's leaving, then yeah, you can go.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
You see what I'm? Get your ass on. Go ahead, Abasi.
But guys, I do want to say that African Americans are always welcome to Africa. You know what I mean? It's actually the your guys' ancestral land. You know what I mean? Nobody will be upset if an African American man or woman decided to even live in Africa. You know what I mean? I don't think people will get upset. Even if it's a country that their ancestors may have necessarily not have came from, like maybe Zambia or like what's it called, Tanzania. You know, people still welcome them, and they do welcome them into their countries. You know what I mean? So, that is one thing. To answer the title, why don't African Americans want to be African, is because there's a huge stigma around being African right now that's being pushed by the Western world. You know what I mean? Or white people. A lot, not gonna lie, this is a huge criticism I have for African Americans, is that you follow a lot of what white people say, not necessarily in culture, but when it comes to academia and prestige. Whatever they think is prestigious is what you guys think is prestigious as well. And if they think Korea, Japan, Europe, France, all of these places are prestigious, so do you too, you know? But if it's Africa, you know, you don't really see it in the same light, just as they do. Maybe it's just part of American culture, I don't know. But I do see this trend around Western countries and, even other black people in the West, such as Caribbeans, etc., etc. They also don't like Africa. You even have all of these jokes, African booty scratcher, or he has that African hairline, all of these nonsensical things that, you hear from African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans. And we have to blame the West at least, or if we really want to get at the crux of the problem, we have to blame white people. You know what I mean? White people are causing African Americans, black people to think this way, and it's really sad. And only through education, only through some sort of collectivity, can we actually fix some of these problems. Me, in the ideal world, I want African Americans, Afro Caribbeans, and Africans to be working together. You know what I mean? But right now, we're seeing a lot of division. We're seeing FBA. We're seeing, Jamaicans wanting to be Jamaican. All of these kind of small nationalistic things that don't really matter in the long term because, well, who's actually getting your money? Bill Gates is getting your money. Steve Jobs is getting your money. Elon Musk is getting your money. You know what I mean? This 1.6 billion African Americans have 1.6 trillion. Sorry, where's it actually going? It's going to Microsoft. It's going to Popeye's chicken sandwich. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's really sad, and it would be really good if all that money can come to Africa and we can see the development of all of our ancestral lands as Africans, Caribbeans, and African Americans.
So can you tell me what exactly is it that we're seeing from the West in 2022 that you feel is making Black Americans not want to be African?
We're just seeing the kind of what do you call it, the ridiculing of Africans. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you said that already, but how is it that America is doing it? So you're basically saying that it's white propaganda once again.
It is.
But what is the white propaganda, and where is that happening? In newspaper articles, TV, where?
TV, newspaper articles, Twitter, anything you can think of.
Oh, well, can you give me an example of an article you've read?
An article
or TV where it showed a bad light of Africa, where African Americans started saying we don't want to be African.
Yeah. I was actually watching CNN one time. You know what I mean? I'll turn on CNN.
We're asking you to provide the link. We're not asking you to tell us. We need tangible proof so we can study it ourselves.
Okay, if you want the link, I'll send it to you guys.
But keep on going. No. I want him to say what he's trying to say.
No, it's cool. I'll get the link, just in case.
Kalania, can I add something?
Come on, Journey.
Kalania, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything. And I'm really, there is a heroes in Africa that fought for slavery. And I like everybody here. If you don't have to, but you could just go and read to yourself. Read region by region in Africa. The people who fought, the army that got defeated because they fought their ass off, but they still got killed with the big guns. Okay, and then the whole Africa was subdued, and the whole continent was under slavery and colonial. Okay. And that's why you get all these nations in Africa created by the colonials who actually colonized. Once they left, they put borders. They consider those to be allies of themselves. That's why you see, if you go to Congo, you see French has been highly spoken there. It's still people speaking French there. There's a French culture there. They try to create these. That's what's going on today. When you look at these nations, the way they set up, India is go with this nation, England go with that nation. America has all these allies. So they in Africa, if you go to Kenya, Kenya is heavily British, heavily America right now. If you go to Tanzania, heavy Russia. Like all these nations has been created, and German has its influence there. So the whole continent was taken down by the colonials. Okay, by saying that Africa sold Africans, that's I'll put that blame to Ghana. Okay, they are the one actually allow all these people who got captured to be shipped in their soil, and they even come across and apologize. So they're the one that there's a question need to be answered by them. All these people got captured. Why do you allow them to leave? He could have fought there to keep them. So obviously, maybe they got paid. They were paid to just let them go. Okay, so man, just find a connection, deeper connections you feel in Africa. Which parts you think you could just go and exploit and get some funds, go over there, invest it, do something, get all the special permits in there, do something about it. If you don't feel like it, and that's fine too. Okay.
Hey, where was ancient Benin? Where was ancient Benin located?
Amazing. Rasta, I want to say to the mods, I put the link about the
Y'all
media.
not even going back to Africa. Talking about
We
now
are
we need
going
to
back
go
to
to
Africa every
The
day.
hell?
More and more people are going back to Africa, building up Africa. There's going to be a day, maybe not in your lifetime, but in maybe your grandchildren's lifetime. Your grandchildren are going to be asking you, Grandma, why didn't you send us to Africa? You know what I mean? Why didn't you go to Africa? And you're going to be telling them, you believed in America.
Because they didn't
America's
give us
going to crumble one day.
They didn't give us our share of Africa. They killed all the resources.
You can always go. You can go to Africa now. But America, you're too comfortable.
Like,
you're comfortable with
China
America.
owns Africa now.
China owns America. What do you mean? China owns your country.
No, it doesn't.
Are you telling me China isn't buying up all the new developments in America right now?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I think you're confused, sister. But
I'm not. Are you in America or are you in Africa?
I'm in Africa. Right now.
All right, cool.
Yeah. But that's what's gonna happen. America's gonna crumble one day, and it's not foreshadowing. If your grandkids ask you about it, don't blame me. Africa is gonna be on the rise. America's gonna crumble one day. It's just the balance of power. You know what I mean?
So basically, you're saying that once Africa get on the rise, it's best for our descendants to go to Africa because then America will be a victim of the new powerful Africa, right?
At that point, I don't think it'll be best.
So then instead, we should focus on keep building up our lineage and our country, so whereas though Africa will never rise because you just projected what your intentions are, and since you said that, I'm going to train my descendants to know how to handle you motherfuckers.
It's biblical, brother. It's biblical. But it's biblical, though. If you don't believe in the Bible, this thing is biblical, man.
No, this is not biblical. No.
It's biblical. It's prophecy. This thing is going to crumble down, brother. I'm telling you that.
No, but I want to say, if you're going to train...
They would blow y'all up before they would let America.
Yo, Billy, follow me back. This is my new shit.
America's going to crumble. We've seen it.
But I have a question though, because so Abasi, I was able to open your link. I hope it won't steal all my information, but it didn't allow me to copy and paste it into the section, and when I tried to open it up and then copy the URL, it still wouldn't allow me to. But basically what you sent me was something from the Inquirer's Journal from 1996, 1997. I thought I asked you for something that was more current because
you didn't specify time, but
because I find it funny that
keep pushing the goalposts.
But I also find that it's funny that what you sent me was a journal writing a paper, a journal insert about how Western world depicts Africa, but you're still not talking about the constant pushback that Black Americans gave, because that was after Fred's death. And after Fred's death was kind of like the almost breaking point of our community, because we had lost Malcolm, we had lost X, we had lost all these like big historical figures. And that was the time when we really reached into Pan-Africanism and actually like used Africa as a way to fuel us. So I find that that's also funny. But then you also said the African, I'm not even going to African booty scratch. Actually, fuck that. I'm gonna let y'all think what y'all want to think. But I think it's weird that you're talking about that we hate Africans. We hate being African and hate Africans because of what America has depicted about you guys. Yet while we have been fighting for our civil rights, our ancestors have literally left the country or still fought for you here. So I think that's also weird. But can you tell me a time where Africans actually like protested for us or actually did like more tangible things for us as well, like during those days? Like, you know how when we were, supporting South Africa during civil rights and going to help you guys during the Ethiopian War and et cetera, et cetera. Like, can you give me examples and also how you're doing it today?
Every single day, even right now, Africans are protesting for African Americans. You know what I mean?
Can I see the clips?
You can see all the clips. You can even search up Africans protesting, and I guarantee you,
Okay,
it's probably
I'm still
for
searching.
African
I hope I
Americans.
don't see African protesting for Trump like I saw. Hold on, because that was such a sore
Yeah,
side.
that's just a selection bias, you know. But Africans, they do.
I mean, your
When
whole statement is selection bias and thinking that you're trolling us when
it's
you
not,
notice
it's not.
nobody's giving you a reaction.
I'm not
So,
trolling you. If you think it's trolling, that's your
I mean,
perception.
anytime you say that our money is being invested in Popeyes chicken sandwiches, you're definitely trolling us, especially how the fact that y'all take the littlest things and hype them. I cannot go into an African
Is
space
that not true?
without
Why you
hearing.
not?
I cannot go without a space without hearing about African jollof rice. Yet y'all don't. I don't see a rice farm in Africa. So
Okay, I mean,
please let's get out of it. Y'all still around. Y'all still walking around that dust continent, waiting for bags of rice to drop over your head, so you can talk
okay,
about
but
who
let's
makes
calm
the
down.
best
Let's
jollof
calm
I
rice.
just
down.
have to say that rice is
That's
good as
It
fuck.
wasn't
You
supposed
ain't
to
never
be
that's
had
like
no
that.
damn
condescending,
jollof
though.
rice. You tripping. That's the best goddamn rice you ever have in your damn life.
But
Okay, I'm done.
that's condescending, Sister Kalania. But I'll say this
Uh,
though.
you could think that maybe you're African, but you could think that. But I actually have jambalaya, and that's the best
No,
goddamn rice
I'm
I've
not
ever
African
had.
at all. I'm actually Native
Okay, well,
American.
good,
That
bitch.
goddamn rice is
I'm
good.
Louisiana Creole, and I'm gonna tell you, jollof rice is the best goddamn rice I've ever had.
And that's good. We like that. So the thing
Retard.
is about Sister Kalania, I'm not retired though.
I'm not
I'm
talking about you,
good.
nigga. Please don't repeat the same thing you've been repeating, because you're getting on my nerve now.
I'm not okay. Yeah, but take it easy. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is there's a lot of things can be
Nah,
done
because it's
over
weird.
there.
You would never hear no African say our jambalaya is better than their shit, but we be so fucking quick
Wait,
because we getting a
let's
little
try and
African
keep
dick.
calm. Let's
We're
try and
talking about food now, honey.
yeah. We
Really?
weren't even talking about food. That was just a small point, you know. Shout out jollof rice. Yeah, shout out Popeyes too if you're into
Yeah,
that.
shout out
You know what I mean?
to poverty food. You know, we all need it all over the world.
There's Popeyes where you are.
That's what jambalaya is.
No, there's a goosey in a can.
You got GMO though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
Goosey is
trolling.
good. Yeah,
I
Goosey's
know.
healthy.
Is it great in a can?
It's very sweet.
That's
Yeah, but
good.
guys, let's not get
5 cents a
angry
day.
about
I hope
food.
This
it's less
goosey
than
tastes
50
like
cents a
We're
fucking
day.
not in
ass.
Ghana.
I had it before. That shit tastes like straight hypothetical ass. That shit is
My
nasty.
mom screamed out slop. I was like, Mom, please.
Johnny, how do you know about
Slop is
ass?
crazy.
What you say it tastes like ass, man? You eat ass, dog?
I've had a
Hey,
goosey.
hey,
I've had a
hey, I
goosey
ain't
soup.
look.
It does
It
not
is what it
taste
is,
very
buddy.
good, but I also like jollof rice. But we're not talking about that.
Mashallah, sister. That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
But fufu don't
Yeah,
have no taste at all.
that's the point. It's not supposed to have a taste.
Someone told me that it was supposed to be the cornbread of Nigerian cuisine, and I was very, very, very let down.
Yeah, we put coconuts in Africa. We put coconuts in rice,
It's
man.
called the only
It's the
option of
best thing.
Nigerian cuisine. They don't have any type of diversity in their cuisine.
That's retarded as fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Africa has a lot of
coconut.
diversity. Yeah. You can search
The
for a
Yeah,
lot
can
of
coconut.
y'all tell
cuisine.
me the difference between Mexican rice and jollof rice?
Ooh,
Jollof rice is like you add tomatoes in it. You know what I mean?
They add tomatoes too.
They add tomatoes. Oh wow. Maybe I don't know the difference. What
Put
is
no
Mexican
damn
rice?
tomatoes in no
it's the
Mexican
same
rice.
thing. It's the
Well,
same
if it's the same
thing.
thing, it's the same thing. There we go.
You haven't
Don't
tried
don't let
pilau,
them
though.
don't let them think that Mexican rice is anywhere near Jollof. No, it's not.
It's the
Trust
But yeah,
me.
same
Don't
damn
Mexican
flatter
rice
them.
thing.
shits
It's
on
not
Jollof.
Tell
close.
it,
They're not touching Jollof rice. I'm just
tell
saying.
it.
Okay, I'm a fat
What's
girl.
so
Let me
hey,
different
slow
about
down.
Johnny.
it, Jolly?
Yeah, you're
sister.
that girl that can't be on my stage. Get the fuck. Actually,
I'm
don't
about
call
to
it.
fall out.
Kalani, have you
I
tried
bet
the
it's hard as
pilau?
hell to make a dish with 35 cents a day. Like, what type of grocery list you got for
I'm good on
35
y'all
cents a day?
food. For real. No,
Have you
thank you.
tried? Have you tried pilau? This rice called pilau.
I haven't tried pilau.
Anyway,
Is that the
Kalani,
Asian one?
that's African pilau. Though. You don't like even African food now.
Oh no, I didn't say I didn't like it.
Yeah, I want you to try.
I
You
don't
could
like
try
a I
pilau.
don't like a goosey. I don't like a goosey.
What is
Really?
that?
Right.
And I
Love
don't like
Africa.
the way y'all cook okra. Y'all be having it slimy. In Louisiana, we take the slime out of our okra.
yeah, I will say that.
But yeah, ain't no black American gonna come on my stage and act like somebody else's food is better than theirs because nobody's walking around
Nah,
saying that
she
shit
Native
for us.
American.
Get the
She
fuck,
Native
bitch. You
American.
blocked now. Get out of my back channel.
She Native American.
Oh, that's why. She probably thinks that
that's
she
y'all
probably
people.
is she one of them Native Americans that think that we cornbread and fucking macaroni and cheese we culturally appropriating her?
It was
That's
given
y'all people.
Because they be
pretendian for
all over the
me.
place.
It was
That's
given
y'all people.
pretendian for me.
Yo, that's y'all people. That's a Native American right there. Indigenous American, my bad.
That's cool. As long as you're not my people, I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know if I could call this tribalism, but
Well,
let's try and
indigenous Americans and
try and
Native
respect everything.
Americans are two different people. So maybe she doesn't really know.
Either way, they know where they sit atop the social hierarchy. They're at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? They pushing
Yo, guys, can we
narrative
stop with the
that's
tribalism, please? Come on. But I do want to say that African American food is pretty good. Soul food. Shout out soul food. Shout out chitlins. Shout out whatever else you guys cook. You know what I mean? Shout out all of that.
Chitlins is not a staple of our goddamn cuisine. Don't play like that.
Hell, whatever. Hell, we ain't asking for 35 cents a day to buy them chitlins. Shit. We go to the store, we spend
There
our
we go.
money.
There we
We
go.
ain't begging for 35 cents a day. You can feed little Chukwe.
Max, how much do you like chitlins? Can I ask?
I like chitlins. I just cooked some chitlins the other day, man.
Wow,
I
look
cooked
at that.
them day after Thanksgiving. But then nobody sent me 35 cents that day to buy my chitlins. Didn't ask for a handout. Like I went on TV with flies flying all around my face, looking malnourished in order to buy my chitlins. I just went to the grocery store and bought my chitlins. I don't eat people. I don't eat people though.
But who
Like
does that
General
though?
Butt Naked.
Yeah,
Who does
who's
General
that,
Butt
Max?
Naked.
Come on, man.
General Butt Naked. You never
What are
heard
you
of
trying to
General Butt
say?
Naked?
Bro, see what I
What are
Like
you
mean?
trying
you
to
know
say,
your
Max?
cousin,
I
your
forget
cousin General Butt Naked cook people at y'all family barbecue. So
who
don't do
say
me
that.
like that about them chitlins, man.
You crazy, man.
Y'all
Who
be
eat
having
people that?
rump roast. Y'all have human rump roast up in this bitch. And then gonna
No,
talk
man.
about my chitlins. Don't do that, man. You know y'all got a long history of eating people. Now.
That's mainly in Liberia. I don't know if there's any connection.
Man, hey, that's just I know
Thank you,
Africa,
Abbas. I'm
man.
glad that you're not in denial because it's definitely happening on the continent.
It's in Liberia.
Yeah, they love to eat people. They practice cannibalism. Then they gonna try to act like it's a lie when they admit that they eat people. They even admit that they eat people. And then gonna
Guys,
talk about
I don't know.
chitlins. Like I'm supposed to be ashamed of chitlins.
This is why we keep
Y'all be
having
eating
trash.
kneecaps and shit. Y'all be eating smoked kneecaps and shit,
Wait.
man.
I'd eat a person than chitlins.
Yeah, you guys are forgetting Africa is a continent. Like, it's not y'all. It's they.
No,
Man,
Africa
We
is a
did say
country.
continent. Nobody forgot that.
Max,
Africa
you
is a
crazy, man.
country.
You're forgetting. You're forgetting.
Max, you live in Mississippi.
In fact, Max, can you name me 5 countries?
Yo,
Alabama.
hey,
Alabama.
I don't think this guy
Max.
can name me 5
I
countries.
Hey,
damn,
Max, let me play devil's advocate real quick.
Not y'all in the chat saying she got goo for rice. Bitch, she got blocked and removed for rice. Thank you.
Hey, Max, why they say black folks be hunching on their cousins though?
What?
I don't know. I know that they got them long ass heads over there in Egypt. Like you ain't never seen how they had them elongated heads.
Answer that question, man. They said y'all be hunching
I
on
ain't
your
never
cousins.
heard nobody say that. You might hunt your cousin, so you probably
you hunch
heard
on
this
your
shit.
cousins. Stop lying.
Wait, what is he talking about?
I don't even know how that came up. Like that came out of
Aren't you
it was a
like East
question.
African?
It was a question.
Aren't you
It was
like
just a
East
question in the
African?
chat.
Eating
Yo, it was a
kneecaps,
question in
man.
the chat.
They get
Black,
crazy.
aren't you spiritual? Aren't you
Answer the
East
question.
African? Spiritual, aren't you
Yo,
East African?
Tiggy, I'm asking a question from the chat. That's all I'm doing.
I'm
I'm trying to
asking a
help them.
question too, though. Aren't you East African? Don't y'all do a lot worse than humping?
No, we don't do that. We don't hunch on our cousins and shit.
Oh, you don't hunt you right. You just like murder them, rape them. Yeah, all of that.
No, man.
Yes, you do. You're fucking East African. Goodbye.
Oh,
Yo, East
Kelania,
Africa is
Hey, but listen,
Kelania,
to the Africans,
you
right?
got that
For
East
wrong,
That's why
man.
they
Africans
got
like
them
some of the most
elongated
lawless
heads
East
people
like
Africa is
ever.
not
He
a
just
land
says
of peace.
whatever.
For ethnic homogeneity, you need to partake in incest to create one singular homogenous group.
Just like Alabama. Just like Alabama.
So this
So seriously, respectfully though,
so he caping for
respectfully.
incest right now. That's what we doing.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is for them, they're ethnically homogenous, right? All those ethnic groups, you have to partake in incest for that to happen. We're not an ethnic homogenous group of people. We're very diverse within our people's group.
All right, that shit was weird.
Yeah, that's no little Tekka show.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that it even came up. That must have been something that they deal with though, you know.
Nah,
But
you know what the fuck I'm talking about, Max.
I
Max,
do
you
know
from the South.
in
You know what
real
I'm talking
life,
about.
I
You
do
know you
really
heard the
know.
Y'all
rumors
screaming,
now out
screaming.
I
there.
do really know.
Oh
Well, you
no,
Y'all
you
might
try
screaming,
be
to
in that
sound like
screaming.
it
mixed up
don't
with like
happen.
rednecks
Y'all
and
screaming.
Appalachians.
Yeah, you know that happened, dog.
Yo,
Stop
but
lying.
Max, are
Yeah,
you
they
on a
might get that
walkie-talkie,
mixed
Max?
up with like Appalachians, like
No,
redneck.
no. Tell me it don't
Yeah,
happen down
got
south.
to be.
Max,
It
tell me it
don't
don't
happen
happen down
down
south.
south. It don't happen down
Man,
south, bro.
stop
Not with
lying.
black people. We have freaknik, like shit like that.
Man,
You don't gotta fuck your cousin. You can go meet people in the streets. Like we go to club. We ain't in the middle
tell me you
of
don't know
nowhere
nobody
like
that hunt on
y'all.
their
Like, come
cousin.
on.
Yo, why does
Tell
this
me you
guy
don't know
Mike
nobody
sound
that
like he's
hunt
from
on their cousin.
I
No,
2010,
no,
don't
bro?
know how that came up.
Kelania, East
It must
African
be something you
don't
deal
sleep
with.
with their cousin, Kelania. You got that wrong. We don't do that.
Yeah, Africa is the most genetically diverse place. I don't know what you guys are talking about, cousin
Well,
marriage.
I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact that when they talk about the Egyptians used to sleep with their sisters and their cousins. That's why they had them elongated heads
Ain't no
like that.
Egyptians in the room right now. What
No,
you
I'm just
talking
talking
about
about
Egyptians
that's
for?
Africa, man. Like, what
He thinks
time do
Africa is
y'all
a country.
choose
You're
to?
Hey,
forgetting. Yeah.
hey, Max, let me tell you something about
Into
Africa.
the country though. Into the
Okay,
country.
See what I
Max,
mean?
can I tell you something?
Hey
First of all,
yo,
in Africa,
y'all want to talk about
eh,
incest, but can we talk about female genital mutilation?
okay, well, can I get this a point across? Because Max says something about people sleeping with their cousins. Okay, so
Yeah, that's
in
like
Africa,
it's well documented in Nile Valley culture.
no,
That's what
that's
they
not
do in East
true.
Africa.
That's
That's
not
not
true.
true, brother.
I don't
So
think
Then
can I
that's
say
why
true.
do you
something?
all look the same? Why?
But you see,
Why
in
can you
Africa,
tell? Why can
can
you
I
tell who's who?
can I can I
Yeah,
say, well,
I can distinctively tell the difference between a Somali and a Tanzanian and a Nigerian and a Ghanaian. So why can you tell?
well, first of all, in Africa, especially like I'm speaking in my own country, people go by their last name or their fathers. Okay, based on that, it helps you to navigate when you come across somebody has a similar name. If a girl that you come across you want to marry, and then you share the last name, then it helps you to investigate a little more, so it's not related. So you guys are not related. That's the culture has
Well, a
been
little
put
too
in.
late for that, brother. It's too late for
Everybody
that.
Yeah.
has that.
All right. Well,
Everybody
but
has that. What are you
people don't
talking
marry
about?
their cousins in Africa. That's like it's a bad curse.
That's crazy, Bill, though, because like you can be in America and you could see somebody from Texas and somebody from Arkansas, and they look completely different, but they're still Black American. So that's what I'm trying to get at.
But
Like,
you
why
also
can
need to
I
understand.
tell? Why can I
But you
tell
also
exactly where you from
but you
and
also
your
need to
tribe?
understand. But you also need to understand, my sister, that there's a lot of rape
Oh
in
my God.
yeah because the slave
Oh my
master are doing it.
God. The
So yeah, mixed
slaves.
up a
Y'all got
lot.
slaves still?
I say slave master. I'm talking about here, okay? Even in
No,
Africa.
talk about in
Okay,
Africa. You don't
well,
even.
Yeah,
if
she's
you
right.
go, can
I'm
I
trying
get
to
this?
see why
Let me
y'all are
get it.
still the same.
Or just,
Even
can you
though,
hear?
even though that was 500 years ago, even
But can
though
you hear me for a
today
minute?
y'all still look the same.
Because we black people, we have to. Why?
No.
It's
No.
called a phenotype. What's
Stop.
hard to
No.
understand about that?
Y'all got the same phenotype. I
Okay.
can distinctively tell the difference
Yeah, the
between a
African body
Somali
and the
and
African
a
American body.
Eritrean and a Ethiopian. Why?
Yeah,
They got
that's a
them fucked
phenotype,
up
though.
hairlines.
You can tell by culture and
Malnutrition.
traditions. Our culture and traditions
So
are
you're gonna
different,
tell me that y'all don't have arranged marriages and
and
put up
you're
with
right.
your second cousin?
And you're right. Poverty. Africa still have poverty. Okay,
I'll
people
pay you
still
back. What's up,
struggling.
boo?
People are still struggling, my sister, in Africa. Life is tough over there. That's the truth.
No, it's not. That's not true. Why are you lying?
What do you mean I'm lying?
What do you mean? Every time I speak to an African, they're telling me about how you guys have all the resources. Everybody needs you.
The
You
resource,
have the
no,
culture. Your food is
the
healthier
resource.
than me. Your food is healthier than mine. Your rice is better than mine. So, I
You're more
mean,
No,
educated. You
all
got
the
you're
more
more
resources.
jobs.
No,
educated
no,
than
no,
us.
no, no,
You
no,
come
You
no,
over
wait,
here
hold
no.
on,
living
hold on, hold
better.
on. No,
But
no,
y'all
we're
signing mountains of paperwork to get your asses shipped over here in a cardboard box
exactly.
to
Y'all see
live
how
in the
y'all have
ghettos
more
of
money?
America.
You
We
are
get shot by
very
the cops.
Y'all don't get shot by the cops. Like y'all are living better and y'all are not suffering. And that's why when
No,
my mom wants to donate to you guys, I always tell her don't do it because it's a lie. Y'all are actually doing
And
really
can we
well.
speak on the resource? I mean, all the resources
but
we
you
have.
but you do know you know who
You're
you give
smart and
your
no,
mom.
I tell my mom that you guys are actually smart enough to
But
like
you know who you
distribute
give your
your
but you
resources.
know but you know who your mom give the money to.
No one.
You don't know. You just
I tell her don't do it because you guys don't need
exactly.
it. You're living better
She
than
just
us.
see that on TV.
We're in the
She
projects.
just see
I'm in
that
the
on TV. She
projects
think,
with no education thinking that Africa is a country while you're like traveling the world being successful. So why should I donate? I'm not donating.
so she see a TV ad with a little kid with flies in their face, and she thinks she's helping Africans.
Exactly. And I tell her that's not true. You're all successful,
But
educated
how,
people, and we're dumb
but
Hey, if
how
in
I
do
the
you
send
know?
the
hood.
link,
How
can
did
we
she
put
know? How
this
did
in the
she know? How did
jumbotron?
she know? How did she know? How did she know that money goes to those kids? That's just a
She
TV playing.
doesn't. That's why I tell her don't send it. Give it to the Pookie and Ray Rays because
Good
they're
idea.
more like
I
they're
agree.
more in poverty than African babies on the streets.
I agree because nobody knows where that money goes to.
Hey, who
I
I can
agree
send
because
the
you guys
link
are
to?
doing better than us in life.
Who I can
No,
send the link to
that's
get
not
it fit
true.
in the jumbotron?
That's not true. Africa
You
still
was
struggling.
just in here arguing for an hour that that was true. So which side is it?
No, I did not say that. What I say is this. Can I please nobody interfere though? Africa is wide open. That's what I say. Okay? Yeah, I have a chances, and you
Cause
don't
them
have
Arabs
to. But
be
I'm
booking
just
shit
saying,
out y'all ass. That's why
Max,
y'all win.
Let me get it. Let me get it. My point across, my brother Max, man. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I can do a lot more with the dollar that it's here because it's worth more over there. The currency over there, it's very little. A dollar is powerful. So, and the continent, by being the continent still be a little bit behind, you can put the resource together and actually can do something there while you can use America as a market to sell the product made from Africa. But you can do that because you
How
have.
is that supposed to help us?
So, can I say something? So, if you okay for instance you borrow 100,000 here in America, you borrow from the bank, that's like a lot of millions in Africa. You go over there, you invest, maybe buy land, maybe do become a farmer, big farmer. You can do a lot more with 100,000, 200,000 over there. And then since you have access here in America, you can just do things there, and then you can bring your product to sell here in a bigger market. That's what the Chinese are doing. And that it could be a way.
See that
Let me,
just shows you know nothing about our
Johnny, let
situation,
me get
bro.
it done. Johnny, let me get
But
it done.
y'all
Damn,
see
brother,
them
Let me
as
slow.
get it my point.
friendly.
Johnny, let me get my
So
point
you're
across,
telling
and
us
then
to come and extract resources from the
Yeah.
no,
people of the
no, 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 no,
land?
no, 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 no. The word
Because
is
we're
the word
we
is
we
the word is
despise
become
that.
the word is become a village now. You have access now with the internet,
They're
with
not
everything.
even
With
friendly
it,
to other
so
black
nah, but
people
like,
coming over
let me
there.
get
They
my
see
point
us
across.
as
Okay, you can say all that,
imperial.
but let me.
You guys see us as imperialist people. So when we're coming, even people that's already tried to create these economic exchanges have complained about how you guys try to stop us at every turn of the century. You're allowing Asian people to, become tribal members, but when African Americans are trying these things, you guys see them as others. And they're talking about how in Ghana, people are calling them Brunies. Not only that, they see them as foreigners. And also, most of you guys just see us as Americans. And so, but you don't stop white people. You see them as economic success. But when a black person is over there, you see them with this tribalistic mindset or perspective that you have only for black people. So
No,
we
can
can
I
see
answer to
it.
that? Can I answer to that, please? Because that's exactly what we try to enlighten you guys. Can I answer to that? See, okay, if you see the Chinese in Africa, okay, it's because their government giving loans to these African countries, and then they tell them, okay, well, since we're giving you a loan, you have to accept our people to come and invest in Africa. So what I'm saying to African American, First of all, by you be told that you are sold, it's already a disconnection there. They already disconnect you from Africa. Now you wanna tell me they're gonna tell you they giving all these aids to African nations, and then they're gonna tell you, oh, accept African American. No, they want you here to be a customer. You pay mortgage, you buy,
Y'all had
you
AIDS
work.
already.
Oh, Max, let me get it done. They want you to stay here to be a slave for the system they created. You work, you pay bills, you do this, but they don't want you to see the other side. But you see, you go to Africa, you see white people invest in Africa, you see Chinese invest in Africa, but except for African American, because they were told Africa sold you, they hate you. Don't go there, they're gonna eat you. That's the thing we
But
try to
why
tell.
is
There are
it? But
tens of
why is it such an
thousands of
issue? But why is it such an issue for us to do it? Like, there's so many other people. You have Jamaicans, you have Afro Latinas, Brazilians are way closer to you genetically, and there's way more of them than us. I might be wrong, but I
You're
think
closer
so.
to us. You're
Okay,
closer to
so
us
why is it
genetically
that?
too.
So why is it that it's not the constant marketing strategy to get Brazilians? Because Central America, South American Afro descent people are not living well. They're
Well,
they're
what are you
suffering
talking
a
about?
lot too. So I
Who
mean,
told you
why
they're not?
aren't y'all
Who told you
ever?
they're not
Yeah,
there?
who told you that? Brazilians are going to
Oh, okay.
Africa.
They,
So where's the marketing at? Show me that.
They're going to
well,
Angola. They're going to Mozambique. They're going
Show
to
me
South
where.
Africa, South
Guinea-Bissau.
Africa.
Oh,
Exactly.
so everybody on the planet is going to Africa but us. That's what you're saying.
100%.
No, they go there
You
with
people are like
thousands
white
of
investment.
Black
people.
Americans
Listen,
went to
African people are
Africa
very poor.
with Project Joseph. So you don't know what you're talking about. Let me
Filipinos
find the
are in Africa.
stats. It's thousands
People,
of Black Americans. So to
African
say that
people
Black
are very
Americans are
poor.
not going to Africa is not true.
They are going, but what
We've
I'm
had to rescue some Black Americans out of Africa because they got
because
here
they're not,
to be
because
scammed.
th're not trying to do in a right way. You try to go
We
there
don't.
by.
No,
I'm saying
it's no need for
but
us
what
to
I'm
do it
saying
though.
is
It's no need for us to do
And
it.
shout
It's
out
for
to the
you
Black
to
American
do.
women
you're
and
not
We're not
supposed to,
hoes.
and
obligated
you
to
are
do
not.
to do.
And
Correct.
you're not supposed to. You're not. But we trying to tell you, you can. This okay. If you collected like collected each other
Do
as
it
a
hurt
big.
trying to get that out, bro? Do it hurt?
Okay, because I know you're gonna interfere me. What I'm
It
saying
sounds like
is,
it hurt.
well, you need to stop me. Let me
Is
get it
that
done.
all? Hey,
What
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying,
April.
hold on. What I'm saying is, you go there as a collective people, not just one. You go there by yourself, and you go there, you're gonna live American lifestyle there,
Bro, you
of
sound
course.
constipated, my nigga. You need some X-Lax.
Well, you constipated. You the one that say you eat ass, bro. Like, come on, man. Now you're talking about constipation, man. Why you associate with everything with poops, bro?
Did I get you
Come
off your
on, man.
horse, step ass?
You associate anything with
Your
poops,
horse
my
drowning,
nigga.
bro.
Like,
Your
what's
horse
going
drowning.
on,
Your horse
man?
drowning.
Like,
Your horse
you're
drowning.
talking about
at the
ass.
end
You're
of the
talking
day,
about ass,
Your horse
constipation,
drowning.
poops,
at
and
the end of
everything,
the
my nigga.
day,
What's up,
brother,
man?
we're not
Come on now.
obligated.
Hey, bro, I
At
ain't
the
your
end of the
nigga.
day,
No, you're not.
we're not obligated, right? We are Americans. This is our country. We're not obligated to come there and build. Is what I'm hearing you say. We're
I
not
don't.
obligated.
And
Number
what you
one, let
say?
me finish, sir. Let me finish. Number two, what is the benefit for our people? When you guys come here, you always speak to the benefit of you coming here to extract resources to send back to your family. What is the benefit of us going there, leaving the land that our ancestors built for free, to come there to do what exactly?
First of all, America or Africa as well, okay? Because of slavery. Because they took people there.
You
Are
said
They
you
invaded.
America
serious?
Okay,
owns
so
Africa.
that's
Man,
fine.
y'all
But what I'm
allowed
I
saying,
it.
want to
You
clarify.
what I'm
guys
saying,
America
allowed that
owns
shit.
I am
What are
Africans.
you
saying,
talking about,
We
bro?
don't owe
what
Africa
I
shit.
am saying
We
is
don't
this.
owe Africa
What
shit.
I, not
You
you, not
crazy as
you.
hell.
And I'm
Listen,
asking you, but I'm
what I'm
asking you,
saying,
what's the benefit for us? That was the
what,
question, sir.
okay, what I'm saying is this. Poverty created by slavery. We were left behind by the whole thing. Africa is still poor today, even though we rich with resources.
Still, we cannot sell our resources to the European market. They dictating that. They dictating the prices.
Didn't nobody
They,
make y'all
So
Hold
sell
on,
what
let me
does
get it
that
So
mean
you're
done.
for
Can I
mad.
get it?
you?
You're
Let me
mad.
get
So
my
you're
point
mad
across.
because
Let
y'all
me
got
So
get
I'm
no
not
no no
mad.
wait wait
I'm
no no
not
no no no
mad.
no no
I
no no
am
no no
not
no.
mad.
You're
I'm not.
upset.
You
You're
cut me
upset.
off.
You're
You cut me
upset
off. Let me
because
get
y'all
it
didn't get
done.
rich
Let
off
me
of
get my
slavery.
point across, and then you
You're
cut me off.
upset because
You
Africans
cannot
didn't
pick
get
one
y'all
rich
word.
off of
control of the
You
slavery.
man.
Is
cannot
that
pick
what you're
one word. You
saying?
cannot pick one word when I'm trying to create
That's
my
what it
point
sounds
across.
like, bro.
But
Well,
I
you
would
sound
like
like
It
to
because
sounds
I
like you
would
you hear what
mad
you
because
want to
y'all got the
hear.
short end.
It
brother.
sounds like because you
Could you
hear only
answer
one
the
Okay,
word.
go
Let
ahead
them
and
question?
get
finish.
some
Go ahead and finish.
umbrellas
Go
and
ahead and
You
finish.
let
mirrors.
only
Don't
one word
end
to
up
come
being
Could you
across. You
rich.
answer
pick one word. You
directly?
pick one word, and then you run with it. You don't let me finish.
But brother,
Okay,
I
go ahead
asked
and
you a
finish.
direct question, and that question is, how does it benefit me as a foundational Black American to come to Africa to build? What is the benefit for me?
okay, that's a very good question. Okay, and this is not for you to just think, oh, well, you cannot come here and tell us to go. Okay, you are in a huge market, which is America, and your ancestor built it. Okay, what we are saying is you can do a lot more. You can do a lot more better because everything in America that you think you can do, it has been done and somebody on it, and we all just slaves for it. So Africa is still wide open that you can do things over there and you can actually benefit the fact that you are in America, which is the bigger market. Is that's what the Chinese are doing. A lot of products is being made in Africa. They bring to China. They just do the finish up. They put into boxes, come to America, and it's been made in China, but actually it's made from Africa. Okay,
So
so what I'm
you
saying
want
is you can do.
us?
Hold on, let me get my point across, please. So you
I
can
get your
do just.
point.
So you
You
can
want
just
us
do
to
just.
extract the
Okay, so you
resources
can
from the
do. So you
people.
can do. So you can do just like that.
We don't
Okay,
want to extract
Is
the
that not
resources
but
from
you
the
hurting?
don't
people
have
Is
to
of
do
that
it.
not
China.
hurting?
But the thing is,
What
you don't
China
have to do it though.
We
But
don't want to do that.
hold
We
on,
don't
is
want
what
y'all to do
China
that
is
when y'all
doing
come
to
here.
Africa, is that
and
not
that's
hurting the
fine. You don't have
economy?
to.
So you want
Why would
us
we
to
do
do what
that?
you're not doing
I don't
yourself.
want you to do
You want us
anything.
to do what you're
Then
not
why
I
doing
you
don't
yourself.
want you to
You
do
flee here. You
anything.
flee here,
I
and
do
then you
not
expect
want
thank
you
us to
to
go.
you?
do
I'm lost.
anything.
Can somebody help me understand? Because I'm lost.
No, it ain't
Nobody
supposed
asks
to.
you to
It
He's
don't
do
make sense.
anything,
confused.
but we are
He's
telling
confused.
you what things have been done right now. You don't have to
I
do that.
know, and that's hurting the African people.
I
It's
don't think he
hurting
Exactly.
you.
understands that.
We
It's
are in a
hurting
system.
you. It's not helping you.
So
It
you
It's
want us
doesn't.
to
actually taking
extrapolate
from your
resources from
people.
Africa at the detriment of the people there for our personal gain. That's what you want us to do?
Similar to how they do when
No,
they come here.
no, 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 no,
Okay,
I'm
no,
just
no,
then
no,
saying.
no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying.
no,
how
no.
does okay, answer
That's
this
just
question.
literally though.
Rasta, answer this question, please. Okay.
Go ahead. Go
How
ahead.
does Black Americans specifically going to Africa and doing whatever stuff you want us to do there help Black Americans in the same way that Africans coming to America is helping Africans?
I'm gonna open up a factory and pay
Hello?
them in umbrellas.
Okay, okay. First of all, the world has become in a village now. Okay, what we are saying here is the possibilities and to be able to connect the dot, to be able to own things, to be able to just generate wealth for yourself and your family and be able to. So when you say African, well, we work here and we also help our family back home, but we also do other things in Africa. Okay, I'm not gonna say what I'm doing, but a lot of people doing things, but we come here to work. And what I was saying is, by you having this opportunity to be able to have a credit card, to be able to borrow money, to be able to put your money into this circulation that you could actually become wealth. Africa is a place to do it because other people are doing it. And that's not a bad thing. You're not going there to kill people. You go there to just see what you can do to just make yourself better and actually improve yourself and to build a generational wealth. And that's not me saying that, oh, you go there, so it's bad for Africa. No, it's not bad for Africa. It's actually good. If you go there and invest, and people are gonna get a job from you. You can do that here if you can, but here everything is on. Everything that you can think you can do in America is being done. We all just
working for
I'm
it.
doing that right here in America,
We
brother.
You know who would
Creating
be better
generational
able to
wealth.
do that?
I'm doing that right here
You know
on my land.
who would be better
Okay,
able
go
to do
ahead,
that
do it.
is the
And nobody
Africans
ask
that
you.
are
Nobody ask
here
you
that
not to
have
do it.
extracted. The people that would be better able to do that would be the Africans that are here and have made the money and go back to their countries and pour into the infrastructure. That's
But we're
who would
doing
be
it,
better able to do that.
and
But
we're
they're
doing it.
not. They're staying here and just sending money back. But they're not going
Exactly.
back and actually
Exactly.
building infrastructure in the droves that they came here. They're not going back in those same droves once they've accumulated
Who told you they're
their
not going
wealth.
back? Who told you
My
they're not
friends,
going?
they're saying, "Oh yeah, I have a villa," but what is
They're
that
called
villa when you?
Christian Nigerians.
Come on now. Like they're saying they're building houses that they can vacation in, but they're not building roads. They're not building infrastructure to go back and pour into their countries. That's why the countries are still in shambles.
And that's a problem that we see.
That's
That's what I
their
say.
problem, though. That's not
And
our
that's what I
problem.
and that's what I
No,
said.
that's their problem. That's
That
not our
and
problem. Y'all need to
and
go
that's
fix y'all's mess because we
and
came over
that's what
here and
I'm.
we were taken over here and we fixed our mess and we're still fixing it.
So
But
what?
don't
What? So
tell
what?
us that we gotta handle y'all problems too because that's disingenuous.
So what you're saying is you actually you racial profiling as Africans that
What?
we're not supposed to be here. We're supposed to be in Africa.
Didn't say that at all.
That,
Are you
Well, you
listening
yeah,
to
sound
she
like
didn't
yourself,
say
that
sir?
because
that. No,
we here.
that's not what she said.
But we
That's not what
welcome
she
you.
said, Rasta.
We welcome
And
you to Africa. You say, well, go
we
back,
welcome
go
you
back.
too. But
But
we're not saying go back. We're
Why
saying it's a
aren't
good
you
idea
going
to go
back?
back. It's a good idea for you to go back and go pour into the infrastructure in the
we
country that
do
you
that
came
though.
from.
We still
If
do
you did
that.
that, y'all been coming over here
No,
since
y'all
the
not.
60s, sir. Y'all been coming over here since the 60s, and Africa
Nobody's
is still
coming here.
being
They
raped
give
and
visas for people
pillaged
to
by the
come. They give
world.
visas for people
Yes,
to
y'all have been
come.
coming over here since
Yeah,
the
let me
Oh, we
60s. What
explain
are
know.
y'all
to
And
talking
to
Oh, we
about?
know.
suggest
Thank
that you're
you.
going
let
back
me
in
explain to
mass to
Billy.
build infrastructure is intellectually dishonest.
You
You're not
guys,
going
you
back
seem a bit
in
confused.
mass.
You
You're
seem a bit
not.
My
confused onto
microphone
why
ain't working.
Africans.
Well,
Wait,
why? I mean, there's a food here. Why we want to
wait
go
one
back to
second,
a place where
Rasta.
there's no food?
Rasta, you've been speaking for a while.
You're
Let
gonna
me
tell
say
me that
this.
all of Africa's land is infertile, but
No,
yet
Africa has lots of
all of the
fertile land.
world is making a pretty penny off of your land.
It's
Come on.
nice here, though. It's nice here. That's why we come.
It doesn't have the best
Oh,
soil,
we
but
Did
it
know
has
y'all
why
good
you
just
It's
soil.
not
say
come.
y'all
nice
got
in
Good
Africa.
2.6
Lord.
billion people?
But
It's
guys, it's
nice in
nonsense.
Did
Africa
y'all just
too.
say y'all got 2.6 billion people?
Yeah, it's really
So,
sad.
so,
African
so just
Americans.
stay
So
in
y'all
Africa.
got food over there then.
One
What the hell
second,
you
Max.
talking
Let me
about?
tell you, you guys lack the business mindset. Instead of hating Africa, hating African people, you should be looking at Africa as a place of business. At the very least, you know what I mean.
Nobody hates y'all.
You
No,
don't have to have.
we're trying not to do
It is
that
kind of
because
hate.
we have
No,
compassion.
it's not.
That's the difference.
It
Everybody
is
else is looking at y'all from the
everywhere on
distance.
earth.
Prioritizing our existence because Black Americans are actively going through a genocide in this country.
There's
So
no genocide.
prioritizing our
If there's a genocide,
existence
where are the
and
mass
not
graves?
a
What?
genocide is happening.
Do you mean a demographic shift? If there's a demographic
No,
shift,
I
don't
said
say it's a genocide.
we have charged the American government with genocide a couple of times, sir. You should do some
Shaw is right.
American
Shaw, you
history.
are very right about
You know
that.
what I'm saying?
So
That's
Yes.
we're actively going through a genocide. We're actively going through ethnocide. And so we are prioritizing our existence or we won't be here. And so, no, we're not going to leave our land. No, we're not going to leave it for other people to actually
That's
reap
Native
more
American land, though.
benefits
Let's be
from.
honest.
We're not.
But
That has
nobody say you
nothing to
should
do with.
leave. Nobody
That
say
has
you should
nothing to
leave.
Yeah.
do with hate at all.
You
People are
And we're
saying you should
telling
leave. I'm
you,
saying you
and
should
we're
leave.
telling you that we don't want to go to Africa en masse and extract your resources because that will hurt your people of the land. That will hurt the children of your land. We're telling you we don't want to do that because we still are a loving people. I don't understand how you have equated that to hate because we say that we don't want to come over and be immigrants in a country because immigration hurts the people of the land no matter what.
I mean, one
And
second, Billy.
I think what y'all
and
fail
nobody
to
say you should
understand.
leave America.
I
Nobody say
think
you
what
should
y'all
leave
are
America.
failing to understand is that Black Americans understand how this works, and we know that going to your land is still raping you. Would you rather be raped by Black people or would you rather be raped by white people? We think you
First
don't
of
want to
all,
be raped at all. So we are
First of all,
telling you to go back to your land once you have accumulated the resources that we invited you over here to take. Go back to your land and build up your land. But for some reason, for 60 years, y'all haven't got the answers. Instead, y'all have came over here and disrespected us in our own house, and that is crazy. That's wild.
How many? Hold on. How many kids? How many kids did you have? How many kids did you have?
I don't have any kids, sir.
Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
That's not.
Bro, how is that a problem? How are you gonna tell her, bro? How? No, bro, we not doing that. We not doing that, bro. We not doing that. Hey, Rasta, did you even hear what she just said? Or were you too busy trying to come off your mic and respond? Like, for real, bro. That ain't got nothing to do, man. That has nothing to do with what she was talking about, Rasta. I done sat up here and listened to your punk ass talk for 2 hours, bro. You are deflecting, sir. You brother, you are, because you clearly was not listening to what she was saying. She was not. No, you was not. What does her having children? Her having children has nothing. Her having children. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is a problem.
No, it's not.
That's why there's a declination. It is a problem. They need.
Man, listen, bro. I'm not listening to that. I'm not listening to that bullshit, man. You're full of shit, bro. You're full of shit. You're full of shit,
There's a declination of
people. Nobody.
They bring people here.
Did you hear?
Okay, y'all are yelling at your phones. Let's take a breath and recenter yourselves, because now we're just yelling at our phones and it's becoming a mess. So anyway, can someone? Please don't ask me about the children I do or don't have, and answer the question as to why you've been here since what is it, 1964, 1967, and still haven't went back and filled in the infrastructure. The movement is so slow. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Didn't even get here until after the 2000s. The bulk of them didn't even get here until after the 2000s.
A lot of them weren't even here in the
60s.
They've been coming since the 60s.
Well, not many. Most of the Caribbeans and so forth were coming over. Most of them, more than half
Jamaica
of them
and Haiti
came after the 2000s. The issue is that they've come and become the new colonizers. They've come, they've settled, they've had children, they're getting involved in our politics. They're the new colonizers.
But that should be okay. America's the land of the free, right? You guys did it to Native Americans. Why can't we do it too, no?
First of all, let me just explain something. When I said that this was our house, I meant that with every bone in my body.
Are you a Native?
Because this country was, first of all, we were here before the formation of the United States, okay? And so we built this country and this society on our backs. It's great because of Black Americans. Let's be very clear. So
if I move to Maine, great.
Hold on.
I mean, Maine is a pretty good state.
Hold on. So when I say this is our country, I very much mean that. I did not fumble my words. You are an immigrant and you're coming over here solely to reap the benefits of the work that my forefathers created, the opportunities that we created for you. So the fact that you don't understand that is very disingenuous, because I would not set foot in Ghana in order to reap the benefits of what the people did there in Ghana for economical, value, not know the history of the country that I'm living in and suckling from its tits. I would not know that.
Yeah, it sounds sentimental.
It's very disingenuous as a person who's visiting another country, living in another country, suckling from the tits of that country, and not know anything about the history of the people of that country.
Yeah, you're almost as poetic as Gaddafi. But let me tell you, can you show me any evidence African Americans, Black Americans, sorry, I guess that's what you want to be, build up, the United States, every inch of it.
It's too evident and it's too vast to do that type of research. It's a Google click away. You can search that yourself. There's a lot. We are the conscience of this country.
You seem smart.
She's might and learn this. She's because you really
not going to do that.
Somewhat condescending.
Yeah, she's not going to do the emotional labor for you.
She can't do some things. If you
don't know, if you don't know and you don't care to find out, then maybe you shouldn't speak.
It's not that I don't know, it's that I can't know. Because African Americans only contributed so much to the United States. So you're forgetting about all the white people that live there, 75%, I think, roughly, of the population. And actually, the richest states are mainly predominantly white. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no.
And
so you're not being honest.
I
And
am
Black
being honest.
Americans, Black
Hey,
Americans have
could I
over
ask him a question? Could I ask him a question?
Hold on, have over 50,000 patents. All the comforts of this world was created by Black Americans.
He's the one that said you ass. Now you
The light bulb?
ass and poops, man. Why you associate?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him a question real quick. Hey man, you ever heard of Christmas Addict?
No.
All right. Well, a lot of like this country was built like the spark that built the United States was the Revolutionary War, right? When they had separated from Britain. The first person to shed blood in the Revolutionary War that created the United States was a Black American named Christmas Addict. And like I said, you're not an American, so like you said, you don't know that, but that's common knowledge in America. So we have blood equity in this country, man. I know you want to dismiss it, but yeah, because you're an immigrant.
So basically, you are like the what's it called? What do you call it when you send out the soldiers to die first?
No. I mean that we share blood. We have blood equity in this country. Now you can remix it how you want to, cause you a lame and guess you feeling some type of way about it. But it's common knowledge that Black Americans shared blood in the spark of the Revolutionary War. We were the first to shed blood. We was on the
cannon
front line.
Cannon fodder. That's what it's called. Yeah.
We was in the front line, man.
Yeah,
I have a question. Why are y'all so pressed for African Americans to identify solely as African? Like, why are y'all so pressed about that?
No one wants
because you're
African.
Because you're
I'm
African.
not African.
That's why we even hyphenated.
If you don't feel you're African, that means if you don't feel like you're African,
I'm not.
If you don't feel you're African, okay, then you're European. You're European.
Lineage. I know exactly where I came from. I know where my people were 2,000 years ago.
Are you European?
Not in Africa, sir.
Are you European? Are you European?
She might be.
She just told
by that
you
same logic, are you gonna tell Samoans that they're Africans too, and the other Melanesians?
You don't have to be Africans. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
You can feel it how you feel it. You can feel how you feel it. It's okay too.
It's not about how we feel. It's about what we are. My genetics point to Africa, just like many people across many other cultures.
So what's your genetics? So who are you then if you're not African?
But I'm American.
We don't have to answer to you. He's trying to trigger y'all. We just told you what we are.
You African, bro.
And you gonna tell us what that's crazy.
Inky, you look like my uncle, man, in my village, man.
Yeah, that's very white.
He's on drugs.
That was weird.
That's very
No, you look like just my uncle, man.
That was a weird lie to make up, but okay.
You can say all you want, man. I see people look like my people in Africa. He an American, the African American. So whatever you want to put yourself, disconnect yourself, that's fine too.
But Rasta, can you real quick can you just walk me down this path with you? What does an African look like?
Africa not even that old. This is crazy.
Rasta, what does an African look like?
Look just like me.
What is you?
Just like you.
What does an African look?
I don't. Let me say.
You guys keep saying that we have to.
I don't know. I don't know.
So how can you say it looks like something if you can't give me what an African looks like?
Well, I see I see a lot of people. I can associate myself. They look like my people back home. So what I'm saying is,
what is your people back at home? What does an African look like? Since it's not
I don't know.
Country,
I don't know.
right?
I don't know. But I know I'm not white person. I know I'm not white people.
Okay,
but I know I'm not white person.
Okay, so you can't tell me what an African look like. So you can't tell me what an African look like.
He doesn't know. But Africans have many.
I don't know.
I really think.
I really don't know. I got nappy hair. I got nappy hair. I got flat nose. I'm black skin.
Since we so African, that give America the legitimate
What's up with
right.
his mic?
Since we so African,
I know, Max.
That give America.
That mic of yours.
Well, hold on, at least let me.
I know,
but anyway,
but your mic, no. Anyway, I'm trying to talk to you. Your mic is like screaming, like it's like harsh.
Yeah,
you can talk. I'm just saying that your mic is really, really loud. Like it sounds like the mics in the rooms that I bang in. Like it's very harsh.
Kelania, all I know is, to answer your question, my hair is nappy. I'm black. I got a flat nose. I got melanin. So whatever the case is,
you got what? Melanin.
Whatever. I am black, but comely.
Yeah, Saint wants to talk.
Can we hear from other people on the stage?
Saint is asking to talk. Go ahead, Saint.
Okay. There is no specific look for Africans. Okay. So, yeah, there's no, when somebody says, how does an African look like? It depends on who you ask. Then, when majority of Africans say that you are African in the sense of, as per recent lineage, that's what they try to mean as because when you look at your genetics, majority of you are West African or West Central African. So that's why they just say you're basically African. There's literally no genetic shift when it comes to your people as Black Americans. As far as genetics go, that's why they say you're just African. So when you
But how do we know that Africans are West Africans or West Central Africans and they weren't displaced as well?
Now hold on.
Because earlier his same talking points were that we were taken from all over the place and then brought to Ghana to their door of no return. And that's how slavery happened.
No, that's not how slavery happened.
Yeah, you guys got to get on the same page.
No. For some people, of course, they'll try to paint themselves as somehow they are somehow weak. They couldn't do anything. They were just kidnapped and stuff. When literally it's recorded that some of the warring tribes obviously sold their prisoners of war for guns and stuff. So I'm not really with what they're trying to push. But when you try to say like someone's, of course, everybody in this world, eventually, if they go far back enough, will find that their ancestors migrated out of Africa. However,
not migrated.
Yeah, like migrated out of Africa.
That's not the word.
Of course.
So what is the word then?
They were brought here.
And brought here.
Nobody got on a boat and said, "Oh, let's go here."
Yeah,
what's wrong with
that's migration.
Well, in Texas, they're saying that you came here to look for work. In Texas, they're saying that you came here to look for work.
In fact, just let Saint finish.
We were brought here by the pimps of Africa, which we already identified as Ghanan. And we were brought here, sold for trinkets, sugars, and brushes and mirrors to America. And it just seems like y'all are just kind of mad that America's popping. And
it's not popping.
America? Okay, compare America to Uganda.
The Chinese are coming.
To Kenya. Let's be
the Chinese are coming.
The Chinese taking over Africa as we speak.
To Nigeria.
It's not gonna last.
Be fucking for real.
It's not gonna last. That's why we invite you to Africa, because America is gonna blow up.
Come on now.
We're not
it's not gonna last.
You don't even want to go back to Africa.
Yeah, guys.
I know. I'm here because it's nice here.
Okay.
Why would I go back my ancestor? Why would I go back my ancestor build America?
Okay,
you guys, one mic
back to Africa.
They're not here.
My ancestor built America. My ancestor built America. Why do I go back?
Can you move down?
Rasta, yeah, I'm tired of him.
Rasta, you're disrespectful as hell.
Yo, bossy, what you telling me?
The only reason he's still on this stage is because this not my room. He would have been gone.
Yeah, I think Saint was still speaking, right?
Yeah, let's let Saint finish, and then we have like 5 new people on the stage. So we'll let Saint go, and then after Saint, we'll let Abu go, and then y'all can follow after that.
Okay, so technically, to answer when I say migrate, back in the days, at least within the past 60,000 years, there were land bridges and stuff. So of course, people migrated, and it's normal for humans to move around. So when you try to bring up the Samoans, saying if the Samoans go back enough and say they're African, if they go back as far back, sure, but as per now, in terms of the recent genetic shifts, they're not of African origin. So that's why when some Africans, many Africans claim you and just say you're African in this sense, just know they're going from a genetic perspective. Then when you say people are mad because America is popping, it's not that, because technically you as a Black American, more than anyone, should be very familiar with American imperialism. And you'll find that even when people try to say that America has one of the strongest purchasing powers, etc., it's only under the fiat currency system, which many other countries in the world that are trying to bring down, e.g., Russia, China, BRICS. I think Nigeria and South Africa is trying to do the same as well. So, it's not because people are mad at America, and so it's not really that of people are feeling jealous. Then, if you find an opportunity whereby you can go and benefit, at least not at the expense of other people, then take some of the resources back to your people. I don't see anything wrong with that. However, if somebody comes to your place and disrespects you, and unwarranted disrespect, of course you have every right to get angry at that. But trying to say that they just come, simply disrespect, people are just going on a generalizing statement, which isn't real, which isn't true for the most part. Because many Africans, when they come or will go to America, they just mind their own business for the most part. They just want to keep a low profile to get their money. Okay, the rate of return might not be as the same, but I think there are many people from Africa who tend to go back home, because I think African immigrants don't even make more than 1 million from a continent of 2 billion plus people. So you can't really say that people just flee their countries and just stay in America like that. It's not true.
Actually, you're 4 million. You're 4 million, bro.
Hey, peace. Sorry. I'm sorry, Saint. You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, to answer Abasi, do keep in mind that the history of African Americans being here, we've helped to evolve the country from a political, social standpoint. When Jefferson wrote, of course, Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, didn't mean everybody. So our presence and also our will to, hold America up to the promise of liberty and justice for all. We are living proof, and also our struggle has helped to evolve and bring that to fruition to allow, people like immigrants like yourself to be able to come over here. So do keep that in mind. And also you can look at it from an economic standpoint. If there weren't slave ships, there wouldn't be spaceships in the U.S. because that is from the back of slavery. And also if you look at, Reconstruction and past that, we were able to create our own cities, whether it be like Tulsa, Fayetteville and other places. So please keep that in mind. On the other end, Rasta was talking about, there are business opportunities in Africa. Business that I have here, I'm African American, but business I have here, I've connected with, people from Congo, people from Ghana. I used to live in Ghana for about 4 months. And there are opportunities that we have. He was just presenting, saying that, hey, business doesn't have to be something that's a win-lose. You can have win-win strategies for business. And there have been, Africans that I've come across that are like, hey, let's set up a business, be cross seas. Like, my wife, she dealt with, makeup. So, connecting with ladies from Morocco to get certain items and bring them over here. So it can still be win-win situations. We just have to have that thinking mindset in order to where that, we're not looking to be predators and vice versa. We're not trying to get into a predatory type of business situation. But, he's just saying, hey, there are opportunities out there. We should at least be able to expand our minds because, yes, we have a globalized economy and we'd be able to benefit on both ends. Not saying you have to go there, but just open your mind to saying that, yes, there are business opportunities that both can benefit from. All right, peace.
My brother. Thank you, man. That's what we trying to say all this along. Oh, I'm not African. I'm not African, man. Oh,
I'm
man,
not
look at this brother.
African. I'm
Look at
not
this brother here.
African.
Fine, but look who is
Period.
this brother. He just tell you something. That's what we
And he's
trying to
not
tell you.
telling us anything. So let
Fuck
me ask
up.
him a
He's
question.
definitely not telling us anything that we
He's a
haven't
pan
already done,
Africanist.
brother.
Because he ignorant.
All right, Tiggy, put me in the queue,
So
please.
no, let me ask him a question really fast. So you say you live in Ghana for 4 months?
Yes, sir. I lived in Ghana for 4 months. I lived in Abu Dhabi in Dubai for 7 years.
All right. So are you able to own any type of land over there?
Yes, in Ghana, able to own land, and also had the opportunity if I wanted to become a citizen. But yeah, you can own land.
All right. For how long?
Thank
no, you cannot own. Hold on. For how long?
But at that moment, it was actually for 99 years. It was a 99-year lease. But some
Exactly.
people
You're
are
not able to pass it down.
Can you no
whatsoever.
wait, hold on, y'all. He said it was a 99 what?
99-year lease under
So
that.
But
so you were
lease.
so hold on,
If I wanted to become a
hold on, time
citizen,
out. Wait a minute, hold on, don't run past that. You said lease?
yeah, if it was under my
Okay,
name.
sir, he asked you what land can you own. Ownership is not leasing.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, hold on. I said if I want to become a citizen, then yes, I can own outright.
Okay, so help us dig into that a little bit. What's the difference?
And that's not true either, though. What proof do you have to substantiate that?
Hey, G.
Okay, I can send you that link, and also other people have done that. But do keep in mind, if I'm a citizen, just like over here, certain if you have like a green card, if you're not a citizen, you don't have certain rights of doing X, Y, and Z. Even though you can own land, that's just here. But if I wanted to become a citizen of Ghana, which I didn't at that time, if I wanted to, then yes, I can own land outright.
So, in acquiring Ghanaian citizenship, would one have to renounce either American
Absolutely not.
ties?
No, ma'am.
Well, wait a minute, because America has rules. You
You can
may not have to slow down and let me finish. You may not have to relinquish ties to America to be a Ghanaian citizen, but you may have to relinquish ties to America if you want Ghanaian citizenship via America. So does America allow for that dual citizenship to happen?
Yes, I answered that. Yes, you can. Just like Freddie Adu, dual citizenship. A lot of my friends, dual citizenship. You can have dual citizenship as a United States citizen. Other countries, not allowed. But U.S., we're allowed to have dual citizenship. Some people have triple.
I'm still ready.
It still matters on the
She doesn't know that.
I'm talking. No, I understand that there's 54 nations in Africa. My question was directed in specific. He tap danced and said, in Ghana, that's why you ran past that. In Ghana only, and that is why I'm discussing these specific questions because I am very familiar with something called the Year of Return and Agenda 2063.
Yes, ma'am. Ghana allows you to have dual citizenship with the U.S. and the U.S. vice versa. They're both compatible.
Are you familiar with Agenda 2063, sir?
Okay, you can feed me with water with a water hose, but I'm just saying that yes, I understand that.
I'm asking, are you familiar with Agenda 2063? Yes or no?
I'm a little bit familiar with that. I was there in 2003 for 4 months when I was working there and going to school. But as I said, even still, they were trying to attract African Americans. They actually got a few people from Brazil and some from Cuba that were there as well. But they've been doing this for a while, even since after Kwame Nkrumah, when he used to live in the U.S. He went to University of Nebraska. He wanted to bring African Americans over here because he was inspired by Marcus Garvey. That's why they had the black star on the flag for Ghana. So they've been trying to do this for a long while, saying that, hey, African Americans come over because it helps to build up the capital. When you look at infrastructure, yes, there's physical infrastructure for a society, but also there's financial, and then also when it comes to human resource capital. And not only do we live in a global society, we live in a knowledge-based economy. So if you're bringing people who have knowledge, just like when people bring in doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, if people going over there, that helps out with capital inflows, and also that helps out with the infrastructure when it looks at financial and also structure of human resources. So that's why they've been trying to bring people come over and also stop the flow of brain drain, like Nigerians going to UK and other places, Ghanaians. But there actually is, if you look at the economists, they've talked about there's a reverse flow of people going back to Africa and building up the country, especially like if you look at Nigeria, a lot of UK people and some people from the US have actually gone back to actually build up the country.
Bingo.
Because
Glad you
that
got
is the
there.
future.
I'm glad you said all that, right? I need you to do me a little further. Now I need you to do me a favor. You gave some names, and I'm going to back you up a little bit and point out some things for the room. This is really for context of the room because people think that people like King Carter and myself and Tiggy and the rest of us be out here lying on y'all. But then when we try to put it on the table and give them the facts, then we told we anti-black. So hold that thought. Marcus Garvey was when? Do you know what date that campaign started? Around what time frame?
Yes, in the 1920s, up until the
Thank you very
right
much.
before.
Okay, great. And do you know where Marcus Garvey ultimately ended up being buried?
Being buried or married?
Buried.
He never even been over there.
He never
He
even
was
went over there, but I'm gonna let this brother figure it out. Young man, do you know where they have his burial grounds at? He definitely in the continent. You went to Marcus Garvey's burial grounds in the continent, correct?
Actually, no, I went to W.B. Du Bois, but keep in mind that he actually is
What? We
Do
weren't
you know
talking
who was
about
behind
WBB.
getting Marcus Garvey?
Hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
We ain't got that far yet. He got to let him discover it on his own, right? So, brother, you didn't get to go to Garvey's. Can you tell me why you didn't get to go to Garvey's gravesite in Africa?
Well, I don't think he is actually buried in Africa. Is he not?
Awesome. He's not. Do you know why he's not buried in Africa, but he wanted all of us to go to Africa?
Well, okay, so what happened, because Hoover was definitely against the UNIA, and actually they bought a plot of land in Liberia, which they were undermined with buying that plot, and Firestone was able to buy it. And as we see with Firestone, they used that for the rubber to help create their Firestone, tire empire and everything. So a lot what was happening in UNIA, whether it be in, Panama, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and the U.S., it was undermined. And even though they were trying to go back, that was undermined by, of course, our good friend J. Edgar Hoover. That's sarcasm. That's why they got him for mail fraud, and that's why I say, of course, look for me in the war room.
I wanted you to tap on that because I wanted to point out in 1922, Marcus Garvey started a campaign about back to Africa, and I'm just gonna point it out the hard way because you wanted to be nice about it, and I don't believe in sugarcoating shit. Shit still stinks. It's still horrible. It's still garbage, and you shouldn't feed it to anyone. Putting sugar on it didn't make it more appetizing. So let's just go on and call the shit what it is and put it in the toilet. Marcus Garvey was rejected by Africans. He was buried in Europe where he really belonged. That's where his people came from. So I implore you to, go ahead and look into the story of why he's buried in Europe. It's because Africa rejected him. They went to continent. They didn't want him. Furthermore,
that's why he went to the UK.
Hold on. Yeah, that they
Tiwa, you
did
sound white though. Tiwa, you sound white. I don't believe you're black. You're a black woman.
Give a fuck
Yeah,
what
well,
you
she is.
believe.
So get the
Shut the
hell
fuck
over it,
up, you
Rasta.
dumb bitch. See, some of
You're
y'all
not
want
black.
to
Do not
smoke.
speak black people
You're
issues,
not
man.
black either, you
Definitely
dumb
black.
You're
bitch.
not black. You're European. Okay.
Hold on. Tiggy is not
Oh,
here.
some of these
Hold
ignorant
on, I
hoes
got
swear
it.
to God they don't
TY
have
suck
no
my dick.
education.
Tiggy is
Yo,
not in his space, so they leave.
Ink. Can this L guy at the bottom, L Braca, he is in the chat saying that he's gonna rape someone's mother, and he up here calling people bitches on the slide. Y'all don't hear him.
Oh, I got you.
But you still have to look at the idea of
What's
just
good
looking
with
at
the
present day
showers? These
opportunities.
fools is insane. What's good with the showers?
Hey
As,
G, how you doing, boo?
You
as
gotta
it's,
follow my new page because you already know this is page number 7,522, 68, 925.
What?
I mean, as I said,
They be
surrounded by
banding
water and
together
full
like
of thirst.
Voltron on my ass.
As I said, surrounded by water and full dies of thirst. I mean, there's opportunities. You want to take them? You don't have to. But I mean, we don't have to get.
Oh no, hold on. That was my question to you.
the
So you
past.
stayed for 4 months. What
Surrounded
made you
by
come
water,
back?
fools die of thirst. Interesting. All water
Yeah.
ain't good water.
What made me come back is that, as I said, I was a student at the time, and I was actually working at a refugee camp at the time. It was a 4-month student exchange program.
Okay, are you a student now?
I'm almost 40 years old, my brother. That was almost 20 years ago.
So how come you haven't gone back?
So he helped bring these motherfuckers over here. Ink, you hear that?
Yeah, I hear him.
How about not gone back? I went back to Kenya. I've been to Egypt. But as I said, I lived in the Middle East for 7 years.
No, but why you haven't did dual citizenship?
Actually, I'm in the process. I'm looking at Australia, Canada, Ghana, other places. You gotta have a backup, my boy.
But you've been over here for how long? You say you're almost 40 years old. So when you lived in Ghana, how long ago that was?
That was 2003, as I said.
2003, and you still in the process of trying to move?
No, brother. I just got back from the Middle East, and I'm in the process of making other moves, man. I like to do and not say.
You're adventurist.
Yeah, he can be there, but he's not applying. He know he's not trying to apply for dual
You know what I
citizenship.
find interesting, right? So him and others are running around the world telling everybody how Africa is the thing.
You are a white woman, man. You cannot tell us anything.
So these people run around all around America telling us how Africa is the place to go. Yet when it's all said and done, they never get accepted into Africa. It's almost like as horrible as it is for us Black Indians over here who are totally extinct, wanting to be accepted. Yeah, y'all got that over there, don't you? Because I don't understand how a place with Agenda 2063, which is their forethought for 2063, they want to onboard 40 million African Americans and ingratiate them into Ghanaian society and into the African Union as second-class citizens, nonetheless. And they have all these welcome armed invitations. And even with this complex level of citizenship, you are still receiving the same 99-year lease you would if you never even ingratiated yourself with their society. And you still haven't received it. And I can tell you 6 people who got it last year.
Please do keep in mind I said that was if I wasn't a citizen. If I was a citizen, then I can own it outright.
Sir, no, I'm telling you, I know 6 people who pulled that shit off last year. Dead ass. Like they were able to get all the benefits you said that if you was and if you coulda, shoulda, woulda, they got the dual citizenship. They running back and fucking forth and shit. I'm just wondering why you ain't been able to do it.
Because
you've been there since 2003. I don't even really care for the answer.
Ma'am,
I don't really care for the answer though.
So you don't want to
it's
listen.
for the room
I got you.
speculate.
I didn't say I was there since 2003. I said I was there in 2003, ma'am. Please get that correct. And I said I've
You've
been
been working with that government since 2003. I don't give a damn if it was on a consistent basis, a one-time basis, or any basis. You've had more contact with Ghana than I have over the last 19 years. Right. And going on 20. And I beg the question. Now you're not the Ghanaian authorities, so you can only give a half of a explanation. Unless that explanation includes I never applied, then you would have no conversation for what they decided. You can apply, and once you do that and follow the rules, it's out of your hands. I just think at this point, while you ain't here pitching Africa to a room full of Americans who can go back farther than Ghana's whole motherfucking existence as Ghana, the word as Ghana, then we don't really need to know about how great a place is that you didn't hurry up and buy when you went in 2003.
I didn't Not only that, but him supporting Marcus Garvey and Marcus Garvey having explored Africa at all, this should tell you something right there.
All right.
I have a question.
You have a good day.
Abu. Are you a part of the Black American descendant community?
Yes, about what? Gone back 8 generations so far with my family history. I'll put that actually on my what is it called? My TikTok, how to actually do family history. Actually trying to get reparations for World War II vets, considering that my grandfather didn't get all of his the stuff from the GI Bill.
Oh, what state are you in, brother? They do got some stuff going on, right? To help in that area.
Exactly. Yeah, because Clyburn and also Mouton, but I don't agree with it because it should be a lot more. I'm in Texas. they trying to front on our grandparents and everything, but there should be a lot more money that they should be given to us. Personally, I think that's one of the best ways to go about and open up even bigger conversation for reparations and everything. If we go towards redlining and also for the GI Bill and also for what happened in the New Deal back in the 30s.
I think don't they have a program right now? Because my grandfather on my paternal side was in Vietnam, and he did not qualify for the GI Bill as he should have, right? And so I heard, and again, I don't know, I haven't pursued it, that there's a program that if you can prove, well, it's not about if you can prove because they have all the military records, and he did not get it, that it can go down to his descendants.
Yes. Now, what's happening right now is that there's actually a lawsuit by a brother that, he was in the Vietnam War, and it's shown that, they've been denying it a lot higher to African Americans. And then also, as I said, in Congress, there's a bill when it comes to the original GI Bill of 1944, because a lot of us, especially in the South, our grandparents were denied it. Coming back to the South after the war and everything. So we just have to ratchet that up and have to spread the word on that. I've been trying to do that. And some people are like, we need it for slavery. I'm like, I understand that, but this is the best way of opening up the conversation. It's like, I'm a boxing fan. So like, first rounds, I'm going to the body to put water in the basement in order to open the head. And this is like one of the best ways to go about open up that conversation, because we have the records and there's ways of going about getting the records. I put that on my TikTok, on my website, of saying that, hey, if we all go about and get our records, that will help us out in going about and getting that. But anyway, I got a meeting to go to. Thank you all, and peace and blessings.
Yeah, I agree with that reparations. That's on point right there.
He don't have a meeting to go to. The second that we started speaking about Marcus Garvey and he thought we were uneducated on him, that's when he left the room.
Don't do him like that, Ink. Am I in the Matrix or is there no one speaking?
It was no one.
No, you're not in the
Matrix.
Matrix.
I've been over here messing with my phone, trying to figure out what I did wrong. Don't do me like that, y'all.
So have we come to the conclusion that African Americans aren't African? Or are we still debating that?
We know who we are. I think it's just the African people that's telling us that we are African. It's just like me telling a person that's from Ghana that they Eritrean, or they Somalians.
But Ink, no one ever answered this question, and I'll be real brief. You wouldn't feel that you had the right to tell a Ghanaian that. You wouldn't feel that you have the proper place. My question is, what is this sense of possession or even obsession with how Black Americans identify? What is that? I wish someone could enlighten me on that.
Hello?
I'm just waiting for an answer.
They don't have one.
They quiet now. Like look, this is the floor is open. Everyone is able to come off their mic and
They
speak.
scared.
And they scared now. They did all that
They
hooping and
scared.
hollering.
They scared because when you gotta bring out your real life sort. Listen, can I tell y'all something? They can't tell you who their grandma's grandma is. You're talking about people who can't tell us who their grandma is, but they want to tell us who we are. The oldest country is Morocco, established in like the 700 whatever, but then reestablished with the American people in the 1800s. Treaty of Peace and Friendship signed in like the 1900s to solidify it. So we can't get in Morocco because, well, if you find American blood in Morocco, it could be from 700 AD, or it could be from 1800 AD, or it can be from 2022 or before. We don't know, at this point with Morocco. And then, you have Liberia, their second oldest country, founded by, again, Black American people in 1822 and ratified in 1847 when America stopped being its big sister and let it stand on its own. And, so if you find a match in DNA between the two, I mean, well, is that DNA pre or post 1822? Because we know for a fact that the American Colonization Society sent a bunch of our blood over there, and then you move a little further, and the next oldest country is Nigeria. And well, we know that if you do a little history, the British Colonization Society helped us with that, and Sierra Leone, and they come about around the same time, and I just want to know why they think we don't know. We got written documents of what we did. We're all in their business a long time ago. They actually went home a long time ago. They went home. Why y'all mad? Why y'all want us over here who stayed? We made that decision back in 1822, 1850, 1860, 1920, 1940, 1960 when we let y'all come over here. We made our decision, dog. We gonna be who we is. Why y'all so worried about who we gonna be? That's what I want to know. We made our decision. It was all kind of folks that went over there. Did y'all grannies go over there, eat or Kalia or AC or Flower? Y'all people went over the water and made home. I know mine didn't.
Wait, say that again.
I mean, they always saying we came from them, but we know for a fact we got written history that some Americans went over there in the 1800s and the 700s and the 1500s, and we got written proof of that. Like, there ain't no question that, these niggas over here got proof that they went over there. And so I'm just wondering, if your grandparents was some of them niggas that went over there and taught them how to be civilized? He gave them culture that they got now, in Liberia and Nigeria and Sierra Leone and all the people that's popping. We stay. I don't know. My people stayed here. We didn't go over there. But if your people went over there, tell me about it.
No, I'm in the matrix. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
Yeah, I asked my grandma about that. Hell, she damn near cussed me out, and she ain't. Hell, I never heard her cuss.
I turned the chat off because Big Ace, he's on stage, but he's typing in the chat as if he can't speak while he's on stage.
That's what I was just about to do. If you're on stage and you're active in the chat, please be active on stage. It's really redundant for you to be taking up space up here. So Big Ace, and Mr. Copper Color, what y'all got to say about the topic?
Something was wrong with my phone, but what I say about this topic is because a lot of us are not. Haitians didn't get accepted into the African nation where they had it. They told their ass no. Why is that?
Does anybody have an answer to the question?
I think that question should be reserved for Pan Africans. I don't think anybody else can answer it, really.
I know the answer is because Haitians are not actually African, right? So you cannot say that we're descendants from Africa and then say, well, let me go try to apply to join the African nation, and the African nation look at you like, who the fuck are y'all? Y'all not African at all. You niggas are Indians from the Americas, not America, but the Americas. Because all these islands are considered the Americas. And anybody living on the East Coast at the time had connections with Haiti, the Dominican Republic, all those islands on that end. So all you niggas that live in Florida, the Florida Keys, all that area, you niggas got Taino, shit, they're Mayan, because we know that the Mayans went over and was island hopping it as well, because they found out that the Caribs and Taínos are descendants of the Mayans. So, yeah, those niggas are not fucking Africans. I'm sorry, I know people don't believe. Now, I'm not saying the Africans didn't come over here, because if you read the 1870 Naturalization Act, any African that came over here became naturalized, and their descendants became naturalized in 1870. So if you're not naturalized, or your granny or your great grandma wasn't naturalized in 1870 or after 1870, then are you African?
Oh,
Okay.
that's a good question.
Okay. First of all, when you say they're technically Indian, you know the Amerindian component in most Caribbeans is, with the exception of Dominicans and a few other like Santo Domingo and stuff, is less than 15%, if I'm being generous. That genetic component is quite little in them. Otherwise, you could have seen a distinct phenotypic trait with the majority of them. Because majority of people in Haiti don't really look different from somebody like from Ghana or somebody who's like from anywhere in West Africa. They don't really look that different. So I don't know about that.
Can anybody hear me?
Here we can hear you now.
Oh man, I've been trying to talk for the past 30 minutes. I had to legit freaking back out of the chat and then come back in, and I had to shut the app off. I apologize. There was a couple questions that I had that I needed some answers to because of the things that I'm currently involved in. One was the reason why I was so active in the chat was because I couldn't speak, because every time I turned my mic on, somebody else was talking. But then whenever I talked, the circle around my name didn't light up, as if I wasn't talking or it was muted or whatever. I don't know. But the first question I got is the young lady was talking about borderlines as far as countries being established, but not necessarily talking about the landmass itself prior to the name Africa. So I'm kind of curious on where that information is to provide knowledge on Black people did not come from that land.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say they didn't come from there. No, not at all. What I'm explaining is, you see the guy in my PTR? The guy in my PTR, do anybody know who that is before I tell y'all?
Is this Ernest Cox?
No, it is not. But it is a distant cousin of his. So there we go. His name is Mr. Frederick Sanger. He is the first cousin of Margaret Sanger, the younger cousin. He won 2 Nobel Peace Prizes. Now, when I tell you what he won them for, it's going to crack you up. He is the person who created genetic mapping. That means that though they were able to isolate genes and things like that, he's the one that said, these people are African, these people are European, these people are Asian, These people are Native American. These people, like, that's who did that. This guy right here in my PTR.
What's his name again, love? I'm sorry.
Frederick Sanger, like Margaret Sanger. His name is Frederick. They're first cousins.
You just said a lot. You said Margaret Stager, or whatever her name is, his first cousins was him. And ain't that the one with the whole eugenics society, right?
Yes, sir. That is the one that created Planned Parenthood. Absolutely. Who was given in 1960 a giant plot of money that increased over the next 10 years to fund Planned Parenthood and abortion in our community. You can find that information directly in the civil rights legislation. And I found that out in a book called In Black America. I have a first edition dated 1970 to discuss the civil rights movement and what was decided. So I have an actual first edition revisionist copy of that actual Indian civil rights bill. Sure do.
I got a question. Is Walter Plecker connected to the Eugenics Society?
He's like their great granddaddy-ish. And if you take the tree, like if you take a family tree and you put it in medicine and science and politics, he's in that as a grandparent. So though they might not be actually related, the ideas spawned off like branches from his.
That makes so much sense because he was the first person that we know about that was famous for reclassifying the Indians in Virginia to Negro. And he was hooked up. Correct. Or was the father of the
He actually society. Was in the very beginning of a census. So when people think it's just Virginia, you have to understand he had very direct ties with the census. So he influenced all U.S. census in a manner and in a way. So a lot of that is still tainted with his bias. A lot of this is also tainted with the bias of eugenics, right? Let's be real. Ernest Cox, Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois, a lot of these people believed that you could breed wrong, that you can lay with the wrong person and have fucked up children. And they're not wrong. Like, you can't lay down with your daddy and have an okay kid. That when you heard about the motherfuckers, the reason why you hear about that is because it's an anomaly. Like, these people were so potent they can lay with their mother and make babies that were actually viable products. Everybody can't do that. Lay with your mama and make a baby and see what happens. Them genes gonna create Mighty Morphin Power Ranger, and you're gonna be mad. But we're gonna leave that alone. That's why we tease the rednecks, because they do that shit. We be talking about them in them backwoods. Well, come outside. You know why? Because they deformed. That's why you're sleeping with your daddy and shit. Them is the joke. Like, what? Can we be clear? Africans, I want you to hear me clear. Stop crying about being called a booty scratcher. Doctor, you know what we do to white folks? We talk about how they lay with their mamas and daddies and shit and their cousins and brothers and shit. Like, we are really disrespectful to white folk. We think very little of white people. You are really being really, really, really tender and soft as drug stove cotton around this bitch. Talk about what we said to y'all. Do you understand the things we've done to these people? Y'all really should know who the Black American is. Y'all don't know us. They lied. We are not Martin Luther King. He's an anomaly. That's why they hid Malcolm X. That nigga was half Negro. That Alabama Negro creep up when it needs to. It's not going to stay silent. Y'all mad at Beyonce. Why? That Alabama Negro. That Alabama Negro can't let y'all sit because you can't be it. That's the one thing you can't be. And y'all mad because we don't sit down. We don't stop fighting. We don't let you have it. You ain't going to win. This ain't going to work for you. And it wasn't going to work for them either. That's why we can't be African. We don't want to be nobody but our motherfucking selves. And we got a beautiful goddamn history right here. These dams made by us. This water system made by us. When they start taking over shit, look, everything's breaking. Y'all start taking over shit. Everything breaking. You don't even give a damn enough about the craft to even understand why we did certain things and why we kept these certain traditions and why we did certain things in business, why we move in certain ways in order to keep shit for our great, great, great grandchildren. Y'all don't give a fuck about your kids, let alone your great, great grandkids. Y'all tearing up the world and don't think about tomorrow. But we the bad guys. Leave the Black American alone. Me and my cousins are doing just goddamn fine. We'll figure it out over here with no goddamn help. Y'all leave us the fuck alone because we ain't asked for no friends or no enemies. And if we didn't know you was the enemy from the start, we damn sure wouldn't have sent the invite. But let me mute my mic.
I like to research a whole lot, and in the midst of the conversation, there were some things that were actually said. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Loud and clear.
I like to do a lot of research, and while you were talking, I took the liberty of looking at a few things that you were talking about just now in regards to genetics. And I'm kind of baffled when it comes to genetic mapping and the person that you're saying actually started it. But outside of that, I really wanted to get the only reason why I actually came up was to talk about what a lot of people were really listening for in the conversation about going to Africa and purchasing land and building up a bank there. That was something that I was really interested in talking about because I have firsthand experience in it. And that's the reason why I've been trying to talk for the past 30 minutes. What I've actually heard in the midst of this conversation is discouragement from people with skill sets here that are just happen to be black. I want to separate. I want to pull those race things away from the conversation and just talking about people that are connected to you because of what you look like. We're gonna remove the tag that America has put on us, or Spain, if you will, put on us as far as races. We're just gonna say what we look like because that's what we relate to. If you have acquired skills that are that can be helpful in another country with people that look like you, and you're able to make that infrastructure better, and you are in a place where you are surrounded by people that don't look like you and do not care for you to be here, I don't see any harm in going over to where there are people that look like you and building up and helping those people. I don't see anything wrong with it. But correct me if I'm wrong, because it is, and it's very lucrative. Somebody said something about Ghana being the last stop, the only last stop, and that's inaccurate. Also, Ghana was not the only last stop for slave trades and all that other stuff. People use Ghana because it's one of the largest known ones, but it's not the only one. So I'm curious to why is it that we are consistently pushing down the idea of it being okay to go over there, get dual citizenship, because I did in 2018, and build infrastructure. I am a intercontinental electrical contractor. That's why I came up here on this freaking conversation to speak.
No one said that you don't. Me personally, I'm gonna tell you like this: if you want to do business with Africans, that's hey, you can do business wherever you feel like you can do business with. I think the conversation would be, why don't African Americans want to be African? Because African Americans ain't African. That's one. But if you are identifying as an Indian, there's nothing wrong with going and having business overseas. There's nothing wrong with that. But I got a question. You say people buying land, but you can't buy land in Nigeria. Nigeria don't sell land to people. Even
Yeah,
Nigerians
yeah. Nigeria is
can't.
a different. It's a different thing altogether. You're absolutely right.
Okay. Also, if that is the case, why don't the Africans that come over here from these places get the education and go back and build Africa up? Why do they all come and drive numbers here and then tell us, you niggas ain't got no motherfucking culture? You niggas lazy. But at the same time, don't go back to their landmass and say, you know what? We learned a lot from that. You know, if it wasn't for them niggas in America, we wouldn't even be in the motherfucking America. So, you know,
Actually, a lot of them do that, and
oh, they do.
that's part of the conversation that's been hid from what we're talking about. Now, I'm getting ready to definitely dig into that. One of the biggest examples we got is freaking Akon. That's one. Francis Ngannou. He's doing the same thing. He's a UFC champion right now. You know what he's doing in Africa right now? The schools that he's built. You know what I'm saying? And he's attributing that to his being able to get here. Now, mind you, all the things that he had to do in order to get here, fleeing one country to get to the next, and he was an illegal immigrant here for a while until he got his citizenship. Correct, right? But he still says, "Hey, listen." Everybody knows on the planet, guys, outside of Asia, right, that America is the place to go to come up. This is the reason why our borders are being saturated right now with people trying to get the hell away from where they at. Let's just be honest.
I got a problem with everything you just said.
You should not have a problem with it. You know why?
I
Because
definitely do.
to be honest, to be totally honest, right? By
You
me
should
being
really
somebody
ask
that
me
employs
why.
people,
You should really ask me.
by me,
You should
hold on a
really
second.
just
Wait,
first ask
one
me why
second.
I got a
Wait one
problem
second.
with it.
By me being an employer, the demographics that I get exposed to are people that are actually wanting to work and that are citizens and are non-citizens here on work visas. Let's just talk about that ratio. Not black,
No,
not
I
white, not
don't.
nothing.
That's why I said you should really ask me what exactly I had a problem with, as to not waste my and
No,
your
no, no,
time
no.
out of
I'm
because
talking
you're
about
going.
the
I know what you're
entire.
talking about, but I said I had a problem with everything you just said. I had a
Well,
serious problem with
that was
and
part
so
of
either
what
you're
I just
gonna
said.
deflect, either you're gonna roll past me as if and invalidate me as if me having a problem with what you just said has no bearing, or you're gonna deflect and make it about something I never got to say was my problem. Either which way, you don't see me. And that leans deeper into the problem with what I had an issue with to begin with. So now you validated that it's intentional. And now I don't know how to take you at this point. Because you're saying things to me that lets me know you intentionally give two fucks about my survival. And because you give two fucks less about my survival, I'm wondering why your words have any value to me. Because
Survival?
I
What are you
don't
talking
care.
about? I
I
never
had a
said
serious.
anything about
You don't
about
know. You had
dismissing you.
no idea. You had no idea what you did, and you didn't care. When I
No,
made it very
that's bogus.
clear,
Listen,
watch this.
if you're on this
I
app trying to
said, watch
argue,
this.
I'm
No, no,
trying
no,
to.
no, 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 no,
I
no. I
am
don't want to
proving
argue
a
with you.
point
I
about
don't want to
what I'm
argue. I
talking
don't want
about
to
and the
argue.
reason
I
why
don't
I
want to
got up here.
argue. I don't want
I'm
you to
not
do none
trying
of
to
the
argue.
above.
But
I didn't
whenever
want
you
you to do any
said
of
that
the
you had a
above.
problem
I didn't want you to do any
with
of
what
the
I
above.
said,
I never got to tell you what
whenever
I had a
you said
problem with.
you didn't have to
I
because I was
never got. I never
validating
got to
every
tell
single
you.
point
I
of what I
never got to
said.
tell you anything. I
You've
never
done
got
that
to tell
with
you
everybody
anything
that's
other
come up
than
here.
I have a
You've
problem with
done
what
that with
you said.
everybody that's come up here whenever
And
they
you're
speak.
still doing it.
It doesn't make sense.
But you're still doing it.
It does not make sense.
You're
If you
still doing
if you
it.
make a blatant statement and say that you had a problem with everything I said, that means everything I
I
said.
didn't say that.
My
I
person,
said
yes, you did.
everything
You
you
said
just,
everything
the
that
word
I
that you're
said.
missing is you
You just
just
said that you
said.
had a
The word,
problem with
there's a word
everything
that
I
you're
said.
All right, y'all. Let's start back over. So Tess said she has a problem with everything that you said. So let's start.
that
What is the
just
problem?
said. It was a specific statement that he had just said. And I said, I have a problem with everything you just said. He proceeded to tell me what my issue was. No, sir, my problem with what you said was everyone in the world except for you guys know that this is the land of the come up. And then prior to that, you said, why wouldn't we, those who don't know that this is the land of the come up, than turn around and help a people who are already helping themselves through our come up. I have a problem with that.
That's a good point.
That is not a good point. That is not a good point, because when the citizens here that are not taking advantage of the come up and they sitting on their fart boxes or tearing up their communities, hustling, selling drugs and killing each other, no, that is not a freaking valid point at all. There are a multitude of people here that do not take advantage of, and that's their own personal prerogative. What I am is a vessel for those that want to use this opportunity here to come up and to do something for us. So no, that's
Bro,
no, absolutely no.
African women are very easy to fuck, you know. Shout out to my
For real.
American, because I know they just came out in what is that, Vice or Voice, whatever that, this independent news channel. Crack cocaine has hit Africa. They selling drugs like a motherfucker over there. They got Harumba. They was kidnapping the girls over there. So you cannot say that our problem is over here, that we selling drugs and niggas want. Listen,
I
I
never
get
said
it.
it wasn't. I never said it wasn't everywhere. I
I
never
get it.
said it wasn't everywhere. I'm
Okay.
talking about being able to create a bridge, bro. That's it.
Listen, bro, I understand that too. How about we create a bridge with the foreigners that's over there in the island? Because they're my brothers and sisters too. The
Do you
Haitians,
see
the
my flag?
Dominicans.
Do you see my
I
flag?
see. I see.
Yeah,
I
I do
see.
the
But
same thing. So you have to go to you have to go to the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Labor in order to get your paperwork squared away in order to get visas for people to come over. That's not just from Africa. That's not just from Mexico. That's from anywhere outside of the United States. You want to be a bridge, those are the steps that you got to take.
But then I feel like this. Then I feel like the ones like, okay, Africa denied Haiti to join the African nation, right? Because they already know Haiti ain't fucking African. No matter how much Haitians believe they African, no matter how much they think they're African because they're dark skin, they're not African. Africans know that. That's why they was never allowed to join the African nation. You know, even after the Haitian Revolution, they actually was very they had a lot of money. They had a lot of landowners there. It was the American government in the 1800s under the Banana Wars that went over there and decentralized Haiti and took all their fucking land. They did the same thing in Cuba. That's why I do not like communists, because communists took the land of the indigenous people who was the farmers, who had the money, and gave it to all the fucking pale foreigners. So,
So
you know,
actually, it was France that fucked them all. Let's just go ahead
well,
and be straight up about that.
they kicked France out. If you read the Constitution, the Haitian
They
Constitution,
still, yeah, but they had already raped them to death.
they
They
get
had
the
raped.
fuck out.
Haiti is one of the poorest countries on the planet right now because
They
of France.
wasn't. Listen, bro. They wasn't poor at first. If you go look up
I
the
said
Banana
right
Wars,
now. I said right
bro,
now. After
that's
France did
because
that to him, yeah.
no, no. America, after France got kicked out of Haiti, right? They had money. They was on their shit. You cannot be a poor country and you writing the Constitution. You got treaties. If you look up the
That's
history after France, right? Who was the next person invaded Haiti after France? After they kicked France out, who was the next large
you
place
talking
that
about
invaded
European
Haiti?
country?
Yeah, we can say European country. It wasn't not even European. It won't even say European. Not even a European country. What I'm
Right.
saying is, America went over there and they invaded Haiti. That's history that people don't talk about. It's under the Banana Wars. You guys see what
That's
America
true.
did to the Haitians. That's how Haiti got into the situation right now. And plus, people, in politics, they send certain people to be over leadership in these countries, and they do what they got to do because they owe their allegiance to the people who run their ass. So we can't say that it was through the French, because after the French, they was rocking and rolling, bro. They had a whole constitution.
Yeah,
They
but they
was doing
owned
their
it.
shit.
Listen, Haiti has to pay France, and they still well, actually no, because that changed in 2020. Well, excuse me, 2018. I digress. But they still had a freaking debt of $1 trillion. Come on, man. How do you rape and just freaking snatch everything from a country and then say, okay, you can get your independence, but you still got to pay us? Come on, man. France, fuck Haiti, bad. They fucked them bad. But that's beside the point of what we actually talking about. We talking about bringing people together. I don't give a fuck about a division that the world has done to itself. I am trying to be a bridge, and I encourage other people to be a bridge as well. Some people up here on this damn app doing all this goddamn talking and ain't doing nothing in their communities for the people that they connected to or nothing. It's just conversation. I need action. Show me a link. Show me some action.
Also,
All right, here you go, sir. So I want to start by going ahead and putting something in the back chat called a petition for misclassified peoples in North America. This petition, my dear, asks the government and all bodies, Department of War, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, everybody who got an American record on these people that you call in Black and African American. We're asking that they return these items back to us so that we can identify who we are. The second link I'm going to put in the back chat, sir, is going to be a link for reparations. This link that I'm dropping is a compiled website of different locations that have reparations legislation asking for the repair of the people in those locations. If there's a location missing from here, you can go ahead and let me know. I will update that link tree. Additionally, many of us are business owners, we are employers, we are students, we are teachers, we have degrees, we have homes, we have families, we have careers. I don't know why y'all think that we're just all on welfare and fucking bums sitting on this app all fucking day when the majority of us can chew bubble gum and fucking walk. Okay, and so I find it highly fucking disrespectful that y'all would do that. A lot of assumptive. And what I did find from you, Big Ace, is a shit ton of white supremacist talking points and stereotypes of what you know as Black Americans. I would hope that you would know a little bit more about us in the future. Thank you.
Facts. And also to add to the conversation about poorest country, it actually says that South Sudan is the poorest country. I posted the link. It actually posts like a top 10 list. It may have like variation, but it says it mostly has not West African, just African countries in it. And like Middle Eastern countries like Yemen and all that.
Again, if you are not doing anything to become a bridge to pull people together, what are you? A wall?
Well, what people are you talking about?
I'm talking about all people. I'm not just talking about people that look like me. I'm talking about anybody.
If you pull everybody together, hold on, stop.
This is my thing.
Slow down, baby. Hold on. That's why we asked you what people, because we are pulling people together. But that people, there's a saying we have here. Charities. Let me finish, sir. Charity starts at home, right? And if your family fucked up, then how you going to clean up a community? And if your community fucked up, how you going to clean up the city? And if your city fucked up, how you going to... Okay, so I gave you sources of things that I know for a fact myself, Banu, Mr. Copper Color, Inc., and the likes, we are honestly, actively, in this present day and age, doing. These are links to our governmental political works that we are doing right now. You cannot yell at me about what are we doing when I literally gave you just a snippet.
I wasn't yelling at you. Stop personalizing what I said. I'm talking about people in general. I'm saying people in general.
What I'm telling you when I say we, I gave you at least 3 names on the stage,
I
but I didn't even name the audience members.
You know how many people are in America right now?
Do you think that we not?
What about the people on the island?
40 million people that
Agreed.
you know is Black.
We're gonna answer. I'm gonna add on to that too.
Hold on, we ain't got there yet. There's approximately 38 to 44 million people we know as Black and or African American today, right? And we know that delineation is going to change that number. I can tell you my local shit down to the numbers, approximate up to 2,000, give or take. Really, my direct harmed people, the descendants of Rondo and Dred Scott in Minnesota, make up 80,000 approximate people. That's my first concern. You hooping and hollering about globally and everybody. I need to make sure Rondo good.
Before I did anything intercontinental, I did it in my city.
You hollering at me, bro. Stop.
No, I'm not. I'm speaking about what I'm talking about.
I get what you're saying, brother, but hear me out.
And
Do
I
you
wouldn't say
even know,
anything if
watch
I
this,
wasn't
do
connected
you
to it.
have even any idea what happened to Rondo and Dred Scott?
I didn't hear
And
what you
why
just
those
said.
two things are,
You
I
got noise in the
know.
background. I
So
can't hear you.
again, it's the baby telling you to hush. I'm asking you, do you have any idea about Rondo and Dred Scott? Do you?
What?
Rondo, because I literally said I can give you Minnesota down to within 2,000 people.
I know
Give or
nothing
take.
about Minnesota.
I know. And so this is what I'm telling you, while you telling us what we is and what we ain't doing. Many people don't know. They can tell you about Africa, they can tell you about Europe, they can tell you about South America, to Australia, they can tell you about everybody. You know what they can't tell you about? Their grandma's grandma. A lot of
I
you
heard
too
you say that.
hard.
I
Again,
heard
I'm
you
gonna
say
say
that
what the
a few
fuck I
minutes
want.
ago.
I'm gonna say it again and again until y'all get it. Because the reality is, y'all bark at us about what we is and ain't doing here in America
I
as
don't know
real
about you,
Black
but I was
American
alive with
people.
my great grandmother. So I
Again,
know
you
what my
can.
grandma's grandmother. You know what I'm saying?
Again, most of you. Do you know all of them by name? Can we play Grandma's grandma? No, we can't. Because you
No, we
probably
can't.
can't. I'm not gonna argue this. Most of y'all can't sit down and do the level of genealogy that
That's
the
what I'm
people I
saying. Like
named in
you,
this
what you
room
doing? You
can
making
do.
blanket
But you
statements. You making
hollering,
blanket
no,
statements
you did.
that don't add up to
You
nothing.
came
That don't
in
make
here.
sense.
You came in here with those blanket statements.
No,
Sir.
I didn't.
Yes,
I
you did.
said,
Let me tell you,
listen.
you
The
came in
only
here
thing that I
telling
said
us
was
what
what
we
I'm
need
trying to
to
do.
do.
That's
No,
what I
you
said. I said
told
what
us
that
what
ain't
we
a
need
blanket
to
statement.
do.
That's directly a reflection
Well,
of me.
okay, well, go on and finish telling me about yourself then. And I'm going to wait till you try to
I'm saying
blanket
what
again.
I'm doing. The reason why I'm saying that is because if it's anybody in here that's from another country, they can connect with me. That's why. That's the whole purpose of doing it. Because outside of trying to preach and talk about division and where the fuck we came from, ain't nobody helping the situation right now. That's what I'm talking. You're talking about reparations. We've been talking about reparations for fucking years. And ain't not now dime being said. Do you think we're gonna get closer? They just canceled a man because of what he posted on the
That
internet.
shit don't
Do
have
you think
anything to
we're
do
gonna
with
get
us. You got to
closer?
go up against your politicians for
Come
that
on,
shit.
man. But that's
What
what I'm
can people
saying.
online
Ain't
do for
none
you?
of
You
that
have to go up
changing
against the
though, bro.
politicians. You got all this smoke for random
Ain't,
niggas on the app, but not no fucking politician, man. Shut
ain't
the fuck
nobody
up.
listen, bro.
And you
Exactly.
screaming for no reason, trying to
No,
generalize
I'm
and
not.
judge us. You
No,
don't
you
know
ain't
any of
listening to
us.
what I'm
You don't know
saying.
what the fuck we're doing
What?
in our city. I
What?
don't know about where you're
What?
from. You can't even tell me about where the fuck I'm from, so pipe the fuck down. I don't even like yelling, but it's not even that fucking serious. You're finna break my fucking speaker, son. Chill the fuck out.
It is that serious. Fuck you mean? It is that serious.
You fucking
It's
petty,
really
son.
that
Chill
serious.
the fuck
You know
out.
why? You know why it's that serious? Do you know why it's that serious?
Why?
Because outside of these fucking links that I'm seeing on the damn chat, do I see boots on the ground? No, I do not.
Did you
Have you been to
I
any
do
hold on,
not.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Are you Tariq Nasheed just put together a reparation rally and we all met up in Washington D.C. Did you
Yeah,
not
I know
look at
about
the
that.
YouTube video?
I know about that. I
So
seen it.
so all right, and he has another one coming up too, and for June 10th. Do you know about that one?
I've already had that conversation in regards to Juneteenth. I've already had that conversation. What I'm talking about, listen, Martin Luther King had the same idea as the
We
marchers
talking
that
about
asked in
right now
Washington,
shit that the
right?
people in this room
I'm
is
telling you
doing,
right
brother.
now,
Hold on, no, big
historically,
A's,
marching
big
ain't
A's.
did
No,
shit.
don't do that. Don't do
Marching
that to the
ain't did
brother.
shit.
Big A's, big A's.
Be
Calm down, baby.
honest.
Stop.
Be
Big
honest.
A's, stop.
Are we not
Stop.
still being
You be
killed?
honest. Stop.
Come
Listen,
on,
bro.
man.
He sound
Bro,
retarded.
calm
If
down,
this
nigga.
nigga ain't yelling, I don't know what the
Calm
hell
Look,
down,
yelling
nigga.
is.
I'm passionate about what I'm talking
Listen,
about. That's all.
be
I got
You ain't
passionate,
look,
love. I
passionate,
got
bro.
I'm
You
from
you.
the
just
But
dirty,
talking
do
so
me
shit.
a
you
favor.
understand me.
Do me a
We
favor,
talk a little
baby.
louder than other people.
You could be
What I'm telling
You
quiet.
you
I'm
is
gonna
from
that
go out and
marching ain't
share.
never
You
did
don't want
nothing.
me to go. Because
That's a fact.
everybody in the room know when I
Marching,
go, I
marching
shut it
ain't never
down. So
did
I'm gonna need
nothing.
you to chill. Big Ace, I'm
That's
gonna
why
need
we
you to
told you.
chill, brother.
Marching ain't never did
Chill,
shit.
brother. Chill,
Did you
brother.
hear me?
Hey,
Marching
hey,
ain't never did shit.
Bro,
hold
just
on,
let Ty
time
build
out.
because she's actually going to
Calm
educate you
down,
on some shit.
bro. Like, I get it, brother. I get it. We passionate. We all are. And you got your global ways. You got your path, and that's cool. You got your route. But you in a room with people who do this shit, bro. We live this shit. You
What you
hollering
doing for
boots on
kids
the
right now?
ground. Stop, brother. Stop
What
and
you doing for the
listen.
kids right now?
Stop and
What are
listen,
you doing
nigga.
for the kids? Please name what you're doing for the kids because you
I
ain't
got a
doing shit for no
nonprofit called
fucking
God
child in
Grace
my fucking
Outreach
state.
Ministry.
You ain't
It's a
doing
Hey,
shit
I'm
for
gonna
2-year
give
nobody
program
in
for
my
hold
at-risk
area.
on,
So
hold
kids.
what are you
on,
doing for your own
Blue, hold
people?
on, baby, hold on, baby, hold on. So check it out, brother. I don't want to hear niggas like you who always want an organization and a nonprofit. I'm sitting in a place where 47 people just got indicted for stealing $250 million and sending it
That's
to
stupid as hell.
Africa.
That's on them.
I don't give a fuck. It happened. Niggas like you with these
That's
motherfucking
stupid as hell.
schemes and ideas keep coming. You keep coming. You
Ain't
always
nobody trying to
talking
do no
about
scheme.
everybody
Don't,
but
nah,
pause.
bullshit. Ain't
You
nobody
talk
trying to do
about
no scheme.
fixing
Stop playing.
everybody roof but Big Mama. You want to fix everybody porch but Big
No,
Mama.
I'm
You
not
want to fix
fixing
everybody
everybody porch.
walls but
I'm telling
Big
you what
Mama.
I'm
You
doing so
trying to
you can take
repair
the ball and
everybody
run with it.
foundation but Big Mama. Nigga want to put a new fence out, but it ain't Big Mama fence. Nigga out here cutting the grass. You ain't
That
cut Big
nigga
Mama
made my
grass.
phone
Nigga out here
freeze. I had
planting
to leave the
flowers.
room.
You ain't got Big Mama flowers together. Nigga out here planting tomatoes and motherfucking corn. You ain't did that in Big Mama motherfucking garden. Nigga, y'all
Hey, how
everywhere
old are
across
you?
the goddamn globe.
I
But
got
you
I
ain't
got a
doing
personal
shit
question.
in
How
Big
old are
Mama
you?
house.
How
Who?
old are you?
Who?
You.
Nigga, I'm old enough to be somebody goddamn Big Mama.
Big, how old are
So,
you?
so you're like 40, 50 years old?
Big, how old are you?
He 40.
Big, you
How am I
40?
40?
You
How
just
old
said
are
you
you?
was 20 when you went over there in 2003. You'll be
Who
40
the hell I
soon.
didn't? You got the wrong person. Get your mind
Big,
right.
how old are you?
Oh, you're not Big
Um,
Ace? My
nah,
bad.
I'm 37.
No,
Yeah,
And you
exactly,
comparing
40.
yourself to a
person. You don't sound
26-year-old
like.
man? Get the fuck out of here.
And yeah, that's 40. 37
Oh,
is
I,
you
I
knocking
said
them
I'm
40s
37.
though. That's
And I'm
knocking them
26.
40s
You
though,
trying to
nigga.
you worrying about what
Wait,
the
That's
fuck I'm
not
doing, nigga? You had an
knocking
11
yeah.
them
year head start
40s
against me. What have
Hey,
you
look,
done?
though.
if
You
you
had an 11-year
26,
head start. What have you
if
done,
you
bro?
26, you need to come work for
You
me.
had an 11-year start. What
That's a
have you
fact.
done? Nothing but bitch on a
That's a
fucking app
fact.
to us for no fucking reason.
That's a fact. I'm listen.
Yeah, you bitching
For you
exactly.
to
You're
be
bitching
up,
for no fucking reason
you
at your
need to
bigger
work for
fucking
me.
age.
That's all I'm saying. You need to come work for me so I can
Hey,
show you the way.
no, I
So in
got niggas
11
in
years
real
when you
fucking life I
37,
work with. I don't need you.
This he keep making my phone freeze. I don't know where my phone freeze is because he's yelling instead of trying to have a conversation. Right? You said boots on the ground, and you started speaking about reparation, and I told you what we are doing for our people and how we have came together for the reparation rally. Tariq Nasheed have put things together, and everyone have met up and went to Washington D.C. So I don't know. People have made phone calls, went over policies, have actually put in the work. And you say marching does nothing for our people. I disagree with that. When Dr. Martin Luther King started marching, and those people that's the voting right acts and all those things got passed, it was because people was out marching and fighting for their rights.
I don't think it was the margin aspect, but this is my opinion. I
It
think it
plays
was
a part. It plays
I
a
think it was
part.
the riot. I think it was the riots that really when them sent them niggas acting fool. They were like, we got to get these niggas something because hold on. Remember they passed those Indian civil rights acts after the riots. They didn't pass it when niggas was marching. Remember that?
Dr. Martin Luther King wasn't for that though.
Yeah, he might have not been it for it, but shit, after they killed him, them niggas turned the fuck up. And that's what passed them bills. Like, wait, we gotta get these niggas something. Because the niggas acting a fool. Because if that was the case, then they would have passed it while Martin was alive. They passed it when niggas would start blowing shit up, burning motherfucking businesses down. They seen how niggas turned the fuck up. They were like, well, yeah, niggas, here y'all go.
But
And that was funny.
you don't think that correlate to like the marching, like the riots and that it's all the exact same thing.
Man, hold on, man. This nigga's a fucking pretender, man. Like I don't even know how you having the con. This nigga don't even know what the fuck he talking about. You know, first of all, you
Oh,
can't listen to no fucking pretender, and they don't know what the fuck they talking about. He just
Actually,
on some bullshit.
they've
can
been
I ask you something? Can I ask you
This
something,
nigga on
sir?
some bullshit. Hey man, you can't ask me shit, man. Shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. All right, it ain't no
Okay,
damn
so
Indian act. It ain't got Martin Luther King ain't have nothing to do. The civil rights movement ain't had nothing to do with you pretending ass motherfuckers, bro. It ain't have shit to do with you.
all right, that's how you feel? All right, okay.
That's what I know, nigga. It ain't what I feel.
This against about African Americans, I see. Maybe it's
I
because
ain't
y'all
no
black.
African American, but
You
I ain't no
black, right?
pretender, you know.
You black?
Yeah, nigga, don't worry about what I am. Nigga, worry
You
about
black,
what you
right?
are.
You could be a Negro peon, though. That's what you could be.
Wait, who said pretending?
I'm trying to figure out where that came from.
What the term
Name
pretending?
ice.
Nah, I was talking about he was saying that couldn't nobody tell him nothing about nothing. So I'm trying to figure out where that came from.
What was the main point of you bringing up reparation?
The reason why I said that is because we've been trying to get that shit forever. You think we're closer now than what we are, what we were?
Are you even a black American, bro?
You're
That's
absolutely
That
right.
point.
I'm not. Hey,
Are you a
listen,
black
I'm not saying
American?
that it's
Are you a
wrong.
black American?
What I am saying.
Are you a descendant of child of slavery here in this country? Did your people come from the killing fields of the South? Hey, mister, I ain't asked you shit. I'm asking
Yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah.
So why you got a
Absolutely.
Trinidadian flag in your damn in
But
your shit, bro?
because I was born in San Fernando, Trinidad. I came over here when I was 8 years old. But my mom, my mother, and her whole side of the family is from here. So
Okay.
that's
Well,
what
you
that is.
represent Trinidad. You
That's
represent
because my
Trinidad,
father
man.
is
Look,
Trinidadian. So you know
I
what your
look.
father is, right?
You don't
Don't
qualify for
worry about it.
reparation.
How about don't even worry
He,
about it.
he don't he don't qualify for reparation. That's what that is. So if you
No,
don't
it ain't
qualify,
about
if you don't qualify for reparation, you shouldn't be speaking on the reparation claim.
how I
You
don't
shouldn't be
qualify for
so
reparations.
concerned about what Black American people are doing. You should be more concerned about what's going on in Trinidad somewhere.
What? I'm 37 years old. I've been here since I was 8.
I don't give a damn. You
Do
are
you understand that?
Trinidadian. You ain't even one of us. Nigga,
You
worry about
dig?
what's going on that
Listen,
damn island you come
hey,
from, bro.
all you got to do is focus on the vision all you want to. But at the end of the day,
You
you
can
still
call
just
it
another
division.
nigga.
You not one of us, so don't
You
speak
just
on
another
what we
nigga.
doing here in the United States. All
Stop
right, how
trying to
about that?
divide and we already separated.
We ain't
That's what
never
I'm trying
been
to
Y'all,
tell
together.
you.
We ain't never
y'all were
been
never
together to be
unified.
divided.
Stop trying
Get
to
out of here.
divide
There was never any
when
unity.
we are already separated. Again,
Listen, bro, you not
no,
one of
it ain't
us.
no
Quit
listen,
speaking.
bro. All you
All
doing
right,
is
how
saying
about
that.
this? Boom, there we go. You
You
not even one.
sound
See,
delusional. Like
you gotta handle these niggas like, bro. Look, we can't be having conversations with motherfuckers who have nothing to do with us anyway. This nigga a whole Trinidadian talking about, well, we been fighting, nigga. You ain't fought shit. Shut the fuck up. Stay out of our business. How about that?
Can we have a conversation as adults, or do we have to be immature about it? Because I wanted to really have a
no, so
conversation.
yeah, we can have a conversation, right? Um, Normally I don't remove people, I don't kick people down. This is not my space. I didn't create this space, right? The person that made this space, she's no longer in the room. But what the moderators on stage is stating that if you're not a Black American and you don't qualify for reparation, then you shouldn't be speaking on our claim.
So I got a question then. What makes you a black American then? Because if what, one parent, one descendant of a one parent,
One
or gotta
direct
be
descendant, one direct ancestor that was in American slave fields on this continent.
the brother just said his mother was one dog. How you doing? All right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
No, I didn't hear that part.
He said his father was Trinidad, but his mother was from here in America. So again, if his mother is an American, that means he's a descendant of American slavery, or not even say that, not black people in
Hey,
America.
you want to be deported with them?
Bro, you can't deport me. I'm from America,
Hey,
bro.
now I'm talking about right now. You want to get deported to the audience
Like,
with that
bro,
pretending shit? Do you
bro, we
want to
not
get
even talking about
deported?
Indian. We not
Wait,
even
Hey,
who
talking
hey
who
about
man.
compared?
that,
Wait,
bro.
what happened about pretending?
Then his
Wait, what
mom,
does Indians have to do with it?
his mom also came to the United States, and she probably done had some damn birthright citizenship or something, you know. So we have to also speak about the year she came over here, and
That's true.
just because she was born in the United States, do not mean she's a Black American.
Well,
That's a fact.
well, do anybody are familiar with the slavery that happened in America when
We
they
don't
was
care
taking slaves?
about that pretending
Yeah,
ass
yeah, I'm familiar
history
with
you
it, but
about to bring up. They don't
How
have
that's
nothing to do with
pretending?
us. They don't
Listen,
have
right.
bro.
What did Indians
Are
have to
you a
do with this
Caribbean?
conversation?
Listen, is he a Caribbean?
My
You must
nigga,
be
I'm
a
from
Caribbean.
Mississippi, bro. My people's from Mississippi and Alabama, my nigga.
Hey
Yeah,
That's a
man,
not
you
difference,
was
from
bro.
pretending. Don't call me
yeah,
no
Copper
nigga,
from
man.
over here, and I'm from Louisiana. None of us from the island.
Okay, well, why I guess y'all think y'all lumped in together. Y'all just like the Pan African. It's pretend.
No one's
I
saying
ain't
that.
Pan African though. What you talking about? Nothing that I post, nothing that I reference has anything to do with Africa.
I'm not even talking to you. I don't even know what the fuck you talking about, bro. I'm talking.
No, but you got off your mic at the same time that both of us stopped talking, so I don't know who you talking.
So
This shit crazy,
seeing,
bro.
I'm seeing clearly that people that identify as black has an issue when people say, well, I didn't do some genealogy. I don't know if slavery happened like that. I don't know if I'm directly descended from Africa. I could be something else. So people have an issue with that. And I understand that because it take away from y'all money, man. I get it.
No, is it that we have an issue with it or that it's irrelevant to what we're talking about?
What about the Caribbean and black?
No, about the well, we might not have happened like that, and I can't find African ancestry. Like that's irrelevant to what we're talking about because the standard for who we are is coming out of the slave fields of the South in 1865, and it don't matter what happened before
in
then.
1860. Slavery was abolished in 1860.
Slavery was abolished in 1860 where?
In the United States and also
the Emancipation Proclamation.
The
Emancipation. You're incorrect.
You got to make sure that you can still track probate records. If you don't have any slave rolls or probate records, then
no, that is not our standard for reparations. No,
is that in the bill?
That's not our standard for reparations.
I know it's not a standard, but when the bill gets passed,
why y'all coming black?
There is a bill AB 3121. There is a bill in California right now, AB 3121, which sets a precedent, and that is not the standard for that bill. And as I was saying,
the standard is just you have an ancestor that was here in 1865.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Even if they were free. Because there were free
yes,
black people
even if they were free, yes, because they went through yes.
Even if they were never enslaved, because that was also a thing for some people.
I think the basis of it is, I think California bill is like that, but no, the basis of
I'm talking about AB 3121 specifically.
Yeah.
AB 3121 specifically says even if they were not enslaved, if they were there, they show up on the census in 1870, then yes, they are eligible for reparations.
Well, a lot of people don't know this. All the freemen, everybody that was a free people of color couldn't be in the South after 1830. Well, Alabama 1834. So they kicked all the free people of color out. Mississippi,
or enslaved them. They were more likely to be enslaved than kicked out.
They gave them an ultimatum. They gave them an ultimatum. If you was a free,
you was there. You was there when you, or you read it in some pretending.
Trust me, they enslaved more than they kicked out.
You got documents, bro, from that time. You can look at the ordinance. Look at the ordinance, bro. Just type in.
So white people tend to lie when they write history, bro. They enslaved.
Yeah, they didn't have a reason. They didn't have a reason to lie. They thought what they was doing was okay. So that's why
what I'm saying, I'm not saying if it was a lie or not. What I'm saying, the ordinance, the law of the land at that time happened. If they enslaved people, I'm pretty sure they did. But I'm pretty sure some people left too. I'm just saying the law, my nigga. I'm not saying
if they were stealing people if they were stealing niggas from the north that was free and enslaving them, you think they gonna let you walk out the South? Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
So what about if you pay attention to the wait? Also check my PTR right quick. I actually have a in 1850 census roll of a black plantation owner.
Pretenders do. They like to play this.
He was a black plantation owner from Mississippi.
Post the link.
This is National Archive. This is National Archive.
Post the link. They got link.
It's in my PTR. I don't need it. This is census. What are you talking about?
I thought.
This came up on my genealogy.
Screenshots can't be proven.
This came up on my genealogy.
That's what I
thought,
bro. You don't have
screenshots can't be proven for validity.
You want to link my ancestry family tree now?
Hey, no.
Screenshots can't be proven for validity.
Post the link.
Why you can't post a census record recorded.
This is
in the National Archive.
All right, man.
You screenshot it from somewhere. Post where you screenshot it from.
That PTR is blurry. Like I can't.
That's their little game. That's their whole game. Is check my PTR. They can't never provide a link to a source or none of that shit. So I would check my PTR.
I would like to.
You know why they do that? Y'all know why they do that? Y'all know why they do that? Because a lot of the shit that they be saying, like they like to cherry pick. So if they post a link, it'll debunk the shit that they talking about anyway. They do it to themselves all the time. That's why they go to this whole check my PTR shit. Now, nigga, post a link.
Because yeah, there's a PDF or something attached to a screenshot, or else you wouldn't be able to get a screenshot.
Well, what links would y'all like then to appease your ego? What links would y'all like?
The links that you have to
I
provide.
want the link of whoever said that slavery was ended in 1860.
Well, that's
Yeah, I really want that link. Yeah, we want that link. Yeah.
He's in the audience.
The Emancipation Proclamation was signed to go into effect on January 1st, 1863.
That's what I know about 1863. They signed the Emancipation Proclamation, but Galveston, Texas freed their slaves in 1865.
Juneteenth, 1866, Galveston, Texas.
But also, Mississippi still had people that was part of slavery up until 2000. So that's a whole nother story too. So again, slavery, in a sense, what we hear about didn't end in 1865 or 1863. It was all the way up until the 2000s.
Well, by law, it ended 1865, bro.
Well, by law, also, it ended in 1863, though.
I brought him back on stage because we wanted a link. We wanted. Hold on. We want a.
Put it in the chat.
We want some type of source.
There's no link that I can send.
Man.
Then you shouldn't be speaking about it.
Yeah,
you can't get a link to my family tree.
That is hearsay.
Nigga, shut up. You just went on.
If you got an ancestry account, this shit pops up. How the?
Shut up.
Not ancestry.com.
Shut your ass up, man.
So I got a question.
You niggas really can't read, dog. This shit is
hey, don't
no. Listen.
He deported. He got diarrhea at the mouth, man. You know this nigga.
I don't know why people think that we are stupid.
I got a question. Anybody who say that their family are slaves, how do you prove that your family is slaves?
Why do you have to prove it?
This is a legit question because someone just said.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you something, Mister. Let me ask you something. So your family went enslaved, right?
I never said that. So I found.
Okay, I'm just asking. Was your family enslaved? I'm asking. Was your family enslaved?
I found the great grandmother that was enslaved. I found one.
And how did you find her?
I did my genealogy. I traced my.
When you did your genealogy,
yeah.
What did it have? A whole name on it? What did they have? They said such and such Williams or whatever.
No, what I did was I traced in my who was that? Because I'm gonna give you my great grandfather who supposed to have been a slave, but after he got freed, he bought land in Mississippi. His name was Jack Johnson. I post a link to you. I can give you, matter of fact, the family website. They made a family website of him.
So that's the link to the family website, huh?
That's the family website they did genealogy. I did my personal genealogy, and I traced it back to him. But my grandmother, who was strictly supposed to have been a slave, I don't know if she's from Africa or if she was part of the Indian POWs. I don't know. So I'm not going to say either one. I'm just saying that I know she was a slave. So when I traced her back, I traced her name because her daughter gave her name in the census record. And when you look up the name, she's in the census record after slavery. But when you
they're going to prove it the same way you proved it.
But that's what I'm saying. People
disregard he knows she was Indian though. She was Indian.
I never said she was
who
Indian.
Who was Indian?
Okay.
Who
he said he's not sure whether she was Indian or African.
Or African, because I haven't found no African. I even did the DNA test, and I
nigga they won. Okay, what the DNA test results show?
I'm gonna tell you right now. They say that 60 to 7% are supposed to be African, right? I'm okay. This is before I got
cool.
shit. This is before I got shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my wife did the DNA. She did genealogy. She the one who convinced me because I thought, nigga, I was African.
So your wife made you a pretending. Got you. Cool.
Yeah, and where your wife come from?
My wife is from California. Her people's from Louisiana, right? She did genealogy before me. She found no African, but she found all Indians in her bloodline. She got genealogy workers proven because her grandma told her
your wife is a Native American.
No, American Indian, totally different, bro. Don't get
it. Same shit.
No, it's not.
Give a damn about the little word game.
Same
old shit. Same old shit.
I can't have this. I get it, bro. I understand, bro.
Sir, listen. You're yelling in your mic. Like what? So tell us the difference. What is the difference between Native American and a Black Indian or whatever y'all call yourself?
American Indian. Well, American Indian is on the treaties that was signed by the government. American Indian is a race. Native American is not on no treaties. These are the Mongoloid looking people that you see on. These are the white looking motherfucking Indians you see on these reservations. How you call us pretendians, but you let white people with blind eyes?
Well, that's the pretendian was intended for white folks. That's the pretendians. The Indians, the real Indians coined that term for white folks. They call y'all wabos or whatever the fuck they.
Wabos was
it's just a black
Aboriginal
pretendian.
people in Australia.
Yeah. It's just a term for the real Indians. Give y'all. They call y'all wab. Nigga, how you gonna tell me, nigga? I didn't talk to the real. Well, matter of fact, what tribe you from, bro?
What tribe
are you? What tribe are you supposed to be?
Blackfoot. According to my grandma.
Okay, cool. How you Blackfoot? Have you did the history on what a Blackfoot? So your people from Montana, they from up. Ain't no two different Blackfoots, nigga.
It is two different Blackfoots.
No, the fuck it's not, bro. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't know what you talking about.
Oh yeah,
you talking about you Blackfoot. You don't know nothing of what you talking about, bro. So let me ask you a question. So your people from up in that
You're right.
Hey, listen, hold on. So your
Blackfoot side. Talking about, bro. You're
exactly. Right. Just a dumb motherfucker.
Right. Yep. Yeah, absolutely, buddy. Sure thing.
They all behave like this. Like they all come into the room, they start yelling and screaming. The second that you ask for proof, they start being quiet. They put up PTR pictures and it be blurry, and they want us to put on glasses and read.
On them. Hold on, let me pull a tactic on them. Let me show you that. I actually got a map. Hold on.
Please show me your slave records of your peoples coming from Africa. I want to see this too. Because matter of fact, you go to slavevoyages.com. You could pinpoint the ships of the Africans that came here. I want to see these damn slave ships y'all come from. That y'all supposed to come from Africa. That's what I want to see. Show me the slave ships that y'all people come from. Wait, no, what y'all descendants of Africans or descendants of slaves? Which one is it?
If you want to see some slave, go 40 deep down in the ocean somewhere, and you'll find it.
You know what? You're right. The picture.
So I just posted a link. I just posted a link in the chat to the Library of Congress. So I don't have to play this little PTR game and shit. I want y'all to click on that link and look at that map and tell me where the Blackfoots were. Tell me where the Blackfoots were.
Now, can we get back to the question of slavery?
This old ass nigga. Oh shit.
Yep, this old ass nigga. Can we get back to the question of slavery?
You know him, Big A?
Yeah, he another pretending pseudo ass type motherfucker.
How am I pseudo? I haven't even said anything.
Waldo, I know. I ain't even look at the phone and knew who your old ass was.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. At least my voice is recognizable to you.
Nah, I just know a retard. You can't never forget a retard, bro.
Let's deal with these slave trades because there was 3 slave trades, my brother.
All right, read this. Okay, read this book called Barracoon. All right, that was the guy, Cujo Lewis. You know about Cujo Lewis?
There were 3 slave trades.
Do you know about Cujo? Waldo, we not gonna play the stupid ass game with you, okay? Do you know about Cujo Lewis?
Boy, these people be so damn disrespectful.
Exactly. See, you see, bro?
Boy.
Yeah, just like you disrespectful to your ancestors, nigga. Shut up.
No, I'm not, bro. Because
you disrespectful.
I'm never gonna play
Waldo, shut up, nigga. Answer my question, bro. You asked about slavery, and the dude asked where the slave ships at. Like we got them built up. I guess they, in the lake right now. People are using them as yachts or something. I don't know, maybe. But do you know the story of Cujo Lewis?
I know the story of the Indian slave trade.
Okay, you don't know the shit. All right. Cool.
I know the story of the...
Okay. You just said you don't know shit.
I know the story of the coolie slave trade. I didn't say I didn't know. I just didn't answer that question because that's a mute point. Because you still haven't decided which slavery you talking about. There was 3 of them.
See, this is why you should not get on the out.
Oh, this is why we have to understand history.
You know, this nigga, first of all, what tribe you say you belong to, or tribes? I think you said you belong to like the Choctaw Chickasaw. What you say?
There was 3 slave trades.
What tribe did you say you belong to, Waldo? Where is
there
Waldo?
were 3 slave trades. The Indian slave trade, the coolie slave trade, and then the smaller African slave trade. And that's just the facts. Now,
Waldo, what tribe you belong to?
What difference do that make? We talking
about
hold on.
Why do you
we're talking about the slave trade. Quit trying to change the subject. Every time you don't like the subject, you want to change it. But let's stick with the slave trade subject for
We don't want to hear you go down this long monologue.
Oh, now you don't want to.
Because he don't know what he talking about. You know,
okay. Were there not a coolie slave trade?
Bro, we not even talking. Your boy brought up the slave trade. He asked where the slave ships at, and I asked him, did he hear about the story of Cujo Lewis? You don't want to answer that. You don't want to. Do you want to talk about Cujo Lewis?
I asked you if you knew about the slave trade.
Yeah. I know about the slave trade, but I'm asking you since he brought up the question, where are the ships? And I asked him about
what
Cujo
slave
Lewis.
Trade?
Do you know about Cujo Lewis?
Do you know about the coolie slave trade?
All right, Waldo. We see you don't know nothing, man. Get your little drunk ass off the stage, man. See this.
I don't see how. Big A. Look, I don't even see how you deal with these people. Like they all over the place. You ask them a question, they're gonna give you an answer with a question.
So Ice, you a freedman?
Don't worry about what I am pretending. Read my bio. It actually tells you what I am.
I think you Uncle Ruckus, my nigga. I think you.
Hey, you can think you can. No, nigga, you Uncle Ruckus, nigga. You disrespecting your ancestors. You disrespecting your ancestors, nigga.
I know my ancestors.
You don't do no genealogy. You ain't doing proper genealogy. You ain't doing proper genealogy, nigga. You just going in and finding somebody else.
You got me
now.
Shut up, nigga. You got me now. You know me.
You just going in there, nigga, finding somebody else's shit, nigga. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out.
Well, what's your third great grandma?
I'm about to be back on these pretendians' ass, man. You know, I'm like the pretendian slayer. That's why they all block me, because they know, nigga, I come through with it. I come through with shit they can't refute. You know what I'm saying? Hey, your girl down there with the mustache, she blocked me. What's the other one? The other one that smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, she blocked me. Because you already know, man, I come in there kicking ass. They can't handle that shit. You know what I'm saying? They can't handle that shit.
You come in with emotions, I see. I never deal with you.
Nah, I don't come with emotions. Sometimes I'm just getting tired of you dumbass niggas with this bullshit. brainwashing our people with this dumb shit. Nigga, you ain't no goddamn Indian, nigga. Shut up, nigga.
There you go.
You want to be an Indian, nigga? Go be an Indian. Go to a reservation and see how that shit work out for you.
You do know all Indians they on reservations.
Nigga, you said, right? Hold on. Didn't you say you was Choctaw? You say you was Choctaw? Hey, that ain't what I asked you, bro.
Do you know that all Indians
are you Choctaw?
Do you know that all Indians
Watch this, Ink. Are you Choctaw?
Is you African?
Are you Choctaw? I'm asking you.
I hate when they do
that. I never claimed to be African. Are you Choctaw, right? He did say he was Choctaw, right?
Well, from my research and from my family is located there.
Okay, cool. So
from my
have you been to the Choctaw Nation?
First of all, from my research and with my family.
Have you been to the Choctaw? Man, these are just simple fucking. Come on, man.
No, bro.
Simple questions, bro.
To be honest, I never been to the Choctaw Nation. Why?
Do you even know where it's headquartered?
What Choctaw Nation though, bro? There's different Choctaw
I'm asking.
Nation.
Do you know what the Choctaw Nation?
Though.
Where is the Choctaw Nation at? Where the Choctaw Nation at? No, sir.
There's one in Mississippi.
Sir, where is the Choctaw Nation?
We ain't forget nowhere.
Yeah, because you can't answer that question, nigga. You over claiming some shit you don't even know about. You claiming shit. Right. You claiming shit you don't even know about, nigga. Damn, that's sad. That's sad.
Tell me.
That's sad. Where is the Choctaw? Where is the Choctaw? Any pretendian want to tell me where they nation is located at? Any of you five civilized tribe wannabes, can y'all tell us where y'all nation is located at? What city? What city is located? Because he obviously don't know. He want to just argue. See, you know when you start asking questions like that, they can't answer the shit. You start asking them some real questions, boy, they can't answer.
I want to give you
a specific. Man, nigga, all this time you could have Googled the shit. Look, man, all this time, with all this time, you could have Googled the shit, bro.
Tell me a specific Choctaw.
Man, come on, man.
There's one in Oklahoma.
Where in Oklahoma? Where is the Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma? Where is it at?
Oklahoma.
That's the Choctaw.
So,
where is the Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma? You should know this, Mr. Choctaw. Exactly.
Why should I know that nation? Because there's one in Mississippi. Why you asking about the one in Mississippi?
Where the Choctaw Nation in Mississippi?
There's one in Alabama. Why you asking about the Alabama one?
Okay. Where is the Choctaw? I want you to put in Choctaw. Hold on, wait. Put in Choctaw Nation. Go to Google. Hold on. Go to Google Maps and put in Choctaw Nation.
I don't have to put in Choctaw Nation.
Exactly, man. Shut your ass up, man. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, man. You just pseudo ass nigga like the rest of y'all, man. You don't know what the hell you talking about, bro.
First of all,
man, y'all better quit following these dumb ass niggas, man. These bum ass niggas, they man, look. Yeah, keep disrespecting your ancestors, man. It'll come around.
Okay, yeah, you disrespect your ancestors. I do my genealogy. You keep doing your shit, my nigga. Keep thinking that you from Africa.
Hey, nigga, I never claimed to be from Africa. Fuck you
then
how
you got here, my man? What you just came
I never claimed to be from Africa. I ain't African, nigga. Who the fuck you talking about?
Where your ancestors from? Well, then, if you're not,
my ancestors were created on this land through admixture and all that. So yeah, I'm not African, nigga. What you talking about?
Okay, what's your mother's line from then? Where that's from?
Don't even answer his.
You sound
listen,
hell, you know how long our people been there, you fucking idiot?
What's your fourth great grandmother then? Where they from?
What's going on, Journey?
How's everybody doing today?
We dealing with these.
We dealing with the pseudo ass pretending motherfuckers.
Hey, so look, and I'm some real shit though. And this is some real shit. Can we have a conversation? So for people who want to talk about the whole Indian situation, for somebody who can actually prove that one of their relatives was born on a fucking Native American plantation, I don't see why y'all don't understand that it was not a relationship of peace and happiness. The motherfuckers, I would say at least 90% of them, were slave holders and slave catchers. What do y'all not understand about that shit?
Why don't you understand that the slaves that they was getting was other Indians as well. Why don't you understand?
No, it
other
wasn't,
Indians,
nigga. Shut up. No, it wasn't. You stupid motherfucker. Shut up, nigga.
Oh my
Just
God.
a dumb motherfucker, man. God
How
damn,
you, how
bro.
you tell me I'm dumb, but you haven't read about the Indian
Look.
trade? You haven't read what the
Maybe
Indians was
maybe you reading the wrong shit, nigga. You must be
Can
reading the
I
wrong
ask you
shit.
respectively?
We do know that they did. The Indians did enslave each other at one point, but it wasn't them motherfuckers. Okay.
Hey, can I ask you where you from? Where you from, Copper? Where you from, Copper?
I'm from America.
I mean, like, what state, my brother?
I was born and raised in
He from
Chicago.
Mississippi.
Hold on.
He said he from Mississippi.
No, I'm born and raised in Chicago. My people from Alabama, Mississippi.
Okay, so you have to understand, right? So you have to understand, right? Through the course of history, right? America was colonized by the Spaniards at least 150 years prior to the British coming over, right? So when we talk about the things that goes on into, America, you got to remember the majority of Black Americans, specific. I don't give a fuck if you're Indian, indigenous, whatever. The majority of us descends from people that are from Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Not saying everybody, but based off of how shit happens, that's where most of our lineage goes, right? And even if you let's go with that line, right? The majority of those fucking, Native Americans, Indians, or whatnot, right? They were motherfucking wiped out because of diseases, right? And even the ones that weren't, right? The ones that weren't, that had some type of dealings, only reason why they wasn't dead like the ones on the Eastern Shore, right, was because they already had prior dealings with the Spaniards and the French, so they was able to build up an immunity to the disease that Europeans had, right? So therefore, they was able to then survive, then go get in contact with the motherfucking, the British and all that shit, then partake in the transatlantic slave trade, whether it be motherfucking holding slaves, being slave catchers, being bounty catchers, all that shit. Like, I don't know why y'all try to romanticize this fucking story, right? But when we ask you to bring you tangibles, right? Not no motherfucking book. I need you to contact these motherfucking tribes. Contact people that are actually members, not people who done got membership, but people that are in the fucking position to determine who gets membership. And then bring them to our conversations so we can get clarification.
The ones who was denying people membership based on skin tone. I got you, man. I understand. I know what you're talking about, bro. I see what you're saying. So the people who was considered $5 Indians, who got in positions of power to say, well, your nigga ass too black. You can't be an Indian. Your head too cunt. You too much of a nigga. So you got to be an African. I know. I got you. I understand wholeheartedly what you're saying, bro. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, when we have these conversations, it's very, very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. One, the title say Africa, the tab say Africa, African American. You don't identify as either, so why do you feel the need to insert yourself in our space? Because at the end of the day, really, we can just kick you the fuck out and be done with it. But we need to show people y'all mind state that no matter what we do, y'all try to insert yourselves in spaces where y'all are not needed and y'all are not causing any change for the better. What is us identifying as indigenous Americans going to change? We're already American. We can't be deported.
Someone else, and I just got on the stage, and we was having a conversation about that. But your guy Ice want to be disrespectful because I'm talking about genealogy. He said pretendians. I'm like, okay, I ain't called a nigga.
But that's what you're not missing, right? It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to insert your ideology amongst people where you already know we don't subscribe to it. So then that shows that you don't give a fuck what we think. You don't respect our mental autonomy, and you're trying to impose your beliefs on us. That is disrespectful.
You niggas identify as anywhere. I don't care. I was having a conversation. I really don't give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck, you can leave. Anybody else want to come up and talk? None of that pretending shit. That's one thing we're not going to do, because there is a circle. They just talk in circles. There's nothing to gain from the shit. These motherfuckers want to talk about they so Native American, but none of them can speak the fucking language, right? None of them can speak the fucking language.
Yep, that's a fact. That is a fucking fact.
Only
this old drunk ass
5%
nigga.
of
Here
the
he go.
Cherokee
Hey, what
Nation
tribes you
can
say you from
actually
again,
speak their
Waldo?
language.
Waldo,
What?
tell him what tribe you said you was from.
I'm from
Tell him. We know, nigga. I know you said you from Oklahoma, but what tribe you from? What tribe you from, Waldo? Tell him. Tell him what tribe you from. Quit being there. Don't make it a big secret. I see Waldo don't want to tell y'all what tribe you from because
And you know the funny thing is, right?
Vaughn was
She
walking
was
up and down his
born.
ass.
and Seminole. I'm not scared to tell you what tribe I'm from.
You said Creek and Seminole.
My
Creek and
citizenship
Seminole.
has been certified, so
Hey,
I'm
you said hold
not
on,
worried about
wait,
the time.
Waldo, man, come on, man, put the bottle down for a second, man. You gotta listen sometime, bro. Damn, you just like to talk. You said Creek and Seminole, right? That what you said, Waldo?
Yes, sir.
And you citizens of both nations, huh, Waldo?
Nope, only citizens of the Seminole Nation. You can't be citizens of two tribes.
Yeah, that's a fact. So yeah, at least you right on. Well, Seminole, I can see a black person being Seminole. That's just a made up tribe. That ain't even real Indian. It's real Indians, but they came together and formed runaway slaves. You already know that.
Yeah, but most of my tribe is that. Most of my people are free.
You ain't. So you was actually you said most of your people were free.
Creeks.
Yeah, yeah, you said Creek.
Yes, Muskogee
So
Creek.
you ain't even black, nigga. You ain't even black.
No, because Seminoles is also in my bloodline.
You ain't even.
I'm an enrolled member of the Seminole Nation.
But
I'm an
you ain't black.
enrolled member of the Seminole Nation. That's all it is to it.
Okay, Waldo. If most of your people were Creek, why you sign up with the Seminole Nation?
Because I had a grandmother that was Seminole.
So you chose the Seminoles because you know the Seminoles is black
No,
Indian
I
people.
chose the Seminoles.
That's why you chose them.
No,
I chose. You weren't finna take your black ass up to the Creek
the
Nation
Seminole
and tell them, hey,
Nation
nigga, I'm Creek.
because my grandmother chose the Seminole Nation. I'm just following on my grandmother's footsteps. But my grandmother chose the Seminole Nation because her mother chose the Seminole Nation, and her mother before that chose the Seminole Nation.
That means they were Seminole.
My Creek Nation side comes from my grandfather's side, because Creeks and Seminoles was intermarrying.
What state you from? What region?
I'm in Oklahoma right now. We've been in Oklahoma.
So why the fuck is so? That's what I'm saying. I'm not yelling at you, brother.
We've been in Oklahoma since 1828.
What part
I
of
had a grandmother. I had a grandmother that was born on the way from Alabama to Oklahoma in 1834.
Yeah, they were bringing their slaves with them too. You know that, right?
She was not a slave. Her father
how you know that?
Her father is a freedman, and it shows on his enrollment card as a freedman.
Why don't you PTR that for?
Now let me ask you a question, Watho. I don't know your whole name, Watho. Yeah, Watho, right?
Watho Wallace
So that's what's up. That sounds like the you fucking should be related to Mr. fucking George Jefferson. But what I'm saying is
Watho is a Seminole name. That's the name my father had. And that's the name.
But what I want to ask you, right? Like walk us down with it, right? Because I'm gonna be open ears and open arms, and I'm gonna be completely open to anything you say as long as you can, take this journey with me, right?
What do you want me to walk down to you?
So can you how can you help other Black Americans find if they have indigenous ancestors? Like, do you have how can you help us who are supposedly lost? Like, what can we do to find out true history?
Okay, I can make this pretty good. I don't really deal with much outside of the Indian territories in Oklahoma. But if your people happen to be connected to these 5 tribes in Oklahoma or the other 34 tribes that are in Oklahoma, then to find your records is really simple. You go to the National Archives in Fort Worth and you ask them.
So let me ask you something, Waldo. So you live in Seminole? You live in Seminole? Do you live in Seminole? Where you live at?
I live right outside of Shawnee right now. I was raised in Creek Nation, and I worked in the Seminole.
So you live in the Seminole Nation, right? That's what I'm asking you, Waldo. Do you live in the Seminole Nation? Do you live in the Seminole Nation?
I do not live in the Seminole Nation now.
Why not? You enrolled member?
Because I came into Oklahoma City when my old lady got pregnant, and then when we moved back home, we didn't move back into the Seminole Nation. We moved back into the Creek Nation.
So you live in Muskogee?
No, I don't live in Muskogee. No,
you live in Boley. Where you live at? Boley.
I was raised right down the street from Boley and Clearview. I'm in an unincorporated part of Oklahoma right now, on the other side of the Kickapoo Nation. I've lived my entire life.
But let me ask you a question, Waldo. So, how do you definitively
poor ass Seminole Nation to go get with? Because that's
Yeah, how do you definitively determine if they was enslaved or not? Because it's like, right, so we have slave records, right? How do you, as an American, indigenous, Aboriginal, Native American, I'm not finished my question.
Yeah, why you always in black conversations? That's the real
What
question.
I'm saying is, what is the definitive way to determine you wasn't enslaved? Because how do you know that you wasn't enslaved? What is the definitive determination to know that you was not an enslaved member of the tribe?
Because my family was not listed as slaves, they were listed as free people. It's on the enrollment card.
Listen, that's what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you, sir.
Okay.
I'm asking you a very specific question. How do you
if he
know?
was Seminole,
let me help you out.
So the thing about
all
the
you gotta do
is the Seminoles is just a made up tribe. You know what I'm saying? It's just Native Americans and runaway slaves formed the tribe to fight off white folks. You know what I'm saying?
And we're not denying that it didn't exist, but we need to stop the
so
projection.
he could very well be a Seminole. I can get with that, but that's not a real. That don't make you indigenous as like you a Native American, bro. They just linked up together, because they had a common enemy. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a Native American.
They married, they fucked and had kids, and the rest is history. But
so that,
the odd thing, right? Black Americans, though. But this is the thing.
Hear what he said.
How would that make me less?
Most of my family was Creek, but he didn't go join. You know why? You see why he didn't go join that Creek Nation, though?
Told was true. Why would that make me any less of an Indian if we had admixture in the tribe?
I asked a question, you didn't answer the question. That's what I'm sort of kind of stuck on. I understand what you said. Listen, pause. Listen. You answered the question, but it was a little bit off. So, how do you determine, right? Because irrespective, you said that she was on the list or whatever, right? But that list does not determine how her bloodline got onto the tribal list or whatever, the membership, right? So what was the inception of the relationship between your peoples and the tribe? How did it begin?
It began like it begins everywhere else. The thing is, the records are not lost. The records are
bro, you didn't literally answer the question. So how do it begin? Listen, how does it begin? Listen, I asked you a simple question, right? And you said it begins how it mostly begins. So I'm asking you, how does the relationship begin? Because I can tell you how my relationship began. It began with slavery. And then when she was old enough, or somehow she got her freedom, she decided to move to the South to find other people that shared her likeness to build a bond with, and what she did, right? That's how my grandfather was born. So my grandmother was born. That's how my mother ended up being born, because she removed herself from the people who partnered with white people to oppress her.
So my people never moved. We didn't come from somewhere. We were already in Alabama before we got caught up in Indian removal.
How you gonna be a Seminole in Alabama, fool?
Dude, don't you know the difference between East and West Florida? Because at that time period, that's what it was East and West Florida.
But who gave it the name Florida?
And on top of that, below the 31st parallel, there was no slavery in East and West Florida by edict of the King of Spain, because that was all Spanish territory.
Why do you think that the Seminole was formed in Florida then? Why do you think that?
The Seminoles.
That's why they were formed in Florida, bro, because they was under Spanish protection from the fucking other white people. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
They was in Florida because, and in a way you are right, because as the colonists were driving Indians off the East Coast and off the Southeast Coast, they was driving them down into Florida because Spain told them, just like Spain told John Horse in 1843, if you come down here, accept the Catholic religion, and take these guns, keep these peckwoods off these borders, you cool.
Don't
And
like
that's
the vagueness in all your answers, bro. It's like
That's not a
you can
vague
never get
answer.
direct answers.
That's history right there, baby. That's straight history. As the
That's
tribes
old
got
history.
pushed out and got pushed south, because you remember we was being colonized on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm not
And
a my
they
Native
was
American
driving
lineage isn't
Indians
from the
off their
southeast.
places on the East Coast.
Yeah,
So
my
those
Native American
Indians,
lineage
those
from over here.
displaced Indians would be going what?
So why you got the Nigerian flag on? So your people, you know directly your people come from Nigeria?
Nah, actually, the majority of my African lineage is Fula, specifically from the Mali, Burkina Faso region. So I would just put a Nigerian flag because, that's how I identify. We all identify as things we aren't. You feel me?
Oh, okay. So you took the DNA test and they told you that.
It's called actually, being a part of a lineage that actually strictly and tightly held down their old traditions, right? So I do know for a fact that any African lineage I have is specifically of Fulani origin.
So your grandmother told you that?
It don't matter who told me, I know.
How do you know if no one
See, what do you mean? What do you mean? Because I have a family. What do you mean I have family? What do you mean I have family history? What do you mean I have family?
Okay. So one of your elders who have a connection to Africa told you that through the slavery we came from Africa, right?
Yep, specifically where we came from in Africa and who our peoples was.
See, my grandma told me on my mama's side they was Indians, bro. So I get that. I never said that slavery never happened through Africans. I'm not going to disagree with that because Africans who was in Africa that came over here got naturalized in 1870. It's a Naturalization Act. So yeah. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that you are African, bro. There's no beef with that.
But I'm not African though.
If your grandmother said they come from Africa, bro, you are what your mother is.
No, my grand. Yeah, who the fuck says that? You don't determine what the fuck we is. You just because she told me our African origins was Fulani, that don't make me a fucking African. Then you not just hear me say my other grandmother on my mother's side was literally born on a native. Like, you don't know how many grandparents you got. Your mother has 2 parents together. They got 4. Your father got 2 parents. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh, so
you might have multiple grandparents, right? You have multiple grandparents, right? But it's the thing, right? So no, but you're right. I have multiple grandparents, right? On my mother's side, that's where the Native American ancestry come from, whatever the fuck you want to call it. On my father's side, that's where I know for a fact the Fula come from, right? But why is it that y'all is making it seem as though y'all complete bloodline comes from that? You have multiple grandparents, and I'm pretty sure not all of them came from the tribes. It has what do you mean? It's like y'all picking and choosing what part of y'all lineage y'all want to identify with, which is weird, right? Even though we can acknowledge that us being Black Americans, now we must acknowledge, right, being Black American, that means that we are an amalgamated group of people of different ethnicities and cultures, right? So why do you want to just choose one?
Why you just want to choose one?
Now, I'm Black American.
When you know yourself that you got overcut in you. Wait a minute, because you just said you had some Indian in you.
Yeah, but I never said I was an Indian. I never said I was one though.
Not choose another. Why you hate?
You're not listening, bro. You're not listening, right? I never said nobody can ever say that. No, I've never said that I was a Native American, Indian, or Aboriginal.
I know.
Right?
Why you disregarding?
But I cannot acknowledge. No, listen, I'm not disregarding, right? But I can recognize that each part of my DNA structure, right, makes me what I am now as a whole. So I cannot just identify with one. I understand those different elements make me to what I am today, which is a Black American.
So what do you identify with now?
I'm a Black American, my guy.
Now, what's a Black American?
The same thing your dumb ass is. What do you mean?
No,
that's a dumb question.
I'm not black. No, I'm sorry, because see, I have to know that black is just a color, and people don't come in crayon colors. So I'm trying to figure out what made you black.
Well, why do you have the Nigerian flag in it?
Black is an ethnic identifier, bro.
No, black is not an ethnic identifier. Black is a color. The inside of my car is black.
That's remedial, big dog.
No, that's not remedial. That's the truth. Shit, I can see this car is black on the inside. Duh. And I noticed that when I put my hand on my steering wheel, it don't match that same black. So my question is, what is a black people? I know what a black car is. Now, what's black people?
You have different shades of black. That's why.
No, you got different shades of brown.
Let me go. I'm honestly, I'm on some real shit though. This Native American talk really be pissing me off, y'all. I need to collect my thoughts because these niggas are fucking mental.
Well, I know.
I don't know why y'all was
I
going
want to
back.
ask you a
Part
question.
of your
Listen,
family.
I
You
wouldn't
hate
even go back
you
and
hate
forth
on
with these
me, but
people.
you also hating on part of your genetics.
I know, right? I'm just a hateful person, right? I'm hateful because
Why you only want to respect one part of your genealogy?
Well,
That's
Black
crazy. That's
America,
crazy as hell. That's like saying, why
you have
don't you
European
respect the
genetics, and
Irish in your
are
family?
we supposed to
Why don't you
respect that too?
respect
We're
the
gonna still be
Scottish in your
European.
family?
Yeah,
That's
if it's
crazy.
in your
Yeah,
bloodline.
you do.
Why
Yeah,
don't you
you gotta
respect
respect
the
that too.
Russian in your family? Like, what are we talking about, bro? This is
Well, we
crazy.
do respect the.
Exactly.
I got Highlander. I got Highlander in my family, and I respect that. I'm not ashamed of the European any of my shit, or even if I find black, I'm not
Why are
ashamed
you
of that.
ashamed of what made you you?
Can I ask a
Why you
question?
hate yourself? Why you hate
But
yourself
can I?
so
How
bad
about this?
that
How
you
about
can't
this? I
admit?
can answer your
Why you
question. I
hate
can answer your
yourself
question,
so
right?
bad that you can't
How can I
admit
answer?
what
Let me
Hold on,
answer
we
your
got.
question,
Hold on,
right?
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Can
on.
you hear
Hold on,
me?
Journey, because I'm tired of
That's
talking to
crazy.
him. What is your
That's
question,
crazy.
Ashley?
Yeah, I wanted to ask. I was just in a room and they told me Black Americans are Israelites.
Yeah,
So
nah, that's bullshit too.
Hey, don't pay
no.
attention to them motherfuckers.
Okay, so now you're Native American. I'm confused.
No, he's Native
No,
American.
these Native Americans, these people.
We are not Native Americans. That's a totally
we are
different thing,
American
bro.
Indians.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
nah, we not that either. That's just
Native American. The term Native
Now,
American and
hey
the term
Ashley,
African American
So
no
Ashley,
longer
if you want to be
remain
technical,
valid.
right? If you want to be
Right.
technical, right? Because since our specific grouping of people, right, was formed in the United States of America, technically, right, we're the only indigenous group of people that has been created within the confines of the United States American structure, right? But we're not the original peoples of these lands. You see what I'm saying? Maybe the country, but not the lands. You see what I'm saying?
So that's what you guys mean when you say you're the people. As in you've been in the America since its conception in the United States, basically.
Since before.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
you gotta speak for yourself, brother.
How'd you get here?
A lot of people. How you doing?
But you did get here through chattel slavery. You did have the transatlantic slavery, right?
You got extra stuff too as well.
Pardon?
You had the coolie slave trade, and you had the slave trade of the American Indians also.
Yeah, you'll get
So
confused.
are you guys not from Africa? Like, I'm getting confused. Are you African?
There's actual, hey Ashley, there's actual
We have
photos of
African
fucking
descent.
Pocahontas, right?
Right.
And Pocahontas don't look like none of us. There are actual photos of Pocahontas.
How you gonna
Go
have
look
a
at
photo
it.
when they didn't
Go
even
look
have
at that shit.
How you gonna have a
Okay.
photo when they didn't have
When
cameras?
do you know when the first camera was created? Well, it might have been a camera. It might have been a portrait, but
1848 was the
it was
first
a very
commercially available
specific.
camera.
Okay, well, it might have been a portrait.
Can Walter stop talking over you? I can't hear you. Walter, can you mute, please? Is that how you spell it? Walter? How do you pronounce? Yeah, Johnny, go on. I didn't hear you.
Definitely tripping when I said it was photos of motherfucking Pocahontas. I ain't gonna. I'm tripping about that. But the reality is, right? So he had asked me, why do I not accept my indigenous or Native American culture, right? Technically, for me, it would be Native American because it was a Native American tribe that enslaved one of my ancestors, right? But the thing is right, it's not about being ashamed. I recognize the history of my lineage. Why would I be proud of a people who enslaved my lineage? Just as though I can say I'm 25, 30% white. Why would I go around saying that I'm fucking white?
Oh, I see. Are you saying that some Black Americans have a admixture that they mix with the Native Americans then?
A lot
of us are. Go, my bad, Jordan. You can go ahead.
There's just like Adrian on the woman that was on the real. I think her name is Adrian. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she did her genealogy, and it came back that she had 8% African American in her. Do that mean she's a black person?
That's not genealogy. That's DNA testing. You got to know the difference.
Hey, listen. So some people gonna say they Indians because they want to be Indians. Other people ain't on that wave because we not finna identify with people that enslaved an ancestor. Like, that shit is stupid.
Well, what about people who identify as Indians who got connected to Indians who never enslaved Africans? Because there are people who connected to Pamunkey and the Minoan.
Nice. That's nice. That's good. But everybody not on that. So you guys can be on that. It's people that ain't on that. So,
but there's a lot of people who connect to them Indians though. So you saying those people?
You're not even from this area though. You're not even from this area to speak on that. I'm literally from this region, and majority of these tribes don't even share the fucking likeness of us. Like the lumpy people, they look like fucking Mexicans. I'm not saying that they real or not, but them motherfuckers are like Mexicans, right? The paw monkeys. The only person that was black that I ever heard say was fucking Pamunky was fucking Chris Brown, and he probably is a fucking plantation baby. No disrespect, but he was just probably got a little bit of white admixture in there. But
never owned those slaves though. How can you be?
I never said that the Pamunky enslaved him. I've never said that though. I've never said that the Pamunky enslaved him. I said I didn't even say that. You just infirmed. Look, man. I'm cutting these onions. Let me cut these onions, man.
Now I got a question for people who identify as black. So if you say you are Black Americans, right? If you do a job or for a business and you check black, what do blacks say you come from?
What do you check on a job application?
I got LLC, so I haven't worked in like 2 or 3 years, so I don't check. But
what do you fill out on governmental forms? What do you put on government forms when you file your taxes?
Or even when you
when I
were
took the census
working?
record, when I put the census, I said I was Indian. That's what I put on my shit.
Yo, wow, man. Yo,
Do you have a tribal card?
You ever heard of urban Indians? You don't need.
Do you have a tribal card? Do you have a tribal card?
Have you heard of urban Indians?
I'm not because I'm not familiar with your alleged culture. So enlighten me.
Urban Indian. If you never heard of urban Indian in this conversation, then you look up urban Indian.
All right, then get the fuck out. What the fuck you talking about?
No, that's not even fair because when Big A asked him a question, he wasn't able to answer the question, and the conversation continued.
I ain't gonna say this isn't the conversation for us, but he's walking into our conversation.
This shit is wild, bro.
Then they going crazy in the chat. They stupid. They don't even want to come on stage. All they doing is just typing.
One of my worst moments. I gotta gather my thoughts because it listen to me. It really hurts my soul. Listen to me when I hear these people talk about that shit because the story majority of the time is them motherfuckers were slaves, and I just don't rep like man. I don't get that shit.
Bro, it's like folks to be like, I'm Blackfoot Indian, knowing Blackfoot never left Montana and North Dakota. Like niggas be from damn Gulfport, Mississippi, talking about they Blackfoot Indian. That shit's wild, man.
So, do modern day Native Americans mix with blacks too, or they're very homogenous?
It depends on what region you go to. Like I would say currently, in my opinion, from what I've seen, the people that were Black Americans that would have the highest, mixing going on with any type of Native American groups would be in the Midwest. Like if you go to Minnesota and like Wisconsin, there's a large population of Black Americans and Native Americans that do commingle with each other. Like prime example, the Cambodian population isn't very large in America, but in California where it is, the Cambodians specifically, outside of the Samoans and Tongans, are the ones that would most likely reproduce with Black Americans.
Is it mostly the women, right?
No, I couldn't say that specifically. I couldn't speak on that dynamic, but you can see it. There's a lot of Blasians in California.
Yeah, I did hear there's a lot of Filipino and Black mixes in California.
Peace to the room. I just like to add my 2 cents, and I'm gonna hop right back off stage. I just want to say that for those who like to claim American Indian, I would just say go to the Chicago Fair building and go into their archives and look at who Goddess Diane was. On top of that building that was built by Moors, she's on top of it. And she has a arch, and if anybody knows the motto of Chicago, that being the seal, it has a Moor on there with a bonnet, and he's looking at arrivers sail on the ship to the shores of that particular kingdom. Goddess Diane, she has a picture in the Vatican, and basically she's dark skinned. They have on a picture where she's looking west, And if anybody knows about relics, they will know that people look west and they look east in their portraits during those times to basically admonish where they're from. And that would be the Maghreb when you talk about the West. Drake did this on his album cover. So you can look at that and get a mystery test on that. But basically to finish up, Indian means kill Diane. That's basically what it means. The savages coined the term along with the British and the ones who were warned during the French Indian Wars. I believe it was the USS French and the Britons. And tribes sided with each of those particular demonstrations. So I would just say read that history, understand it. Hey, I don't have a problem with anyone, however they want to, identify. That's their issue. I've did my genealogy. My people are from Mississippi. There's people down there that actually speak Muskogee that are like 80 and 90 years old. There was a video actually on YouTube where you can see two young women with their father. And they was basically trying to, this is before like YouTube even blew up. They were trying to get people to see like, people down here speak Muskogee. And their father, he spoke fluent Muskogee, so I mean.
Hey, but bro, that's not the problem, right? The problem is, right, like with these Israelites, right? They're not just accepting themselves for who they are. They're making propaganda, right? Confusing people, or at least attempting to confusing people. You not once came in here and imposed your ideology or ethnic lineage on anybody. You said what you had to say, and you didn't disrespect nobody else's lineage.
Right. I mean, as far as the Israelites, I know Kyrie Irving, he's in the news. One thing I like about Kyrie Irving, he's very wise, and he doesn't side with, he doesn't have a bias or partisan approach. In one of his portraits, he's walking with a, what do you call it? It's basically like a stick, like one of those, I forgot the name of it, but basically,
a walking stick.
You can call it that, but it's a particular name for it that Moors call it. I can't think of it, but basically, when you look at that area, there's a lot of heritage out there. So his natal chart is online. You can look at it. I would just say, as far as the Israelites, they should start going by, the ancient sciences. So no confusion is going on. He knows his natal chart. It's online. You can view it. Actually, his moon sign is Scorpio. So if anybody knows anything about that, moon governs your emotions. So Europeans know this, which is why they don't, try to come at them as hard. But I would just say, like, know the sciences, because the world is ran off science. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Fuckers are pandemic fucking Indians, bro. Listen to me. I literally been on this shit my whole fucking life. Like, cause I know I'm not saying that people don't, but I've been aware of certain things my whole life, right? You wasn't hearing nobody talk like this prior to the fucking pandemic. It was only very few people, right? But yet now everybody's a fucking niggas was in the house too fucking long by themselves watching fucking internet videos. That's what the fuck it is. It's just that simple. It's that simple. So you telling me, so I'm not saying knowledge is bad, right? But notice how so many people is into esoteric studies, is into all this shit, but nobody was into this shit before the pandemic, right? Like, you gotta know what the fuck it is with these people, bro. They lost.
Yeah, I'll defend that. Let me just say this. I've actually been studying, like, going to lectures, like, since I was like 20 in like 2011. So I came up under the Hudi Mahra. He has herbal business where he teaches about, herbal science and like history and like mythology and like all that information like that people should know. Because like if you want to restore peace on the planet, like you got to know how things are governed. So that's one of the things he taught. Then you had Dr. Laia Africa, who I came up under in like 2010. Dr. Mutwaz out in St. Louis, like all them brothers was posting lectures and like they were traveling city to city, going to temples and like just teaching. So like I'm not even new to the information, but I found out about my nationality in like 2014. So that was when like I was like 23. So I just came into it and then I never looked back. And like from there it was just like, help people like learn their genealogy, Because like when you look at the world affairs, like when you look at Pope Benedict, like his coat of arms was like, my PTR, that was his coat of arms. And that was in like 2012. Like people, they put the sciences out here in front of the people, but the people don't grasp it. Like they wouldn't go to that source because they're not Catholics, but they don't know anything about Rome, the Papal Bulls, Dum Diversus, Romanus Pontifex. They don't know anything about that stuff. So it's
and that's
like
what I'm saying. So like, oh my bad, I ain't meant to cut you off. I thought you was done. I'm sorry.
You good.
And then, and the only reason why I know specific things about my lineage is because, some last names are more common for Black Americans than other. And because of the, government last name I have a better ability to track when my namesake came into the United States. So therefore, then I could easily bounce to another specific name that I have. So for some people, it's, easier, than others to find out who they are. So I understand that aspect, so if you're saying that that's who you is, bro, I can't deny it, but I just appreciate and respect the fact that you're not trying to impose that on other people.
Right, because that's the thing. Like, even when you trying to impose something on somebody, like, they'll, like, go along. Like, I did this with my family members, right? I'll tell them certain things because they were interested, they were impressionable, they were young, like my nieces and nephews, like. But the thing is, like, once you reach a certain age, like, you have to determine your own destiny because, like, everybody's not going to go along with the narrative or the rhetoric. Like for instance, my surname is Campbell. Like our coat of arms is never forget. The other motto for Campbell, when you look at the coat of arms or the heraldry coming out of the Western Germanic tribes, when you talk about Scotland, parts of East America like Virginia, you're talking about swarthy people. One of our mottos is like, be careful around them because they are not ours. Like that's why I say like study the history so you can know like what like you mentioned the surnames, like know what your heraldry says. Like so you can track like what went on during that time and how was your particular people affected by what went on, like what were the world affairs. So yeah, like as far as like force feeding people, like I go by the adage like you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make the horse drink the water. It's just that simple.
Is it a cue or can I jump in really quick?
Do your thing, sister.
Well, one, blessings and all to everybody in the room. I actually popped in when I heard Elder Waltho speaking and knowing that he comes with knowledge, whether some persons don't agree with it or disagree with it or can't attach themselves to it, it's fine. What I wanted to come at is if anyone believes that the first person that got to this land, and I mean America from Canada down to Argentina, Brazil, was melanated coming by way of slavery, I need some people to go back and do some true research. And when I say that, no one would deny that Alexander Dumas, the original samurais, or anybody else over there was not white. They were not anomalies and they were not genetic, just happenstances. They were melanated people in Europe, which we consider tawny, swarthy, things like that. But there were also melanated people in the Americas, which seems for some reason people want to put all melanated persons in the Americas back from Africa and coming over from 1492, whenever you want to bring them over on a ship. It sounds quite ludicrous to me. And that just sounds like something that you've gotten out of textbooks, but you have not done true research. I heard the gentleman say that it was too many black folk in the house during the shutdown, and that's why now all people want to be what you call Native American. Native American was not a term that was not brought up until the 60s after the Civil Rights Movement, and that was brought into legislation.
Listen, you playing semantics. We all know in what context we're talking about. So can you just go on with it?
No. I'm coming to you with some academic information. And I'm not coming out of spewing something that I saw on Instagram or YouTube. I'm speaking from academic experience, which is what the arguments seem to not contain. So when I'm speaking academically and with some logic, I've worked in the libraries. I've been in the museums. I've done historical tours. So when you say some people are going through semantics, It's not semantics. It's called academic study. Genealogy is part of academic science.
Well, how about this? How about you just give us all the information we need to do research? Because you're about to go into a whole speech instead of just giving the information so we can review it ourselves. It's just that simple. Give us the information because y'all never seem to give us the resources. And that's what I want. Just give us the resources so we can do research ourselves. She didn't say nothing at first.
I was still speaking. I didn't disrupt anyone.
Can you give us the resources first where you got your knowledge from?
I'm giving you information and context because the arguments that are being spewed, it's quite from a textbook and a hatred aspect to people who are not from Africa. I am not saying that someone cannot be from Africa, but what I'm saying is everyone does not have the lineage. Everyone has to do their own genealogy.
Then why are y'all here in a room with a whole bunch of Black Americans? That's what I need the motherfucker. The title says, why don't African Americans want
I see a bunch of Indians. There's actually a bunch of Indians in the room, to be honest.
No, this room wasn't made for a bunch of Indians. Like I've never been around so many Indians in my life.
I never said I was American Indian. I'm speaking from a logical and academic point of saying you have to do your own genealogy. I never put myself in any landmass yet. I just said that there are swarthy Europeans the same way there are swarthy Africans. That's what I said. What I will say is I was taught to never disrespect someone else's genealogy, meaning your family tree that you come from. That's a disrespect to anyone else's ancestors. So when I saw the title of the room that says, why don't African Americans want to be African? You have to understand African American was not a term until 1986. Before that, you have to understand what people in the
1990
were called. No. Jesse Jackson.
It was 1990.
And I understand what you're saying, sister, because I refer to myself in real, like when I'm around these rooms, I'm Black American, but I honestly and wholeheartedly every day, I'm an American Negro. That's what I am, right?
But the American Negro was not what you may consider it. But what I'm saying is the argument that's being presented when I came in hearing Elder Waltho speak and he was being disrespected, all he was saying was, as you told me, semantics. It's not logic and academic research. So for anyone else who wants to do their genealogy, go to the libraries and actually look in some books. Go to the museums and actually see what's being depicted in real time and not what people tell you is in a textbook. Is
and
what
which library we should go to, which section, what books,
depends
what authors.
Sir,
okay, well, can you give us at least listen, I'm asking you a simple question, sister.
Louisiana State Library.
Not talking to you, boo, Miss, and I'm not being respectful to the lady. Can you at least write in the chat so I can screenshot it, right? So then I can go back.
The library.
Okay, I'm asking you to help me out. I'm asking you for your help, right? Can you write it in the chat because I'm doing multiple things right now and I just want to screenshot it so I ain't gotta find a pen and write it down.
So I'll tell the room first. When you go to a library in your area, they have genealogy.
I'm not doing that shit. I asked a simple question, and it's not just for me; it's for everybody. She want to talk when I'm just asking her simply. Can you just put it in the chat for everybody? Well, I want to say it first, bro. We're not doing that. You know, I'm the motherfucking Indian American killer. Fuck all that bullshit. This is a room for Black Americans and people who identify with our culture and people who identify with the continent of Africa. And this is the discussion we're having. If you're a fucking Indian and you want to preach that rhetoric, go make a fucking room about it. I'm not telling y'all can't talk. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say, but we're not doing that American Indian bullshit.
I'm good. Tasha or Waltho, they could take my turn if they want. Kind of in the middle of something. I forgot I had my hand raised too. I had that bitch raised for like 30 minutes, and I kind of forgot to press the button.
I sent you an invite, and you pretended as if you didn't see the invite.
No, the invite never came to my phone until like 5 minutes ago when you brought me, Tasha, and Stella up here. But it's all good, bro. I ain't tripping.
And you can find those records in the National Archives in the area or the region that you're in. All you got to do is go look for them.
Wasn't I the one that came in the room and said, and that's why it called me into the room, because I know for a fact My grandmother was born on a reservation, right? My great grandmother was born on a reservation, and her lineage got there due to slavery, right? But my whole thing is, when I ask y'all that y'all want to spill this rhetoric or not, is this just, can y'all just post the information and the fucking link? And when I'm not going to justify shit to you, right? I don't impose my lineage on other people. I don't gotta do shit. What I'm saying is, I'm not doing none of that shit because I don't even talk about that shit. But Link ain't called me in for this specific reason. I'm just asking y'all for people who might have questions, people who don't know. Just post the shit in the link where they can at least start, right? What specific website to go to? You don't need to know shit. What are you talking about? I don't even know who the fuck you are. I don't even know who you are.
You said a tribe enslaved your people. Who enslaved your people? What tribe enslaved your people?
Listen, I'm not. I never necessarily cared about who the fuck you were. You want to come in here and tell me who the fuck your lineage is, and I'm telling you, right? You're coming in here doing this shit. This is not a room. No, I'm talking about why though. I'm talking about why though. I'm talking about why though.
They dropped me because they were scared.
I'm talking about why though. I'm talking about why though, my God.
What did I tell you? What tribe enslaved your people against?
You told me you was a Creek. You told me you was Creek, right? You told me you was Creek.
I didn't say shit about being no damn Creek.
I wasn't talking to you, boo. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody's talking to you, boo. I'm talking about the guy who knows he's a Creek. Creek and Seminole.
That's why I asked you.
Did you not volunteer that information, right? Did you not volunteer that information?
That's why I was asking you which reservation. Each reservation is governed differently.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? When I ask you for the most important information, you don't never. Y'all don't never want to give it. No, I need websites for. I need websites for the people, right? Websites, which libraries, the fucking addresses and all that shit. That's all it is. Because other than that, what I'm explaining to you is this is not a conversation for American Indians. That's what you're missing.
No, what you're trying to say is that you don't want to hear the conversation about the American Indians because you don't like the American Indian part in your system.
Bro, the title was very specific.
You are self-hating, man. You're self-hating. Just admit it. You're self-hating. And I don't understand why you...
No, listen. Look at the title of the room. It don't say anything about American Indian. And he's stating that you all can go create your own space and talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Well, you said you invited me up, bro, and I wanted to ask something since I'm finally up on the stage. Journey, who was the tribe that enslaved your people? Because I remember you saying that you descend from people who were enslaved by tribe, by native tribe.
And respectfully, I'm not giving that information. Take it how you want it.
But you interrogated us for information.
This room been open for
listen, and y'all respectfully, right? Y'all respectfully have the free will to answer or not answer. I'm not making y'all do anything. If you want to answer, cool. If you don't, that is fine.
Well,
but you're not going to sit up here and tell me
some information about the American Colonization Society. Are you familiar with it? The American Colonization
Yes, actually,
Society.
one of them was actually formed in my state.
In Maryland, right?
For sure.
I could recognize that shit by the accent, but I seen the colony. Isn't it in like Ghana or Liberia, some shit like that? I forgot.
Yeah, I believe Maryland is like one of the only colleges that offer scholarship programs to Liberians, and we have like one of the largest Liberians populations inside of the United States.
That's because Liberia is a Maryland colony.
That's a fact.
Exactly. We know these things.
Yeah, there's Maryland. There's Maryland in West Africa. That's what I was saying. It's like some Maryland cities or counties or states or towns or some shit that I seen out there on the map. But are you connected to it? Are you connected to that migration from North America to West Africa?
Nah. But my next door neighbor's Liberian, and his kids are half Liberian. We got a very decent, homie shit. You feel me? It's all love. It's all love. It's never none of that shit you hear on this app with none of these other continental Africans.
Gotcha. All right. So with that being said, could you tell me about the history of Lagos, or like whatever your biggest cities is? Like, I'm interested in the history of cities and the people and how.
I am not Liberian. I'm confused. I'm not Liberian, and I'm not from Nigeria.
Well, you got the Nigerian flag in your on your thing.
Yeah, I know.
So you don't know about the area. You don't know about that land whose flag you're claiming.
No, I just like, I felt like I should join the bandwagon of, participating in ethnocides of other people. So I just said, let me tether myself a little bit to them.
Got you, bro.
Everybody know I'm not Nigerian on this app. I just fucking put the flag up there because I was fucking, bored.
Why would I give a Nigerian a bean to begin with?
And respectively, right? I went through this whole lineage thing already with, the group of people that I associate with the most on this app, right? So, but the point is that we as Black Americans, a lot of us, if not majority of us, understand that we are an amalgamation of different ethnicities and racial makeups, right? So it's like I can't deny one side of myself and accept any. I am what I am today. I'm not going to sit up there and say, let me
Do you accept the European?
Specifically the European would be German, and the only certain foods that my family eat is German in origin. But other than that, we don't speak German. We don't celebrate German holidays. We don't do none of that shit. We just fucking Black Americans. Like most Black Americans are, who have an amalgamation of different ethnicities and races.
I wouldn't say that because we're all not participating in the same culture. Maryland is not Louisiana. It's not Oklahoma. It's not California. It's not New York. It's not Chicago. It's not Minneapolis.
So just because a person is the food is not different. Specifically, my people up here, we're like one of the only groups of Black Americans that has sauerkraut as a dish in a lot of our holidays, right? You won't really find that in any other group of Black Americans. That's specifically, for us people in my region, right? Even specifically my city. But that does not change the fact that just because you was born in Louisiana, right? And I was born in Maryland, and you're from Louisiana, that doesn't mean that we're both not generally Black Americans. If you don't want to identify as a Black American, that's cool. But then I ask you once again, why are you in this conversation? Because the title clearly say African Americans and Africans.
I was pulled up. No. What happened was, all right, because you actually hopped on at least about 10, maybe 15 minutes after I was on when Ty and the Trinidadian nigga was up. We were actually discussing something about politics and community involvement and shit. And so I went off because he tried coming for Ty all reckless and shit and started basically throwing shots at us. And then like a little while after you hopped in and something about Indians or pretendians came up. And that's when I had to butt in. And then I ended up getting kicked out. I got invited to the stage one time. No. I got kicked out. I tried to put myself back on, and then I got tossed to the stage at least about 5 times until the last time he had me in the goo for like 30 minutes. So I really wasn't trying to make this conversation about Indians. It's just that when people say certain shit or try to insult people, of course somebody's going to defend themselves. Like
this man is telling us. You can't believe everything you hear.
Bro, it was like Ice. I don't even think your ass was in here. Ice, it was like
I was here. I'm the one that gave Ice a bean.
Ty was up in here. She was modded up. This nigga lying and shit. Talik was trying to on stage. He was scared to bring Talik on stage.
So you stated that you got kicked.
He kicked Estelle to the stage.
I didn't kick anyone to. Listen,
you kicked like 5 people to the stage.
I didn't kick nobody.
Are you tattletelling right now?
No, he stated that he got kicked out the room.
And I was the one kicking all the people down. I was the one that was kicking all the people down. When I was here,
something is wrong with these people. He stated that he got kicked out the room, but you still on stage. If you got kicked out, you wouldn't be able to get back into space.
Yeah. What are we talking about right now?
No, just read the chat. All these American
got like 25
I just came in here. I take full and total. I enjoy, verbally lashing these American Indians because these are the people that partake in our motherfucking ethnocide, right? They always seem to want to come in our spaces.
Ethnocide. You saying you Black American, but can't even identify where you rooted at.
But no. Just because I don't want to inform you, that does not change my actual live reality. This is a fucking social media app. This ain't my real fucking life.
It's not your reality, bro. We gotta.
But what I'm telling you is me being a Black American, right? It means that I am a mixture of different ethnic groups and racial.
I'm not
groups,
mixed with
It's just simple, right?
Bro, you gotta.
But what I'm saying is, then if that doesn't, then if you don't, what are you then? Are you a Black American?
My skin is brown. I don't even subscribe.
Are you a Black American? Yes or no?
No, I'm Homa. I'm part French, part fucking English and Cherokee.
All right, then this ain't the conversation for you, then, my guy. That's what you're missing. If you don't identify as a Black American, this ain't the conversation for you.
So what you got a Nigerian flag for? Nigerians don't identify
So
as
Black,
black
don't
or black
black.
American.
When
Nigerians aren't black.
if this
Nigerians
has
are
nothing to
national.
do with
They
you,
identify themselves.
hold on. If this has nothing to do with you, why are
They
you in
identify
here?
themselves by their ethnic groups, their tribe.
No, don't deflect from the point. What are you
Bloodline
in here
first.
for?
Answer the
I was
sister
in
question.
here before you. I was in here because of other people, and the conversation was in a different direction. We weren't speaking on this until about maybe 30, probably 40 minutes ago. I was up here and we were speaking on political issues and community engagement.
Can I tell you something, sir? We've been in this room since it started. We just wasn't in the room when you came in.
Right.
I didn't raise my hand. Yeah, so like we've been here. We just been a little bit loose, but I want to know, right? If you don't identify as a Black American, how does this conversation pertains to you, right? That's what I want to know.
Oh yeah, when I was showing you all the information about the 1850 census roll of Black slave owners,
which would go back to an American Indian, which would go back to an American Indian rhetoric, which is not a Black American rhetoric in totality. So once again, why do you feel the need to be in here,
Black
right?
Americans were enslaved by Native Americans, but what about the
No, I said I was speaking specifically to my lineage. I was speaking about my lineage.
That were enslaved by the Black Americans in Mississippi.
I didn't say anything about anybody else. I said specifically, I know for a fact that I have an ancestor who was enslaved by a Native American tribe, right? So I find it really odd when y'all other Black Americans be motherfucking going gun ho for this.
Who was the tribe? What's the tribe?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
You can't lie on tribes though. You said the Pamunkey enslaved. You said the Pamunkey enslaved people, right?
I definitely didn't say that. I didn't say nothing like that.
All right, but when you say natives enslaved your people, which exact tribe? Because not all natives enslaved. Most natives didn't enslave didn't enslave anybody. Most native tribes did not enslave people. In fact, many freed slaves. So who are you talking about?
Congratulations. Do you know how many tribes is in the United States? Like, what are you talking about?
574, and not all 574. Honestly, it was more than that. There's tribes that are declared extinct, even though the descendants still walking around. But who enslaved your people again? Because if you try to use that as a means for a claim, you're gonna have to come with some paper. Or you really gonna?
But that's the thing, bro. I'm damn near almost 30. Listen. I'm almost 30 fucking years old, and I've even thought about going to go fucking make a claim. I'm just letting you know that it's just weird how when a lot of our stories, right, the people who are mixed with a little bit of Native American Indian, a lot of them was due to fucking slavery, right? What do you mean? Because I'm letting you know you motherfuckers are fucking foolish.
You're brandishing some shit that you can't prove.
Who am I supposed to prove it to? The only person I have to prove it to is my fucking son and my daughters when they come.
That don't even believe you full of shit. You claim it as somebody messed over your people with no receipts on. I literally showed you that they were black.
You have yet to provide anything. Listen, you have yet to give us proof of anything that all you've been doing is putting up these PTRs.
PTR right quick.
We don't want a PTR.
You're not looking for evidence. Y'all fucking stupid.
We want some type of scholarship, some type of.
This is a white supremacist tactic, right? I love it, right? So, like, white supremacists, right? When they want to, do their little thing, right? They try to make you quantify your amount of knowledge to them, right? Like, what are you talking about? I made a statement, right? And it was just a statement that I made. Now, it's really crazy that you think that I have to justify something to you when I'm telling you the reason why I said that what I said is because I fully acknowledge myself as a Black American. Well, listen, congratulations. Thank you for giving us the information. Nobody forced you to do that, right? Just like how nobody forced you to partake in this conversation.
Hey, nigga, I'm gonna turn to the Buffalo Soldier in this bitch in a minute if you don't shut your ass up while people talking.
Hey, Big Guy, you want to know something?
That's gonna spear your fucking.
He don't got no self-control.
But I don't go around, right? Probably this.
15 fucking 40.
But like this, nobody ever heard me.
These people are worse than Africans. Like I'm telling y'all, I have never been around so many American Indians.
Right,
like they all just came up in here.
Yeah, that's what they do. They hold on. This is what these niggas do. Anytime you open up a room about reparations, anytime somebody open like this room is a response to some fucking ignorant ass Pan Africanists. Because I was in that original. They kicked my ass about that bitch. But this room, but when you put shit like this, these motherfuckers show up. They want to come in because they want to, we not African Americans, we're American Indians and all. They just want to push their narrative. Angela old ass was in there with a pack of cigarettes, her pack of Alwood ass was in here talking that bullshit earlier, and I put in the chat, why is her pretending ass on stage? She got the fuck up out of here. She man, look, she ran the fuck up out of here. These motherfuckers know who I am. That's why most of them got me blocked. Because look, man, I've been stumping in their ass so goddamn long. Man, they can't never.
I got the census records right here in my PTR.
Hey man, shut up, nigga. You hear me talking? A Buffalo Soldier on the stage right now. Shut your ass up. But look, these niggas, they don't never have no evidence. Like this is what he doing right now is what they always do. They never gonna provide you a link because they links debunk.
That's true. That's true. We had another lady to come on stage and try to go down this long and entire monologue. She was talking to Journey, but we asked for an article. We asked for some type of source or books. Like where you getting your information from? She like, well, listen, I'm trying to give you what I know and blah blah blah, saying a bunch of nonsense. And then you got
what was her name? You remember her name?
Let's see, I think she was in the chat. She's no longer in the room. I don't remember her name, but basically she was doing the exact same thing he was doing, trying to PTR certain things.
Yeah, that's their tactic.
So what was the point of that whole dialogue? Like, what was he trying to prove? Because I came in here late.
Nothing. He trying to prove that he's a pretendian. That's all. He's just a pretendian.
So what does that have to do with the title?
They show up to push they little pseudo ass shit, that little agenda, this little CIA program they working on. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know that's some CIA shit. This whole pretending shit. It's just like the Israelites. That's a bunch of pseudo shit, and they brainwashing our people with that shit.
It's funny how a lot of them, right, when they be like, oh, I'm Creek, I'm fucking Yamasee, I'm fucking Paul Monkey, they're never in the regions where these places seem to mainly be, right? Well, you heard of the Trail of Tears, right? Well, that's what happened to my family. Bro, you all the way in motherfucking Nevada. Get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah, they don't even know where they tribes originate from. Like these niggas be claiming Blackfoot. Blackfoot is way up in Montana. Always been. Blackfoot. And these niggas be like, oh nigga, I'm from Louisiana. Man, they weren't even in fucking Louisiana. Or they'd be like they Sioux. Or they'd be like they Sioux. They'd be like, oh, I'm Sioux. I'm with the Sioux tribe. Nigga, you know where the Sioux tribe is?
I never heard no one say Sioux. I just heard someone say they had Sioux in their ancestry.
Yeah,
but let me ask you.
Yeah.
Nah,
we had some Moors up in the room too, Big A. They came on stage.
Yeah, all of them.
The Moors came?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, can we all be honest?
All the same operation.
That's funny.
Pretendianism, the Hebrew Israelites, these pretending, all of them.
Damn, what did
they all listen.
All the same.
All these people was up in here. It was like just three of us.
God. That's so funny.
Can we be honest?
We was eating their ass up yesterday, though.
Yeah, and they constantly asking us for proof and want to interrogate us, and they're like, "I'm like,
Lord.
This room has been open for like 24 hours. You don't got time to be trying to provide sources to you people."
I got a question.
They don't. Hey, you can provide all the sources you want. He just gonna keep PTNR here. Hey, I'm gonna tell you why they do it, bro. Look, listen to me clearly. Hey, if you want to shut a pretending down, tell them to send you a link. I promise you. Hey, them niggas do not send links because a lot of times they just send links. And I read through their shit, and the shit debunks the shit that they talking about. This shit be funny as hell. That's why they don't put links no more.
Well, can we all be honest and say, let's be honest though, Ice. Let's really be honest here. Let's be honest. You are a boule,
bro. You're not even an honest.
What's a boule? What's a boule?
Y'all, first of all, anybody from Maryland boule ass nigga all day. Y'all boule ass.
No, I'm gonna be real with you. I do come from a motherfucking talented Tiff bloodline, but that don't mean
I know it. There you go.
But that's just what it is. That's the reality of the state, right? That's the reality, right? But I'm not boule though.
Don't feed into it. Don't feed into it, bro. Because see what you saying that. See, these niggas like to twist shit. Like,
hold on, what is boule?
You don't know what a boule is?
No, I don't.
Let the man who brought it out. Let him know.
The Masons, Eastern Star, sorority fraternities.
They tried to
They was
say Dr.
talented.
Martin Luther King was a Mason.
Yeah, they was talented 10th ass niggas. You know that shit like that. You know,
They the
doing
ones.
the
The
They the ones
Boule
who
is
was implementing racism
royalty
that
or
was
a
helping
family
Europeans.
that has
it's
nothing to do
basically
with the Masons.
that's like nigga, shut up, nigga. You a Mason? Or you must be a Mason. That shit touch a nerve, boy. When you start telling what that
But
shit
look,
start touching
Ice though.
nerves,
And
boy.
then look,
Ice.
I ain't touch no nerd.
When
I'm just
my
telling you
family right came to
The
Maryland,
Boule
right,
is not the
it's
same
weird
as
that
the
like
Mason.
when they came to Maryland, they decided to darken up our racism like immensely as possible. My bloodline initially intentionally tried to darken up their motherfucking family fucking lineage. So I mean, look, I don't know what y'all be meaning when y'all say boule, but like motherfuckers, you can't be mad that motherfuckers did some certain shits that your lineage didn't do. But the reality is, during the course of our history, each of us played our part, right? We all played our part to help us become one of the greatest groups of melanated beings this planet has ever fucking seen. So that shit don't even fucking
Well, the
matter.
reason you don't play into it, because see, these pretendians, they'll take every little thing. Look, I had told them, because look, part of my family was owned by Cherokee. But them niggas, they took that and said, see, you deny your Indian ancestry and all that. So look, I even made up now. Are y'all familiar with King of the Hill? Anybody on here? Y'all familiar with King of the Hill?
That was my favorite cartoon growing up.
The
So you know
cartoon?
yeah. So look, I had told them this whole elaborate ass story in the room one time. And I'm like, yeah, man, I found one of my Indian family members. His name's John Redcorn, you know what I'm saying? And all kind of shit. And these motherfuckers ran with it. Oh my
I'm
God,
about
bro.
to fall out.
The shit was just so
Fucking dead, my
crazy.
guy.
They ran
I
with
feel
it. They
like they
bought
should
that
just
shit.
PTR their IDs. This is the
Yeah,
easiest
they
way to
don't
do
have
it.
them. A lot
Or
of them ain't no real members.
ask them what their names are. For real.
Well, do
Ask
you
them who
know?
their
Do
chief
you do
is.
you know
What
any?
chapter are they in?
Do you know Indian history? That a lot of
Won't
Indians
you?
was
Won't you?
slaves.
Hold on. Yeah. Won't you
Okay.
PTR that Choctaw card you got?
Your
Won't you do
reservation
that?
ID. Just PTR
What
that.
do you know
He
that a
ain't
lot of
got one.
Indians?
You ain't got
Damn,
one, do you?
I can't. I guess I can't speak.
You ain't. No. Do
If
you
you
have a Choctaw?
really Indian, then it shouldn't be a problem.
So you saying people who are not part of a tribe is not really Indian? So the people who was detribalized, who was forced not
Good
to speak their
Lord.
language, and
Nigga.
Man, you
Then
wasting your
you
time right
then
now.
you just
You
a
wasting your
nigga too.
time.
What is you talking about? Like
Go
what the
fight them
fuck?
people that
Anybody
detribalize you
can
because
go
you
back
wasting your time.
in time and really like find somebody who was Native American. Dead
I
ass.
never
Like it's
no
not
one
that hard.
listen.
But
People have found
unless
that.
you have
What
a
I'm
tribe,
saying,
that is full and well right now, then what is the point?
so
These
that's
niggas live
okay.
a whole black American life, their whole life,
Literally,
and
you
then
black
go in
American,
and
and you trying to hang on to this one toothpick of a 18th of a percentage of Native American blood. Like, what is you doing? You are
Y'all,
black.
first of all,
all of them are
I'm not
doing
black.
50 million
Look,
Black
hours.
even
means I'm from
They
what's the
Africa.
been
guy
caught.
name?
That what black means. I'm from Africa.
Hold
That's
on.
not.
What's the guy
Oh
name, Big
my
Ed, that you
God.
just sent
Good.
down? I
No,
said,
it
I
does not
said,
mean.
I said, you are black. He go, I think his name was Raldo, or however you pronounce it. I said, you are black. He said, no, I'm not black. Black is my car that I'm looking at right now. It's my TV, my refrigerator. I
That
am
shit
not
literally
black.
make me want to bang my head
Hey,
against the wall. Cause what are you even talking about? You are
hey.
a black person. You are a freedman. You are a foundational black American, and that's
That
okay.
no,
And what would the
that's not
police see
how it
them
works.
as?
A
What
nigga.
do the
So
police
it's
see
like,
you
what
as?
are you talking about? Unless you are living on a
Hey,
reservation right now and you are going to school and all that shit for free, getting all the benefits that the Native American and First Nations get, you are not one of them. You're
Every
not.
nation
Exactly.
doesn't
And
get
that's
that.
what I
So
want
what are
to
you
ask
talking
him.
about? Every Indian don't get that. You do know that, right?
you
I
a
Bro,
don't
trying to
know
lying
enough
convince
nigga.
us,
about.
my
I'm
guy. No,
sorry,
this
but
is my
I'm
thing,
like,
right?
as a
There are
nigga, I don't know enough
700.
about that.
I know.
But I
Okay,
do
I
know
know.
this. I do know this. If I look into my generational tree, there is actual Native Americans in my family, like my great grandmother. But I don't. Do I go around identifying as that? No, no, I do not, because I'm black. I'm seen as black.
Exactly. Let me ask him this really fast. So, Mister, when you get pulled over by the police officer, what would they identify you as?
What do that have to do with anything?
It,
Do
it,
you
it
know?
Man,
has a
answer the
lot to
fucking
do
That
with
question,
it.
my guy.
He ain't gonna
what?
answer it, bro.
First of all,
Y'all literally want to be
Hey, bro.
anything else
Hey,
but
hey,
black.
mister.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
mister. Hey, mister. Hey, mister. No, shut the fuck up. Because at this point, you're being disrespectful, bro. You can't come up here and try to have a conversation with us. And when we ask you a question, you do not answer the question. That is fucking disrespectful as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
Hey, they all in their TP right now. They got me blocked, so you can't see they little TP. That's why I call they little clubs and shit. That's
Well,
TP.
Indians, American Indians.
You in that
right?
TP, nigga. You in that
They didn't have
TP, nigga. Shut up.
They didn't have.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did.
so
So
if you're
why are you
Native
trying?
American, why are you black right now? Why you look like a phenotypical nigga instead of a phenotypical indigenous person? Why?
So you saying the people on my PTR look like a typical Indian, right? What you think is Indian?
So you know,
Nigga,
Those
that's
look,
Photoshop.
honestly, those look like
this is a cartoon. Like something look like somebody just drew up a picture.
No. Let me tell y'all what they doing too. Let me tell you, they been busted out too, bro. Look. These motherfuckers been photoshopping pictures of drawings from like Africa and shit, and they'll
dead
be like, see,
ass.
and
They
look,
wasn't wearing no shit like that.
hey, they
Wearing
was
fucking
getting
cloaks and
busted.
shit. That is some European shit.
Man, people on Twitter was putting the original pictures up and then putting their little Photoshop shit up. The shit was so funny, bro.
What the hell?
Like the shit, like this picture he got right here. You see, he got it cropped out for a reason. Look, he know damn well them wasn't no damn aboriginals over here, bro. Them wasn't no damn
That's
indigenous
crazy.
people over here.
They were not even dressing like that. So what are you even talking about?
If I show you pictures from the Library of
You're better off saying that those are Moors. You're Moorish because that's the only type of niggas during that time that was dressing like that. That look like that does not look like no damn chief in America. Are you crazy?
Let me ask you a question. Mr. Copeland.
Ask them what the Indians built. Ask them what they built before the ship.
They built fucking mud mounds. That's the only thing they fucking built was mud fucking mounds.
Did you get any reparation? Mister?
They didn't even build it. They just dug a hole in the side of a hill. That's all that. They ain't really built that shit.
Did you get any reparation?
Can I explain? There are over 700.
Yo, why are you trying to explain shit to us? We're not the ones who fucking detribalized you, bro. Why are you in here fucking with us?
You should be taking that to the U.S. Senate.
Go
you should
to
not
the
be
TP,
taking that
man.
to a group of people on Clubhouse who obviously do not agree with you. You really are wasting your breath that you'll never get back.
And I won't. Right. I want my.
You are wasting your breath because you are over here with a PTR of some niggas that obviously look like they're from Europe, trying to say that they're Native Americans. And then, come on now, like what are you talking about?
I never said they Native Americans, so I'm not wasting my breath.
Oh my god.
He think it's a difference. He think it's a they actually go around saying that they not Native American, they're American Indians, which it ain't no fucking difference. First of all, they didn't even know.
Nations or not? Are you First Nations or not?
First Nations is American Indian, not Native American.
But wrong. So listen, from my understanding, right, First Nations is usually specifically titled to the ones up north, right? I've never heard of First Nations,
the Eastern Wilderness would be considered First Nation.
And that's
all my friends that are Native American here in Seattle, they consider themselves First Nations. So again, I don't know all there is to know about Native American, Indigenous American history. All I know is that they did not, when they show me their pictures of their ancestors, they do not look like that at all.
So if you don't know nothing about history, then why are you speaking?
Because I have proximity to actual Native Americans, and they do not show me anything ever that looks like that. Anything like that, it looks like they're more.
Can we move on from him because he's not trying to have a genuine conversation at all.
He just a pseudo.
He don't want to answer no question. He's answering no question with a question.
The TP. Boom! I just sent him to the TP. Well, if he leave out the room, he'll go to their little TP that they hiding out in. They block all the people that can contend with their motherfuckers.
Hey, what y'all got against American Indians, bro?
No. Let us ask you the question.
I have nothing against.
When you get pulled over by the police officer, because he sounds just like a black man. When you get pulled over by the police officer, how would you be identified?
American Indian.
You're a lying motherfucker. This nigga a lying motherfucker.
Good luck. That's all I gotta say.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question.
You better stay on your reservation.
I got the perfect shit for y'all, man, and that's how I identify them. Because if you ever go in a pretending room, you'll know that most of them is ex-dope fiends and shit, right? So look, it's almost sad because y'all see the effects of what crack in the crack era did to our community. A lot of these are the motherfuckers that was on
Hey,
crack.
brother,
They
I
not
got
on
a
the shit no
question
more.
for you.
Hey, man,
Was you
shut up right
loved
now.
that?
Shut your ass up, nigga.
Did you
But
get
anyway,
hugs and kisses from your mama,
nigga,
man? Cause
look, hey, man, shut up real quick.
you act
Shut
like
up
you
real quick.
missing
You see
somebody.
what
You
I
want a
mean?
hug?
This the dope fiend
Do
shit
you
that I'm
want a
talking about.
hug?
You
No,
know what I'm
that's
saying?
what I'm saying. I really do
Look,
believe.
the reason he keep interrupting me because he know what I'm saying is true. This is the
Yeah.
effects of that dope in our motherfucking communities, and a lot of these older motherfuckers
Bro,
are the ones that was on dope, and they just man, look, they fall for anything. A lot of these Indian motherfuckers, these so-called Indians, they always ex-Pan Africanists, bro. They just went from one ideology to the next, bro. That's all it is.
Hey, Big A, would you say that these people are worse than Africans?
Well,
That's hard. That's
why?
hard.
Because we
Because
proud of who we are.
Africans they want to force you to be something. I
Why?
don't think
Because
they're
we
trying to
proud of
force
who
They
we
came
anything
into
are.
the
on you.
room
They're trying to
feeling that.
force us to believe what they are. But the Africans come
it's
in
the,
here and trying to force
that's the
you
same
to be
thing.
something.
No.
I'm,
These
I'm,
pretendians do the same shit, bro. Look, they
Yeah,
come in. It's one crackhead motherfucker named Crystal, bro. She is like one of the ringleaders, bro. Look, she'll come in and say the projects are reservations and shit like that. Like she's
So look,
really
no,
like
listen.
What?
No, listen. So right. So specifically, so the American projects, right? That's a very convoluted story, right? Like prime example, the projects that I grew up in and around, they were specifically built as the part of the veterans thing where when you coming home and they was given property and land and all that shit, and then eventually it turned into the quote unquote projects. But not every American housing project inceptions was started for the same reason. We can just all say that they're government funding housing. Like that's what the fuck it is. It's just government funded housing. The reason behind it is different from depending on where you at. Mine specifically was for veterans when they came home from World War II, and that's just what the fuck it is. So I mean that's just
Hey,
Hold
another
on,
thing
hold
got a
on,
when
hold
question,
on,
they
hold
man.
on,
ask
hold
y'all
on.
Can I ask a
about the
question?
Wait a
ships,
second.
hey,
Wait a second. Because
go
someone
ahead.
just said something in the chat. And she's here on stage. She said the natives were brought here
I
from
seen it.
Asia. They're still African and looked like such when they came. They think they're white.
Yeah,
They think
we
they're
finna
white
get
now.
to her.
That's all. So can you
Yeah,
go ahead
yeah,
and
we
elaborate on that, Akasha?
we hold on. Yeah, we finna get to her. Hold on. Listen, let me tell y'all another thing too. Let me tell y'all one more thing. When they say where them slave ships at, just say, well, if the slave ships didn't exist, how the fuck did the slave trade happen in reverse? Because they claim that the Indians were taken from here and taken to places like Africa and shit like that.
I'm
So
on wood.
ask them where those ships at. Ask them where them
I'm
ships
on
at.
Okay,
wood.
I want to hear Akasha elaborate on that.
What do you want me to elaborate on? I think that's pretty straight to the point.
What kind of
No, I
flag is
didn't
that?
know. I didn't know the natives were brought here. So you're teaching me something, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, it says that they migrated here, right? 12,000 BC. But if I look back into history, I mean, I can pull up the links as well. They were brought here.
Yeah. Put a link. Yeah, put a link in the chat for us.
They were brought here,
let's because we're going to go over it too.
and
We're
that's
talking about Native Americans. Let that be clear, y'all.
because why would
Put it in the chat.
Can y'all let her talk, please?
I'll
We
just
do need to see some type of link because these people that have been coming on stage haven't provided not one credible source.
Oh, you guys, hold on.
Do y'all know what the civil rights
Man,
is about?
shut your drunk ass up.
I'm asking you a question, brother. If you know, you can
ain't
tell
my
me.
brother. You said you're Indian.
Please, let's let Akasha land because I'm actually interested.
No, she's looking for the information. She's going to get the information. So, do y'all know what the civil rights was about?
Don't even answer it. Don't
answer. This nigga Ink is a.
Shut your Jamaican. This nigga is fucking this nigga come in every fucking space. Let me block this nigga right now.
Oh, that's woke.
That's my nigga woke. What's wrong with
He's
woke?
trolled too fucking much. I can't stand that motherfucker.
I never knew woke be troll.
He troll all the time.
Hey, and guys, check y'all back channel real quick and just read a quick, history of that link that I sent y'all. A lot of the history, man. Y'all motherfuckers are very troubling to our community. Y'all need to get the fuck out the way.
Yeah, these ex-Dolphins, man. Look at Angela. Look at the chick Davita. Look at what's the other one? One of them says she a descendant of Pocahontas, bro. Her name is Phoenix.
Now that just
Trust
sounds
me,
crazy.
I know all these motherfuckers, bro. And look, that's why they blocked me. Cause look, man, I be on their ass, bro. See these new
It's
niggas
because
right
you
here. I ain't never
trolling,
met
man.
these niggas. These
You
these
be
are new
trolling,
niggas. I ain't
brother.
never. Nah,
I
I
done
don't
talked to
troll,
you in
nigga.
your
I just come
room.
with them facts.
I done been in your room, bro. You
Oh,
be
have you?
trolling,
You
bro.
must have
Ain't
changed.
you
You
from
must have
Texas?
changed the name.
Ain't you the guy from Texas? They were called Reverend Big or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it
Oh,
sound like you.
y'all. Oh, you say it, y'all.
Yeah,
You
I
one of
know
them
who
niggas
you
stay in the
is.
audience. Yeah, you
I
one of
know
them
who
niggas
you
stay in
is.
the audience.
Nah, I know who you is. I've been on stage with you when I try to teach you something. You don't want to learn, bro. So you
You
can't
can't teach
teach a
me
person
shit,
that
man.
don't want to
You know what
learn.
I can teach you is how to get off
Like
drugs,
I feel
man.
like the best way to
Can't teach
teach
you if you
somebody
don't want to
something.
learn, bro.
I feel like the best way to teach somebody something is to not give them a pop quiz and just present facts. Because I hear a lot of times when it's a lot of bullshit that you'll be like, oh, do you know what this is? Does anybody know what this is? Does anybody know what this is? And it's like, do you know what it is? Just present with the facts. That's
But
all you gotta do. You don't
know
gotta test me and make sure that I know this. Obviously I don't if I'm quiet. But when
you're right
you
about
present
that.
with a pop quiz, it make me feel like you're just trying to like feed your ego and you're not trying
Now,
to
sometimes
like
people just want to
educate.
know if you know it. And
It
if you
feels
don't,
like education and not education, you know?
That's what Acacia, I don't know how to pronounce her name. That's what she was about to do, and she have yet to put the link in the chat. She was about to go on
Oh
this
yeah,
whole
All right,
metaphor.
I'm
she on the
About
Google.
literally
She
getting
trying.
that together right now. And when I do, please be
How
quiet.
long is how long it take to
It's
get a
been
When
goddamn
5
I
link?
minutes
do, please
How,
already.
be quiet. Okay?
how
That's
It
long
should
do
be
it
in
take
your
to get a
notes.
link? Yeah, exactly. You
Y'all
should
teaching
already
me
know this
some
type of
stuff
topic.
today.
It
Oh, I
should
could
be in
teach
her
you all
notes
about.
already.
I could teach you
Yeah,
all about the pretendian.
I'm just listening. I'm like,
Oh, I could teach. Nigga,
I'm
you
ready
No,
want?
to
but this
learn for real.
actually,
I'm
this is
open to being corrected. That's one
no.
thing.
I'm not
I'm
open. I'm not
okay.
open. This is
You
my
not
first
open.
time. This is
See
my
that?
first
no,
time
Jeremy
ever
never
being
likes
around
to
these
be
people.
wrong, y'all. He think he right all the time.
I'm open on
Stop. That's not
education,
true.
but I will, I'm a very sharp cookie, so I don't need to sense any type of fallacies because I
No,
will,
this is why I say I'm not open
Look,
because if
I
you are
am a pretendian. I am the kryptonite. Okay, that's why I'm telling you. That's why they blocked me. Cause look, a lot of the shit
So
they be
so
talking
you
about.
so
They
you know
listen.
what the real Indian look like.
I'm the kryptonite. Hell yeah, I know what the real Indians look like.
What
Hell
they look
yeah, I
like.
do.
What
They
they look
want
like.
your ass. They want your black
okay.
ass. They
So
want
what do
me.
you guys
What they
arguing?
look.
So what are you guys arguing so I can pin it?
Yeah, we
put
want
in
to
the
hear you
No,
chat.
speak
put it, put
respectfully,
it, put it in
Akasha.
the chat.
Like we want to hear
Just
you
put it in the
speak. Put
chat.
it in the chat, and we want to listen to you.
But
you can
Billy,
read
the
directly
reason
from the article as well.
Okay,
no,
so
we
if you
want to.
don't
I
want to
want to
talk, why
read the
you on
article
stage?
myself.
If you don't want to talk, why you on stage then?
I want to read the article myself. Put it in the chat.
Facts, yeah. You should drop the link.
Yeah, drop that link. She ain't finna do it, bro.
And it
That's
got to
one
be
thing
from
they
a credible
don't do.
source.
Oh, she got it
Wikipedia
from.
does not count.
Right.
Hey, I'm trying to tell y'all, these motherfuckers don't have no links, bro.
She put it in the chat.
So hush up and
oh,
read.
oh, oh, oh,
So
yeah,
hush
yeah. We
up and
went through this
read.
one too.
Hush up
We
and
went,
read. Because I'm tired of
we
y'all
went through this
talking.
one too.
Like, ugh.
Akasha, we went
No,
through
you
this
talk too
already.
much. Read it.
Akasha,
Y'all
we
said
went
post
through
the
this.
link. Well, I
I know
posted it.
exactly. Hold on, let me see which article
Ooh,
this
Like,
you
y'all
is.
ain't
talk
Hold
gotta
too
on,
much.
yell. It's okay.
let me see.
That's what I'm saying. And you talking
Hold
about
on.
you open to learning from
You
these people?
said post it. I posted it. So
I'm
put it
open
in
to
your
learning.
URL
You
and
can't learn
read.
from someone that's yelling and
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, yeah,
Look, you
yeah.
Oh,
have to
now
be.
you're mad?
You got to listen to me.
Oh, well, read
In
it
order
and
to
be quiet because obviously you
something is
don't want
wrong with this girl.
knowledge. Like, sick of that weird shit. Shut up and read.
May I ask what the contention is?
Obviously, they wanted to know the
I
history.
just got here. So please, I'm not trying to fight. I just got here. Hold on. But that doesn't prove that they were brought here though. Because
Okay,
I
that's
read
why I
it.
asked you guys, what did you want me to fucking post? And you guys was
Oh,
like,
whoa.
oh, just post it. So I
Hey.
just posted it.
Hey.
So I'll put that as well, sweetheart. Thank you for clarifying that.
Are you upset?
No, but you guys are really weird.
I'm not trying to be weird.
Y'all
I'm
are
just
really
All right, they just
that's
updated the
all.
app. Hold
Like,
on,
if
hold
you
on, hold on, hold on. So
specific
Akasha,
things, then acts of that.
hold
Don't
on.
get
Well,
the
hold on. Wait a minute.
Like all that. I don't want to hear all
I
that.
got you. I hear you. But look, you had made a claim that Native Americans were brought here. And so I thought that your article was going to prove that. But we all know Native Americans were also enslaved as well, right? That's not any news to anybody. But what I was eager to learn about was the fact that they were not here in the first place, and they were actually brought here and displaced from another origin. That's what I thought you were going to post about.
No, that's what I'm saying. She don't have that information.
I can post
she
that.
She went and found some other bullshit that we already knew about. That's why I said when she posted.
Because your whole statement was that Native Americans were brought here from Asia. Or did they migrate here?
How were they brought here? Akasha?
As slaves.
See, that's
yeah.
I just read the whole entire article.
Look like
us. I just read the whole entire article, and it doesn't say they were brought over here at all.
I'll post that as well. I love uneducated niggas.
Is there a reason she has to? Okay.
Listen, you can't be open to learn from these people. If you can't ask a question.
I was taught that they migrated from the landmass that connected Asia to America called the Beringa. But maybe I was just wrong.
Of course, that's what you're taught.
Hey. So
I mean, of course, that's what everybody's taught. We all trust edu.govs, .edus, .orgs. But what you said was not.
It's nice, westernized, colonized narrative.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Lord. But you provided westernized, colonized articles. So what do you mean? Are we not supposed to trust the articles that you provided?
Find it for you.
That's Brown University, Billy, correct?
So Billy, this is what they do. I'm trying to tell you this. Look, y'all got to listen, man. Look, I'm telling you. Look, Ishmael can tell you, man. Look, these motherfuckers, I'm their kryptonite, okay? This is the shit they do. They'll say one thing, and you say, hey, provide a link. Then the reason she ain't gonna provide the link to what she's talking about is because it ain't first of all, it ain't gonna be a credible source. It's either gonna be one or two things. Not gonna be credible, or they link. Hold on, shut up, Akasha. Shut the fuck up.
No, you shut up. Nobody's
okay. Let me do this for you. Okay, you been sent to the TP.
Don't
look, this is what
down.
they do.
Oh my God.
No, I'm gonna bring her back up.
She
left the room.
Yeah,
she left.